You possess the swiftness of Quicksilver. While I am endowed with Friez's acceleration, you wield the magic of a witch, whereas I possess the ring of a wizard. You brandish the hammer of Thor, and I command the divine power of AgitÅ. Chapter 1. The vanished ether particle in the vast, silent cosmos. Set against a backdrop of inky blackness, twisted orbs of light radiate myriad colors, reminiscent of a child's haphazard doodle subtly devoid of aesthetic appeal. Suddenly, a dark crimson beam surged forth from a nebula so dim it was nearly devoid of luminescence, shattering the stillness of the universe, slicing through the void, and vanishing in less than half a second. As this sanguine beam darted between the stars, within a grand palace resembling a panpipe, Odin, clad in golden armor and wielding the spear of eternity, abruptly rose from his throne. His singular eye gazed into the distance, penetrating the thick palace walls, sweeping over the expansive city, and surveying the clusters of stars scattered throughout the cosmic void. Heimdall, scan the 9 realms. Something has trespassed into them, Odin commanded abruptly, his voice not loud yet resonating across the vast distance to the base of the Bifrost, a bridge constructed from the elements of ice, air, and fire, enabling access to any realm within the 9 worlds, a cornerstone of Asgard's dominion. The guardian of the Bifrost, Heimdall, enveloped in dark golden armor, upon receiving the command from the All-Father, lifted his gaze, his faintly glowing golden eyes perceiving all, transcending both space and distance. Anywhere the Bifrost could reach, he could instantly visualize. After a considerable time, Heimdall completed his survey of the 9 realms, his ebony visage betraying no emotion as he shook his head slightly, stating, "All is well in the 9 realms. I've detected no anomalies." In that fleeting moment, Odin, spear in hand and riding the 8-legged steed Sleipnir, had already arrived at the base of the Bifrost. Gripping the reins to halt the steed's rapid gallop, he spoke with grave seriousness. "I indeed sense something foreign breach the 9 realms, traversing between Asgard and Jotunheim, yet now it eludes my sight. To evade the All-Father is to easily elude my all-seeing eye. Could it be the Infinity Stones?" Odin pondered, his gaze sweeping across the vast starfield with the spear of eternity, yet he could no longer detect that peculiar sensation. Ultimately, his focus settled upon a dim nebula, nearly devoid of light, and he commanded, "Open the Bifrost to the Lost Lands." Upon hearing the command, Heimdall, standing upon the high platform, raised the sword of protection, bolt steel, and accurately inserted it into the center of the platform. In the next instant, bolts of lightning erupted from the embedded sword, striking the surrounding clockwork gears, fueling them into rapid motion. The spherical Bifrost rotated with the gears, concentrating all its energy at the apex of a conical spire, ultimately transforming into a vibrant beam of light that shot towards the nearly lightless nebula. This kaleidoscopic beam, launched from Asgard, traversed the vast cosmic void at speed surpassing that of light, penetrating the thick dust surrounding the Lost Lands, reaching a colossal landmass suspended in the endless dark nebula. Odin, fully armed, emerged from the Bifrost, finding himself in an immense cavern, measuring several hundred meters in width and length. At its center stood a colossal stone pillar, more than 50 meters in diameter, towering within the cavern, exuding an aura of connection between heaven and earth. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the multicolored glow of the Bifrost behind him, allowing Odin's singular eye to perceive the fissures cleaving through the stone pillar, roughly 10 meters above the ground, shattering the ceiling formations etched upon its surface. At the center lay a hole with a diameter of 30 centimeters, bordered by a radial blast pattern, clearly indicating that something had erupted from within. Upon witnessing Odin's arrival through the Bifrost, Heimdall swiftly withdrew the sword of protection, causing the Bifrost to vanish. Odin's voice echoed in his ears. "Heimdall, inform Vanaheim, Alfheim, and Nidavellir that Asgard shall welcome a new king. The coronation ceremony will take place in 10 days. Heimdall, taken aback, lifted his gaze in astonishment, but before he could inquire, Odin, his countenance grim, had already mounted Sleipnir and sped towards the palace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on a street on Earth, Letion's expression mirrored the gravity of the moment, shifting from an ashen pallor to a greenish hue. The thick night, coupled with the streetlight's glow just 2 meters to his left, rendered the shop window before him a mirror, reflecting the silhouette of a boy standing around. 1 meter 60 tall, his short black hair, dampened with sweat, clung to his forehead, while his skin appeared pallid as parchment, devoid of color. A prominent nose stood out starkly against his face, and the edges of his brown irises were framed by faintly crimson rings. No matter how one looked at it, this face, which could hardly be described as charming or striking, was distinctly unfamiliar, and his thin arms and legs suggested he likely weighed less than 100 pounds, a stark contrast to his own burgeoning figure. Yet, as he raised his hand, the stranger in the mirror mirrored his movements, blinking in tandem. His mind replayed the harrowing images of awakening, blood-soaked and sprawled within the confines of a truck, scrambling outside only to confront a scene more horrific. Two black vans flanking the truck, surrounded by numerous corpses clad in black suits. Limbs lay scattered, some bodies severed at the waist, blood gushing forth and pooling on the ground, the stench overwhelming in its intensity. The slaughterhouse-like scenario instilled a profound terror, rendering Letion's mind blank, and when he regained his senses, he found himself on this unfamiliar street, gazing into the shop window at an utterly alien reflection that seemed almost like himself. How is this possible? Isn't crossing worlds something only found in novels? Letion murmured softly, grappling with the bewildering reality of inhabiting a foreign body, endlessly ruminating on what he had done the night before that could have fulfilled the conditions for such a transformation. As a dedicated yet struggling author, he typically toiled until midnight before contemplating sleep. Last night, he had finished writing and properly shut down his computer. There were no prompts of yes or no flashing on the screen. His cup had long been emptied. Outside, the moon shone undisturbed by storms, and there were no electrical faults. How could he awaken to find himself within a truck, transformed into another form? In this era, being a web novelist truly poses dangers. Even a peaceful night's sleep can lead to complications, thrusting one into a role of world-saving responsibility without regard for personal feelings or prior consent. As Letion pondered these thoughts, a sudden gust of wind sent a chill down his spine, instinctively causing him to glance down at the front of his blood-soaked brown shirt, where a bulge was evident. Upon reaching out, he found it hard and unyielding, although stained with blood. It felt metallic. Was it an adornment? Letion had always acted before thinking, and now, with his mind in disarray from the shock of traveling through time, he had little inclination to ponder anything else. He instinctively reached out, grasping at whatever he could find, eager to unveil its nature. It soon became apparent that, aside from seizing red envelopes, it was often wiser to be cautious. As soon as he moved his hand, he felt an unsettling sensation deep within his chest, which jolted his mind into action, prompting him to contemplate the origin of the blood saturating his shirt and the interior of the vehicle. Could be a knife embedded in my chest. Is this blood spurting from the wound? The horrifying thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately regretted his impulsiveness. Yet, it was too late. His quick reflexes had already extracted the metallic object. Oh, no. Letion stared blankly at the diamond-shaped projectile in his hand, measuring 8 centimeters in length, with a width of 3 centimeters at its widest point. The blade, exceeding 5 centimeters, had undeniably penetrated his heart. If the heart were punctured and the weapon withdrawn, was there any hope for salvation? His situation seemed dire. He could probably last another minute online, but without answers. It was likely he would soon find himself in a box. Chapter 2. Essentials for Time Travel. Identity, language, and an external aid. If it's beyond remedy, then let fate take its course. Farewell. A fleeting image of an online miracle doctor flickered through his mind, but he felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could still salvage the situation. If the heart was under such immense pressure, a puncture would be akin to piercing a high-pressure water pipe, and the resulting blood would spray several meters. Since he wasn't gushing blood, perhaps this body was miraculously unique, with the heart position on the right side. Consoling himself with this thought, Letion hurriedly grasped the edges of the wound, pulling with force. With a tearing sound, he split his shirt in two and turned to the streetlight to inspect his injury. To his dismay, most of his chest was coated in sticky blood, which had darkened due to oxidation. A 3 centimeter long gash marred the center of his left chest, the surrounding pale muscle and skin rolling outward, resembling a gaping infant's mouth. Although the wound had ceased to bleed, its mere sight instilled a profound sense of dread, especially as it was his own body that bore such a horrific mark. The blood on his shirt and body must have originated from this wound. No wonder his face was so pale after all. He was nearly drained of blood. It was a miracle he hadn't succumbed to hypovolemic shock. At that moment, a dark red substance surged forth from the immense wound, instantaneously filling the cavity and causing the injury to vanish. Yes, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed, displaying an audacious attitude of "I have vanished, what can you do about it?" and showing no regard for whether Li Tian could accept such an absurd phenomenon. Am I dreaming? Li Tian felt as if he were speaking in his sleep. He quickly touched his chest aside from the sticky blood. There was no trace of the wound. The terrifying injury he had just witnessed seemed to have never occurred. He began to doubt whether he was living in a dream, as such an unbelievable event could hardly be fathomed. Like a surreal fantasy, he searched his chest repeatedly for the wound, but finding nothing forced him to abandon the notion. What else could he do? Should he cut it open again to confront it? The last person to attempt such a thing had met a peaceful end. Since such ludicrous events as time travel can happen, this is merely a trivial matter, Li Tian reassured himself as he tucked the projectile into his pants pocket, only to feel a hard object within. Releasing the projectile to slide into the pocket, he grasped the end of the hard item, pulling it out for inspection. It was a silvery metallic object, roughly the size of a PSP. At its center was a milky white, quasi-square shape, its edges gently curving outward, firmly secured to the outer silver frame. The upper portion of the frame bore 9 symbols of uncertain meaning. At the center, a silver ring encased a smooth, red gemstone, within which a familiar visage composed of variously sized, elongated shapes could be discerned. Could it be the Decade Driver? Li Tian's mind sparked with recognition. Wasn't this the Decade Driver from the Tokusatsu series Kamen Rider Decade he had seen before? As memories of the object surged through his mind, the red gemstone at the heart of the driver illuminated, its crimson glow flowing like water, rapidly enveloping the device in a radiant crimson sheen. Amidst this brilliance, the metal frames on either side of the driver slid apart, causing the central quasi-square to rotate 90 degrees, gradually revealing a narrow gap, measuring 90 millimeters in length and a mere 6 millimeters in width. Then, all the light converged into the crevice, coalescing into 2 slender cards that lay quietly within the slots. This cannot be real. Li Tian's mouth fell agape, large enough to fit his fist inside as he stared blankly at the glowing Decade Driver in his grasp. He had just witnessed the miraculous emergence of these cards from nothingness. Surely, no toy could mimic such craft. Was this a quintessential manifestation of a time traveler's golden finger? If so, then this Decade Driver was indeed an external aid. Coupled with the buildings, roads, and vehicles surrounding him, had he inadvertently crossed into a world set against the backdrop of modern society within the Kamen Rider universe? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Tian forcefully wiped the sticky blood onto his grimy shirt, carefully retrieving the 2 cards from within the Decade Driver. He examined their contents under the streetlight. The top card resembled an identification card, entirely inscribed in English, commencing with New York State. On the left was a half-body photo that mirrored his reflection in a shop window, almost as if it had just been taken. The name read Gregor Russoff, born on July 12, 1994. Above the name were the words driver license, accompanied by numerous details, including eye color and vision, all meticulously recorded. The lower card, adorned with blue patterns, was composed of sturdy material akin to paper. It, too, was entirely in English, with the prominent header Social Security followed by a bold string of 9 digits, 670807264. Below, in slightly smaller print, read "This number has been established for Gregor Russoff," indicating that this number was assigned to him. At the bottom of the card, above the label signature, was a handwritten signature of Gregor Russoff. Though in English, the illegible scrawl was undeniably his, yet he had never adopted an English name, let alone signed one. Wait, why can I understand this? Li Tian suddenly realized something was amiss. These cards were filled with English and Arabic numerals, devoid of any Chinese characters. His English proficiency had stagnated at a level where he could only recognize punctuation, yet now he could effortlessly comprehend the text, as if reading his native language. Looking up at the store adorned with numerous English billboards, I effortlessly comprehended them, truly mastering the English language that had eluded me throughout a decade of schooling. In this manner, I found myself equipped with all the essentials of a protagonist: a new body, a new identity, the language of this other world, and the necessary advantages. Oh, it seems I'm missing something. Chapter 3. Uncle Sam's enthusiastic visit with no recollection of past events. Li Tian, who might better be referred to as Greer, remains oblivious to the circumstances that led him to this place, the reasons for his presence in that truck, and the identity of the lifeless figures clad in black surrounding him. An array of unanswered questions torments Greer, leaving him as lost as a ship adrift in the depths of the ocean, engulfed by a dense fog, uncertain of his location and direction. As he lifts his gaze, he observes that all the shop signs and bus stops are inscribed in English, devoid of any Chinese characters. The dilapidated 12-meter-wide road behind him is lined with vehicles bearing New York license plates, coupled with the identity cards now tucked away in his pocket. Everything confirms that he has traversed the Pacific Ocean, awakening in this land renowned for its notions of democracy and freedom. He has transformed into the gaunt Greer Russoff and possesses the Decade driver, capable of transforming into the Kamen Rider Decade. Greer is overcome with frustration. He is not an orphan, and with his family still intact. What right do they have to cast him into this wretched place without consent? They have even altered his appearance. Even if this body is youthful, fit, and handsome, he would relinquish all grievances if only he could revert to his original form. While lamenting his predicament in front of a shop window, a cacophony of gibberish drifts to him from his left. Although he has inexplicably acquired some proficiency in English, in this nation comprised of immigrants from around the globe, 2 languages are evidently insufficient. At this moment, he cannot comprehend the words being spoken. Turning toward the source of the sound, aided by the dim light of a street lamp, he barely discerns 2 robust figures, each towering at least 6 feet tall, approaching his direction, smoking and conversing in a language that Greer cannot fathom. Clad in gray and black, their attire renders them nearly invisible in the night, and their dark skin adds an additional layer of obscurity, making it nearly impossible for Greer to discern their features. He can only make out their imposing silhouettes, unmistakably the stature of formidable men. The road where Greer stands, marked by a sign indicating 53rd Street, can accommodate 4 vehicles side by side. Aside from the parked cars, the remaining space barely allows oncoming traffic to pass by. The asphalt surface, riddled with cracks, displays patches that testify to its age. The sidewalk beneath him is composed of uneven concrete slabs, and many street lamps are dim or entirely dark. Vibrant graffiti adorns the walls, suggesting a neighborhood far from affluent and secure, though he has never traveled abroad. News reports and social media have imparted the understanding that wandering in dangerous neighborhoods after dark is ill-advised, as one might learn the hard way that safety comes at a price. Moreover, even in his homeland, it is unwise to roam deserted streets in the dead of night, let alone in a country where firearms are commonplace, and the threat posed by malefactors is akin to hellish proportions. In this unfamiliar territory, encountering strangers at night warrants caution. Thus, despite his inability to comprehend the conversation of the 2 men, Greer cannot help but harbor the worst suspicions. His slight frame appears vulnerable, and with no one around. He has stood by the shop window for a good 10 minutes without a single vehicle passing. If he were to encounter trouble, he doubts anyone would hear his cries for help. Consequently, Greer casts a glance at the 2 men before hastily veering toward an alley across the road, deliberately turning his back on them. He grips the Decade driver tightly, as if it were a lifeline, murmuring to himself that he is merely passing through, and that there cannot possibly be so many nefarious individuals. The 2 men scanned their surroundings, spotting no one else in sight, and immediately broke into a run, pursuing Greer, who was merely 13 or 14 meters ahead. One of them reaches into his pocket, retrieving a folding knife, though he does not unfold it, evidently deeming it unnecessary for dealing with someone so feeble. Cursing under his breath, Greer takes off running, but his slender limbs fail to match the speed of his pursuers, both towering and muscular. Within mere seconds, the distance between them has halved, and if this continues, he will soon be caught. Please let this be real. Greer fervently prays as he darts into the alley, where he finds it deserted. In a state of panic, he presses the Decade driver against his abdomen. The one-stem device suddenly glows with a vibrant red light, mirroring the color of the fluid that once seeped from his wound. This radiance expands within the driver, illuminating the surface with slender, intertwining lines that coalesce into a hexagram. On the surface of the driver, 6 luminous spots, each no larger than a fingernail, appear, each emblazoned with distinct symbols representing earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. In the next moment, a silver metal band, 4 centimeters wide and 2 millimeters thick, extends from the left side of the driver, encircling Greer's waist and locking securely into place, forming a belt that binds the driver to his form. As the belt materializes, a ride booker, slightly larger than a palm, materializes on the left side. It is indeed real. There is no need for song. Greer feels a surge of elation, far surpassing the joy of winning a lottery. Money can be earned again, but the trauma of singing would linger for a lifetime. If the decade driver is genuine, he can transform into Kamen Rider, facing down the 2 men with confidence, with excitement bubbling within him as the belt takes shape. The metallic frames of the decade driver slide apart, rotating the core within 90 degrees, revealing the narrow slots from which his identity cards had emerged. The ride booker at his waist also opens a similar narrow gap, from which a card shoots forth, spinning gracefully before landing in Greer's awaiting hand. The footsteps of the 2 men grow ever closer, and without a moment to spare, Greer hastily inserts the card into the driver as if he had performed this action countless times before. As the words Kamen Ride Decade resonate in his ears, phantoms of gray and white manifest around him. In a mere hundredth of a second, they surge toward him, enveloping his form in a suit of black and white armor. Chapter 4. Kamen Rider Under the night, the horizon expanded instantaneously, allowing Greer to see his own shoulders even as he gazed ahead. The previously pitch-black alley transformed into a scene as bright as day, revealing the scattered litter and murky puddles near the drainage pipes with startling clarity. Simultaneously, a myriad of subtle sounds flooded his ears. His visual and auditory perceptions amplified significantly, endowed with a night vision capability far superior to any conventional device. To his relief, the armor on either side did not sport the garish magenta typical of tokusatsu dramas. As a true man, it would indeed require considerable courage to venture out clad in red. He found it perplexing why Kamen Riders were often adorned in such effeminate shades. Was it an attempt to blend strength with gentleness? Before he could survey his surroundings further, the 2 imposing figures appeared at the alley's entrance. Their habitual mindset led them to glance deep into the alley, oblivious to Greer lurking in the shadows cast by the streetlight against the right wall. The black and white armor he wore provided him with an almost invisible advantage in the night, allowing him to evade their notice. Embracing the principle of strike first, suffer less, Greer wasted no time and swung his left fist at the nearest man. The speed and force of his punch stirred the air, accompanied by a faint whoosh. The left hook landed heavily on the back of the man's head with a resounding thud, reminiscent of a gourd being struck. The nearly 2-meter-tall, 200-pound man collapsed forward, his head striking the filthy ground with a splash, rendering him unconscious without a sound. The echo of the impact reverberated through the silent alley, prompting his companion on the left to turn his head. However, before the man could fully pivot, enhanced by his quickened reflexes, Greer advanced a step, his right leg springing forth like a coiled spring, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The impact felt as though a truck had collided with him, sending the burly figure flying backward, his back crashing into a vehicle across the street with a deafening bang. The acute pain caused him to lose consciousness immediately. The force of the blow left a significant dent in the car door, shattering the glass and triggering a piercing alarm that shattered the tranquility of the night. Greer was startled by the commotion. If the alarm attracted the police, it would spell trouble for him. Should anyone discover his identity, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He recalled news reports from his past life detailing the billions invested in developing exoskeleton armor, which remained far from practical application. In stark contrast, his Kamen Rider armor had transformed him from a mere mortal into a superhuman, capable of incapacitating 2 hulking men with a single punch or kick. The enhancement in strength alone was at least tenfold, coupled with the silk-like softness and superior defense of the material, making it akin to a mobile treasure trove. The thought of reverting to his normal state was equally unappealing, encountering the police while drenched in blood, with an identity card generated by the driver device that could very well be counterfeit, left him at a loss for how to explain his presence in this realm. The notion of traversing dimensions was likely far more intriguing than even his exoskeleton armor. After all, while the latter could be developed over a century, the idea of reincarnation bore a mystical allure that would leave even the most learned in the arcane in awe. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Greer laden with secrets, opted for a strategic retreat. Just as he prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a dark brown wallet lying quietly at his feet, presumably dropped by the man he had just dispatched. In a mere moment of hesitation, Greer bent down to retrieve the wallet. Having previously searched his own pockets, which were as bare as a blank canvas, he felt justified in claiming this not-so-thin wallet as compensation for his mental anguish, placing it securely in his possession. Seizing the opportunity before anyone arrived, Greer leaped upward, vaulting nearly 8 meters in a single bound, effortlessly landing atop the 2-story building to his right. The rooftops offered a safer vantage than the ground. After all, few would think to install surveillance cameras on a rooftop, which yielded no profit. Turning back to survey the alley below, Greer felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and excitement. Even his clenched fists trembled with anticipation. He had yet to unleash his full power, yet he had already felled 2 robust men and ascended to a rooftop. What would happen if he exerted his full strength? Could he not soar to the heavens? The 2 men, who could each effortlessly pin him against the wall, lay defeated at his feet, having been dispatched with a single blow. Such formidable strength was something Greer had only imagined in his past life as a mediocre fighter. "I am now Kamen Rider Decade," he declared inwardly, clenching his fists tighter. The tension and panic that had gripped him moments ago dissipated, replaced by a surge of exhilaration. Were it not for the constraints of his surroundings, he would have shouted his triumph to the night sky. Who would wish to remain a mediocre fighter? In his previous life, countless self-proclaimed martial arts masters thrived because so many sought to enhance their prowess. Greer was among them. Having trained for years in flashy yet ineffective techniques, ultimately improving from a poor fighter to a slightly less poor one. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the 2 men sprawled in the alley, Greer felt a swell of audacity, as if he were above all else, almost condescendingly viewing the world below. The opportunity to revel in his newfound strength was too precious to squander. He had endured 2 decades of mediocrity, and now that he had the chance to revel in his power, he was determined to seize it before it slipped away. Thoughts raced through his mind, but Greer focused on the path ahead, where buildings of varying heights loomed, inspired by parkour videos and films he had seen. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he sprinted forward, traversing the 20-meter rooftop in mere seconds. With a forceful leap, he soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc against the darkened sky, effortlessly crossing the nearly 20-meter-wide road and landing lightly atop the building on the other side, as though merely stepping over a floor tile. Chapter 5. Uncle Jimmy. In the heavy darkness of the night, a black and white figure darted swiftly across the rooftops, leaping and bounding with remarkable speed, completely disregarding the intricate environment of the buildings. Neither pipes, air conditioning units, nor the gaps between houses could impede this figure's rapid pace. With all its might, it traversed at a speed of 12 to 13 meters per second, rivaling the world record set by the Jamaican sprinter. And this was achieved amidst a landscape strewn with obstacles. Greer was overwhelmed with joy, akin to a child reveling in a newfound toy, delighting in the exhilarating freedom of his sprint. After racing through 3 streets and no longer hearing the blaring car alarm, Greer came to a halt, landing lightly atop a 3-story building. He bent over, panting heavily, feeling a slight dizziness in his mind, reminiscent of having driven at high speeds for hours on end. Utterly exhausted. In just 3 to 4 minutes of running at such high velocity, Greer had covered a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, all while navigating the complex rooftop terrain. Had it not been for the enhanced senses and neural response speed provided by the armored suit, achieving such speed would have been impossible. Even starting to run would have resulted in crashing into obstacles. Conversely, the heightened senses allowed for a vastly increased intake of external information in a given time. And the accelerated neural response meant that the brain was processing more data than ever before. It was akin to upgrading an old computer with the latest graphics card, hard drive, and memory, yet still relying on an outdated CPU, which would inevitably lead to overheating and eventual crashes. Similarly, while Greer had gained tremendous strength, speed, and neural responsiveness from the armor, his brain had yet to adapt to such overwhelming power and velocity, remaining stuck at an amateur level. It was like switching from a bicycle to a motorcycle. One could not immediately adjust and would naturally hesitate to unleash full speed. After a while, Greer felt his mental fatigue ease somewhat and gathered his focus to listen to his surroundings. Apart from the sound of the wind whistling through the gaps between buildings, there were no other noises. With a sigh of relief, he willed his armor to vanish, leaving only the silver belt around his waist and the night card case on his left side. Placing his right hand on the driver, the metallic belt swiftly retracted into the device, taking the night card case with it. He tucked the driver into his pocket, removed his shirt, which had been torn open, and used a relatively clean corner to wipe away the sticky, darkened blood on his chest and hands. After cleaning up, he discarded the thoroughly soiled shirt down into a large iron trash bin. Greer turned and leaned against the railing at the edge of the rooftop, seeking a moment's respite. He hadn't rested for even a minute since arriving in this world, and fatigue was overwhelming. However, as soon as his back hit the wall, weariness caused him to involuntarily close his eyes, and an irresistible drowsiness washed over him. His head drooped, and he slumped against the corner, slipping into a deep sleep. Dreams are often bizarre and fantastical. Greer felt as though he was in an unfathomably dark void, followed by a dazzling light, and then 6 colorful orbs appeared. Before he could discern what they were, he felt someone shaking him, accompanied by a few English words. "Hey, wake, wake." Groggily, Greer opened his eyes, twisting his stiff neck, and looked ahead, where a plump face came into view, marked by the passage of time, black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, unmistakably of Chinese descent. His consciousness was not fully awakened, and Greer felt as though he had just emerged from a dream, though he could not recall its contents. Facing this elderly man with graying hair, he mumbled, "Who are you?" The man, dressed in a gray shirt and black pants, straightened his previously bent posture, revealing a metallic gleam from a gun tucked into his waistband. He regarded Greer, who was huddled in the corner, half naked, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you on my rooftop? What happened?" This time, he spoke in Chinese, albeit with a strong Minnan accent, yet the meaning was discernible. Greer stuttered, caught off guard, as his awakened mind raced to concoct an explanation for his presence atop someone else's building. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the man's handgun. He had heard that entering someone else's home without permission could lead to dire consequences. A flicker of fear crept into his heart, having just woken from a wall-supported slumber. His back ached, limbs felt numb, and even standing up was a struggle, let alone resisting. His only hope lay within the driver tucked in his pocket. However, retrieving it and transforming into his armored form would take a couple of seconds, and he could only hope that the man had not chambered around. Greer silently vowed to remember this lesson, aiming to keep the driver in belt mode in the future. If he needed to transform, he could simply insert a card and complete the transformation in less than a second. The older man noticed Greer's gaze and raised his hand to zip up his jacket, obscuring the gun at his waist. "We are both Chinese compatriots. I won't draw my weapon. This is not your home country. Entering someone else's house without permission could get you shot without anyone bearing responsibility. Some who have recently crossed over mistakenly believe it is the same as back home, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a bullet." The man paused, seemingly realizing that his words might come off as threatening to the young man before him. He continued earnestly, "I am not trying to scare you. If you were not Chinese, but instead black or white, I would certainly have my gun drawn and ready, rather than tucked away. The safety of Brooklyn has never been particularly good." Greer wanted to retort, "Who would want to come here?" but hastily replied, "I am not an illegal immigrant." He feared being mistaken for one and drawing the attention of the police, which would only complicate matters. He quickly reached into his pocket for the 2 identity cards, intending to use them as a makeshift defense. The man walked to the left while speaking, "Rest assured, I won't notify IC. There are many here like you, who have entered illegally. New York hasn't really enforced immigration laws in years. As long as you steer clear of the police, you should be fine." ICE. Greer was baffled. What did that acronym mean? He was aware of ACE, but someone not familiar with esports would surely find it perplexing, much like he currently did with IC. The man retrieved a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the words Jimmy's Diner from a clothesline on the rooftop and approached Greer, glancing at the 2 cards in his hand. He shook his head slightly, raising his gaze to meet Greer's. "Do you know what these 2 cards are and what purpose they serve?" Chapter 6. Unexpectedly, Marvel Greer found himself momentarily speechless, hastily donning the short-sleeved shirt in his hands to buy himself some time. His mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. He had examined the 2 identification cards last night. One was a social security card, while the other was a driver's license. However, the intricacies of their meanings eluded him. For instance, the meaning of Class D on the driver's license remained a mystery. Terminology could differ not only between countries, but even within the same nation, varying from region to region. Coupled with various dialects, conversations among individuals from different locales often resembled a cacophony of unintelligible sounds. In the novels he had read in his previous life, protagonists who traversed worlds could effortlessly engage in witty banter with ancient beings and denizens of other realms, devoid of any barriers posed by dialect or specialized vocabulary. Yet here he was, transported to a contemporary urban setting, utterly befuddled by a mere IC. Greer genuinely wished to understand how those traversers comprehended these contextually irrelevant terms. Much like DNF or tainted baby formula, those unfamiliar with the terms could never grasp their meanings, yet the characters in those stories seemed free from such hindrances. As his thoughts took a chaotic turn, Greer managed to put on the shirt, but he still hadn't formulated a response. As a programmer and a reclusive individual, his social skills were virtually non-existent, and he found himself particularly inept at interacting with strangers. Remaining silent, he trailed behind the older man, listening to his words. He discreetly reached into his pocket, retrieving the rider-driver, lifting the hem of his shirt, and pressing the device against his abdomen. With a quiet click, a silver metallic belt emerged, securing the rider-driver firmly around his waist. A rider card holder materialized on the left side of the belt. With a mere thought, the holder opened slightly, and a card sprung forth, landing in Greer's left palm. However, he refrained from inserting the card into the rider-driver. Although the older man maintained a friendly demeanor, Greer understood the necessity of vigilance. In the event of any unforeseen circumstance, having the card at hand would allow for an immediate transformation. If the man turned out to be benevolent, he might provide insight into the local situation, thus illuminating Greer's otherwise murky understanding. As the older man began descending the stairs, he continued his monologue. In this place, white folks enjoy life, black folks loaf around, while Asians toil tirelessly, relegated to the lowest tier of society. When trouble arises, the police turn a blind eye. He elaborated on the neighborhoods inhabited by Chinese individuals, where gangs and associations were formed. Although they demanded protection fees, they also prevented rival factions from encroaching upon their territory. Often, seeking their assistance proved more effective than contacting the police, as they were compatriots and thus less prone to discrimination. In the midst of their conversation, they reached the ground floor. The older man opened a wooden door, revealing a quaint restaurant that immediately captivated Greer. Spanning over 20 square meters, it was furnished with 6 tables adorned with red tablecloths, complete with forks, knives, and chopsticks. The walls were decorated with red Chinese knots and traditional lanterns, unmistakably signaling it as a Chinese restaurant. "Take a seat for a moment," the older man called out as he headed towards the kitchen, leaving Greer alone in the establishment. He settled at a table against the wall, surveying the modest Chinese restaurant. A clock on the wall indicated it was only 7 o'clock. Typically, he would still be in bed at this hour, yet now, with a deep sigh, Greer suppressed the thought. Dwelling on such matters would only lead to despondency. He had nowhere to call home and could not afford to entertain negative emotions. Next to the clock hung a business license, bearing a name that seamlessly blended Eastern and Western influences, Jimmy Woo. The name on his shirt also read Jimmy, leading Greer to deduce that the older man was indeed the restaurant's owner, Jimmy Woo. Just as he pondered this, the enticing aroma of food wafted towards him, compelling him to inhale deeply. Following the scent, he spotted Jimmy approaching with a tray, bearing 2 bowls of fried rice and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Initially, he hadn't felt hungry, but the fragrant air enveloping him stirred his appetite, his stomach audibly protesting, much to Greer's embarrassment. Jimmy placed a bowl of fried rice before Greer, smiling as he said, "You must be hungry. Dig in. This isn't the Americanized version. It's authentic Chinese fried rice. There are many Chinese restaurants, but few serve genuine flavors. I only cook for myself. Thank you." Greer hurriedly expressed his gratitude, hastily reaching for the chopsticks but then recalling he was in a restaurant. He quickly fished the rider card from his pocket, clutching the wallet he had taken from the rich, and inquired, "How much do I owe?" Jimmy waved him off, shoveling a generous portion of fried rice into his mouth, and replied, "We're all compatriots. There's no need for that formality. It's just a bowl of rice. Put your money away. You'll need it for other expenses." He gestured towards the 2 dubious cards in Greer's possession. "I don't know where you acquired those fake IDs, but it's best to use the driver's license only." Greer froze at Jimmy's words. Fake? That was implausible. He had extracted them from the rider-driver, a fantastical device that was undoubtedly real. How could the identification be fraudulent? Was this akin to buying a box while discarding the pearl inside? That card with your photo is your driver's license, essentially serving as an ID in America. In New York, you can obtain one at 16. Based on the birth date on the card, you turned 16 2 months ago, so if you encounter a negligent officer, you might just get away with it. The other card is a social security card, but it only displays your name and social security number. Such cards are exclusively issued to American citizens and permanent residents, making it easy to verify. It's best not to use it. Whatever you paid for those, consider it tuition fees. Try to avoid trouble whenever possible. Jimmy sighed deeply at this point, lamenting, Chinese individuals face discrimination here, yet illegal immigrants have an even lower status. Wages are driven to the ground. And even the most dilapidated housing demands exorbitant rents. They endure bullying yet dare not approach the police. It took me over a decade to establish this modest restaurant. Carving out a niche here is no easy feat. His words dripped with resignation and sorrow, striking a chord with Greer. If he were indeed an illegal immigrant, he might have felt a sense of camaraderie with Jimmy's plight. Unfortunately, Greer had not come here of his own volition, and as someone with the rider armor. He was more likely to be the one imposing his will upon others. However, considering Jimmy's observations, this body was only 16 years old, implying that the current year was 2010. As Jimmy continued to sigh, he observed Greer's expression, noting the lack of any visible change. Sensing the need to refrain from discussing the plight of illegal immigrants, he picked up a nearby remote and turned on the television mounted on the wall. Keep an eye on the news, especially local New York news. It will help you better understand this place. The sooner you familiarize yourself, the better you can integrate. Chapter 7. Codename 084. Greer had always believed himself to be the protagonist of an urban reincarnation narrative, where even in the worst-case scenario of becoming ensnared in the world of Kamen Riders, he could still thrive with the help of the Emperor's armor. He never anticipated that he was, in fact, the central figure in a post-apocalyptic survival tale. Indeed, in Greer's perspective, the Marvel Universe undoubtedly fell into the category of a world teetering on the brink of calamity, a hellish realm that frequently faced cataclysmic crises. Even as a casual observer who had only watched the films and never delved into the comics, he could rattle off a litany of names that would instill a sense of dread in Earth: Sentinel, Galactus, Thanos, the Celestials. Not long before his transference, he had watched as the Mad Titan Thanos snapped his fingers, extinguishing half of all life in the universe in Avengers: Infinity War. In the film, that formidable purple figure single-handedly subdued the entire Avengers team. Even with the Emperor's armor at his disposal, Greer recognized that his current capabilities were woefully inadequate. Within the Avengers, there were numerous figures who could easily overpower him. Reflecting on the 19 films of the Marvel franchise, Greer noted that none of the protagonists enjoyed a flawless conclusion. They either faced loss or met with tragic ends, culminating in a collective turn to dust at the snap of Thanos' fingers. In such a world, merely existing as a protagonist seemed a perilous endeavor, as even traversing the streets could lead to encounters with heroes and villains engaged in fierce battles. Greer mustered a faint smile, attempting to engage in the conversation with Uncle Jimmy, yet his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, leaving him at a loss for words. His chopsticks poked aimlessly at the once appetizing fried rice, which now held no allure. Observing Greer's demeanor, Uncle Jimmy shifted the topic, inquiring, "Do you have a place to stay?" When Greer replied in the negative, he continued, "You can stay with me for a few days. A tenant just moved out. During your stay, you can inquire about other accommodations nearby that may offer better conditions or lower rent, and decide if you wish to rent from me. If you're looking for work, I have plenty of tasks available in my shop, with payment on a daily or monthly basis, whatever suits you. If you find the wage unsatisfactory, you can leave at any time. We're all compatriots here, and I can extend a helping hand." As Uncle Jimmy spoke, he rose, carrying his empty bowl back to the kitchen. His distinctive booming voice resonated, even through the walls. "I may not know why you're here, but you must be facing difficulties. Who would willingly traverse oceans to come here without reason? When I first arrived, I couldn't speak English, was utterly lost, slept in a bridge shelter, scavenged for scraps, unsure of how to survive. The thing I yearned for most was a bowl of hometown fried rice. When I earned my first money, I went to Chinatown and bought a bowl. The moment I took a bite, tears streamed down my face. I was eating and crying, and people looked at me as if I were a fool. How I managed to endure, I still can't fathom." As Uncle Jimmy expressed his musings, he made his way from the kitchen to the staircase, drying his hands with a towel. "Come on, I'll show you the room. If you choose to stay, you can have free meals and lodging for a few days. Our meeting is serendipitous, and there's no need for embarrassment among fellow countrymen. Thank you." Greer could only express his gratitude, his words insufficient to convey his appreciation, though he was not one for eloquence. The warmth of this kind-hearted uncle left him feeling fortunate amidst the unfamiliarity of his surroundings. Leading Greer, who still held his bowl of fried rice, to the door at the end of the third floor, Uncle Jimmy unlocked it and tossed the key to Greer. "The restroom and shower are by the stairs. You probably didn't sleep well on the roof last night, so take some time to rest. I have to head downstairs. The restaurant will be opening soon." In a flurry of thanks, Greer watched as Uncle Jimmy cheerfully closed the door behind him, his previous lumbering gait replaced by a brisk stride as he descended the stairs, covering the distance of the corridor in mere seconds. Despite his rapid descent, his footsteps on the tiled stairs made no sound as he entered a room on the second floor. Once inside, he locked the door and approached the wall beside the bed, aligning his left eye with the center of a dartboard hanging on the wall. He triggered a mechanism that caused the dartboard to split open, revealing a hidden display screen. The illuminated screen showcased an emblem of a soaring eagle, encircled by a lengthy line of English text, which translated to Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support, the renowned S.H.I.E.L.D. of the Marvel Universe. As the eagle symbol faded, Greer's driver's license and social security card appeared on the screen. Uncle Jimmy's countenance shifted from jovial to solemn, his gaze sharp and penetrating, mirroring the eagle's intensity as he scrutinized the verification results, his brow furrowing deeply. "It's real. How is this possible?" he murmured, rapidly clicking on the screen for a second verification. Throughout the process, he observed Greer closely. From his instinctive use of Chinese upon awakening to his demeanor and subsequent probing conversations, the youth appeared as if he had just arrived from China. Yet how could these documents be genuine? Unless Greer was a specially trained agent, his mannerisms and speech patterns would reveal significant information, rendering deception nearly impossible. However, if he were an operative, there would be numerous methods to infiltrate this realm without masquerading as an illegal immigrant. The results of the second verification arrived promptly. Both the driver's license number and social security number were authentic. Yet, there were no records of the written or practical driving tests, no birth records, and no bank information. His family members were also untraceable. All information prior to yesterday was absent, as if he had emerged from the very cracks of existence. 084. Uncle Jimmy whispered the 3 digits, swiftly establishing a file. Just as he was about to input Greer's information, he hesitated. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, could this be a test from the Rising Tide organization? Adding simple information to certain government databases is not particularly challenging. Perhaps I should observe further. Having made his decision, Uncle Jimmy added a question mark after 084. Completing the file and restoring the wall to its original state before stepping outside, his stern expression once again transforming into a cheerful demeanor as he ambled downstairs, humming an old tune. Note: 084 is the intelligence code name used by S.H.I.E.L.D., representing unidentified entities, including objects, energy, and even individuals. Chapter 8. Inventory. After bidding farewell to the kind-hearted Uncle Jimmy with heartfelt gratitude, Greer turned to survey the temporary refuge he had acquired through camaraderie. The room spanned approximately 20 square meters and was meticulously clean. Facing the entrance, there were 2 glass windows, one to the south and the other to the west. In the southwest corner between the windows stood a modest set of table and chairs, adjacent to which was a single bed adorned with fresh linens. On the wall opposite the foot of the bed hung a sleek LCD television, while a pot of an unnamed plant occupied the southeast corner, with a wardrobe positioned between the television and the flower pot. This scant array of furniture filled the small space, reminiscent of the rental accommodations Greer had known in his previous life. However, he remained uncertain about the rental price. Greer felt inclined to reside here, as Uncle Jimmy had proven to be quite amiable. Although his enthusiasm might stem from a desire to secure a tenant, it was certainly preferable to landlords who presented themselves with an air of superiority. Moreover, Jimmy had offered a few days of free trial, encouraging Greer to explore the neighborhood for better and cheaper alternatives, and even providing an opportunity to work in his establishment. Such kindness was indeed a rarity. Contemplating this, Greer placed the bowl of fried rice on the table and began to inventory his possessions: the wallet acquired from a wealthy individual, 2 dubious identification cards, a dart extracted from his chest, and a night card. That was all. Upon opening the wallet and casting a brief glance, Greer muttered a curse under his breath, labeling it as that of a miser. The wallet appeared bulky, yet was filled predominantly with coins, containing only a few Franklin bills. After counting, he realized he had less than $1,000, hardly sufficient for a month's rent. Doubts clouded his mind. As he rifled through the wallet, he discovered a driver's license bearing the name Alexei Mihailovich Saisevich, a clear reflection of the robust physique typical of the fighting spirit. It was no wonder this individual appeared so muscular. Perhaps it was nighttime, combined with the sun-kissed complexion that led to the erroneous assumption of him being of African descent. The silver metallic surface of the dart was as smooth as a mirror, its sharp edges glinting ominously. Despite examining it multiple times, Greer found no clues. It was evident that this was not the weapon of a notorious assassin. In films, renowned killers and assassins often engrave unique markings on their knives and darts to propel the narrative, yet this one bore none, leaving Greer at a loss. He sighed in resignation, tossing the dart onto the table before picking up the night card. The card, adorned in magenta, was exceptionally smooth to the touch. Remarkably thin yet remarkably sturdy, resisting any attempts to bend it. It bore no resemblance to common materials like metal, plastic, or paper, and felt somewhat akin to the divine armor. The imagery on both sides of the card was reminiscent of a tokusatsu series, yet distinct from the character Decade, whose head was illustrated in monochrome, lacking the magenta hue, and possessing large eyes of silver rather than the expected emerald green. At the bottom of the card, in fine silver lettering, were the specifications: Decade base form, punch power, 1 ton, kick power, 2T, jump, 10 speed, 100 minutes in 8 seconds. Had this been 10 minutes prior? Discovering he possessed a ton of strength would have filled him with elation. However, in the realm of Marvel, strength exceeding 1 ton was commonplace, and even Captain America, with less than a ton of power, could dominate him through superior combat skills. After all, delivering a powerful punch necessitated the engagement of the majority of one's musculature. Greer recalled the encounter with Alexei and his companion, who had been so flustered that they failed to unleash their full potential. Otherwise, the outcome could have been far more severe than mere unconsciousness. Nevertheless, Greer remembered that in the tokusatsu series, Decade did not possess a base form. As the protagonist, Tsukasa Kadoya appeared in his magenta form from the outset, likely linked to the 9 parallel night cards he had before losing his memory. If so, could it be that collecting all 9 other Kamen Rider cards would activate the magenta form, and upgrading them to their ultimate state would allow him to transform into the most powerful godlike form? He reached under his short sleeve, fingers closing around the Decade driver. And in an instant, the silver metallic belt along with the night card case vanished from sight. Greer's left hand felt suddenly empty, as the Decade card had also disappeared, indicating that deactivating the armor caused all related items to vanish as well. For instance, if a weapon were to fall into enemy hands, he could simply cancel the armor and it would disappear, alleviating any concerns of it being studied by foes, especially in 2010, when Hydra lurked with an S-H-I-E-L-D. If his Decade armor were discovered, it would attract attention from more than just S-H-I-E-L-D. Yet, the true essence lay in power. If he possessed strength akin to Thor or Thanos, who would dare to challenge him? The mere thought would instill fear. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Greer held the Decade driver before his eyes. The central ruby emitted a faint glow that illuminated his vision, akin to passing through a polarizing filter, forming an image on his retina. At the center of his sight was the card depicting Decade, surrounded by lines of text reminiscent of ancient script. Though he could not comprehend the language, he instinctively grasped their meaning. In essence, the Decade base form boasted 8-fold vision and hearing of an ordinary person, dimensional tracking, and a divine armor capable of withstanding forces not exceeding 10 tons. The divine musculature could withstand penetrating impacts like ultrasonic waves without inflicting internal damage. Other descriptions detailing abilities such as the levitating Tesla ring and the strength-enhancing divine stone appeared in gray, indicating these powers remained dormant, likely requiring an upgrade to the magenta form or even the ultimate godlike form to activate. Apart from the Decade card, there were an additional 20 or so Kamen Rider cards, albeit all in gray, dim, and unremarkable compared to the vibrant Decade card, clearly in an inactive state. Beneath the night cards lay more, and as Greer focused his thoughts, the night cards slid upwards, vanishing from sight, while the weapon cards emerged into his line of vision. Chapter 9. The Goose Factory's products are bound to drain your wallet. Cards adorned with various weapon designs, such as Storm War Blade, Flame Saber, Dragon Sword, and Dragon Shield, lay stacked in disarray. Alongside them were skill cards like Crimson Drill, Night Kick, and Clock Up, creating an overwhelming array that was difficult to count. Yet, only Decade's exclusive weapon, the Ride Booker, remained in a luminous state of activation, while all other cards languished in a muted gray, rendered unusable. Scrolling further down revealed cards like Golem, Unrivaled Red Dragon, Phantom, the ride shooter that traverses the mirrored world, and the time-traveling Denliner. Unfortunately, none of the contract cards were activated. They too were shrouded in gray. At the bottom of the array lay auxiliary cards, such as Hibiki's Disc Beast, Wizard's Familiars, and Ghost Spectral Tools. These were the only cards that could be exchanged without the need for transformation or activation, independent of the Kamen Riders. Indeed, it was a matter of exchange. Every unactivated card, whether a KR card that could transform into a different rider or an AR card representing weapons and skills, or a unique numerical value. Having been immersed in numerous system novels, it was easy to deduce that these numbers likely represented points for exchanging cards, presumably contributed by the two ruffians from the previous night. A value of 25 points seemed reasonable, after all, compared to the decade armor. Those two were akin to slimes in the realm of online gaming. However, the basis for these points remained a mystery. Did they vary according to strength? Were they differentiated by good and evil? Did it matter if one killed or merely incapacitated? As a seasoned gamer, a devoted reader of online novels, and an aspiring author of niche literature, Grell found himself inundated with countless speculations. It was no wonder he was prone to such musings. The system mall was painfully rudimentary. There were no adorable little system sprites, no AI systems calling out host, and all the rules were left to be discovered through trial and error. The service attitude was shockingly poor. Yet, no one stepped forward to take responsibility for the situation, not even to explain why he, who had been enjoying a normal sleep, had been unceremoniously thrust into this bizarre realm. The abrupt disappearance of his heart-wound from the previous night was equally tyrannical and unreasonable, as if to say, "What's the matter with you being here? The wound has vanished, so what? The mall is this simplistic, so what? Keep your opinions to yourself." Grell couldn't help but question whether he had somehow stumbled into a Mary Sue narrative reminiscent of the CEO's love for me. With no system sprites to elucidate the rules, he was left to explore on his own. To make matters worse, essential elements of system novels, character templates, spatial storage, and system tasks were conspicuously absent. If the system novels he had read in his previous life were akin to a Maserati, then his current system was undoubtedly a shabby bicycle, hastily constructed without proper design. However, whether this was genuinely a system mall remained debatable, for there were only 4 sets of cards, and not a single word referred to a system or a mall. The numerical values for exchange were simply labels Grell had assigned for convenience. Perhaps akin to points or currency, it could very well be an embedded function of the decade driver, after all, as the rider card box could connect to the Klein bottle existing only in 4-dimensional space. With such advanced technology, creating a virtual reality projection would be a trivial feat. Regardless of whether it was a system mall or a technological projection, what mattered was the enhancement of strength. Grell attempted to exchange for the cheapest and only accessible item, the Ghost Tool Cobra Katai Cobra phone. No manual operation was necessary, with a mere thought. A card depicting a cobra instantly illuminated within the auxiliary card selection, completing its color transformation into a lifelike serpent. In the next moment, a 6-pointed star magic circle materialized on the table beside the decade driver, from which a sleek black smartphone emerged, only for the magic circle to vanish, leaving the 5-inch black device resting silently on the table. Grell's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene was so unscientific, especially the radiant 6-pointed star array, reminiscent of computer effects in films. To place an order at the mall and have it instantly delivered was nothing short of miraculous. If such technology were mastered, it would undoubtedly spell the end for delivery companies worldwide. With a mixture of wonder and trepidation, Grell picked up the new phone and began to explore its features. However, 3 minutes later, the novelty wore off, leaving him with only 2 words in his mind: money trap. He was tempted to hurl the device in frustration. Indeed, the Cobra phone was aptly named. It was merely a phone. Features such as transforming into a Cobra form, detection capabilities, electromagnetic invisibility, tracking, monitoring biological responses, recording images and sounds, and expanding storage for these media, all required points to be activated. Other software for counter-tracking, intercepting communications, disrupting signals, or invading surrounding devices also demanded points for exchange. Purchasing this phone with 50 points merely granted him a device that allowed unlimited calls and internet access without any service fees. Yet it was a no-brand, non-compliant product devoid of customer support. In essence, this was an insatiable pit. No amount of points would suffice to fill it. Forget assembling a complete rider roster. Even gathering forms, weapons, and skills for the 10 riders, including Decade, was a daunting challenge. Suddenly, Grell felt as though he were playing one of those free-to-play online games from the Goose Factory, where one could create an account for free, but to grow stronger, one had to spend money. To acquire attractive costumes, one had to spend money. To obtain legendary pets, weapons, or mounts, one had to spend money. Spending money made you stronger. Spending money was the key to enjoying the game. Without spending, you were left to play by yourself. Reflecting on this widely circulated motto within the gaming community, Grell picked up the Decade driver, hoping to find the familiar penguin logo with a red scarf. For the money-grabbing essence was strikingly similar to that of the Goose Factory. Though he found no red scarf penguin, he did discover a simple balance icon on the smooth back of the decade driver. The two scales were composed of cuneiform characters, still indecipherable yet conveying meaning, left for fairness, right for order, and the balance symbolizing justice. Grell felt as though he had heard the phrase order is fairness, fairness is justice, but could not retain it. Much like the fleeting knowledge gained in an English class, forgotten almost as soon as it was taught. Chapter 10, on the essential lessons of heroes during the day. Brooklyn thrives, living up to its reputation as one of New York's 5 boroughs. However, as night falls, it transforms into a desolate shadow of its former self. Reminiscent of a ghost town, starkly contrasting with the vibrant, sleepless Manhattan across the waters. Even the silver crescent moon hanging in the sky fails to penetrate the oppressive darkness that envelopes the streets. In this somber twilight, Greer stands at the edge of a 6-story rooftop, surveying his surroundings with the commanding presence of a monarch surveying his domain. Clad in his knightly armor, he possesses extraordinary vision and hearing, allowing him to perceive the world around him with clarity that rivals daylight. History tells us that during the Age of Exploration, a handful of Europeans armed with gunpowder could easily vanquish indigenous peoples wielding mere bows and arrows. Yet, the tale recounted in the Avengers speaks of primitive beings triumphing over an entire regiment of gunpowder-equipped foes, a narrative saturated with an almost blinding aura of heroism. Earlier that day, Greer had spent hours retracing his steps to the location where he had emerged from a truck the previous night. To his dismay, there was no sign of the bodies, nor of the truck or the 2 black SUVs. The area bustled with activity, utterly devoid of any indication of the violent events that had transpired. Inquiring discreetly with several local residents yielded no revelations. They all insisted that nothing unusual had occurred. This suggested a concerted effort to obscure the truth of last night as happenings. An operation capable of swiftly erasing evidence, even blood, must possess considerable power. The only leads Greer had were a dart he had extracted from his chest and the license plate of the black SUV that had been parked behind the truck. He faced a choice: either scour the streets in search of this vehicle or devise a means to infiltrate the traffic department's system to track it down. Regardless, if it had existed in this world, there would be a way to locate it. However, whether he resigned himself to mere survival or pursued the truth of last night, he would need funds, substantial funds at that. In any place, a lack of money constitutes an insurmountable barrier. With the scant amount he had, he could barely afford a month's rent, let alone food, and he was still wearing the hand-me-down shirt from Uncle Jimmy. The prospect of working was swiftly dismissed. If labor could yield significant earnings, poverty would not exist. Moreover, in a place rife with discrimination, the fact that he was merely 16 further complicated matters. Quick cash schemes abounded, yet all were steeped in illegality. After much contemplation, the most suitable course of action appeared to be the same as the night before: robbing the wicked to alleviate his own poverty, while simultaneously accruing points to exchange for night cards and skills, an approach that promised to uphold social order while serving his interests. Thus, shortly after nightfall, he donned his knightly armor and leaped from rooftop to rooftop, ultimately arriving at a dilapidated, chaotic area that unmistakably belonged to the impoverished. It took only 2 hours for his initial enthusiasm to dwindle into disillusionment. Armed with the confidence of a superhero, he now faced a daunting dilemma. Where were the villains? Indeed, Greer's greatest adversary was not the menacing thugs wielding knives and guns, but the challenge of identifying where to find them in the first place. The streets were nearly deserted at night, and no one bore a label declaring themselves villain. Lacking the ability to read minds, Greer found himself at a loss. It seemed prudent to check online for wanted posters. Perhaps he could capture a fugitive and claim a reward. After 2 fruitless hours on the rooftop, Greer sighed in frustration and removed his armor, sinking into a seat to massage his aching head. Wearing the knightly armor felt akin to connecting to a Wi-Fi network. Information flooded his mind, overwhelming him and causing his thoughts to race. This state of being was profoundly uncomfortable, and he realized it would take a considerable amount of time to adapt. Until he could acclimate, Greer could only endure the armor for 10 to 20 minutes before feeling his head would burst, necessitating its removal for a brief respite to prevent mental overload. This predicament deepened his despair. Even if a villain appeared while he was disarmed, he would be powerless to act. If this trend continued, he feared he might stay up all night without any success. Indeed, every profession has its merits, and being a superhero proved to be no easy feat. Was there a training program for aspiring heroes? Greer found himself contemplating this, finally understanding why Spider-Man had created a device to access police communication channels. Relying solely on himself would likely yield little success in locating a villain. As he pondered, a figure emerged on the street. A mere 30 meters from the building, a young girl in a long black coat, her backpack slung over her shoulder, with delicate golden hair flowing behind her. Under the streetlights, Greer noticed 3 burly men trailing her. By the time he focused on them, the girl had hastily turned into a nearby alley. Was this not a gift delivered to his doorstep? The main road had ample lighting, while the alleyway was dimly lit by a solitary bulb. Had the girl not noticed the danger behind her? Did she dare venture into the desolate alley? Fear not, young lady, for a hero is here. Greer's heart soared at the prospect of finally having a client after 2 long hours of waiting. He quickly inserted the card into the night driver, completing his armor transformation in an instant. With a mighty leap, he bounded to the adjacent building's roof and sprinted at full speed, reaching the edge in mere seconds. Without hesitation, he leaped from the towering structure, descending toward the alley where the girl had vanished. Chapter 11. The female assassin and the Godfather villains release that girl. Alas, what is happening? As Greer, clad in the mighty Derider armor, leaped down with formidable presence, he began to utter his entrance lines, only to be abruptly interrupted by a blood-curdling scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Thanks to the night vision capabilities of his armor, Greer discerned 3 hulking figures sprawled across the ground, while a seemingly delicate young girl stood beside one of the giants. Bending down to extract a butterfly knife embedded in his throat, blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain. The girl, who Greer had previously seen with soft golden hair and a black trench coat, had now transformed. Her hair was a vibrant shade of purple, and she donned a purple leather jacket, leather pants, and a plaid skirt. She was slightly shorter than Greer, and with her right hand, she casually wiped the butterfly knife against the clothing of the fallen man. Completely indifferent to the gruesome scene that unfolded around her, gulp, Greer's throat involuntarily constricted as he nearly stumbled upon landing, barely managing to steady himself. He swiftly averted his gaze, forcing himself not to look at the 3 corpses. The visceral impact combined with the overwhelming metallic stench of blood threatened to make him vomit inside the Emperor Rider armor. Greer was momentarily taken aback by the little girl's barrage of words, unable to respond immediately. After a brief pause, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait a moment. Did you see me standing on the rooftop? How do you know I am anticipating the arrival of a criminal? Just now it was a guess, but now I know." The little girl spoke as she walked over to another burly man, pulling out the long knife embedded in his back. She wiped the blade against his clothes, trying to clean it. Fell for the trick. Grell gazed at the little girl in speechless astonishment. Her attire and the tone of her voice evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Notably, the pink belt adorned with the letters H around her waist seemed to serve as a catalyst, unearthing memories of a film he had watched a few years prior, titled Kick-Ass. Could this little girl possibly be Hit Girl? As Greer pondered, the formidable Hit Girl had already skillfully cleaned the blade and adeptly twisted the 1-meter-3 iron rod into 2 segments. With a swift motion, she placed them into her backpack, zipped it up with ease, and said, "Hey, if we don't leave now, the police will arrive. Follow me. Dad wants to meet you." With that, Hit Girl dashed into the depths of the alley, her short legs moving with remarkable agility. As Greer hurriedly followed, he recalled the piercing scream that could rouse a person from the deepest slumber. There was no time to hesitate. He pondered, this must be the work of Hit Girl. Therefore, the one seeking me must be her father, the retired police officer, Big Daddy. Indeed, having once served as an officer, he must know many people and surely has the means to trace that vehicle. Perhaps I could enlist his assistance. His heart raced with excitement as he ascended the ladder alongside Hit Girl, reaching the rooftop of a building not far from the alley. Standing atop the building, Greer surveyed the surroundings, but the silence revealed no presence. Just as he was about to inquire why Hit Girl had brought him there, a shadow suddenly rose beside a pipe less than 5 meters from his feet, nearly causing him to jump in fright. Clad entirely in garments that melded with the night, adorned with a mask reminiscent of Batman, and sporting a belt emblazoned with the initials BD, Greer recognized him as Big Daddy. A sense of frustration washed over Greer. Big Daddy, though enhanced by training, remained an ordinary man who had merely benefited from the cover of his surroundings. Had he been a professional agent or assassin, like Black Widow or Winter Soldier, it was likely that he would have been dispatched before realizing what had occurred. Big Daddy rose, slinging the sniper rifle resting at the edge of the rooftop over his shoulder. He scrutinized Greer, still clad in his armored suit, and spoke in a low, grave voice. "This is not a place for conversation. We must proceed to the C-safe house. Rest assured, had I intended to harm you, I would have fired the moment you removed your armor atop this building. A tranquilizer dart would have taken you down with ease. He patted the rifle on his back and, along with Hit Girl, resumed their rapid movement. Despite her appearance as a petite girl, Hit Girl's speed was on par with Big Daddy's. They paid no mind to Greer, exhibiting an attitude of indifference, come if you wish. After a moment's hesitation, Greer decided to follow. Though Big Daddy, like the Punisher, embodied an anti-hero persona, he was inherently a good man, targeting only the wicked. The recent execution of those 3 villains by Hit Girl underscored this. Had she been a frail little girl, her fate would have been dire. Even if she were later apprehended and sentenced, the harm inflicted upon her would remain irreparable. Greer had always believed that such scum deserved no mercy. The trio traversed the rooftop and alleyway under the cloak of night until they reached a dilapidated building, where they finally halted. Ascending to the 3rd floor, they opened a rusted iron door, revealing an astonishing array of weaponry: handguns, shotguns, submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles, all meticulously arranged on shelves, resembling a miniature armory. It was utterly exhilarating. Greer found himself contemplating a particular adjective in his previous life. He had merely toyed with plastic firearms, having only encountered real guns through the medium of film and television. Now, however, he was surrounded by an entire room filled with authentic weapons, an experience that felt utterly surreal, almost dreamlike. He instinctively reached out to touch the rifle closest to him. Its surface smooth, cold, and sturdy, exuding an unmistakable aura of true masculinity. This was indeed the realm of objects that a man ought to engage with. Chapter 12. The request of Old Man removed the sniper rifle from his back and placed it on the rack, saying, "If you like it, feel free to choose one to take with you. But you are still a minor. Do you even know how to shoot?" Greer shook his head. One of the reasons he had not used the firearm that came with his decade suit was due to the fear of missing the target. Marksmanship is a skill that requires practice and ammunition. He hadn't even played with a plastic toy gun, under 1.8 joules, for nearly a decade. He was likely only capable of drawing outlines now, and beyond 10 meters, it would be a matter of luck. "Old man, are you sure he can learn?" The little girl leaned on the table, blowing a bubble with her gum, disdainfully regarding Greer. "That was just to demonstrate how to draw out the bad guys. Without victims, they want to play their parts. This way, you can lure out the villains and avoid having victims being held hostage. Not to mention preventing them from witnessing the elimination of the bad guys and potentially calling for help or facing a series of consequences. Do you understand? Tackling crime isn't as simplistic as you think." Greer was at a loss for words. He had been scorned by a little girl, and her reasoning was disturbingly logical. If he had known what to do, he wouldn't have spent 2 hours on the rooftop braving the cold wind. In his past life of 20 years, over 80 was consumed by studying mathematics and science in school, never traversing the world, so how could he discern a villain? Old Man had once been an exemplary police officer, nearly promoted to chief, and Hit Girl had undergone rigorous training from a young age, far surpassing him in this respect. Yet, in the vast Marvel universe, Old Man and Hit Girl were relatively inconsequential heroes. The likes of Punisher and Iron Fist were far more powerful, not to mention SHIELD, which boasted countless elite agents, a colossal entity beyond imagination. The Marvel world truly felt like a hellish realm. Greer lamented inwardly, questioning whether he was even the protagonist. Why did ordinary individuals and stories suddenly transcend and overshadow a multitude of side characters? Collaborating with the exceptionally intelligent Tony Stark to forge armored suits? They could even sway the opinions of the SHIELD director, who had access to innumerable elite agents and intelligence sources. Yet here he was, facing disdain from an obscure Hit Girl. Old Man placed the sniper rifle neatly before taking a seat beside it, removing a mask that bore an uncanny resemblance to Batman's, revealing a face identical to Nicolas Cage's. He set the mask aside and turned to Greer, stating, "I have observed you for nearly an hour. You possess great potential, immense strength, extraordinary speed, and remarkable jumping ability, but you still do not know how to harness that power. I can train you to make you stronger. I hope that after your training, you will assist me with the task." Assist? Greer's mind raced, recalling memories from years past triggered by the decade armor. In the film Kick-Ass, Old Man had been wrongfully imprisoned by a drug lord, indirectly leading to his wife's death. To exact revenge, he had diligently trained in prison and upon his release began training his daughter to become a top-notch assassin, illustrating the concept that a gentleman's vengeance is not to be hastened. "Isn't there a law?" Greer asked. "Law?" Old Man scoffed, his voice laced with derision. "The laws of America are crafted for the affluent. enabling them to hire legal teams to outlast the impoverished in court until they are financially drained. I have witnessed too many wealthy individuals evade legal repercussions. Only through violence can they be made to fear and deterred from wrongdoing. Greer nodded in reluctant agreement. Old Man's ideology resonated with Batman's principles. However, Batman had wealth to create high-tech gadgets, Batmobiles, and Batplanes to suppress crime across cities. Old Man, a retired police officer, could only afford military-grade firearms and materials slightly superior to ordinary bulletproof vests, remaining largely disconnected from high technology. If his attire had been fire-resistant, perhaps he wouldn't have perished in flames. Old Man rose, scribbling a series of numbers on a piece of paper, handing it to Greer. If you think it over, call this number and choose which weapon you prefer as a gift for our first meeting. Greer accepted the note, his gaze aflame amidst the room filled with weaponry. Yet he ultimately shook his head. He had no idea where the safety was, and what if he accidentally shot himself? After Greer departed, Hit Girl turned to Old Man and inquired, Old Man, what if he completes the training but refuses to help? Old Man smiled, replying, if it were a South Korean or Japanese individual, that would be a concern. However, the Chinese believe in repaying even a small favor with a great kindness. Besides, I designed the training course. I can end it whenever I choose. If he declines to assist, I can merely teach him the basics. Oh, Hit Girl nodded in understanding. Old Man gently ruffled Hit Girl's hair, sighing slightly. Had he encountered this young man earlier, he surely would not have chosen to train his daughter in such a manner. Yet, it was not too late. This individual clad in peculiar armor possessed considerable strength. With his training, he would become even more formidable and could certainly eliminate the notorious drug lord, Parker Robbins, although he hadn't earned a single penny or point. Greer had gained immensely, acquainting himself with Old Man and Hit Girl, and the opportunity to receive Old Man's training, which would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. This was far more valuable than anything else. Greer was eager to undergo Old Man's training, especially since he had raised the cool Hit Girl. As a former officer, he could learn how to identify and confront criminals. As for the assistance required, it likely pertained to combating the drug lord depicted in the film. With the power of his decade armor, dealing with a group of armed individuals would be a trivial task. Most importantly, beyond that, he had no idea where to learn combat skills. His understanding of the Marvel Universe was limited to films and television series, with most characters linked to S.H.I.E.L.D., or the more mysterious organization, Kunlun. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he could not let S.H.I.E.L.D. become aware of his existence. Maintaining a low profile and focusing on personal development was paramount. He landed lightly on the silent rooftop, his right hand resting on the decade driver, promptly releasing his armor as he yawned and made his way toward the stairwell. Meanwhile, in Uncle Jimmy's room on the second floor, the screen embedded in the wall vividly displayed the entire process of Greer's black and white armor dissipating. A smaller screen nearby played footage of Greer transforming into Kamen Rider Decade at 8 o'clock, leaping off the rooftop. Uncle Jimmy stood before the screen, his expression grave, and solemnly reported, Level 7 Agent Jimmy Woo, urgent report, Intelligence Code 084, requesting contact with Director Fury. Chapter 13, Training and Growth. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whistled through the air, piercing the erected targets one after another, leaving behind a trail of holes. Though few struck the bullseye, at least 90% found their mark, a far cry from the haphazard marksmanship of the beginning. For over half a month, he had trained under Big Daddy. They had laid their cards on the table. He would assist Big Daddy in his quest for vengeance, while Damon McCready, in turn, would help track down the Black Van. Mutual needs forged the foundation of trust between them, making their collaboration increasingly seamless. Each day ended with bruises covering Grail's body, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. This was not the kind of world where one could idle away. Without effort, he might very well turn to dust in 8 years. He had no intention of gambling on whether he would be among the spared. There was wisdom in learning to endure before learning to strike back. After a week, Grail could occasionally counterattack. By the third week, he could hold his own against Hit Girl, Mindy, though still far from mastery. He had at least shed his novice status and learned the art of combat. During these weeks, Grail also uncovered a new function of the Kamen Rider Decade belt. Even without donning the armor, merely wearing the belt granted him 1/10 of its power. This was the reason he could spar with Hit Girl and wield dual pistols within such a short span. His rapid progress led Big Daddy and Hit Girl to include him in their operations against drug lords, human traffickers, and other criminals. Once clad in the Decade armor, Grail became the strongest among the trio. Big Daddy directed them from the outside while Grail charged forward like an unstoppable juggernaut. Bullets from handguns felt no worse than tickles, and rifles left no marks on the armor. Hit Girl, meanwhile, cleaned up the stragglers he missed. With each joint mission, their coordination grew more seamless. Over the past fortnight, Grail had joined them on 4 operations, witnessing firsthand the countless sins veiled beneath the city's glamorous facade and the depths to which human depravity could sink. To push drugs, they lured or forced people into addiction, lining their pockets without a care for the shattered lives left behind. Under the guise of employment, they deceived or abducted young women from impoverished families or illegal immigrants, smuggling them to red light districts in South America or bringing women from other countries to New York's own. The list of such atrocities was endless. A week prior, at a port on Brooklyn's eastern shore facing the Atlantic, Grail had watched as armed men pried open a shipping container crammed with 7 or 8 girls from Latin America, from South America to New York. They had endured the entire journey in that suffocating space, with no respite for even the most basic human needs. Following the vehicles to the red light district, Grail stormed the basement as instructed by Big Daddy, only to realize the port had been nothing compared to this hellhole, a repurposed underground parking garage. Over 30 girls, who should have been living bright lives, were caged like livestock, naked, bruised, trembling in fear. 2 hung from the ceiling, whipped as their tormentors screamed, "Will you obey? Will you?" A cameraman recorded the scene while others went about their business, utterly desensitized. Clearly, this was routine. That day, Grail killed for the first time 8 men. Cleaved in half at close range with his blade, their blood painting the floor and staining his decade armor crimson. Afterward, he vomited for half an hour, retching until bile rose, yet without an ounce of regret or fear. Those men deserved death. They had destroyed families, stolen futures, and trampled on human dignity. No punishment could be too cruel. Grail shook his head, eyes shut as dry heaves racked him. From muggers to drug dealers to human traffickers, Big Daddy had guided him through the city's underbelly step by step. Just because certain horrors went unreported didn't mean they didn't exist, like the dark web, where every imaginable and unimaginable depravity festered, warping one's very sense of morality. Whether it was Big Daddy, Batman, or the Punisher, tragedy had shaped them all. In seeking vengeance, they had witnessed the world's darkness and the helplessness of the weak, expanding their mission from revenge to protecting the innocent. By exposing Grail to these horrors, Big Daddy likely hoped to mold him into another vigilante. Grail had no objections, fighting crime while earning points, doing good without compromise. Why not? The kidnapping ring's exposure in Brooklyn sent shockwaves through New York, dominating headlines and overshadowing even the news of a U.S. fighter jet crash during training in the Middle East. Nearly every media outlet condemned and questioned the NYPD's competence, with some tabloids spinning wild theories, insinuating collusion between the police and the criminals, as if calling for an FBI investigation into the department itself. Under public outcry, the NYPD hastily vowed a full investigation, diverting officers from other boroughs to flood Brooklyn with triple the usual police presence, all to dismantle this transnational trafficking syndicate. Chapter 14. The passing rider. The police's actions sent waves of anxiety throughout Brooklyn. Even during the night, patrol officers were ubiquitous. Abandoned buildings and derelict factories, typically devoid of life, were thoroughly searched, forcing the elder patriarch to relocate the firearms from Brooklyn's 2 safe houses to a deserted factory in Queens. Before each operation, the patriarch would cut the power or disable streetlights with a silent sniper rifle, allowing Greer, clad in his armored suit, and the vigilante, known as the Huntress, to enter unnoticed. However, this time, due to heightened police scrutiny, various high-tech devices and specialists were summoned to reconstruct the crime scene, deducing that the assailant was 2 individuals. One demonstrated remarkable skill, swiftly severing the throat and arteries with a single cut, while the other was brutally savage, cleaving victims in half. Even more astonishing to the police was the discovery of numerous flattened bullet heads, typically found only on hard surfaces like steel plates. The scene was rife with ambiguity, and the identities of the killers remained elusive, yet soon, all such doubts were erased from the case files. Unbeknownst to Greer, the police were on high alert. He was wholly absorbed in perfecting his marksmanship, practicing with a weapon that fired energy rounds potent enough to rival anti-material sniper rifles. In his 4 encounters, he relied solely on his sword, deeming it excessive to use firearms against ordinary foes, and fearing that stray shots could wreak havoc, attracting the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, he was exhilarated by the prospect of firing real guns, but as the frequency of these encounters increased, such excitement waned. With his CS gang member's specialized firearm, he emptied 2 magazines containing 38 rounds in under a minute, a stark contrast to the cinematic portrayals of endless ammunition. Equipped with the armored suit, Greer wielded over 100 kilograms of striking power, rendering him nearly immune to the recoil of a Glock 18. In just half a month, he discharged 1,000 or 2,000 rounds, achieving a hit rate of 90% on fixed targets within a range of 30 to 40 meters. On the table beside him lay a Beretta 92F and a Colt M2000, their magazines long emptied, signifying the conclusion of today's training. The elder patriarch, Damon, removed his noise-canceling earmuffs and nodded in satisfaction. "You performed admirably today. Let us call it a day." Shaking out his arm, slightly numb from prolonged shooting, Greer removed his goggles and earmuffs, placing them on the table. With a hint of eagerness, he inquired, "It's been a week since our last operation. When will we strike against the criminals?" His 4 missions had garnered him over 1,300 points, particularly after the 4th encounter, where he had eliminated numerous adversaries, resulting in points almost equivalent to the sum of the previous 3. These points were adequate to exchange for a moderately rated card and the nightly signature skill, the Night Kick, yet Greer refrained from making the exchange. Against armed, ordinary individuals, the armored suit sufficed. There was no urgency to acquire a more powerful knight's armor. "First, ensure you arrive on time," Damon teased, causing Greer to sheepishly scratch his head. Over the past half-month, Damon and his daughter Mindy had undertaken 5 missions, while Greer had only participated in 4, missing 1 due to a bus delay, arriving after they had already completed their task. Since then, he opted for the subway. "Huh," Damon chuckled, and just then, a crisp engine sound pierced the stillness of the dilapidated factory. Turning to investigate, Greer saw Mindy ride in on a lightweight motorcycle, screeching to a halt beside him. "Here's a gift from Dad," Mindy announced with youthful exuberance. "You won't have to cram into the subway anymore." Greer expressed heartfelt gratitude, realizing that his experiences in this new world over the past half-month had far exceeded his previous 20 years. He had witnessed much wrongdoing but also encountered kind-hearted individuals like Uncle Jimmy, Damon, and Mindy, which eased his sense of isolation in this unfamiliar realm. Clad in a brown jacket purchased days earlier and donning a helmet, he bid farewell to Damon and Mindy, twisting the throttle to depart along the overgrown factory road. October had ushered in autumn in New York, and the vegetation around the factory was beginning to wither. Riding at 70 miles per hour, Greer felt the chill of the wind seeping through his sleeves and collar. He shivered slightly, contemplating the need for warmer clothing. Each time he engaged with criminals, he received a share of the spoils from Uncle Damon, especially after one encounter where he had filled a backpack with money retrieved from a drug dealer. This was why Greer continued to rent from Uncle Jimmy. Relocating could potentially involve landlord checks, utility bills, and other inconveniences. With Jimmy, the arrangement was simple: cash exchange directly, saving time and effort. As night descended around 6 o'clock, the city lights began to illuminate the surroundings. While speeding on his motorcycle, Greer took in the urban nightscape of Queens, the territory of Spider-Man. He pondered whether the hero was currently a high school student or still a child. The darkness deepened, and the streetlights along with the factory's floodlights illuminated the pavement. Greer reduced his speed to 60 miles per hour, weaving through traffic. Suddenly, on the opposite lane, a vehicle approached at high speed, blinding him with its high beams. Before he could voice his frustration, the car collided forcefully with a concrete barrier. "Serves you right," Greer thought gleefully, glancing at the driver's seat, noting the female driver accompanied by 4 children, driving recklessly without regard for safety. Just as Chapter 15, the passing night ouch, Greer felt a searing pain in his back, nearly losing all sensation. He had been flung off at such a rapid speed, colliding with a car, and feared his bones might be shattered. Lying amidst the shards of glass, he dared not move. Even the slightest breath sent waves of agony coursing through him. Countless fragments of glass had embedded themselves into his back, yet the liquid oozing out was a dark crimson, starkly contrasting with blood, reminiscent of what had surged forth from the wound in his heart the last time he had been injured. All the glass shards were expelled by this liquid, and in an instant, the wound vanished, along with the internally fractured bones that realigned and healed. The pain ceased abruptly, leading Greer to question whether his spine had indeed broken, rendering him unable to feel the pain. However, his limbs retained their sensitivity, and he managed to rise from the ground. This thought led him to recall the dark crimson liquid from his previous heart injury, if his heart could be restored. This minor injury was trivial by comparison. Around him, The air was filled with screams and the screeching of brakes, creating an atmosphere akin to an alien invasion or the apocalypse. Greer looked up towards the center of the road, eager to discern what had transpired. How had he been propelled into the air while merely riding his motorcycle? The sight that met his eyes left him agape, momentarily stunned. The highway, wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 dozen vehicles, was a chaotic tableau of wrecked cars, and standing amidst them was a colossal silver-gray robot, towering above the rest. Its massive mechanical arm was raised high, clutching a golden-red robot in its grasp. Unbelievable. I merely sought to cross the street, and here I am amidst a clash between heroes and villains. Truly, this world is hellish. Greer gazed in astonishment at the 2 eerily familiar robots, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Iron Man and the Ironmonger. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of the climactic battle in the film Iron Man that unfolded near Stark Industries. Recognizing the identities of these giants, Greer hastily opted for retreat rather than rushing in to assist, harboring no intentions of befriending Tony Stark. Indeed, Iron Man, a god among men, was his idol. Yet, had he found himself in a deserted location, he might have considered aiding him. After all, the billionaire could easily spare a fraction of his wealth, enough for Greer to live comfortably for a lifetime. Witnessing the young Spider-Man ascend to Iron Man's side, acquiring a high-tech suit worth millions, only reinforced this notion. However, this was a bustling urban area, teeming with people, and countless surveillance cameras were undoubtedly monitoring the chaos. Not to mention, a team of unfortunate agents led by Phil Coulson was likely nearby. Should he involve himself, tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly feature him alongside Iron Man and Ironmonger, capturing global attention and attracting the likes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Tony Stark, a billionaire with extensive military and political connections, could weather any scrutiny. But Greer had neither wealth nor influence. Even if a mere police officer were dispatched, Greer would be left with the choice of either overcoming the officer to flee or meekly complying. In the grand scheme of things, his life held more value than garnering Iron Man's favor. With this thought in mind, Greer hastily abandoned the shattered helmet, propelling himself into a run. Determined to circumvent the car he had collided with and distance himself from the chaos, resolutely refusing to partake in this debacle. Yet, fate can be cruelly ironic. The Ironmonger, carelessly tossing Iron Man aside, sent him crashing onto the very car beside Greer. The resultant explosion startled him, causing him to instinctively turn his head, only to witness Iron Man sprawled atop the crushed vehicle, its roof contorted into a funnel shape. What was he to do? Greer's heart raced with anxiety as he glanced back, only to see the Ironmonger's right arm aimed in his direction. The 20mm rotary cannon began to spin ominously, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that streaked through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, targeting Iron Man and inadvertently encompassing Greer within its range. Damn it! Are they trying to drive me to my doom? Greer seethed, gnashing his teeth in frustration, as the cannon whirred to life. He swiftly retrieved the Decade driver from his pocket, pressing it against his abdomen, transforming it into the Decade belt. With his life on the line, there was no room for subtlety. As countless beams erupted from the cannon, Greer's left hand caught the Decade card that sprang forth from the rider case, forcefully inserting it into the driver. Kamen Ride. Decade. The mechanical voice resonated in his ears as 9 phantoms materialized around him. Just as the first projectile neared him, they surged into his body, instantaneously transforming him into Kamen Rider Decade. No sooner had he completed his transformation than 3 cannonballs struck him, sending him hurtling backward. While the vehicle beneath Iron Man was reduced to a wreck, the asphalt road erupted, creating gaping holes, exposing the foundation beneath. Haha. Obadiah Stane, a senior executive at Stark Industries, reveled in the chaos from within the Ironmonger, his laughter amplified through the speakers, drowning out the cannon's roar. Tony, you claim to have ceased weapon production, yet here you are, having crafted the world's most formidable weapon. How miserly of you. Before Obadiah could finish, a furious voice erupted from the area engulfed by cannon fire. But I'm quite angry. I was merely crossing the street. What did I do to provoke you? At that moment, a black and white figure darted from the left front of the Ironmonger at an alarming speed. Greer was infuriated, beyond measure. His newly acquired motorcycle, still warming up, had been wielded as a weapon against Iron Man, obliterating it into a shower of debris. Had it not been for his peculiar healing ability, he might have been left severely injured, if not dead, from such a collision. Moreover, this transformation had effectively exposed him to the spotlight, guaranteeing a deluge of troubles would soon come knocking at his door. Chapter 16. The battle against the Iron Overlord. There was no escape from the inevitable. So I chose to confront it head-on, demonstrating my strength and compelling my adversaries to reckon with the repercussions of their actions. Grayrill's eyes were fixed intently on the Iron Overlord ahead as he sprinted forward with great speed. With a swift motion, he raised his left hand, opening a gap in the night card case, from which a card sprang forth, effortlessly landing in his grasp despite the fierce wind. He promptly inserted it into the device at his waist. "Ride Bookerblade." The synthetic mechanical voice resonated, and the device emitted a faint crimson glow, which quickly coalesced in Grayrill's hand, transforming into a long sword resembling a black-hilted European blade. Unlike the typical scenes from tokusatsu, the cumbersome night card case remained attached to the left side of his belt, resulting in an extended blade that occupied 2/3 of the sword's length, as opposed to a mere quarter. The Iron Overlord's control system had already detected the rapidly approaching figure. On the virtual screen before Obadiah, a monochromatic silhouette appeared, markedly different from Stark's iron armor, leaving Obadiah puzzled about its nature. Time was of the essence. Grayrill's speed of 13 meters per second allowed him to reach the Iron Overlord in merely 2 seconds. With a powerful swing of his right hand, the long sword struck ferociously against the Overlord's right arm cannon. A sharp clang echoed, the sound of metal colliding, as sparks erupted. The high-density alloy of the cannon was cleaved in two by the sword strike, continuing its momentum to slice through the Iron Overlord's 3-centimeter-thick reinforced steel arm. Before Grayrill could withdraw his sword, the Overlord's colossal mechanical hand, larger than Grayrill's own head, lunged for him, forcing Grayrill to relinquish his grip on the weapon and retreat. Although drawing the sword required only a moment, that moment was sufficient for capture. Barely taking a step back, the Iron Overlord's right foot lifted and delivered a kick to Grayrill's chest, akin to a heavyweight boxer striking a child, propelling Grayrill through the air. He tumbled several times before crashing into a tree, roughly the width of a bowl. With a resounding crack, the tree was split in two, the upper half collapsing onto Grayrill below. At the moment Grayrill was sent flying, a golden-red figure emerged from the wreckage of a vehicle nearby, its luminous eyes quickly locking onto the Iron Overlord. Without hesitation, it raised its right arm, the armor on the forearm opening to reveal a miniature missile that surged forth, trailing a plume of intense flame, and hurtled towards the Overlord's left leg. As Grayrill soared southwest, the missile darted northwest, crossing paths in the air a mere 20 meters apart. Grayrill collided with the tree, while the missile struck the Overlord's left leg, the explosive impact resonating like thunder, overshadowed only by Stark's taunting voice emanating from the iron armor speakers. "Watch your left leg." The explosion twisted the hydraulic column supporting the Overlord's left leg into a convoluted mass, igniting a copious amount of hydraulic fluid that scattered like petals in the wind, a significant portion igniting upon contact with the Overlord's leg. The explosion and flames rendered the circuitry near the blast zone chaotic and mangled, sparking erratically. It was now exceedingly difficult for the Overlord to even walk, let alone run. Maintaining balance was a feat in itself. The display screen before Obadiah was immediately illuminated with warnings of malfunction, hydraulic system failure in the left leg, propulsion system anomalies, electrical drive system damage. A cascade of dire news turned Obadiah's complexion pale. After sustaining that blow, the left leg of the armor was effectively incapacitated. Standing still was a challenge, let alone flying. Fuming with rage, Obadiah targeted Iron Man with the 6-launcher missile system on his left arm. 2 missiles, trailing flames, surged towards Iron Man. In response, Iron Man lowered his arms, palms facing down. Flames erupted from his feet and palms, propelling him skyward, while the armor at his thighs opened to release a barrage of decoy missiles, disrupting the trajectory of Obadiah's missiles and preventing them from locking onto him. Meanwhile, Grayrill, trapped beneath the fallen tree, grasped the trunk with both hands, digging his fingers in to create 10 gashes. With a surge of effort, he lifted the 300 to 400 kilogram tree and tossed it aside, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches. He emerged from the pit he had created, standing tall. The pain in his chest was negligible. Though the Iron Overlord's kick could have breached a reinforced concrete wall, it barely affected his formidable God-given armor. Thus, despite being sent flying, he suffered little actual harm, aside from the initial embarrassment of being thrust away upon entry. Disregarding the dirt and leaves clinging to him, Grayrill lifted his gaze to the menacing figure of the Iron Overlord standing on the highway, looking up at Iron Man soaring above. A hatch opened in the armor on his left back, revealing a mechanical arm that brandished an anti-tank missile, a guidance laser locking onto Iron Man's aerial maneuvers, seeking the perfect moment to strike, while the 6-launcher missile system remained poised against the sky. Sir, the first-generation palladium arc reactor cannot sustain prolonged flight. Jarvis, the intelligent assistant, cautioned Stark, as the remaining energy levels of the palladium reactor steadily dwindled. At most, he could maintain flight for another minute or two. Stark remained silent, his mind racing with strategies to defeat the Iron Overlord. His second-generation palladium reactor had been seized by Obadiah back at the villa, leaving him reliant on the first-generation reactor fitted within the Mark III suit. However, the first-generation reactor was never designed for extended aerial engagements. The journey from the villa had consumed 68 of his energy, and with the previous battle's toll, he was left with a mere 18. If he continued flying, he might not even have enough energy left to fire the palm repulsor, while the Iron Overlord persistently targeted him with a laser guidance system. The anti-tank missile held aloft and ready to launch. He could only circle the Iron Overlord, searching for an opening to strike. At that moment, a laser beam shot in from the southwest, instantly striking the anti-tank missile raised upon the Iron Overlord's shoulder, piercing through its metallic casing and igniting its explosive payload. Chapter 17. Please call me Kamen Rider. With a thunderous roar, the anti-tank missile erupted into a surging fireball, its intense heat distorting and even melting numerous components. The shockwave hurled the Iron Tyrant, which had sustained damage to its left leg, forward, causing it to crash face down onto the ground, creating a deep crater in the solid roadway. Iron Man hovered in the air, turning his gaze towards the source of the laser attack. Approaching with a deliberate pace was a figure clad in a black and white armored suit, holding a black gun in his right hand. Who is this? Stark furrowed his brow, recalling how he had just witnessed this individual effortlessly dismantle the Iron Tyrant's cannon with a single strike, only to be kicked away by the Iron Tyrant without any visible injury. Stark had barely held his ground against the Iron Tyrant with his suit. Could this mysterious figure's black and white armor rival his own? It seemed absurd. Jarvis began to cross-reference the database in an attempt to identify the individual, but ultimately returned with no records found. Neither the black and white armor, reminiscent of leather, nor the peculiar weapon he wielded yielded any results. Very well, sir. The Mark III suit has only been deployed twice and remains an underdeveloped prototype, necessitating numerous improvements. This battle serves as an optimal testing ground, and I have already documented several areas requiring enhancement. Stark observed the Iron Tyrant struggling to rise from the ground and inquired, Jarvis, if we concentrate the remaining energy, can we breach this behemoth's defenses? I'm afraid not, sir. The opponent employs the same composite armor as the Mark II, requiring at least 23 of a generation palladium arc reactor's energy to penetrate its defenses, while your reserves stand at merely 15. Composite armor indeed poses a risk of high-altitude icing. Stark's eyes lit up with realization, recalling his experimental trials with the Mark II armor, where the outer layer had become encased in ice at extreme altitudes, almost resulting in a catastrophic fall. If he could lure the Iron Tyrant into the sky, its systems might fail due to the low temperatures, resulting in a devastating plunge. Yet, Stark refrained from immediately executing this plan, opting to further observe the capabilities of the figure clad in black and white armor. Below, the Iron Tyrant propped itself up with its right hand, assisted by hydraulic supports in its other limbs, rising from the ground. Black smoke billowed from its left shoulder, intermittently sparking, casting a bright glow against the night. You wretched fiend. Obadiah glared at Grell, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had almost brought Stark to his knees, on the brink of victory, only for this newcomer to turn the tide. First, he had shattered the cannon, then kicked him away, giving Stark the opportunity to cripple his left leg's hydraulic support with a micromissile, and now he had caused his own anti-tank missile to detonate. His once formidable high-tech armored suit now sputtered with sparks from multiple damaged areas, resembling a poorly constructed piece of junk. In a fit of rage, the Iron Tyrant raised its left arm, aiming its six-shot missile launcher at the advancing Grell, launching a missile without hesitation. Grell did not lag behind. As the Iron Tyrant's arm lifted, he aimed his gun at the Iron Tyrant. The missile had barely launched when Grell pulled the trigger, the laser beam slicing through the air and exploding the missile, creating a massive fireball that obscured the view between the two combatants while illuminating the surroundings. In a flurry of flashing lights, the Iron Tyrant fired two more missiles, one to the left and one to the right, arcing toward Grell. The velocity approached the speed of sound, yet it could not evade Grell's enhanced vision. He promptly raised his hand to fire at the left missile. Before the outcome of that attack could be determined, he swiftly swung his arm to the right, pivoting the barrel of his laser gun upward by 90 degrees. releasing a silver blade as it transitioned into sword mode. In mere moments, the missiles reached Grell, yet his sword had already sliced through the right missile with precision. The blade, forged from a special material, effortlessly cleaved the missile in two, which, propelled by inertia, continued to fly backward before erupting in a thunderous explosion. The Roaring Chapter 18, Crimson Drill. The front of the card, set against a black backdrop, depicts the visage of a knight with orange eyes that dominate nearly the entirety of his face. His mouth resembles the sharp teeth of a shark, while the antennae atop his head evoke the appearance of a shark's fin, rendering him particularly bizarre and menacing. With a deft twist of his wrist, Greer inserted the card marked with the letters KR into the driver at his waist. The central ruby projected the logo, and a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Greer's ears. Cayman Ride Fleece. From the decade driver at the center, photon veins radiated outward, glowing a vivid red, enveloping Greer in a vast web. High-energy photon blood surged forth from the driver, filling the veins while simultaneously transporting a plethora of nanomaterials. These materials swiftly coalesced on Greer's surface, forming the Sun God armor crafted from Sun God Metal 315, whose hardness rivals that of diamonds, along with all-metal gear. In a mere instant, Greer transformed into Decade Faiz, enveloped in sleek, sharkskin-like Sun God armor. His feet, joints, chest, and back were adorned with the even more resilient Sun God Metal 228, interconnected by the glowing photon veins. The veins emitted a crimson luminescence, and the silver Sun God Metal 228 reflected the surrounding flames like a mirror, coupled with the orange radiance that illuminated 5/7 of his face. Greer became an unmistakable beacon against the night, akin to an LED light, leaving even Iron Man overshadowed, with only his palladium arc reactor and glowing eyes for company. Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Greer's transformation from Decade to Faiz in mere seconds. The metamorphosis was so drastic that it rendered him nearly unrecognizable, surpassing even the most extreme of cosmetic alterations. As Stark's mind raced with excitement at the proximity of advanced nanotechnology, he yearned to unveil its mysteries and transform the unknown into the known. Abandoning thoughts of Obadiah, he promptly instructed Jarvis, I recall that when he was struck by the car, he had yet to don his armor. Barely had Stark finished his sentence when Jarvis displayed a photograph of Greer, donning a motorcycle helmet, turning to face Iron Man. Through the cracked visor of the helmet, Greer's visage could be faintly discerned. With Jarvis's efficient processing, the obscured face quickly became remarkably clear, showing a striking resemblance to Greer, the only differences being obscured by the helmet's coverage of his chin and forehead. Subsequently, Jarvis began infiltrating the city's public safety system, retrieving video footage from cameras scattered throughout New York, employing facial recognition software to trace Greer's origins, while also breaching various government databases, including the DMV, to comprehensively uncover Greer's information. As Jarvis diligently worked to penetrate these governmental systems, Greer approached within 7 or 8 meters of Ironmonger. This nonchalant gait, akin to a leisurely stroll, stoked the flames of Obadiah's fury, who perceived Greer as wholly dismissive of him. Despite his left leg's injuries and the diminished mobility of his left arm, his right arm remained intact. As Greer drew within 3 or 4 meters, the hydraulic columns and drive mechanism in Ironmonger's right arm unleashed their full power, generating over 10 tons of force. The speed and strength were so immense that they compressed the air ahead into visible ripples, creating a resounding whoosh as the punch hurtled towards Greer, intent on flattening him. As Ironmonger's right arm swung forward, Greer propelled himself off the ground with exceptional leaping prowess, evading the fist effortlessly, soaring over Ironmonger's head. Before Ironmonger's fist could reach Greer's previous position, Greer had already turned, wielding the Ride Booker blade, and with a forceful downward slash, he severed the hydraulic column linking Ironmonger's right arm, shearing away a substantial portion of his shoulder. The destructive power of his strike had nearly tripled compared to when he wore the Decade armor. Sparks erupted from the severed end, igniting the leaking hydraulic fluid and engulfing Ironmonger's right shoulder in flames, adding to his mounting damage, leaving only his right leg intact. You damaged my motorcycle. Allow me to return the favor with a knight's kick, Greer declared coldly, as the long sword in his right hand vanished. He raised his left arm, reopening the knight card box, from which another card ejected. Set against a black background, the card featured a red cone and the words Crimson Smash. With a swift downward motion of his left arm, Greer inserted the AR card into the driver. Attack Ride Crimson Smash. Photon blood, brighter than the beams from a high-powered flashlight, streamed from the driver along the photon veins to Greer's right leg, causing a crimson glow to emanate from his foot. As the photon blood converged at his right foot, Greer surged forward, just as Ironmonger's right fist reached its furthest extension. With a powerful upward kick, Greer struck with the force of 5 tons, the impact collapsing the composite armor and nearly submerging his right foot within it. Ironmonger was sent airborne by the force of the kick, as the photon veins surged from Greer's right foot, forming a rapidly spinning red cone between Ironmonger's legs, propelling him upward like a rocket. Greer propelled himself off the ground, executing a forward somersault, defying the laws of physics as he inverted and descended, effortlessly catching up to Ironmonger. With his right foot surrounded by a torrent of photon veins, he plunged into the Crimson Drill. The rotation of the Crimson Drill intensified 5-fold, instantly breaching Ironmonger's defenses, drilling through him with unstoppable force, vaporizing the composite armor in a blaze of high-energy photon blood, leaving nothing but annihilation in its wake. Chapter 19. S-H-I-E-L-D. In action, Stark strained his neck upwards, his eyes nearly bulging out in astonishment. The scene before him was utterly unfathomable, completely upending his worldview. Not only was there an emission of energy, but it also took on a tangible form, which was simply extraordinary. He was not alone in his disbelief. The crowd of onlookers surrounding the buildings were equally transfixed, their expressions a mirror of his amazement. At the entrance adorned with Stark Industries' grand sign, a statuesque blonde with striking blue eyes gazed upwards in wonder at the iron tyrant soaring rapidly into the sky. Below it, a whirling red conical structure shimmered brilliantly against the backdrop of the night, reminiscent of a firework display. The outcome was akin to that of fireworks. The iron tyrant erupted in a massive explosion 30 meters above the ground, blossoming into a tumultuous sphere of flames. The majority of its mass was utterly vaporized in the high-energy shockwave of photon blood, leaving only scattered remnants to rain down like petals from a celestial being. Bathed in the light emanating from this mini-sun, a figure clad in red luminescent tubes plummeted towards the earth, crashing onto the asphalt with a resounding thud, creating a crater filled with cracks. Greer bent his legs at 120 degrees to absorb the impact, then straightened up, extracting his feet from the pit. Casting a sidelong glance at Iron Man, who remained largely unscathed by his intrusion, Greer noted that unlike in the original narrative, Iron Man's suit had escaped the encounter without turning to scrap. The windows of the surrounding buildings were packed with spectators, their ultimate vision armor granting them the ability to discern the signs brandished by the crowd from hundreds of meters away. Some individuals appeared dazed, while others were animated, pointing at Greer and Iron Man. Many clearly witnessed the astonishing feat of this robot-like figure kicking a colossal machine into the air and subsequently obliterating it, all while emerging unscathed from a drop of over 30 meters. This was the stuff of cinema and comics. Witnessing such a robotic battle during a night shift was sheer serendipity. Many, ignoring data usage concerns, opted to broadcast the event live. With a heavy sigh echoing in his heart, Greer decisively broke into a run, leaping onto a 30-meter-high structure in the southern direction, vanishing into the night. Initially, the comments below speculated about a new film. But as more videos of varying clarity from different angles surfaced, and with many recognizing the filming location, it became evident that these were not mere special effects but rather a genuine occurrence. Numerous netizens promptly shared these images across various platforms, Facebook, Twitter, allowing an ever wider audience to witness the spectacle of the 3 robots engaged in battle. The rapid spread of information propelled the incident into an uncontrollable frenzy within mere minutes. Meanwhile, in the expansive plaza before Stark Industries, a middle-aged man clad in a suit observed Greer descending from the sky. He swiftly grabbed his phone, pressing a few buttons before placing it to his ear. Once connected, he spoke urgently. "Apologies, sir. The mission has failed. The scene is utterly disastrous. We require a substantial number of personnel for containment." On the other end was Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, seated in a spacious, brightly lit office. His complexion was dark, with only one eye visible as he responded calmly, "No, Coulson, what you've witnessed is not the worst of it. Do you have any idea how many people have seen the footage of 3 robots battling on the highway? And how many have shared it?" Coulson raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance of the underlying dissatisfaction in Fury's tone. "Sir, I can imagine the extent of the complications. Since you can foresee the trouble this will bring, reach out to this mysterious individual from an unknown world and find a discreet location. I do not wish to see videos of armored beings in combat with agents circulating online." With that, Fury hung up and turned his gaze to the large screen on the opposite wall, displaying Greer's photograph and personal details. However, the previously blank spaces had been filled in with extensive information, the hospital of his birth, the attending physician, the nurses, vaccination history, the professions of his deceased parents, age, address, as well as details about his elementary and middle school education. Every aspect of Greer Rousseau's past 16 years meticulously documented. Fury tapped a few keys on his desk, replacing the data with observations made by Jimmy Woo over the past fortnight, along with psychological evaluations conducted by S.H.I.E.L.D.S. experts. Summarizing Greer as a somewhat introverted and kind-hearted youth, not particularly adept in communication. After compiling the information, he sent it to Phil Coulson. Following that, he quickly located Maria Hill's name and initiated a video call, stating in a grave tone, "Hill, can we contain this situation?" In the video, Hill appeared troubled. Shadows of figures flitting behind her, illuminated by various screens displaying different scenes. Furrowing her brow, she shook her head, expressing her concerns. "Sir, there are too many witnesses. This is not 7 years ago. Advancements in technology and the internet have made controlling information exponentially more challenging. Unless we erase all videos from personal devices, it is impossible to completely conceal this incident. Then let us deploy a formatting virus to those devices containing clear footage, ignore the less discernible ones, and have Stark issue a statement regarding an experimental robot going rogue." Fury promptly issued the order. "Understood, sir. Excellent. I hope to find a quiet corner in New York." As Coulson spoke, he hurriedly exited, simultaneously calling in 2 special task forces. Chapter 20. Phil Coulson's skyscrapers towering over 100 meters high were trampled beneath Greer's feet as he leapt and sprinted, leaving behind the poorer streets of Brooklyn for the more affluent high-rises of Queens, which, while numerous, paled in comparison to Manhattan. With a running speed of 18 meters per second, the sharp wind howled past his ears, while above him, the night sky was adorned with a silver moon and countless stars, and below, a river of illuminated cars flowed through the streets. Having sprinted for several minutes since departing the battlefield, Greer finally slowed his pace, landing atop a 30 to 40-story building. The only source of light on the rooftop was a flashing red aviation obstruction light warning passing aircraft. The silver glow of the moon illuminated the shimmering sun god metal, casting a brilliant sheen. Perched above the central air conditioning unit on the rooftop, Greer's previously dim photon veins glowed anew, in the sun god metallic attire. Along with the metal plate on his chest, retracted into the silver Imperial Rider belt secured around his waist. "Damn," Greer cursed in frustration, yanking off his shattered helmet and smashing it against the adjacent concrete wall. With a resounding crash, the high-strength plastic shattered into countless fragments. The method of venting anger by smashing things, as often depicted in television shows, proved effective, alleviating much of Greer's ire. Standing still, he admonished himself repeatedly. Life is fraught with disappointments. This is merely one among many. Do not succumb to anger, as it only harms oneself. The chilly October winds of New York gradually cooled his mind, prompting him to retrieve his ghost gadget, the Cobra phone, from his pocket. He navigated the entirely English interface to dial Big Daddy's number. After several rings, the voice of the cool girl Mindy came through. "Greer, calling this late? What's up?" Greer succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired, concluding, "Regardless, the deed is done, and trouble is inevitable. That training ground is no longer usable, and anyway, my marksmanship is adequate. We should avoid meeting for the time being to prevent bringing you trouble." "Wow, cool." Mindy responded without a hint of concern, instead chuckling. "I was just watching your battle with that robot. By the way, who has the golden red robot standing by and watching? You'll find out in a few days." According to the storyline, the flamboyant Stark will surely announce his identity as Iron Man, Greer mused internally, while outwardly he replied, "How should I know?" Uncle Damon's motorcycle was also smashed by that behemoth. "That's fine," came the comforting voice of Big Daddy Damon through the phone. "Our recent operations have forced many drug dealers into hiding. I'm currently tracking down Carl Burbank, one of Parker Robin's men, and I'll notify you once I have a lead." "Understood." Greer hung up, exhaling deeply. Ignoring the cold of the ground, he leaned against the railing and sat down, his right hand resting on the Imperial Rider driver at his abdomen. The belt vanished, allowing Greer to hold the driver in his hand. Aligning the ruby at the center of the driver with his eyes, Greer once again beheld rows of cards. The cards for Faiz and the Crimson Drill, which he had exchanged for during battle, illuminated brightly, starkly contrasting with the surrounding dim cards. He had opted to exchange for the Faiz card for 2 reasons. It was relatively inexpensive, and although its performance was not exceptional, its versatility was commendable. It could activate a 10-second acceleration mode, proving invaluable for both escape and confrontation, as speed is the ultimate weapon in combat, enabling him to contend with mid-tier Marvel adversaries effortlessly. Upon activating the burst mode, the jetpack attached to his back allowed for high-speed flight, making him one of the few knights with aerial capabilities. Additionally, the blood-red cannons mounted on his shoulders could unleash 300 rounds in a short time, serving as a formidable tool for firepower suppression. Faiz's exclusive mobile Pegasus could transform into a robot equipped with a wheel shield and a Gatling gun in battle mode, providing support during charges or covering retreats, truly the ideal ally for any team. Before becoming embroiled in the recent battle, Greer had resolved to redeem the Faiz card and gradually accumulate points to fully equip himself with Faiz's weapons and skills, aiming to become the primary knight. Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of reality. Just as he had gathered the knight cards and points for the rider kick, he found himself caught in the fray between Iron Man and the Ironmonger. The original protagonist, Iron Man, stood by watching, while he, the passerby, clashed with the villain. Iron Man's suit remained unscathed, the factory untouched, and Obadiah, who sought to usurp his wealth, was eliminated, while Stark emerged with numerous advantages without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, Greer, the absolute ACE, found himself mired in chaos, which seemed a net loss from every angle. In a fit of rage, he executed a rider kick, sending the Ironmonger soaring into the sky, transforming him into fireworks. After redeeming the Faiz card and completing the rider kick, his points had dwindled to just over 100, but now they surged to over 2,400, leaving Greer in awe. The game had proven true, indeed. Defeating bosses yielded the highest experience, as even the numerous armed thugs he had vanquished paled in comparison to the Ironmonger. It wasn't a total loss. At least he had accumulated such points. Consoling himself internally, Greer took a moment to rest before placing the Imperial Rider driver back against his abdomen. Rising, he donned the inconspicuous Imperial armor, leaping directly from the rooftop. As dusk settled, Greer rode his motorcycle out of Queens, but was waylaid by these unfortunate events. Only emerging from the subway station at the intersection of 12th Avenue and 50th Street in Brooklyn close to 10 o'clock. It was still over 1,000 meters to Uncle Jimmy's restaurant. While munching on a super burger, Greer walked along the quiet streets. At 10 o'clock, the buses had long ceased operation, leaving him to hope for a taxi along the way. Alas, luck was not on his side today. After walking 300 to 400 meters, he had yet to encounter a single taxi. The sparse pedestrians and vehicles reminded him of the eerily empty streets on his first night after arriving here. Phil Coulson halted 5 meters from Greer. Speaking with a calm demeanor, Mr. Greer Russoff, I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I would like to have a word with you. Chapter 21. Otherworldly Visitor or Skrull. The name Phil Coulson detonated before Greer like a bomb, scattering his thoughts into chaos. The visage before him mirrored that of the Phil Coulson he once beheld in Marvel's cinematic and television offerings, and the mention of the extensive organization he represented made it abundantly clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed come knocking at his door. Goodness, how could it be so swift? How long has it been since I merely dispatched a few criminals, all while clad in my rider armor? The most raucous event was my recent confrontation with Ironmonger. Greer pondered, stunned, his mind swirling in disbelief. In a matter of mere hours, S.H.I.E.L.D. had traced him. It was a testament to the formidable power of the state apparatus. He had even donned his Faiz armor to scamper across the rooftop. Yet he could not evade their surveillance. While Greer hastily bit into a super chicken burger to regain his composure, his thoughts raced. Why had S.H.I.E.L.D. approached him so promptly? Feigning sarcasm, he quipped, defense, offense, and logistical support? Your department's responsibilities are quite broad. You should proclaim yourself an agent of the FBI or CIA. That would certainly evoke more awe. Phil Coulson, maintaining his standard smile, stood attentively, his gaze fixed intently on Greer, embodying the demeanor of someone patiently listening to a monologue, which gradually rendered Greer speechless. Realizing he had said enough, Greer resumed devouring his burger. Engaging further with such a seasoned agent would only divulge more information. He recalled how, in the past, Black Widow feigned capture to coax vital intelligence from a bumbling general. Greer, merely a gaming enthusiast with no theatrical prowess, was far from adept at fabricating lies without betraying his emotions. He decided to keep his head down, focusing on his burger. If they could glean insights from his eating posture, so be it. For half a minute, Coulson had been quietly observing Greer. A minuscule camera affixed to his tie and a recording device disguised as a button captured every word and action, relaying them in real time to Triskelion headquarters. In a covert room, SHIELD, Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Agent Hill stood before a series of monitors displaying Greer's pupils, facial expressions, and movements. This was SHIELD's internal monitoring system designed to detect agent betrayal, capable of analyzing subtle facial microexpressions and pupil dilation to infer one's true thoughts. Even agents trained for such scrutiny could not conceal their innermost feelings from this machine, let alone Greer, who had previously led a mundane life. The system effortlessly discerned his anxiety, deceit, and fear as Coulson uttered the full title of the agency. Agent Hill, a Level 9 operative, was privy to Greer's records. Observing the micro-expression recognition system's findings, she turned to Fury, saying, "Director, he seems familiar with SHIELD's name and appears to know Coulson." "Who is he, exactly?" "I'm not certain," Fury replied. Agent Jimmy Wu's report indicated that his dietary habits, accent, and familiarity with the Hawaii province surpassed that of other regions, suggesting he hails from there. Yet, we have uncovered no leads connecting him to our operations. "Director, do you genuinely believe he is from another world?" Hill questioned, perceiving the notion as fantastical. "I assembled a team of over 100 experts to analyze his profile, generating dozens of hypotheses, dispatching over 1,000 agents to explore these possibilities. Now, only the possibilities of an otherworldly visitor or a Skrull remain. But these are merely conjectures based on what we know. What if he is something we do not understand?" Agent Hill maintained her skepticism. "That's precisely why I sent Agent Coulson to engage with him, in hopes of uncovering unexpected revelations." With the introductory pleasantries concluded, Coulson shifted from his previous cordiality. His tone still calm, yet now somewhat confrontational. "First and foremost, my initial inquiry is, who are you? Where do you hail from? And why have you come to Earth?" As Coulson's question hung in the air, Agent Hill glanced at Nick Fury. "Aren't you concerned he might harm Agent Coulson? His strength surpassed 10 tons when he dismantled Obadiah Stane's armor." "Do not fret, Agent Hill. His temperament is far more placid than that of the Hulk," Fury assured her. Agent Hill scrutinized Fury before redirecting her attention to the screen, observing the unfolding situation. Upon hearing Coulson's inquiry, Greer tightened his grip on the burger, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. What on earth had he said or done since his arrival? How had he been recognized as an outsider? In all the novels he had read, had any protagonist ever been identified as such? Clearly, he was no hero but rather a hapless pawn. Goodness. I hope the next scene doesn't involve a signal for an onslaught of assailants to reduce me to a mere pulp, he thought, causing his left hand to involuntarily release the burger and rise. This motion triggered the snipers stationed 300 meters away to place their fingers on their triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Chapter 22. The news from Captain America. Though aware that this action signaled Greer's summoning of the armor, Coulson exhibited no signs of panic. His expression remained composed, adorned with a smile polished through countless repetitions of training, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Mr. Russoff," he began, "I have stated that I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to understand. Whether you are merely passing through Earth or wish to establish a long-term residence here, it is essential for humanity to comprehend your situation. Just as the landlord of the Chinese restaurant you frequent would not permit unknown individuals to rent, this is a matter of responsibility towards both the landlord and other tenants." As Coulson spoke, Greer placed his raised left hand upon the chicken burger, tugging down the wrapper before taking another generous bite. His mind raced with thoughts since SHIELD had approached him. They must possess an abundance of information. After all, it is a vast multinational organization that likely had him thoroughly investigated. Yet, why did they still inquire about his origins? He recalled that night vividly, crawling from the back of a truck amidst a sea of lifeless bodies, a dart protruding from his chest. If SHIELD truly had scrutinized him down to the color of his undergarments, they ought to have easily uncovered the traces of the life he had inhabited prior to his arrival. Why then the questions, who are you? Where do you come from? It seemed they regarded him as an extraterrestrial. Suddenly, a thought struck Greer. What if this body did not belong to Earth in the Marvel Universe? Perhaps that was why SHIELD could not uncover anything. After all, how could a being that had not existed a fortnight ago possibly leave behind any evidence of life? Pondering this, Greer crumpled the burger wrapper in his hand and walked over to the nearby trash can, tossing it inside. I, too, wish to know my name, my origins, and why I was cast here. Casted here? Coulson seized upon that phrase, inquiring, "Are you suggesting you were abandoned on Earth by a spaceship?" "No," Greer replied, leaning against the wall, his arms crossed before him as he gazed at Coulson. "From the moment I gained consciousness, I have been aboard a train that perpetually moves forward. According to the conductor, we are aberrant beings salvaged from the desert of time, an environment reminiscent of Earth's arid expanses, yet filled with chaotic imagery, as if countless projectors were screening films simultaneously. The conductor mentioned that his tram travels through the cracks of time, showcasing events from disparate worlds and eras. I cannot ascertain how long I lived on that tram. I merely awoke one day and found myself in this world. It appears I was cast down." Coulson's smile remained, yet his eyes betrayed an incredulous skepticism, as if he were thinking, "Are you serious?" After Greer concluded his tale, Coulson nodded. "If you were to pin your experiences into a science fiction novel, it would surely become a bestseller. You should consider becoming an author." "Indeed. That is my thought as well," Greer replied, sharing a smile and subtly opening his right hand, which had been pressed against his body by his left elbow. A card effortlessly slipped between his shirt and jacket, landing in his grasp. Holding the card, Greer looked at Coulson and casually dropped a bombshell. "The afternoon before I was discarded from the tram, I witnessed a colossal aircraft plummeting into the Arctic Ocean, frozen beneath the ice and drifting for a considerable time. Inside was a figure clad in a star-spangled uniform, presumably the individual referred to as Captain America. Though encased in ice, he seemed to be alive." Coulson, who had maintained his composure until now, finally displayed a change in demeanor. His smile faded significantly, and his tone grew less cordial, as if something of great importance had been violated. "And then? Did you observe where he drifted?" Greer intended to craft an air of enigma around himself, rendering S-H-I-E-L-D incapable of discerning his true nature, thus compelling them to exercise caution. Much like the Hulk and Thor, who were equally formidable, the military dared to capture the Hulk primarily because they had thoroughly investigated Bruce Banner. In contrast, Thor remained shrouded in mystery. While they knew he hailed from Asgard, they could not ascertain the extent of its denizens or their powers. Unfamiliar with a person's background, one would naturally hesitate to act recklessly. What if they captured Thor, unleashing the pantheon of gods from Norse mythology? In this world, trust was a rare commodity, and reliance on others was fraught with uncertainty. Even figures such as Iron Man and Captain America had ultimately clashed due to differing ideologies. The only true reliance one could have was on oneself and one's own strength. Chapter 23. The Directory of Superhumans. Coulson pursed his lips, his expression darker than before. The voice of Nick Fury echoed through his earpiece. "Enough of this meaningless chatter, Coulson. Hand him that document." After uttering these words, Nick Fury ended the communication and turned to Agent Hill beside him. "Now, isn't there a third possibility?" Agent Hill looked bewildered. "Sir, do you actually believe him?" To her, it seemed utterly nonsensical. Even science fiction seemed more logical. "No," Nick Fury responded curtly, pivoting towards the exit as he continued. "Inform Romanoff to scout for a girl and arrange a chance encounter. The best way to control a man is through a woman." Upon reaching the automatic doors, he turned back to say, "Hill, erase the memories of agents with below level 7 clearance involved in this mission, and send someone to the Arctic to search for that plane he mentioned." "Sir?" Agent Hill was filled with questions, her doubts about the authenticity of the director's orders swirling in her mind. Hadn't he just stated his disbelief? Why then send someone to the Arctic? "Execute the orders," Nick Fury said with utmost seriousness, the automatic doors closing behind him and sealing Agent Hill's confusion within that room. Nick Fury took the elevator to his office on the 42nd floor. Sitting at his desk, he retrieved a small, exquisite cube from the secret pocket of his trench coat and placed it on the table. His hands swiftly navigated through the pile of documents, unearthing a folder dated from the previous century. Opening it revealed hundreds of files, the foremost being one labeled Avengers, which contained videos, images, and documents amounting to several gigabytes. These extensive documents were categorized under 4 names, only the initials visible, while the remaining letters and other files had been obscured by a special encryption, rendering them illegible. Nick Fury opened the document marked with the initial K, revealing a heavily redacted file. He lifted his eye mask to align his injured eye with the iris verification hole, causing the black coating to vanish, unveiling a blurry photograph. The image depicted an armored figure wielding a long sword, adorned with wing-like accessories from shoulders to back, and possessing large eyes reminiscent of a peach sliced in half. Subsequently, Nick Fury called forth images of Greer battling Iron Tyrant and other shots featuring the Decade armor and Freeze armor, all showcasing identical belts. Meanwhile, upon receiving Nick Fury's orders, the previously irate Coulson swiftly composed himself, donning a professional smile as he spoke. The primary duty of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division is to ensure that the public remains oblivious to matters they are not prepared to confront, allowing them to live their lives in peace. Your actions in the basement a week ago have been suppressed. No one will pursue the bulletproof assailant. Furthermore, the recent skirmish at Stark Industries will be declared a robotic malfunction incident tomorrow. I believe it would be prudent for your dazzling red armor to remain out of sight until this incident settles, as such powerful armor would undoubtedly attract attention. Greer remained silent, having already played his ace with Captain America, and throwing the hydronuclear option was a risk he dared not take. Especially given that former director Alexander Pierce was a Hydra operative, the credibility of such claims was virtually non-existent. It was akin to a stranger breaking into your office with a knife and claiming to expose your superior as a mole from a rival company. Who would you believe? The answer was self-evident. Disregarding Greer's silence, Coulson raised his right arm, extending the file he had been holding towards Greer. SHIDLD has compiled the records of Greer Russo's past 16 years. You may continue to live on Earth as a human, regardless of your origins, having arrived on this planet. I hope you will adopt its customs and abide by its rules. SHIELD will list you in the directory of superhumans for monitoring. Greer accepted the file and began to skim through its contents, not looking up as he inquired. So how do you intend to monitor me? Will you have someone surveil me 24 hours a day, or implant tracking devices and cameras? Accepting a business card with his left hand, Greer succinctly replied, I will. Facing such a seasoned operative, Coulson opted for brevity. He nodded at Greer, turned, and walked towards a car parked a dozen meters away, entering it and driving off, quickly vanishing from Greer's view. Minutes passed after Coulson's departure before Greer straightened up, resuming his path towards Uncle Jimmy's diner. Withdrawing his right hand from where it had been pressed against his left elbow and waist, the sweat on his palm stained the card, which bore a dragon emblem and the letters RYEKI against a black background, the KR card of Kamen Rider Ryeki, known for its ability to reveal one's true heart. Prior to Coulson's arrival, Greer had contemplated exchanging for Faiz weapons the Pegasus contract card, acceleration AR cards, and even the explosive FR card to enhance Faiz's capabilities in anticipation of potential troubles. However, after leaning against the wall moments ago, he had unhesitatingly exchanged for the KR card that would allow him entry into the mirror world. Should Coulson exhibit any intent to apprehend him, Greer would transform into Kamen Rider Ryeki without hesitation, stepping into the mirror world. No matter how formidable SHIELD was, or how tightly they had woven their web, they could only act in the physical realm. Once he entered the mirror world, which rejected the material, even SHIELD could only watch helplessly, his personal sanctuary. Not to mention, he could traverse between the mirror world and reality through mirrors and reflective surfaces, akin to possessing numerous teleportation gateways, and could draw enemies into the mirror world without lifting a finger, where they would meet their demise at the hands of that realm. Chapter 24. I am Iron Man had it not been for the intervention of SHIELD. Greer would never have exchanged for the basic power of the Dragon Knight card, which was a mere half-done and exceedingly expensive at that, costing over 100 points more than the combined cost of a Faiz card and a Night Kick. Apart from granting access to the mirror world, it seemed nearly worthless compared to other knights, especially given the stipulation that one could only unleash their full potential within the mirror world. Furthermore, entering this realm required the accompanying purchase of the full-face motorcycle, the Ride Shooter, priced at 650 points. Otherwise, he would be reduced to merely running on foot within the mirror world, regardless of its lack of value and the apparent exploitation. Greer clenched his teeth and made the exchange, reasoning that points could be regained, but if his life were lost, nothing could be salvaged. Although he was uncertain of the reason behind his ability for rapid wound healing, he pondered the dire consequences should any limbs be broken and fail to mend. With cunning foresight, Greer transformed into Kamen Rider Dragon Knight, granting him the ability to enter the mirror world whenever there were mirrors or reflective surfaces present. In that realm, he felt invincible, unaffected by any cataclysmic events occurring in the real world, even a nuclear catastrophe. As night fell, Greer distanced himself, merging into the flow of traffic. Meanwhile, Coulson, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, deftly tapped on the windshield with his left. To his astonishment, the glass responded as if it were a screen, revealing a small display in the upper left corner, showcasing the upper half of Nick Fury. "Coulson, what is the matter?" Fury inquired. "Sir, I believe it is him." Coulson replied with a buoyant tone, "Though it has been 2 or 3 decades, I still remember his voice." "Yes, sir." After hanging up, Coulson steered towards Stark Industries, acutely aware of the myriad tasks awaiting him. Foremost among them was persuading the billionaire to issue a statement regarding the robot malfunction and liaising with the military to confirm the existence of such robots, thereby framing the incident as an acceptable robot battle rather than a malicious act of human-controlled mechanized warfare. The following morning, as anticipated, every newspaper headlined the extraordinary battle that took place outside Stark Industries in Queens, showcasing a scene of utter devastation, mangled vehicles, and cratered roadways. More prominently featured were somewhat blurry yet discernible images of the crimson and gold Iron Man soaring through the air, grappling with the Ironmonger and the Faiz, whose body radiated red light. Accompanying these images were interviews with affected motorists and office workers from nearby buildings, all claiming to have witnessed the robotic clash on the highway. Several drivers who had their cars crushed by the Ironmonger adamantly stated they heard the colossal robot utter the name Stark, prompting numerous newspapers to speculate that Stark resided within the golden-red Iron Man suit, their intention to draw attention inadvertently aligning with the truth. Early that morning, the official website of Stark Industries posted an announcement stating, "Last night, a military experimental robot malfunctioned at our factory in Queens, resulting in a confrontation between 3 different models on the highway. We apologize to the citizens affected, and after assessing the damages, we will provide compensation and repair the damaged roadways and public facilities." Meanwhile, in the press conference's adjoining lounge, SHIELD, Agent Coulson handed 2 note-filled slips of paper to Pepper Potts, saying, "These are Mr. Stark's speaking notes. Just read from them shortly. We will handle the rest." Pepper glanced at the notes before placing them on a small table beside Stark and inquired of Coulson, "Do you know who the silver-armored figure radiating red light was? I am truly grateful for his assistance." Coulson replied in a measured tone, "We are still in search of that information. As you know, the public is quite resistant to the installation of cameras on the streets. Moreover, Mr. Stark witnessed the mysterious individual effortlessly leap to the rooftops, suggesting there are likely no cameras there, making our search quite challenging. Hasn't Mr. Stark infiltrated government departments for leads? Please notify us if any information arises. This project commenced a year ago. With high-tech endeavors, it is not uncommon for results to take 3 to 5 years, or even to fail entirely. Our primary goal now is to manage public perception," Coulson continued, maintaining his suave demeanor. "Obadiah departed for a vacation in the Maldives 3 days ago. News of a small aircraft accident should surface in 2 days." Stark raised an eyebrow, non-committally, having refrained from discussing any topics with Coulson. With Pepper's assistance, he donned a suit and arrived at the press conference just as Colonel Rhodes concluded his remarks. Standing on stage, Stark surveyed the throng of reporters below, holding the notes momentarily before tossing them aside. Suddenly, he raised his gaze and proclaimed, "I am Iron Man." This declaration reverberated through the hall like a splash of water in hot oil, igniting an uproar as reporters sprang to their feet, clamoring to pose their questions. The cacophony of voices threatened to lift the ceiling, while Stark, standing at the podium, savored the moment in the spotlight. Sighing deeply, Coulson could do nothing but suggest actions to Stark, unable to enforce compliance. Stark's refusal to adhere to his guidance left him feeling powerless. Reluctantly, he retrieved his phone and dialed the director, voicing his exasperation. "Sir, the mission has once again failed. Tony Stark has publicly admitted to being Iron Man." Chapter 25, The People's Hero, Iron Man. I am Iron Man. This proclamation by Tony Stark, accompanied by his resplendent crimson and gold Mark III armor, swiftly resonated across the vast expanse of the nation and beyond the seas, revealing to the world that the billionaire playboy, often dubbed the modern-day Da Vinci, was indeed Iron Man. A throng of journalists congregated outside Stark Industries headquarters, the Stark Tower in Manhattan, eager to interview Stark, while numerous admirers of Iron Man lingered nearby, hoping for a glimpse of their newfound hero. As a result, the establishments surrounding Stark Tower, hotels, roadside stalls, and restaurants experienced an unprecedented surge in business, much to the delight of their owners, who were quick to send requests to Stark Industries for permission to utilize Iron Man's likeness in promotional materials. Rentals of nearby apartments and hotels offering prime views of Stark Tower were marketed as the ultimate vantage points to witness Iron Man in action, commanding threefold prices that were met with insatiable demand. Consequently, property values in the vicinity of Stark Tower soared by a notable margin. Toy manufacturers and animation studios also inundated Stark with proposals to develop Iron Man-themed merchandise. While Disney boldly offered a staggering $300 million annually for Stark's involvement in voicing Iron Man in their animated series and games, individuals driven by diverse motives and interests eagerly joined this celebration, solidifying Iron Man's status as a universally adored hero. Although curiosity lingered about the identity of another figure radiating red light, the voices of those questioning his identity were swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of support from various factions. During this time, Stark chose to remain indoors, primarily due to a lack of destinations, a desire for respite, and an intention to allay the concerns of SHIELD. After a month in this world, he had scarcely rested, alternating between training with his mentors and combating crime. He decided to take a brief hiatus, awaiting further leads from his mentor before resuming his quest for points. On the television, a talk show host continued to mock Stark Industries, recalling how only a month or two prior, he had suggested that Stark should sell the company rather than continue its weapons manufacturing, even shattering a cup with a baseball bat to emphasize this point. The host now ridiculed Stark's intentions to dissolve the weapons division, driving the stock prices into a steep decline, while he covertly acquired shares, only to later orchestrate a spectacle involving robotic battles, subsequently launching his battle suit and causing the stock prices to skyrocket. The host presented a chart illustrating the fluctuations in Stark Industries stock over recent months, demonstrating a steady decline following Stark's announcement to dismantle the weapons division, with no improvement despite Obadiah's efforts. However, after Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, the stock prices surged to heights surpassing those prior to the dissolution announcement, leading to the conclusion that this was merely a nefarious scheme by a grotesque capitalist to exploit the market. Greer found himself astounded by the host's imaginative narratives, feeling a twinge of envy at the ease with which financial gains could be achieved. Had he invested in Stark Industries at its lowest point, he would have reaped profits several times over. Yet, despite this knowledge, he found himself unable to participate, as his funds were derived from the sale of untraceable old bills from those selling merchandise. Attempting to deposit a significant sum into a bank would inevitably attract the scrutiny of the tax authorities, especially considering his ordinary background as indicated in the identity details arranged by SHIELD. The notion of a minor possessing such wealth would likely result in accusations of unexplained sources of wealth, unless he sought assistance from SHIELD, which Greer was keen to avoid until he had attained a certain level of strength. The murky waters of SHIELD were fraught with peril. Even the current director had nearly perished at the hands of the Winter Soldier. Furthermore, who would assist without ulterior motives? Those who offered help often harbored greater ambitions, akin to upperclassmen eager to aid freshmen with their luggage, each driven by hidden agendas. Thus, until he reached a formidable level of power, it was wise to maintain distance from SHIELD. The idea of traversing through time only to join SHIELD and maneuver its internal politics was a feat reserved for those endowed with an SSS-level protagonist aura. For Greer, a mere fortunate E-grade soldier, it was best to keep his distance. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Greer to spring from his bed and open it. Uncle Jimmy stood there, presenting a steaming plate of dumplings, his demeanor warm and inviting. Freshly made beef dumplings. Give them a try. Thank you. Greer accepted the plate and sat at the table to indulge in the culinary delights. Uncle Jimmy's cooking was truly exceptional. Initially, Greer had relished the novelty of authentic American fare such as steaks and hamburgers, but after a few days, he found himself yearning for flavors more familiar to his palate, including the local Chinese cuisine that fell short of his expectations. Thus, he opted to dine at Uncle Jimmy's restaurant, avoiding the peculiar adaptations of Chinese dishes prevalent elsewhere. Although Uncle Jimmy also prepared Chinese meals tailored to local tastes, his personal cooking remained true to authentic Chinese recipes, complete with Sichuan pepper, sesame oil, doubanjiang, and dark soy sauce. While these ingredients were relatively inexpensive back home, they commanded exorbitant prices here, with a single packet of spices costing upwards of $100. Uncle Jimmy quickly scanned Greer's room before speaking. "Greer, it's been a month since you arrived. Have you thought about what you want to do? If you've decided to stay here, I know a way to obtain a green card for just $50,000. That's good, Uncle Jimmy nodded, pulling a folded paper from his pocket and laying it on the table beside Greer. In 50 days, the SSAT will take place. This is the nationwide secondary school admission test. If you perform well, you could secure a full scholarship to a prestigious high school, paving the way to a reputable university and ultimately a career as a lawyer or doctor, professions that command both status and respect. Chapter 26. The captured old man. Greer paused momentarily, his chopsticks hovering in the air before he resumed, gingerly lifting a dumpling to his lips and savoring its flavor. Over the past month, he had undeniably felt the pervasive sting of discrimination. Although only a handful of individuals within the broader community cast him sidelong glances, the discomfort was palpable. In the Asian enclave of 8th Street, matters were relatively tolerable. However, beyond its confines, he was met with derogatory terms such as chink and Chinaman, alongside disdainful gestures. Yet, what could he truly achieve by confronting this? Greer possessed extraordinary strength. He could easily subdue 1, 10, or even 100 assailants. But would that alter their deep-seated prejudices? Could he confront every single one of the 300 million citizens in America, particularly when even a fraction harbored discriminatory views? This was why Greer had remained indoors for the week, indulging in the escapism of superhero comics featuring Superman and Batman, fearing that he might succumb to his temper and lash out against those who taunted him. Uncle Jimmy turned his gaze to the television, where discussions about Stark persisted, and remarked, "This society is profoundly unjust. Take Tony Stark, for instance. His arrogance, flamboyance, and myriad flaws would render him unapproachable were he an ordinary individual. Yet, Stark's wealth and brilliance afford him the luxury to be dismissive, not out of disdain, but rather as a quirk of genius. His indifference stems from his immense fortune, rendering him unconcerned with societal norms." With a heavy sigh, he tapped the paper on the table and earnestly advised, "Child, ponder this deeply. You are still quite young, and a long journey lies ahead. Living in the moment may suffice now, but what if 10, 20, or even 30 years hence? One cannot merely hope for a brighter future without diligent effort. Neglecting the present ensures a grim tomorrow. When I first arrived here, I was lower than a beggar, sleeping in parks and scavenging for scraps, meticulously saving every penny I could find. It took me 2 decades to establish this restaurant, achieving stability and legal status. Your starting point is higher than mine. Your future must be one of dignity and respect. As long as each generation grows stronger, we shall one day be the ones who look down upon others rather than be subjected to their scorn." "Yes, I understand," Greer replied, somewhat absent-mindedly nodding as he mechanically consumed the dumplings, which had lost their earlier appeal. Uncle Jimmy opted for silence, exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him, leaving Greer alone with the incessant chatter of the television host. Despite the host's clever quips, the words grated on Greer's ears. He reached for the remote and turned off the television, restoring silence to the room. Before him lay a handwritten document detailing the admissions process for a mid-tier high school, including addresses, requisite scores, scholarship application requirements, past year's minimum scores for scholarships, SSAT exam dates, study materials, and a list of recommended books. Even though Greer had never previously heard of the SSAT, the instructions were now clear: how to register, what to study, and which scores corresponded to which institutions. It was evident that Uncle Jimmy had invested considerable time and effort into this endeavor, and Greer felt a rising irritation at this well-meaning gesture. What was this madness? He would rather engage in physical confrontation with his adversaries than grapple with such vexing matters. Yet, unless he chose to isolate himself completely, avoiding contact with individuals of different backgrounds, he would inevitably encounter discrimination and disdain. Reflecting on the past month, Greer noted that his time spent combating crime and training constituted only a third of his existence. The remainder was filled with the mundane challenges of daily life, facing the same prejudices shared by those in his community. When confronted with insurmountable issues, temporary evasion seemed the most prudent course of action. He picked up a comic book from his left, flipping through its pages, which recounted the tale of Batman's clash with Superman. Indeed, within this Marvel universe, the rival DC Comics thrived, with many superheroes inspired by Captain America from World War II. To galvanize public resolve during the war, the super soldier was mythologized as a representation of American spirit. Captain America's valorous feats during the conflict, coupled with his sacrifice to save lives, solidified his status as a household hero. Even post-war, Captain America's popularity endured, leading to a plethora of comics, television shows, and films. Many creators adapted his image, reinterpreting him through new lenses. Some envisioned Captain America as omnipotent, resulting in the creation of the invincible Superman. Others, inspired by the rise of feminist consciousness, birthed Wonder Woman, the female counterpart to Captain America, to champion women's empowerment. There were those who felt that a city plagued by crime needed a superhero, thus giving rise to Batman. Recently, Stark's revelation of his identity as Iron Man had further fueled the popularity of superhero comics, boosting sales significantly. This surge was precisely why Disney, which owned the rights to heroes like Superman, sought to collaborate with Stark to leverage real-life superheroes to promote their comic book figures, thereby enhancing overall sales. Having turned only a few pages, Greer's phone vibrated from his jacket pocket, jolting him from his despondency. He knew only a select few had his number. It couldn't be Uncle Jimmy, so it must be Damon or Mindy, likely with news of a mission, a chance to earn points. He hastily tossed the comic aside and answered the call. It was indeed Mindy, her voice laced with distress. Greer, it's bad news. Dad has been captured. What? Chapter 27. The mirror world. Greer leapt from his chair, oblivious to the chopsticks that clattered to the floor. How could father be captured? After all, he was merely a retired police officer who had honed his skills in prison, adept at dealing with ordinary individuals and some street thugs. Even in the world of Kick-Ass, devoid of superpowered villains, father had been caught and burned alive. Not to mention the Marvel Universe, teeming with villains and heroes alike, his limited abilities were utterly insufficient. From Mindy's tearful and fragmented account, Greer gleaned the unfolding events. Father had been pursuing Carl Burbank, a subordinate of Parker Robbins, the only one privy to Robbins' whereabouts. Yesterday afternoon, a contact from father's days as an officer had provided a lead indicating that Carl Burbank had been seen at a liquor store at the intersection of 49th Street and 10th Avenue in Manhattan. Along with the image, a text message arrived. If you wish to save him, arrive at the nightclub at 11th Avenue and 46th Street before 10 o'clock. After that, you might as well fish him out of the Hudson River. Damn, Greer muttered under his breath. This was a classic villain's trap-laden rhetoric. Yet such words were alarmingly effective, compelling one to step into the trap despite knowing its nature. He hastily spoke into the phone. Mindy, you mustn't go. This is undoubtedly a trap. I will rescue Uncle Damon. You know my strength. They cannot harm me. If you go, you might endanger yourself. Do you understand? At last, Mindy's voice came through the line. I understand. I will arrange for a car. Please, you must save father. Prior to this call, he had lamented spending so many points to exchange for the Dragon Knight card and the Mirror motorcycle. Now, however, Greer felt an immense sense of relief for having chosen the Mirror motorcycle and Dragon Knight card over strengthening Faiz. It was now 9:20 a.m., with only 40 minutes remaining until 10. Given the traffic outside, by the time he traversed from Brooklyn to Manhattan, he would likely be left with no choice but to retrieve father from the river. Rushing to the Mirror, Greer fastened the Emperor's belt around his waist. Raising his left arm, the KR card flew into his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he inserted it into the Emperor's driver. The gem at the center immediately projected a dragon head logo. Kamen Ride Ryuki. As the mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Greer's ears, he collided with the Mirror, his entire being plunging into its depths, vanishing from the room. Surrounded by shimmering silver crystals that eluded touch, the space behind him was still his room, as if a hole had been carved into reality. Next to him stood an open full-coverage motorcycle. Upon Greer's leap, the safety belt automatically fastened onto the V-buckle of the Dragon Knight armor, and the transparent canopy descended. Let us go. Greer twisted the throttle, and the Mirror motorcycle surged forth, racing through a realm filled with countless shattered crystals. In a matter of moments, the motorcycle burst forth, re-entering Greer's room. However, everything here was a complete reflection of reality, and it was evident he had entered the Mirror world. The motorcycle, reaching speeds of 300 kilometers per hour, collided violently with the door, shattering it into splinters, before crashing into the wall behind, creating a substantial breach. Indeed, the Mirror world was a reflection of the real world. Even if the shadows were momentarily obscured and fragmented, they would restore to their original form once the obstruction was removed. Greer pondered this internally, his gaze fixed ahead as he navigated the motorcycle swiftly along the silent road. The surroundings were indistinguishable from the real world, with numerous cars and bicycles standing without supports on the bike lanes, giving the impression that time had halted the moment Greer entered, preserving the state of the world at that instant. Inside the Mirror motorcycle, which reached speeds exceeding 240 meters per second, the buildings outside blurred due to the incredible velocity. The streetlights and cars became indistinguishable as the structures ahead seemed to converge upon Greer like a tidal wave. An illusion created by the overwhelming speed. Chapter 28. The executioner before him stood a four-story building, each floor housing 4 rooms, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the scenes of the real world. Vehicles were parked along the streets, and scarcely any pedestrians or cars passed by, creating an eerie silence akin to a deserted mirror world. Clad in dragon knight armor, Greer pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. The layout of the lobby bore a striking resemblance to that of a bar, yet numerous small platforms, supported by steel pipes, interrupted the space. Through the smooth, illuminating steel, the outside world appeared equally deserted. Greer did not linger in the bustling lobby. Instead, he commenced a search for a door leading to the basement within this nightclub. Countless films and television dramas have favored the basement as a place for confinement, and this occasion was no exception. It was not long before Greer discovered a staircase leading downward at the end of a corridor. This staircase was connected to an upward one, and at the bottom of the descending stairs, to the left, stood a rusted iron door, slightly ajar, devoid of the stringent security Greer had anticipated. Could this be a false address? Doubts crept into Greer's mind. Perhaps this was not the location where Big Daddy was held. However, having arrived at this juncture, he pulled open the iron door and stepped through. The expansive basement lay in darkness, illuminated only by 2 10-centimeter exhaust fans that spun sporadically. A few beams of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blades, serving as the sole source of light in the subterranean chamber. The night vision capabilities of his Dragon Knight armor allowed Greer to discern the 200-square-meter expanse, where 8 thick cement pillars stood. In the corners, a chaotic heap of broken tables, chairs, torn newspapers, and rubble contributed to the disorderly atmosphere. At the center of the basement, a metal hook from the ceiling held a rope dangling down to a dark red pool of blood, eerily reminiscent of the image Mindy had sent him. It appeared he had indeed arrived at the right place. Greer thought to himself as he surveyed the surroundings. Near a cement pillar on his left lay a shattered mirror, reflecting the dim scenes of the basement. Unlike the mirror world, however, the center of the rope bore the weight of a figure dressed in black. The sound that emanated from this figure resembled the frail whispers of an aged man, barely audible unless one leaned in closely. Enhanced by the 5 senses granted by his armor, Greer detected an even fainter sound of slicing air, approaching him at an alarming speed. After more than half a month of training and the augmentation from his armor, Greer quickly adjusted his stance. Leaning back as a silver dart grazed his chest plate and embedded itself deeply into the opposite cement wall, leaving only a small portion protruding. As he leaned back, Greer swiftly turned to the direction of the incoming projectile, spotting a slight figure clad in black, with his face obscured by a black mask. This man had inexplicably appeared in the corner, his only visible feature being his piercing eyes, which fixated on Greer as though he were prey, sending a chill down Greer's spine. With a resounding crash, the silence of the basement shattered, startling Greer as he turned to see the iron door slam shut. A towering figure, approximately 6 feet tall and as robust as a bear, stood at the entrance, a cigar clamp between his teeth, a shotgun in his right hand, and an M500 revolver holstered at his side. The left corner of his leather jacket bore the red inscription Bushwhacker Executioner. Finally, he had arrived, punctually, it seemed. "I'll send you straight to hell." The executioner spat out the cigar and immediately aimed a shotgun at Greer, unleashing a thunderous volley of gunfire as the deafening sound echoed through the chamber, pellets rapidly hurtling toward Greer. As the man raised his weapon, Greer hastily sought refuge behind a nearby cement pillar. Although the gun could not penetrate his defenses, the impact would still knock him back. However, as Greer moved, the black-clad figure beside him swiftly swung his right arm, flinging a chain, as thick as a pinky finger, towards Greer. It ensnared Greer's right arm, diverting his attention from the executioner. The executioner gazed down at Greer, motionless on the ground, a look of disdain and mockery etched on his face. HMP Chapter 29. The Fall of Big Daddy. Greer aimed his gun at the concrete pillar where the enemy was hiding, swiftly rising to his feet and rushing to Big Daddy's side. With a precise shot, he severed the ropes binding him. Big Daddy plummeted downward. But Greer's reflexes were sharp. His left arm shot out, catching him before he could hit the ground. At that moment, a metallic clang echoed through the basement. Greer turned just in time to see a grenade rolling toward them, tossed from behind the pillar. Damn it! Panic surged through him. Though his rider armor could withstand the blast, Big Daddy was only human. Without hesitation, Greer leaped, dragging Big Daddy behind the nearest pillar. The explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the basement, kicking up clouds of dust. Shrapnel and concrete fragments flew in all directions, pinging against the pillar they hid behind like deadly hail. Had they been exposed, the shards would have shredded them to pieces. Amid the chaos, Greer caught the sound of a heavy door creaking open. Instinctively, he extended his arm and fired toward the noise, relying on memory. A laser beam streaked through the air, followed by another explosion, the clatter of metal and stone, and a pain scream. But the hurried thud of footsteps on stairs told him the shot hadn't been fatal. There was no time to pursue. His attention snapped back to Big Daddy, slumped against the pillar. His mask had been torn away, revealing a face battered beyond recognition, eyes swollen, nose broken, lips split, all smeared with blood. His clothes hung in tatters, drenched crimson, staining even Greer's rider armor. His breathing was shallow, his condition dire. Greer raised his left arm, summoning the Cobra phone into his grasp. He slotted it into his belt-edged driver and dialed Mindy. "I've got Big Daddy." He barked into the receiver. "Where are you? Did you find the car?" Mindy's frantic breaths crackled through the line. "Parking lot across the street. Redford." Greer hung up, scooping Big Daddy into his arms and sprinting for the exit. The steel door bore a gaping hole the size of a watermelon, courtesy of his earlier shot. A severed arm lay nearby, and a trail of blood led up the stairs. Under normal circumstances, he'd follow it, but not now. He burst through the shattered glass door into daylight, drawing stunned stares from passers-by. A red Ford screeched to a halt beside him, Mindy at the wheel, her face pale with terror as she took in Big Daddy's condition. Greer slid into the back seat, cradling Big Daddy as Mindy floored the accelerator. The car tore through the streets, weaving recklessly between lanes, doubling the speed limit, ignoring red lights. "I'm done for," Big Daddy rasped, his voice barely audible. "No hospital, they saw my face. They'll come for you, run. Get as far away as you can." "No, don't talk, just hold on," Mindy shouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. She swiped at them furiously, refusing to let them blur her vision. Behind them, a police cruiser blared its siren, demanding they pull over. Mindy only pressed harder on the gas, swerving through traffic, leaving chaos in her wake. "Promise me." Big Daddy's voice rose suddenly, then broke into a wet cough. Blood flecked his lips as he turned to Greer, gripping his hand with surprising strength. "You can't when I'm sorry be normal." His final word died on his lips. His head lolled forward, his body still. Greer understood. Big Daddy had known. They were outmatched. The enemy had wealth, power, influence. They could buy loyalty, even from the police. His apology was for the vigilante ideals he'd instilled in them. And his last wish? For Greer to walk away, to live a normal life. Rage burned through Greer's veins. His fist lashed out, shattering the rear window and denting the frame. He raised his gun and fired at the pursuing cruisers. Even at minimum power, the shots obliterated their tires, sending the lead car flipping. The others collided in a screech of metal, falling behind. But victory tasted like ashes. Big Daddy was gone. Chapter 30. The Return of the Soul. Having evaded pursuit, the police vehicle, whose license plate was memorized, was cast into the Hudson River by Greer. Mindy called upon Marcus Williams, a former comrade of Uncle Damon, who had adopted her after Uncle Damon was wrongfully imprisoned. To conceal Uncle Damon's south resting place from the nefarious individuals seeking him, Marcus, a police sergeant, arranged for a false death certificate using a fictitious name and photo. 2 days later, they buried Damon McCready in a graveyard in New Jersey. During this time, Marcus learned about Uncle Damon, a once righteous officer who could not tolerate corruption and dedicated his life to fighting crime, only to be framed by drug dealers who corrupted his superiors. Mindy's mother also tragically passed away during surgery, miraculously giving birth to Mindy in her final moments. Marcus raised Mindy and returned her to Damon upon his release, not anticipating that Damon would begin training her. By the age of 11, she had already eliminated numerous wrongdoers, skilled in the use of various weapons and proficient in multiple martial arts, all in pursuit of vengeance, viewed through the lens of societal norms. This could hardly be deemed exemplary parenting, yet who can discern whether this is not another form of paternal love, empowering his daughter to be self-reliant and formidable? Indeed. Mindy was now impervious to the harassment and violations that often plague individuals in America. Mindy stood silently before a gravestone devoid of a photo and inscribed with a false name, lingering in her grief, tears long dried but sorrow eternally etched in her heart. Marcus laid a bouquet of wrinkled chrysanthemums at the gravestone and gently patted Mindy's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The crimson sunset cast a melancholic hue upon the land, and Marcus turned to Greer, softly proposing, "Child, why not join us? As a police officer, I can ensure your safety." This world harbors too much malevolence for any one person to alter. Heed Damon's words, live as an ordinary person, and navigate life safely. Greer gazed at Uncle Damon's grave, shaking his head. They have seen Uncle Damon's face. A mere inquiry would reveal Mindy's existence, placing you in jeopardy as well. Then let us eliminate them all. Mindy spoke with a venomous intensity that belied her petite frame, inciting a frown from Marcus, who lamented that Damon had corrupted her with such vengeful teachings. Mindy, you promised Uncle Damon to be an ordinary girl and to refrain from becoming embroiled in this. Greer warned, recalling the moment he witnessed Uncle Damon take his last breath in his arms, an overwhelming sense of regret and helplessness nearly engulfing him. He could not allow Mindy to face a similar fate. Over the past 2 days, he had reflected deeply, acknowledging his own missteps. Despite his desire to remain inconspicuous since arriving in this world, he had always harbored a certain proud independence. Yet reality had delivered a resounding slap. He had fixated solely on the original plot of Kick-Ass, neglecting the fact that they resided in the Marvel Universe, where such narratives could not simply be imposed. Had he contemplated further, perhaps he could have prevented the death of Old Man sighing deeply. Greer retrieved his smartphone, hesitating momentarily before refraining from dialing the number given by Coulson. Instead, he exchanged 80 points for encrypted communication and intrusion capabilities, searching for the phone number of 10880 Malibu Street, California. The only entities capable of altering Mindy and Marcus' identities to evade the underworld were S, H, I, E, L, D, or Tony Stark. Reluctant to involve S, H, I, E, L, D, he opted for the acquaintance he had with Tony Stark. In a coastal villa on the West Coast, Tony Stark was in the basement modifying his Iron Man suit. After publicly acknowledging his identity as Iron Man, he had relocated from his New York villa to one in Los Angeles, disregarding the journalists and fans clamoring outside Stark Tower. Suddenly, the voice of his AI assistant, J.A.R.V.I.S., interrupted. Sir, there is an encrypted signal attempting to connect, which I have intercepted. Is it S, H, I, E, L, D, again? Stark frowned, tossing aside the screwdriver in his hand. The last time, the director of S, H, I, E, L, D had stood in his villainous hall, yet J.A.R.V.I.S. had not triggered any alarms for intruders, as if he were blind to their presence. Thus, Stark's first thought was of S, H, I, E, L, D, connected. He commanded, and as the call was established, Greer took a deep breath and spoke. Is this Tony Stark? Who are you? Stark inquired, wiping his hands with a towel while J.A.R.V.I.S. pinpointed the caller's location. The Kamen Rider who passed by. Greer replied just as Stark recalled the mysterious figure who had single-handedly dispatched Obadiah and Ironmonger, someone he had yet to find, now unexpectedly reaching out to him. Are you calling to discuss compensation for your motorcycle? You should contact the legal department. They will handle it. However, you did assist me, so how much do you want? Stark's words incited Greer to consider ending the call, incensed that he was being dismissed so flippantly. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he replied, Since you acknowledge that I helped you, might I request your assistance in return? He then recounted Mindy and Marcus's plight, hoping Stark could alter their identities or create a legitimate false identity to shield them from criminal elements. A trivial matter, but why do you believe I would assist you? Stark scrutinized the dot on his screen, which J.A.R.V.I.S. had identified as being in a cemetery in New Jersey. I possess something quite intriguing that will not disappoint you, Greer asserted, recalling the transformation from Kamen Rider to Faiz, prompting Stark to raise an eyebrow. In 15 minutes, someone will come to escort you to the airport. I will be waiting in Los Angeles. I hope your possession is as fascinating as you claim. After ending the call, Marcus gazed at Greer in astonishment. You know the Tony Stark, the billionaire Iron Man? Indeed, Greer responded, drawing a look from Marcus reminiscent of a teacher's incredulity when a student claims a meeting with an industry titan. 15 minutes later, a luxurious car halted on the road beside the cemetery. A driver alighted and approached Greer and the others, stating, Mr. Stark sent me to pick you up. Please get in. The vehicle resumed its journey along the road, vanishing into the encroaching night. Darkness enveloped the land. The cemetery fell silent as if even the wind had ceased to blow, and the crickets had vanished. A newly erected gravestone emitted a faint glow through its cracks, brilliant against the darkness. Chapter 31. Meeting Stark. The luxurious Gulfstream G650 soared through the skies, its cabin adorned with opulence that befits Stark's private aircraft, one of many, no doubt. It was Greer's inaugural flight in the blue expanse, yet he found little joy in the breathtaking nightscape outside. Seated in a leather chair, his gaze was vacant as he stared out of the circular window, where the heavens and the earth merged into an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by a canopy of stars above and a sea of city lights below. Though the clock had ticked past 11, he felt no hint of fatigue, his mind swirling with a cacophony of thoughts. He was not the protagonist of this tale, merely an ordinary soul thrust into the Marvel universe, striving to survive in a world where he possessed neither photographic memory nor sudden bursts of intelligence. He had merely transformed from a passive bystander into a being endowed with the power of the drive system. As he gazed into the starlit abyss, an echo of a phrase he had heard somewhere resurfaced in his mind. A warrior is always solitary, compelled to fight relentlessly to maintain their victories, thus becoming profoundly lonely. The sacrifice of Old Man had imparted a deep understanding to Greer, that heroes often fare best in solitude. For the ties of friendship and kinship could become the greatest weaknesses when those closest to you become pawns of your adversaries. Indeed, in this instance, Old Man had become bait. Had Greer not arrived in time, the formidable Lady Deadpool might have unwittingly stepped into a trap, leading to a complete entrapment. Batman once said, "The mask is not meant to protect you, but to shield those you love." Yet, if one stands alone, unencumbered by attachments, even the absence of a mask holds little significance. Those with immense power and wealth, criminal syndicates and supervillains, would still target you, leaving no one else safe from harm. Even the mighty Hulk, despite the fact that Betty, Banner's girlfriend, was the daughter of General Ross, ultimately found their relationship severed. Continuing their romance would only render Betty a target for those with ulterior motives, a fact that even General Ross could not thwart. At midnight, the private jet touched down at Los Angeles International Airport. Upon disembarking, Greer was whisked away in a car to a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, each occupant granted their own lavish room, a clear testament to boundless wealth. The following morning, after breakfast, a luxurious vehicle arrived to escort Greer to meet Tony Stark. Mindy and Marcus remained at the hotel. As the driver had stated, Mr. Stark only requested to see you, his tone calm, yet tinged with an air of unassailable authority, reminiscent of a minor official before a powerful lord. One could only imagine Stark's fortune, easily in the hundreds of billions, sufficient to manufacture countless Iron Man suits and launch the Veronica, equipped with anti-Hulk armor, high-intensity isolation chambers, communication modules, and reserves of spare parts into space. In Greer's former life, the launch of high-tech satellites had cost over $300 million. The Veronica, given its size, weight, and capabilities, far surpassed those satellites, even in a world where technology had advanced beyond his own. Taking away Stark and Banner's intellect and design prowess, the material and manufacturing costs alone would still reach into the billions. In novels he had read prior to his transmigration, protagonists often approached Stark with an air of casualness, as though visiting a neighbor. However, Greer found it impossible to quell the tumult of excitement and anxiety within him, akin to being summoned for an audience with a powerful figure from his past life. The car halted in front of a seaside villa, a familiar sight from countless films. Upon exiting, Happy Hogan, Stark's bodyguard and driver, approached with several other bodyguards clad in dark suits and sunglasses. One of them aimed a device at Greer, revealing an X-ray view on Happy's tablet that laid bare all metallic items on his person, save for the metal-less drive belt at his waist. Happy's expression remained impassive as he instructed, "Please hand over your phone, keys, and any metallic items for safekeeping. They will be returned to you upon your departure." Another bodyguard stepped forward, holding a box the size of a shoebox. After Greer deposited his phone, keys, and darts into the box, it was closed, and he was motioned to enter. Navigating through the extravagantly adorned corridors, Greer felt a profound sense of disparity. The opulence of the villa starkly contrasted with his own humble existence. Bars, gyms, and swimming pools were merely the surface. Hidden within were garages, wine cellars, and storerooms for Iron Man suits, each room surpassing the total area of all the residences he had ever known. Poverty had constrained Greer's imagination, rendering it impossible to conceive what it might feel like to inhabit such a vast space. After a brief walk with Happy, they finally reached the hall. Upon entering, the melodious strains of a piano enveloped Greer. Before him, a row of expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed an unobstructed view of the endless ocean, a true seaside paradise. The scene was reminiscent of a pianist lost in the realm of music, a stark contrast to the ironclad persona of Iron Man Stark, a scion of affluence. was undoubtedly more intelligent and industrious, starting from a vantage point far beyond Greer's own, a daunting reminder of his own limitations. Happy stood at the door, waiting patiently, while Greer remained rooted in place. After a few moments, Stark rose from the piano, hands clasped behind his back, striding towards Greer, remarking, "You are younger than I anticipated. Have you obtained your driver's license?" Greer steadied himself, striving for composure as he replied, "Let us discuss matters of importance. I need your assistance in ensuring the safety of those two in Los Angeles. I can offer you something intriguing, a disc beast." "A disc beast?" Stark inquired from his seat on the couch, pouring himself a drink and swirling the glass. "Is it a pet? A cat? A dog? Or perhaps a talking parrot?" Without elaboration, Greer unzipped his jacket to reveal the silver drive belt snugly fitted over his attire. Stark's gaze sharpened as he regarded Greer intently, while Happy's demeanor shifted to one of tension, stepping cautiously between Stark and Greer. Chapter 32. The Crimson Eagle. A card abruptly soared from the night card box on the left, landing precisely in Greer's left hand. The card depicted a vibrant red eagle, resembling a toy crafted from plastic. This was the disc beast, the Crimson Eagle, exchanged for 150 points, leaving Greer with a mere handful of points remaining. "This is what I have for you. The disc beast, the Crimson Eagle." As Greer spoke, he inserted the card into the driver at his waist, and a hexagram magic circle materialized beside his right hand, from which a red disc fell. "Wow, what a fantastic close-up magic trick. Are you going to?" Stark's words trailed off as the red disc in Greer's hand instantaneously transformed into a three-dimensional eagle, with a sharp whoosh, piercing the air. The Crimson Eagle soared away at a speed exceeding 60 meters per second. Neither Happy nor Stark could discern the eagle's flight path. They only heard the sound of air being sliced, followed by a concrete pillar nearby being punctured. This unnerved Happy greatly. If a concrete pillar could not withstand such force, how could a fragile human body? Without hesitation, he drew his gun from his waist. Stark patted Happy's shoulder, urging him to relax, his eyes filled with wonder. Ignoring Happy's protests, he stepped forward to pick up the disc from the table, examining it closely. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any seams. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed this object could transform into the astonishingly swift Crimson Eagle he had just seen. He squeezed it firmly. It was neither iron nor plastic. Stark, who had encountered countless materials, found himself momentarily unable to identify its composition. With his arms crossed and a calm tone, Greer stated, "The disc beast, the Crimson Eagle, boasts a maximum flight speed of 240 kilometers per hour. It is brimming with energy, capable of continuous operation for 51 hours, recording for 46 hours, and can even serve as a makeshift weapon." Stark, still engrossed in examining the red disc, pondered where its energy was stored, how its functions operated, the source of such impressive thrust, and questions regarding its material and manufacturing process. Lost in thought for a considerable time, Stark finally set the red disc down and nodded. "What a fascinating little gadget. Have you applied for a patent? If you wish to proceed with it, I can invest. If you want to sell it to me, name your price. I'm merely a user and do not know who manufactured it. If you can uncover any clues about the creator from the disc beast, please inform me," Greer replied, zipping up his coat to conceal the driver belt. As he spoke the final words, Stark pointed his index finger at Greer, who gently shook his head, saying, "Thank you. But that's unnecessary. Ensuring their safety is sufficient." The vehicle wound through the city before finally halting by the roadside beside a two-story building. Most of the area consisted of such standalone villas, representing a neighborhood far superior to the middle class, catering to the affluent. The driver handed Stark a set of keys along with an employment letter from Stark Industries' Los Angeles branch as security department, informing him that the house had been transferred to Marcus's name and that Marcus was to report to Stark Industries' Los Angeles branch in 3 days. Marcus, incredulous, remarked, "I never imagined you and Mr. Stark were so closely connected." To him, it seemed improbable that such a generous capitalist would extend their kindness unless they shared a strong bond. Greer smiled, choosing not to delve into that topic, and instead said, "You all can settle in comfortably here. Mr. Stark has assured me that he will arrange new identities for you. Those in New York will not find you. Find a good school for Mindy, forget the past, and begin anew." "And you?" Mindy turned to look at Greer. But Greer reassured her, "Do not worry. You know my strength. They are merely armed criminals and pose no threat to me. Once I capture Frank Amick, the one who framed Uncle Damon, I will bring him before you so you can exact your revenge." Reluctantly, Mindy nodded, and Greer released her shoulder, nodding at Marcus before turning to leave. The tasks ahead would inevitably attract numerous enemies, and maintaining distance from Mindy and the others might safeguard them from danger. Solitude was his best option. Wait. Just as Greer was about to open the car door, Mindy rushed over, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. You must capture that guy. I want to take my revenge myself. Chapter 33 Romanoff to Greer. It merely seemed like the reluctance of a girl no older than 11 or 12. After all, she had just lost her father, and now another friend was leaving. Naturally, she would feel sorrowful. He gently patted Mindy's head and nodded, saying, I promise you'll get to exact revenge with your own hands. With a nod toward Marcus, Greer stepped into the car. The engine roared to life as the vehicle glided down the road, soon rounding a bend and vanishing from the sight of Mindy and Marcus. Mindy lingered outside for a long while before finally stepping into her new home. The house was fully furnished, save for the empty wardrobe and shoe cabinet. After exploring both floors and noting what was missing, Marcus took her to a nearby supermarket to stock up on essentials, groceries, clothes, shoes, and other necessities. Half asleep, Mindy detected faint footsteps in the hallway, far too light to belong to Marcus. Instantly alert, she bolted upright, snatched the pen from her desk, removed its cap, and gripped it like a weapon. Moving silently, she pressed herself against the door, holding her breath as she listened. The footsteps halted outside her room. The doorknob turned halfway before the door creaked open, revealing a figure clad in black. The moment the intruder stepped inside, Mindy lunged from her hiding spot, driving the pen upward toward the carotid artery in their neck. Her strike was swift, precise, and lethal, enough to pierce both artery and windpipe, flooding the trachea with blood and silencing any cry. Yet, just 2 centimeters shy of its mark, the intruder's hand snapped up, effortlessly seizing Mindy's wrist. A cascade of deep brown curls brushed against Mindy's skin, sending a faint tickle down her arm. No matter how she struggled, the grip remained unyielding. A woman's voice, rich with approval, murmured, impressive, but too slow. Next time, incorporate a feint. It makes you harder to evade or counter. Instead of pressing the attack, the woman merely stood in the doorway and said, You have talent, but your training is misguided. Do you wish to grow stronger? Mindy knew she was outmatched. Though the stranger's motives were unclear, the word stronger stirred something within her. Still, caution prevailed. Who are you? She demanded. How much stronger can you make me? And why would you do this? For now, all I can tell you is my surname, Romanoff. Complete my training, and defeating that little boyfriend of yours will be effortless. He has strength but lacks finesse. The woman flicked a business card toward her, letting it spin through the air before landing at Mindy's feet. Think it over. If you're interested, meet me at this school. Without another word, she turned and left. Mindy stood bewildered. Had this woman come all this way just to say that? By the time she rushed into the hallway, the figure had vanished without a trace. The corridor was silent, doors and windows shut tight, no sign of how she had escaped. Meanwhile, Greer's car wound its way through the city until it entered the gated grounds of Stark Industries, disappearing behind its towering logo. Earlier that afternoon, after leaving Mindy's new home, the vehicle had arrived at a logistics hub, parking beside a shipping container. The driver stepped out, entered a code, and the container's doors slid open. Inside, a sleek black heavy-duty motorcycle, secured to a sliding platform, emerged with mechanical precision. Its red-painted metal windshield gleamed under the light, flanked by auxiliary fuel tanks and a reinforced rear compartment fitted with a coated lock. Despite its imposing appearance, the bike weighed no more than 40 or 50 kilograms, clearly crafted from lightweight, high-end materials. The driver offered a practiced smile. A small gift from Mr. Stark. We hope you like it. Once beyond the city limits, the thinning traffic allowed Greer to accelerate freely, pushing the bike to its top speed of 380 kilometers per hour, faster than most sports cars. Were it not for the enhanced senses granted by the decade driver at his waist, even in its dormant state, he would never dare such reckless velocity. At this speed, without the specially designed windshield channeling the airflow downward for traction, the bike might as well have sprouted wings and taken flight. Chapter 34. Encounter with the Thunder God. As I traversed towering mountains, navigated through deep valleys, crossed grand bridges, and passed through dark tunnels. The landscape on either side of the road transformed from the bustling metropolis of towering skyscrapers to the desolate expanse of a barren desert. Here, not a single tree rose above a meter, and verdant grass was a rare sight. The low hills were strewn with exposed rocks and gravel, while the earth itself presented a parched, yellow hue that evoked a sense of dryness. The road had long since diminished from a bustling 8-lane highway to a mere 4-lane passage, with lanes separated by a distance of 5 or 6 meters, reducing the width by half. For miles on end, I saw neither vehicles nor houses, evoking a sensation reminiscent of the film The No Man's Land. The motorcycle, capable of maintaining its highest velocity, made me realize why the affluent gravitate towards sports cars. The exhilarating thrill of speed was simply unparalleled. While in the mirrored world, the speed of the mirror bike was twice as fast. Such delight was unattainable in that silent and stagnant realm. As I overtook vehicle after vehicle, the drivers, filled with disbelief, pressed their gas pedals in vain, watching helplessly as my motorcycle surged farther and farther away, until even the glow of their taillights faded from view. The sensation of surpassing others was intoxicating. Although I could not see their expressions, I could vividly imagine their frustration and helplessness, their desire to curse the fates, which lent an exhilarating thrill to my journey. Yet, as life often teaches, one must not become overly boastful, for joy can swiftly turn to sorrow. Just as I was cruising across this endless expanse of desert, the engine's RPM unexpectedly plummeted. Despite my attempts to accelerate, I could feel the speed diminishing, leaving me bewildered. Surely, this could not be happening to a brand new motorcycle. Checking my phone, I noted the time was already past 5 in the afternoon. Without realizing it, I had been on the road for over 3 hours. Google Maps clearly illustrated my route, having taken Highway 10 from California, transitioned to Highway 40 in Arizona, and now found myself within the borders of New Mexico, having traveled over 1,200 kilometers. Is it true that the quality of Stark's gifts is indeed exceptional? The engine's thermal efficiency, propulsion efficiency, and overall performance surpassed anything available on the market, propelling me to this secluded location devoid of civilization. There was not even a drop of water to be found. In a moment of indecision, I stood by the roadside, wishing for a fourth-dimensional pocket to stow my motorcycle away, allowing me to ride the mirrored bike into the nearest town for refueling, rather than being caught in such a quandary. At that moment, a vehicle resembling a minibus appeared in the distance, towing a caravan. After a brief hesitation, I raised my arm, signaling for a ride. It was better to try than to remain here waiting aimlessly. To my delight, this elongated off-road vehicle, reminiscent of a Hummer, began to slow down, eventually coming to a halt beside me. A girl, seemingly in her 20s, leaned out from the driver's seat and exclaimed, "Wow, weren't you going quite fast? Why have you stopped? You drive so fast at such a young age. Do you even have a license?" Taken aback, I momentarily struggled to respond before realizing that this vehicle was likely among those I had left in my wake. Shrugging, I replied, "Of course I have a license, otherwise, how could I dare drive so fast? My motorcycle has run out of fuel. Could you take me and my bike to the nearest town? I can pay you." The girl in the driver's seat burst into laughter, saying, "So caught up in the thrill of speed that you didn't even check your fuel gauge. You really are just a kid. All right, Daisy, stop laughing. Donald, help this young man secure his bike on the roof. It's getting dark, and we need to reach the town soon," said a slightly older woman in the passenger seat. "No need to trouble yourselves. I can manage it myself," I insisted, lifting my motorcycle effortlessly and placing it atop the vehicle. With a spring and agility, I secured it firmly using the roof net and straps. Daisy, witnessing the spectacle, remarked with astonishment, "Wow, such strength and agility. He must be quite the sporty boy. If he were a bit older, I would surely pursue him." "Stop joking around," interjected a familiar-looking man with shoulder-length golden hair seated in the back. If my memory served correctly, he could only be the Thunder God himself. Chapter 35. Odin's concern. The vehicle had already set off, yet Greer felt an overwhelming urge to leap from it. This was not a ride heading to a human settlement. It could very well be intercepted by a destroyer or Loki along the way, leading to a tumultuous display of love and hate between brothers, with bystanders turned to ash in the chaos. Greer was perplexed. According to the original narrative of his past life, did not Thor venture to confront the frost giants in 2011 due to the interruption of his ascension ceremony, provoking Odin's wrath and banishment to Earth? It was merely late October of 2010. How could Thor already be on Earth? Even if a masked rider had appeared, what relevance did his flapping wings in Midgard hold for Asgard? Moreover, even if it did concern Asgard, a mere month should not suffice for a storm to traverse the vast cosmic void and affect Asgard. Noticing Greer's astonishment, Thor inquired, somewhat bemused, "What troubles you?" With a hint of wistfulness, Thor remarked, "I am quite the opposite. My brother is considerably smaller than I, yet he perpetually bullies me." Daisy, who was driving, interjected, "If it weren't for the fact that our equipment and supplies have been taken, we would have nowhere to stow your motorcycle." Otherwise, we would either have to let someone board and lose the vehicle or stand idly by the roadside, awaiting the next ride that may never arrive. Well, my luck isn't too shabby then. A cough from the girl in the passenger seat drew Daisy's attention. Realizing something, Daisy shifted the conversation to a different topic, avoiding further mention of their equipment and supplies. The journey thus far had been confined to the small town and the pit where Thor's hammer resided, devoid of any leisurely driving along the highway with a camper. Reflecting on this, Greer searched for the immovable hammer, New Mexico on his phone, but found no useful information. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken measures to obscure such details. After a moment's hesitation, Greer casually remarked, "By the way, have you heard? A hammer fell from the sky nearby, and it can't even be moved by a car. Why can't I find that video? I distinctly saved it." As Greer spoke, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Thor's eyes, causing him to appear considerably despondent. Daisy, taken aback, asked, "You drove this far just to see that?" "Indeed." Jane sighed softly before continuing, "The area has been cordoned off. It's said to be debris from a fallen satellite, and access is forbidden." Greer expressed his disappointment. "Ah, I see. I thought it was something significant." Daisy rolled her eyes and retorted, "What it is doesn't matter. If they say it's satellite debris, then it must be so." Jane elongated her tone, prompting Daisy to roll her eyes again, opting to focus intently on driving instead. Each person was lost in their own thoughts, enveloping the vehicle in a profound silence, broken only by the sound of the engine as it propelled the wheels along the dusky road. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, the guardian Heimdall, leaning on his sword, stood upon the rainbow bridge Bifrost, his gaze piercing through the distant starry expanse. Fixated on the swiftly moving vehicle, Odin, riding his eight-legged steed, approached Bifrost silently, dismounting to cast his eyes upon the vast cosmos, murmuring, "Thor, how fares he?" Heimdall promptly reported, after failing to lift Mjolnir, he departed with several friends he encountered on Earth. May he learn humility in the realm of mortals, and understand that a king cannot solely rely on force to govern the 9 realms. A balance of benevolence and authority is essential for their stability. Humanity excels in this regard, knowing when to fight and when to negotiate. Odin spoke with an air of hope, though his tone lacked the vigor it once held. Heimdall expressed his concerns. "My liege, should Asgard's adversaries learn of Thor's loss of power on Earth, they will surely seize the opportunity." Heimdall instantly recalled that the incident likely pertained to the ether particles lost in the Dark World, prompting Odin's urgent decision to pass the throne to Thor. Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, his voice tinged with resignation. "Since the conclusion of that war, the Dark Elves have relentlessly searched for the ether. Now that it has vanished, they could return at any moment. My strength is consumed in suppressing the realm of hell, should the Dark Elves strike. We must rely on Thor. Therefore, he must grow swiftly." Chapter 36. Loki in action. Heimdall swore solemnly, "I understand, Father of the Gods. I shall keep a vigilant watch over Thor." Odin nodded, a hint of weariness etched upon his aged visage. He turned and leaped onto his eight-legged steed, casting a glance back at Heimdall as he spoke, "Be wary of the movements of the frost giants." Thor's coronation ceremony was interrupted by them, resulting in a tumultuous uproar in Jotunheim, where he slew many frost giants. "Laufey will not let this transgression go unpunished." "I will, Father of the Gods," Heimdall replied. Odin whispered, "Let us hope all is not too late," as he tugged on the reins, urging his steed to gallop across the shimmering bridge towards the palace. Swiftly vanishing from sight, Heimdall stood like a statue, his gaze fixed upon the unchanging celestial realm for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, upon a terrace of the palace shaped like a panpipe, the pallid and slender Prince Loki Odinson of Asgard gazed into the distant expanse of Bifrost. Before him lay a mirror of water that reflected the inner workings of Bifrost, its sounds echoing from the surface. Suddenly, as if a stone had been cast into the tranquil waters, powerful ripples surged forth, only to dissipate in the next heartbeat. This unexpected occurrence startled Loki. He turned to see a woman adorned in regal garments standing at the doorway, Queen Frigga of Asgard. "Mother!" Loki exclaimed. Frigga dispelled the magic from her palms and gently reproached, "Loki, I taught you sorcery not to eavesdrop on your father." She approached him, tenderly caressing his face, her voice imbued with earnestness. "Loki, you and Thor are brothers. You must unite to safeguard Asgard, will you?" Loki, observing the pleading expression of his mother, grasped her hand, pressing her warm palm against his cheek, nodding earnestly, "I will. Mother, together with brother, I shall protect Asgard." Hearing his words, a smile graced Frigga's face, prompting Loki to smile in return. Yet, once she departed, the smile vanished, replaced by his perennial countenance of disdain. He muttered to himself, I alone can safeguard Asgard. I shall prove it to you all. In the perpetually snow-covered realm of Jotunheim, amidst the endless icebergs and glaciers, King Laufey of the Frost Giants encountered a familiar informant. Previously, this informant had provided intelligence that allowed several Frost Giants to breach Asgard's defenses and infiltrate Odin's treasury, though they ultimately met their demise at the hands of the destroyer guarding it. Nonetheless, they had gained entry. This time, the mysterious informant revealed that Thor, after creating chaos in Jotunheim, had angered Odin and been stripped of his powers, exiled to Midgard. This news filled Laufey with delight. If it were in the heavily fortified Asgard, he would have to endure the humiliation, but in the feeble realm of Midgard, deprived of his strength, it was akin to receiving a divine gift. After offering a substantial amount of the frigid iron unique to Jotunheim, he obtained Thor's approximate location and the means to evade Heimdall's watchful eyes to reach Midgard. Once the cloaked figure departed, a smirk of derision spread across Laufey's face as he muttered, Odin, your Asgard is not as impenetrable as you believe. It seems there are those who desire your son's demise. The town, though referred to as such, was merely a collection of businesses, auto tire shops, repair services, car washes, and bars. The only exorbitantly priced gas station was evidently owned by a person of influence. Otherwise, the locals would not have forsaken the lucrative fuel trade, especially given its proximity to Highway 40, where countless vehicles passed daily. Upon arriving in the town, darkness enveloped the sky, a multitude of stars and a brilliant moon casting a modicum of light upon the earth. Looking out from the window towards the other directions, all was shrouded in darkness, save for the glow of headlights. After parking the RV in an open area, the SUV, carrying motorcycles, reached the gas station on the northern side of the town. Filling both vehicles with fuel, Grell paid for the gas, treating it as compensation for their transportation here. As he tendered the payment, Eric Shavik, the astronomer who had been resting inside the RV, noticed the contents of Grell's wallet, prompting him to furrow his brow. He swiftly approached Jane, whispering, Jane, do not stray too far from Thor. Ensure Daisy keeps her stun gun at the ready. What is it? Jane inquired, puzzled by the unease. Eric glanced at Grell, who was selecting snacks, and lowered his voice. The boy is using old $100 bills, which are difficult to trace, not a single new note among them. Jane turned her gaze to Grell, who was emerging with 2 bags of food, handing one to Daisy. He is just a child. The money must have come from his parents. In such a desolate place, it is best to exercise caution. Eric's warning remained unfinished as Thor suddenly turned to face the ominous darkness beyond the town, his expression fierce, akin to a predator in search of its prey. Chapter 37. Night raid on the town. Thor's muscles tensed as he slowly turned his neck, scanning the surroundings. His demeanor prompted Jane to disregard Ariel's incessant chatter and hastily approach him from behind, her voice laced with concern. Thor, what's wrong? Following Thor's gaze ahead, Jane noticed that the gas station's lights barely penetrated the night, extending only 7 or 8 meters into the darkness beyond, which was an impenetrable void. Thor's words sent a shiver down her spine, raising goosebumps as she instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, Stop talking, it's too frightening. The moment Eric's flashlight illuminated a distant spot, Thor sprinted towards it with astonishing speed, faster than Bold himself. Jane was momentarily taken aback but quickly followed suit. Wait. Jane, don't go. Eric attempted to intervene, yet Jane paid him no mind, trailing closely behind Thor towards the icy area. Thor knelt, prying a shard of ice from the ground and crushing it into powder, exclaiming in astonishment, It's a frost giant. How did they arrive in Midgard? Instantly, Thor rose to his feet, shouting to the heavens, Heimdall, frost giants have come to Midgard. Inform my father at once, restore my powers, and allow me to eradicate Jotunheim. Greer, in a hurry, bid farewell to Daisy and rushed to his motorcycle, eager to avoid the turmoil surrounding the throne of Asgard. It was obvious that the frost giant's appearance on Earth was undoubtedly linked to Loki. Why should he, an outsider, involve himself in the sibling rivalry, especially with Odin watching? Countless mischievous children had faced consequences for their misdeeds, with parents often intervening without hesitation. If everyone could selflessly allow strangers to discipline errant children, the world would be devoid of such mischief. Why would he undertake such a thankless task? Did he have nothing better to do? Frost giants, Thor blurted out. Just as a towering frost giant charged towards him, its swinging arms conjuring 2 barbed ice blades that did not resemble mere passers-by. Get out of here. Thor yelled at Jane, then charged at the frost giant. Within a second, they collided. The giant's ice blade thrust toward Thor, who skillfully executed a forward roll, evading it from the left side, and swiftly delivered a kick to the giant's waist. In times past, such a kick would have created a gaping hole in the giant's frame, yet now it merely caused the already moving giant to stumble. Thor felt a chilling sensation beneath his feet, akin to standing barefoot on ice. The frost giant turned its head and grinned mockingly at Thor, saying, "So it is true. The thunder god has lost his powers." "Who told you that?" Thor asked in surprise, having been banished to Earth for only a few days. How could the frost giants have already learned this news and pinpointed his location? Upon the frost giant's appearance, Eric's eyes widened in shock. Unable to fathom the bizarre humanoid creature before him, which left frost in its wake and bore ice blades extending from its arms. Resembling a scene from a science fiction drama, Daisy, standing beside the gas pump, was nearly paralyzed with fear, stammering, "What is that?" Before her words could fully escape, a resounding crash echoed from within the gas station as a frost giant, towering 2 meters, broke through the back wall, sending bricks flying and toppling the neatly arranged shelves. The frost giant's outstretched hands rapidly. Chapter 38. The frost giant within a house over 100 meters from the gas station where Greer and his companions were located. A group of agents clad in black either crouched on the roof or stood by the windows, wielding long-distance sound capture amplifiers directed towards Greer and his group. The windows of the room were completely covered with black cloth, preventing any light from escaping. Various advanced surveillance and monitoring devices cluttered the tables, among which was a device that Greer had previously encountered. Coulson. Upon hearing the term frost giant, Coulson immediately discarded his headphones, seized a nearby walkie-talkie, and commanded, "Position 3. Utilize the thermal imaging device to scan for cold areas." Across the highway from the gas station on a small hill, 3 agents clad in camouflage activated their thermal imaging equipment, commencing a sweep around the gas station. The results were transmitted to several computers in Coulson's room, where technicians processed them into thermal layer images. The scan revealed 6 blue areas around the gas station, indicative of low temperatures, as if 6 powerful condensation devices had been deployed there. Even more astonishing was the revelation that these condensation devices bore a humanoid form. Connecting this to Thor's mention of the frost giant, Coulson quickly grasped the source of these cold zones. Before he could issue further commands, the frost giant in front of Thor surged forward, engaging him in battle. With a resounding roar, the low-temperature areas near the gas station began to move, charging towards it in unison, prompting agents at several observation points to urgently request further instructions via their walkie-talkies. A man, distinctly different from the agents in his short-sleeved, form-fitting leather attire, rose from his chair. He opened a suitcase on the left table, revealing a weapon resembling a short baton, and turned to Coulson with eyes sharp as a hawk, asking, "Sir, shall I go?" "No, Clint, stay on standby," Coulson replied, shaking his head as he glanced at the motorcycle within the gas station displayed on the computer screen. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and instructed, "Positions 1 and 5. Retreat. The rest remain on site, using thermal imaging to monitor for additional cold zones." Setting the walkie-talkie down, Coulson took his phone and stepped aside, dialing a number and speaking rapidly. "Sir, a level 3 incident has occurred here. Frost giants from another realm are invading Earth, requesting assistance." While Coulson was speaking, the previously identified low-temperature area behind the gas station had already breached the premises, striking down a person with an icy blade, causing Daisy to scream in terror. Ariel instinctively hurled a flashlight at the frost giant that had emerged from the store, attempting to obstruct it, while shouting to Daisy, "Run." The flashlight spun through the air, and as it brushed past Greer, it collided with a grayish-white phantom. In an instant, these phantoms vanished, into Daisy and Eric's astonishment. Greer was suddenly clad in a set of black and white armor. The rough, spiked ice blade struck against the divine armor, producing a sharp ping sound. Before shattering into pieces, the impact forced Greer to stagger backward. As he retreated, his left arm slightly raised, the night card holder opened once more, ejecting a card that Greer caught and swiftly inserted into the driver. "Ride Booker firearm." As the mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Greer's ears, a black and white firearm materialized in his right hand. Without hesitation, before the frost giant could hurl another ice blade, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a beam that struck the frost giant's left chest, resulting in a violent explosion. With a thunderous boom, the frost giant's left shoulder, along with a portion of its chest, was obliterated, scattering ice fragments that emitted a chilling aura, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. A significant portion of its arm was propelled away by the force of the explosion, landing amidst a pile of beverages, instantly freezing the cola beneath the icy breath. Seizing the moment, Greer swiftly pivoted to aim at the frost giant facing Thor, pulling the trigger. However, having witnessed the fate of his companion, this frost giant leapt instinctively, evading the incoming beam. In the span of 5 fleeting seconds, from the moment the frost giant jumped to Greer's shot missing its mark, an astonishing series of events transpired, overshadowing all that Eric and Daisy had previously encountered. "I must be dreaming," Daisy exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Greer, now adorned in divine armor, her voice laced with disbelief, akin to witnessing a ghost. Eric's expression mirrored her shock. His worldview had shattered over the past few days. First Thor from Norse mythology, then a colossal blue creature. And now a child they had journeyed with for 2 hours had transformed into a Superman, leaving Eric questioning the very nature of reality. Seeing that Eric and Daisy remained frozen in shock, Greer shouted at them, "Run." Upon hearing Greer's command, Eric snapped back to reality, grabbing Daisy and sprinting towards the off-road vehicle, calling out to Jane, "Jane, over here, hurry." The frost giant, wounded with a significant portion of its chest blown away, exuded a wave of cold air that rapidly chilled the store, icing over the ground, shelves, and various goods. Had it been a human, such an injury would have been fatal in a short span, yet the frost giant appeared unfazed, retreating slightly before charging forward once more, its remaining right arm lifting to reveal a conical ice spike, bristling with sharp protrusions, resembling a wolf's tooth club. As Greer turned to attack the frost giant opposite Thor, this creature continued its advance, crashing through the glass door. It swung its wolf's tooth club forcefully at Greer, who, aided by enhanced hearing, caught the sound of the club slicing through the air. With a swift motion, he retracted his right leg, rotating his body halfway. The frozen club narrowly grazed Greer's shoulder, crashing into the cement floor with a resounding bang, creating a deep, cracked indentation, embedding the club's tip within. Brilliant ace synopsis. Fight for faith. Yearning for victory in every battle. Sir instantly, flying towards the ever-changing field. The glory on the clay court, the pride of the diamond ace. As brilliant as a diamond. Standing tall in the center of the field, that most dazzling spectacle is the most sincere vow of the king. Who are we? The kings of AgitÅ. Chapter 39. Ice and fire. As Greer sidestepped, he swung his right arm forward, transforming the gun in his grasp into a sword. With a decisive downward stroke, he cleaved the frozen mace in two with a resounding crack, the blade made of a special material effortlessly severing the weapon. The frost giant, left weaponless, retaliated by kicking at Greer. In response, Greer immediately lifted his foot to kick back. As the frost giant's kick connected with Greer, his own foot struck the giant's abdomen. The combined force of the giant's strength and Greer's counterattack sent both combatants staggering backward. Remarkably, the frost giant's strength was nearly on par with Greer's, truly embodying the formidable legacy of a race that once dared to confront Asgard. A mere ordinary squad possessed such might, let alone the elite forces tasked with guarding Laufey. The frost giant was propelled by Greer's kick, crashing heavily against the brick wall behind him, creating a deep indentation as the icy armor on his abdomen cracked, resembling a spider's web. Greer, on the other hand, collided with the fuel truck, crumpling it as if it were a crushed soda can, unleashing a geyser of gasoline that drenched him, the acrid scent permeating the air. The frost giant, with one powerful arm, pushed against the trapped bricks, the sound of falling debris echoing as he advanced toward Greer, his right arm rapidly morphing into a blade of ice. In just 2 strides, he closed the distance of over 10 meters. As the frost giant's massive foot descended, Greer, already prepared, pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air. Simultaneously, he aimed the gun at the gasoline splattered below and pulled the trigger. While Greer engaged in a vibrant battle with the frost giant, Thor found himself in a precarious situation. Though his battle instincts remained sharp, his divine power had waned, rendering him significantly weaker in both strength and speed, and his stamina diminished greatly. He relied solely on years of combat experience to evade the frost giant's attacks, the situation fraught with peril, akin to navigating a treacherous mountain road where one could plummet off the edge at any moment. The frost giant swung his icy blade, relishing the sight of the once mighty Thor, now reduced to a state of disarray, dodging desperately. A sense of perverse pleasure filled the giant, reveling in the conquest of a once mighty adversary. At that moment, the distant roar of an engine approached, its headlights casting an enchanting blue glow upon the frost giant. The sound compelled him to turn, only to be confronted by a speeding SUV, its engine roaring thunderously as it barreled toward him. The dazzling headlights, blinding to a creature accustomed to the shadows of the icy realm of Jotunheim, prompted the giant to shield his eyes. The SUV, driven by Jane, collided squarely with the frost giant with a tremendous crash, sending him sprawling like a ball bouncing across the ground, tumbling several times before crashing into a boulder. Finally coming to rest. The SUV fared little better. The impact with the giant was no gentler than striking a stone pillar, causing the bumper and front end to crumple significantly. Inside the vehicle, Jane, Eric, and Daisy, despite being buckled in, were jolted forward violently. Had it not been for the deploying airbags, they would have surely slammed into the windshield. Shaking her head vigorously to dispel the dizziness, Jane called out to the driver's side window, "Thor, get in." But Thor, his body dirted and grass-strewn from evading, staunchly refused, leaving Eric and Daisy dumbfounded. It finally dawned on them why Thor had so bravely charged ahead. He fought for the honor of a warrior. Jane opened her mouth to say more when a thunderous explosion erupted to her left, causing the car windows to shatter with a spiderweb of cracks. The force of the blast rocked the entire vehicle. The explosion drew Jane, Thor, and the others' attention, as a wave of heat swept over them, tousling their hair. They beheld the gas station, now engulfed in flames, a blazing inferno consuming everything in sight. 3 fuel pumps twisted and melted under the searing flames, while the buildings of the gas station ignited, resembling a massive torch that illuminated the night sky, banishing darkness for a radius of 100 meters. Amidst the roaring inferno, a figure clad in black and white armor emerged, wreathed in flame, wielding a long sword with the frost giant's head impaled upon it, slowly melting in the heat. Moments earlier, Greer had leapt high, firing a shot at the ground. Though he expended little energy, the impact caused an explosion that ignited the gasoline-soaked earth. Flames rapidly spread, first igniting the pump he had shattered, then engulfing the other 2 within seconds, transforming the entire gas station into a fiery spectacle. With flames enveloping him, Greer charged forward, targeting the frost giant writhing in agony amidst the blaze. He sprinted at a speed of over 12 meters per second, reaching the giant in an instant. With a powerful swipe of his sword, he momentarily parted the flames, the specially forged blade slicing through the frost giant's neck with lightning speed. With a crisp snap, the frost giant's head fell, and before it could reach the ground, Greer pierced it through again with his sword, the giant's massive body collapsing backward, consumed by the flames. Utterly defeated. Chapter 40. Double kill. The temperature within the sea of flames soared above 1,000 degrees. In such an inferno, even metal would melt and deform. Yet Greer, clad in divine armor, appeared utterly unfazed as he strode across the searing ground, emerging from the fiery abyss. The head of the frost giant, impaled upon his blade, slowly succumbed to the intense heat, droplets of its melting form cascading to the ground, staining the earth a vivid blue. In a distant chamber, Coulson observed Greer emerging from the flames, the decapitated head of the frost giant displayed prominently on his weapon. He intently remarked, "Document this. The high temperature from burning gasoline can indeed melt frost giants. To combat them, we require weaponry that can achieve even greater heat." Straightening, he turned to Clint, who stood nearby, smiling as he spoke. "It seems your quiver will need a new type of arrow." Clint remained silent, fixated on Greer, his hawk-like eyes scrutinizing the figure stepping out from the fire. He murmured, "Is there any arrowhead capable of penetrating that armor?" Coulson maintained his smile, responding, "There should be only one, but it comes at a hefty price. We'll need to seek the director's approval for funding and materials, with no possibility for prior testing." Clint understood the implication behind Coulson's words. Even if they succeeded in crafting the arrow, it would only be tested in combat. If it failed to penetrate, it would be quite the embarrassment, thus making it impractical to base their strategy around his archery skills. The likelihood of creating such a specialized arrow was slim. Meanwhile, on the screen, Greer swung his right arm, discarding the frost giant's head, which rolled across the ground after being thrown at its fellow giant, previously struck by a vehicle. The frost giant, now risen, gazed at the head of its fallen comrade, its mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth, eyes burning with the desire to devour Greer. Unperturbed, Greer continued his advance, softly stating, "Your strength and defense are commendable. It took all my might to shatter your ice-forged armor. Alas, your weakness is glaring. High temperatures can effortlessly dissolve your icy defenses. Observe how easily I severed your companion's head. Do you believe that burning all the gasoline means you are safe from me?" Greer mused aloud, raising his empty left hand. The knight's card box opened, and a card spun into his grasp, which he inserted into his driver. The central ruby projected the logo, accompanied by a mechanical voice echoing in Greer's ears. Came in right, Faiz. The decade driver extended numerous photon conduits radiating red light, enveloping Greer and summoning his divine attire, complete with solar panels and armor. In an instant, Greer's black and white armor transformed into the strikingly red Faiz, a beacon in the night. The trio in the vehicle, Eric and his companions, were once again astounded. Was this truly magic? Thor, however, remained composed, intrigued by Greer's resplendent armor, pondering whether his own suit could be crafted to shine as brilliantly, adding a touch of flair. In the blink of an eye, as Greer transitioned into Decade Faiz, the frost giant charged forward with ferocious intent, brandishing two ice blades with a fierce determination akin to a hungry wolf. The icy weapons glinted in the firelight, dazzling like crystal. "Watch out," Thor exclaimed, rushing to intervene. But his diminished powers rendered him insufficiently swift. Just as his warning escaped his lips, Greer sprang into action, dodging to the side as his right arm met the two ice blades, clashing with a force that reverberated through the air. The combined strength of Greer and the frost giant's momentum resulted in a collision surpassing 10 tons, forcing Greer's arm downward and causing the ground beneath him to sink, his feet buried within it, while the ice blades shattered. With his left hand clenched into a fist, photon conduits on his arm ignited, 3/10 of the photon blood converging upon his right fist. After his sword clashed with the frost giant's ice blades, Greer's left arm propelled forward like a spring, delivering a devastating blow to the frost giant's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as the icy armor shattered, collapsing inward, Greer's left fist nearly sinking into the giant's form. The overwhelming force sent the frost giant soaring once more, tracing an arc through the air as if struck by an invisible force, speeding away like a golf ball. With a powerful push against the ground, Greer leapt into the air, retrieving another card from the Knight's box, swiftly inserting it into his driver, exclaiming, "Attack Ride Crimson Smash." Soaring 35 meters high, Greer's right leg glowed with photon energy, 6/10 of the photon blood surging into his foot, igniting it with a fierce red light. A 2.5-meter beam erupted from his foot, striking the descending frost giant at its apex, expanding like an umbrella into a conical shape. Spinning rapidly, Greer's descent accelerated, merging with the crimson drill, as the energy from the photon blood surged forth explosively, effortlessly piercing a nearly 1-meter hole through the frost giant's chest, nearly bisecting it. As Greer passed through the frost giant, he landed gracefully, bending his right leg to absorb the impact. Behind him, the frost giant crashed heavily to the ground, bouncing half a meter before settling motionless, while Greer's score soared from 404 to 821. Chapter 41. Hide and seek. Slaying a frost giant yields approximately 400 points, much to Greer's astonishment. A single frost giant is worth the equivalent of a dozen or more criminals. Such a high experience value inspired Greer to entertain thoughts of traversing to Jotunheim for monster farming. However, this notion was swiftly quelled. For engaging in high-level dungeons necessitates assembling a complete set of epic gear, acquiring a 12-weapon, and donning an assortment of stat-enhancing outfits. With his current attire resembling nothing more than blue skies and white clouds, it was prudent to stick to battling minor foes lest he become prey himself. While contemplating the points, Greer heard the ominous sound of heavy footsteps echoing through the town, accompanied by the cracking of ice, identical to the sounds made by the two frost giants in motion. Alarmed, Greer pondered whether more than just these two giants were afoot. How could Asgard allow such a multitude of frost giants to invade Earth? Was Odin, as the legends suggest, in a deep slumber, allowing Loki to seize power and plunge Asgard into chaos? Yet, no matter his speculations, he could not influence the distant realm of Asgard. He had to prioritize the immediate threat. He turned to Thor, who appeared more vagabond than deity, covered in grass and mud, and shouted, "We must leave. More frost giants are near." "What?" Thor exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of acute vigilance as he scanned the surroundings. Though he preferred to resolve issues through brute force, he was no fool. 1 or 2 frost giants could be deemed an anomaly, but if there were 3 or 4, something was amiss. The fact that they had pinpointed his location filled Thor with unsettling apprehension. Jane called out to Thor once more, "Thor, we need to go. Our presence here is a hindrance." At her words, Thor clenched his fists, his face a mask of frustration and indignation. The great Thor was now deemed a liability. Yet, no amount of resentment could alter the reality that he lacked the divine power to confront even a single frost giant. Were it not for this child, he feared that Jane and the others might have already succumbed to the giants. Moreover, Jane spoke the truth. Their presence indeed impeded the child's performance. Thor recalled his previous battles, where he relished charging alone into enemy ranks, unleashing devastating area attacks like the storm of lightning. Having teammates nearby only restricted his freedom to employ indiscriminate strikes. With this in mind, Thor leapt into the vehicle, urging Jane to drive away to allow the child to vanquish the frost giants unimpeded. After all, frost giants posed little threat to Asgard, but were formidable adversaries for fragile humans. They had to be eradicated. Greer hastily approached the vehicle, retrieving the bag he had previously handed to Daisy from the window. Under the curious, astonished, and fearful gazes of Eric and Daisy in the back seat, he hurled the bag into the air. With a swift motion of his sword, he sliced the water bottles within the bag in half, kicking and striking the remnants far away. The chill emanating from the frost giants lowered the temperature drastically, causing the spilled water to freeze into shards of varying sizes. Amidst the roar of the car's engine, Greer surveyed the surroundings. The enhanced vision granted by his armor allowed him to spot pairs of frost giants leaping across the rooftops and rushing down from the desolate wilderness. There were at least 6 in total. Given that a single night card could defeat a frost giant of comparable strength to Decades-based form, Greer would require 6 cards. Unfortunately, he had but 1 night card remaining. He raised his left arm, opening the night card box, from which a Dragon Knight card soared forth. With an emphatic motion, he slotted the Dragon Knight card into his driver. Kamen Ride Ryuki, Greer exclaimed with a smile, leaping forward and effortlessly passing through a small patch of thin ice. Disappearing as nimbly as a liquid cat, this spectacle left the SHIELD agents observing from various angles momentarily stunned, followed by a flurry of reports flooding the communication channel about the target disappearing. Coulson hurriedly approached the screen, where several monitors displayed only 3 rapidly approaching zones of abnormally low temperature, alongside a burning gas station and the flat-nosed off-road vehicle speeding down Highway 40. Greer's whereabouts remained elusive. The 6 frost giants encircling from different directions were momentarily perplexed as they glanced at the empty gas station before redirecting their pursuit towards Thor and the others, who were hastily departing in their vehicle. Loki had dispatched them specifically to confront Thor. Nothing else mattered. Daisy, seeing the menacing monsters charging towards them, turned pale and exclaimed, "Hurry up. We're going to be caught." She lamented not being aboard a rocket capable of instant escape. "Be quiet," Jane shouted, forcing her focus on the uneven road ahead. If they could just reach the interstate, they could accelerate to full speed, ensuring the frost giants would be left far behind. The last of the frost giants, having leaped from a rooftop, landed before the blazing gas station and was about to sprint forward when a bluish-green figure abruptly burst forth from the moonlit ice behind him, clad in striking silver armor. As Greer leapt upward, he fired beams from his gun at the frost giant's back, causing explosions that sent ice shards and debris flying, leaving the giant riddled with holes. The instant Greer touched down, he vanished into the thin ice, and his final shot struck the frost giant's head, reducing it to a pulp akin to a watermelon crushed by a hammer. Chapter 42. What to do with 3.5 gas station. 30 to 40 meters away, blazed with fierce flames, its glow stark against the enveloping darkness of the night. Yet, the small town remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. Not a soul emerged from the houses, as if the very sounds of chaos were rendered inaudible, or the town itself lay desolate. This profound stillness heightened the unease of the remaining 5 frost giants, who fidgeted restlessly, twisting their necks in search of the unknown assailant. In an instant, as one frost giant turned its head to the left, Greel burst forth from the thin ice on the right, with both hands gripping a longsword. He thrust forward with great force, aiming directly at the frost giant's neck. Despite the 80 kilograms of armor he bore, Greel's leap produced a barely perceptible sound against the air, nearly inaudible to human ears, yet deafening to the frost giants. Having not faced war since their defeat by Asgard, the frost giants possessed no practical combat experience. Upon hearing the noise, instead of instinctively dodging, they turned to investigate, displaying reactions more akin to ordinary beings than seasoned warriors. As the frost giant's head turned halfway, a flash of silver caught its eye, followed by a sharp pain as the specially forged blade pierced its neck. As Greel descended, he wrenched the sword, creating a gaping wound. Just as the blade freed itself from the frost giant's neck, it vanished, the remaining hilt rotating 90 degrees and transforming into gun mode. Within a mere 0.1 seconds, it unleashed a beam that precisely struck the gash, igniting an internal explosion that sent the frost giant's head soaring into the air. In the moment of his landing, Greel vanished once more, his appearance and disappearance occurring in less than 2 seconds, quicker than the time it took for the decapitated frost giant to collapse. Yet, Two frost giants had witnessed Greel's entire sequence, erupting into frantic shouts, communicating in an unintelligible tongue rather than the universal English of Marvel movies. Despite their heightened vigilance, the reflective ice surrounding them rendered it impossible for the 8 eyes to monitor everything. As the head of the airborne frost giant crashed to the ground, Greel's figure re-emerged behind another frost giant, who stood with its back turned to the gas station. Ambushes, much like scares, are effective the first time, moderately so the second. But achieving even a fraction of the initial impact on the third attempt is often deemed fortunate. Thus, Greel leaped from the mirrored realm, only to be detected by the already wary frost giants. One of them hurled an ice dagger at Greel, intent on thwarting his assault. The ambushed frost giant swiftly pivoted, attempting to strike Greel with the blade in its right hand. Greel's beam, initially aimed at the neck, struck the frost giant's right shoulder instead, obliterating half of it. The force of the explosion sent the frost giant staggering backward. Simultaneously, another frost giant's ice dagger struck Greel's chest, colliding with his protective metal plates, propelling him backward in midair until he landed, sliding several steps before regaining his footing. In those fleeting seconds, 3 frost giants, wielding hefty ice blades, charged at Greel from various angles. The frost giant, now with a ruined right shoulder, steadied itself and raised its unscathed left arm to rush at Greel. This limitation of night cards, whether KR cards or those transformed into other forms like FR cards, is that they possess a fixed energy. Once inserted into the rider driver, the energy begins to deplete, with stronger attacks consuming energy at an accelerated rate. However, not all night cards operate under this principle. For instance, the rider known as Wizard, titled the Magician of Rings, can manipulate the elements of water, fire, earth, and wind, drawing on external energies to launch attacks without depleting his own, significantly extending his operational time. Yet, such cards that can harness external energies for attacks are costly. Wizard's base form requires double the points of Dragon Knight, and acquiring one doesn't grant immediate use. Extensive time is necessary to master and wield the magical arts. Unlike swordsmen, who can begin training with merely a sword or even a stick, magicians must first sense magical elements and learn to channel them into skills, often requiring wands and other implements. This is why the saying magicians are the wealthiest of the poor exists. Their finances are consumed by the purchase of various magical materials, akin to those burdened by mortgages, yet living frugally. Thus, after reviewing the conditions for acquiring the magician card, Greel decisively opted out. Merely exchanging for a card would offer a shell without the requisite skills or mastery, akin to a bottomless pit. Even the time-traveling Kamen Rider Den-O proved more burdensome than Wizard. While Wizard does not require a train, Den-O must exchange for time-traveling trains at exorbitant costs, sans any enhancements, with various weaponry needing separate exchanges, an endeavor that could lead to dismantling the train for parts and selling them individually. It was this financial strain that led Greel to exchange for the versatile yet unremarkable Faiz card to maintain appearances. However, now faced with 3.5 malevolent frost giants, Greel contemplated the necessity of acquiring a knight capable of absorbing external energy to mitigate personal energy loss and extend his operational duration. The arrival of Thor on Earth a year in advance, coupled with the presence of frost giants, absent from cinematic narratives on Earth, indicated that the original storyline had entered a chaotic phase. Whether the Chitauri would invade Earth in 2 years remained uncertain. In such an eventuality, participating in a grand instance would undoubtedly necessitate a resilient hero, one who could endure beyond mere fleeting moments. Chapter 43. AgitÅ. Deep within his mind, thoughts raced while his hands executed their tasks with unyielding precision. As he retreated, he methodically pulled the trigger, unleashing beams of light towards the rapidly advancing frost giant. Having witnessed the formidable power of the beams emitted from Greyer's weapon, the frost giant hastily slowed its pace to evade, prolonging what should have been a swift 2-second journey into a drawn-out 4 or 5 seconds. Seizing this precious interval, Greyer swiftly scanned through the KR card set, ultimately fixating on the renowned Kamen Rider AgitÅ, a being said to transcend the physical, mental, and spiritual realms. This entity harnessed the elemental forces of earth, storm, and flame, adeptly gathering and manipulating these energies to unleash devastating attacks. In comparison to the Kamen Rider Wizard, who mastered the intricate powers of the 4 elements and wielded an array of dazzling spells, Kamen Rider AgitÅ's methodology in controlling these 3 energies was relatively straightforward, ideal for someone like Greyer, who lacked prior experience in such matters. Unlike the sorcerer, who had a dedicated artisan crafting magical rings imbued with arcane powers at his disposal, allowing for the effortless activation of spells. Greyer, even with the Sorcerer's KR card, was required to exchange points for magical abilities or embark on a journey of learning from the ground up, much like Doctor Strange, advancing gradually until he mastered the nuances of various magical attributes. In simpler terms, it was a choice between spending points or investing time. Greyer's past experiences, such as braving the elements to obtain a driver's license due to the inability to afford a personal chauffeur, echoed in his mind. Who in their right mind would opt to remain vigilant while driving when one could luxuriate in the back seat, engrossed in their phone? Ultimately, the root of the matter lay in financial constraints. If only he possessed a few million points now, what hesitations would remain? Plans would be rendered moot. He would seize all the cards in one fell swoop, commandeer an electric vehicle to Titan, and deliver a thorough thrashing to the purple tuber without a second thought, rather than living in this incessant trepidation. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his hands remained steady. With his right hand, he targeted the frost giant, while his left arm lifted, causing the night card holder at his waist to automatically open a crevice. A card spiraled forth, landing in Greyer's grasp as he swiftly inserted it into the rider-driver. Came in Ride AgitÅ. The center ruby of the driver illuminated, resembling the emblem of AgitO's head. In an instant, the black and white armor transformed into a deep obsidian hue, adorned with dark golden metal gauntlets ranging from 15 to 25 centimeters in length at the ankles and wrists, with oval-shaped knee guards. A half-armor of dark gold and bright silver enveloped his form, shoulders rising like the eaves of a grand structure, and a pair of inwardly curved horns crowned his head, evoking the essence of a Western dragon, starkly contrasting with the Eastern dragon rider. This spectacle was vividly broadcasted across several screens in a distant room, where Coulson observed Greyer's transformation into yet another form. He pursed his lips, refraining from comment, yet his gaze lingered on the other displays showcasing Greyer's previous incarnations, Decade, Dragon Knight, Faiz, alongside this new transformation, revealing 5 distinct armors. Was there yet more to uncover? At that moment, Coulson lamented the inadequacy of his equipment. He wished for more comprehensive tools. Initially tracking the seemingly extraterrestrial Thor, he had not anticipated encountering Greyer after Thor and Jane departed the small town for Route 40. Even more astonishing was the appearance of otherworldly frost giants that evening, embroiling Greyer in a fierce confrontation. On the screens, the swiftest frost giant surged towards Greyer, wielding an icy blade aimed directly at him. Yet, upon transforming into Decade AgitÅ, Greyer's firearm vanished without a trace, unfazed by the formidable foe brandishing the icy weapon. Greyer advanced, raising his left arm to catch the descending blade with bare hands, his fingers gripping the chilling edge with ease, halting the giant's strike midair as if it were merely a child's wooden stick. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Greyer mused, thrusting his right arm forward. The sheer force and velocity of his punch compressed the air, creating visible ripples. In the next instant, his fist collided with the frost giant's chest, producing a resounding impact. A deep indentation formed where he struck, nearly engulfing half of Greyer's fist within. After sending the frost giant sprawling, Greyer immediately shifted his stance and raced towards another giant to the left. As he closed in, the frost giant swung its icy blade downward. But Greyer executed a deft twist of his waist, delivering a series of rapid kicks. One leg sent the blade flying, while the other struck the giant's midsection. With a resounding thud, the frost giant was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground, sliding across the gravel and dry grass for several meters before coming to a halt, carving a deep trench in the earth. The last remaining frost giant, having suffered a debilitating blow to its right shoulder from Greyer's shot, stumbled forward only to witness the catastrophic turn of events. Its 3 companions had been dispatched in rapid succession, leaving it alone, propelled by inertia into an uncertain fate. Chapter 44. The execution melody casually discarding the severed arm of the frost giant, the figure bent his left knee forward, causing his body to tilt to the left. As his center of gravity shifted, he executed a powerful shoulder charge, colliding forcefully with the chest of the frost giant, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. The giant's chest caved in significantly, fissures spreading across its surface. The tremendous impact caused the frost giant to stagger backward, retreating only a step before Greyer stepped forward, delivering another heavy punch to its chest. Without allowing it to recover, he followed up with a second blow. Within the span of half a second, he unleashed 3 consecutive fists upon the frost giant. Although not every punch reached its maximum force of 7 tons, each delivered a formidable 5 to 6 tons of power. Such strength would be sufficient to bend or even shatter steel, let alone the icy form of the frost giant. After the third punch, the frost giant, weighing several hundred kilograms, was sent soaring off the ground, flying back over 20 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Its chest marked by 4 deep indentations and cracks spreading across its torso, resembling a shattered porcelain doll. A torrent of icy liquid seeped from the fissures, while supercooled liquid trickled from the corners of its mouth and nostrils. After a few convulsive twitches upon the ground, it succumbed to silence, felled by Greer's fists. Greer slowly straightened his back, his fists clenched as he reveled in the immense power coursing through him, far surpassing that of dragon knights, Faiz, or Decade. In an instant, he felt as though he had transformed from an infant into a titan, with the power to shake mountains with a stomp or part seas with a mere swing of his fist. Having exchanged for a KR card of AgitÅ valued at 1,400 points, his remaining 200 points swelled to 612. A clear indication that the Frost Giant had breathed its last. Previously, defeating the Frost Giant with other Night cards required the use of Night kicks and stealth attacks. Engaging it directly would have been an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Greer did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. The horns atop his head unfurled into 3 distinct points, and the solid ground beneath him began to shift. This sensation was profoundly mystical, akin to the earth becoming an extension of his own being, his willpower dictating the energy he could harness. As his horns fully expanded, a pattern resembling that of his head materialized beneath his feet, exuding a soft, earthy glow. He stepped forward with his left foot, arms outstretched, drawing in the boundless energy concealed within the earth. At that moment, a melody of execution seemed most fitting. The ground beneath him began to rotate slowly, ultimately merging into his feet. The 2 dark golden rings on his calves radiated a similar earthy glow, their brightness intensifying, even as Greer's legs trembled slightly. This was his first attempt at energy accumulation, devoid of any experience, relying solely on instinct. He became so engrossed in this endeavor that he lost track of the energy gathering, rendering it somewhat uncontrollable. Observing this, he leapt into the air, soaring 7 to 8 meters high and descending at remarkable speed. The entire sequence from ascent to descent took less than a second. He landed a powerful kick on the chest of a frost giant that had just risen. The resounding thud echoed as the amassed power of the earth surged into the frost giant, sending it crashing backward, its back slamming into the ground, creating a deep crater and sliding further, much like a bulldozer, carving a trench 4 to 5 centimeters deep and 7 to 8 meters long. This was not the Night kick exchanged for AgitÅ, but rather a mimicry of Faiz's technique, demonstrating a kick force not quite reaching 30 tons, yet still formidable at 20 tons. By utilizing the Night kick skill card, one could achieve precisely the optimal force application, attack angle, jump height, and descent speed, thereby unleashing the full potential of the Night kick. It was akin to possessing the memory and expertise of a master chef, allowing one to replicate their techniques with ease. Alternatively, one could invest significant time in practice, accumulating experience through countless repetitions to attain the effects of the skill card, either expending points for the card or dedicating time to training. As Greer rose from the ground, his point total of 612 flickered and transformed into 1,021. Without hesitation, he exchanged 850 points for the AgitÅ Night kick, reducing his total to 171. The steep cost of the AgitÅ Night kick stemmed not solely from the mechanics of the kick itself, but also from the experience of harnessing and directing the Earth's power. This experience card elevated Greer from novice to seasoned expert in an instant. Once again, he unfurled the sharp horns atop his head, and the glowing pattern beneath his feet gleamed 2 levels brighter than before, visible from all directions without needing to view it from above. Chapter 45, The Tainted Motorcycle. The last 2 frost giants, after witnessing the third one being obliterated by Greer's powerful kick, turned in sheer terror and fled with all their might. They had come to the realization that they were no match for Greer, and remaining would only lead to their demise. Under the imminent threat of death, the 2 frost giants summoned every ounce of strength they had left, sprinting away at a speed that surpassed anything they had ever achieved, resembling frightened hounds fleeing from a predator. Behind them, Greer soared into the air, the moonlight illuminating the armor of Kamen Rider AgitÅ, which shimmered with a brilliant glow. Even in the darkness, a figure could be distinctly seen soaring high above. In this moment, Greer looked down upon the world like a deity, his elevated position of 30 meters evoking a sense of awe and insignificance among onlookers, especially as he channeled the formidable power of the earth, further enhancing his imposing presence. The earth energy stored in the luminous metallic rings on his feet was skillfully redirected to his wrists, causing the arm guards to radiate with the same brilliance while the rings on his feet dimmed. After reaching the apex of his leap, Greer abruptly glided forward, descending at a speed that defied the laws of gravity as if propelled by rockets. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the fleeing frost giants. The rapid descent produced a shrill sound akin to a piercing scream, echoing in the ears of the frost giants, akin to a death knell. One of them instinctively turned to see a human cannon speeding towards them. Before his mind could register the danger, Greer's fist struck the backs of the two fleeing frost giants simultaneously. With a resounding crack and thud, the giants' bodies contorted, their waists bending forward while their legs arched backward like bows. Their massive forms crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater in the gravelly earth. The ground shook with two thunderous explosions, enveloping Greer in a towering column of flames. Amidst the raging fire and the debris propelled skyward by the shockwave, Greer slowly stood upright, unfazed by the force strong enough to lift stones or the flames licking at his AgitÅ armor. His score registered another increase, now at 985. As Greer stood tall amidst the flames, his posture proud and unwavering, allowing the scorching fire to caress his armor. The ground beneath him began to melt, the withered grasses of autumn igniting, transforming the area into a sea of fire, visible from afar as the night sky glowed red with the reflected flames. The gas station that Greer had ignited with a single shot was still ablaze, the motorcycle parked beside the pump reduced to a mere charred skeleton, barely recognizable. Greer sighed in exasperation, lamenting that a Cayman rider should be better suited to a motorcycle. Yet, it seemed fate had conspired against him, as both motorcycles had perished before they could even warm up. Now, in the late hours of the night, finding a ride was akin to discovering a pearl in the sand. With a resigned sigh, Greer raised his left arm, causing a card to flutter from his rider card box while his score plummeted to 275. I refuse to believe this can be destroyed again, Greer muttered indignantly as he inserted the card into the decade driver. Instantly, a six-pointed star magic circle materialized on the ground, radiating a brilliance that outshone the moon in the sky. In that light, a heavy motorcycle, measuring 2 meters and 30 centimeters in length, 1 meter and 10 centimeters in height, and 83 centimeters in width, appeared at the center of the magic circle. It was larger than the one bestowed upon him by Bistak, adorned in silver with magenta stripes resembling barcodes. As the magic circle dissipated, Greer approached and mounted the motorcycle, which barely sank a few millimeters under his weight, including his armor, totaling 83 kilograms. This was Decade's exclusive motorcycle, known as Machine Decader, which cost 710 points to acquire, 60 points more than the mirror motorcycle used for traversing dimensional worlds. The high cost was due to the fact that its fairing engine, frame, and body were constructed from the same divine or as Decade's armor. It could withstand anything, even explosives, without fear of destruction. Furthermore, the motorcycle operated as if it were bound to Greer, capable of starting from a distance with a mere thought, autonomously riding to his side. It could also transform into the exclusive mounts of other riders, such as the Pegasus. The fuel tank beneath the seat connected to an infinite Klein bottle, capable of holding an endless supply of oil sufficient to prevent any issues of running out of fuel. The specialized engine could run on gasoline for road travel, and when powered by dimensional energy, it could traverse land, sea, air, and even space, becoming an invincible steed. Once Greer mounted the motorcycle, it roared to life, activating the dimensional headlights at both the front and rear, which, when set to maximum brightness, could illuminate the ground up to 150 meters away, akin to a powerful searchlight, rendering oncoming vehicles blind. In truth, Greer was reluctant to drive at such a late hour, but after battling the frost giants, igniting a gas station, and creating several large craters, the commotion had been far too great. Staying any longer would only invite unwanted consequences. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward. Despite the uneven terrain, Greer felt only a slight tremor thanks to the vehicle's robust suspension and hydraulic system. In mere moments, he veered onto Highway 40, speeding away from the small town at an exhilarating pace. Chapter 46. The Watcher. The seemingly endless stretch of Route 40 lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any passing vehicles. Thus, Greer maximized his headlights, illuminating the road 150 meters ahead as he accelerated his motorcycle to a breathtaking speed of 350 kilometers per hour, covering nearly 98 meters every second, a truly exhilarating experience. Not long after setting off, Greer, thanks to the enhanced vision afforded by his armor, spotted a four-wheel drive parked by the roadside, with several individuals engaged in a heated discussion, among them a burly figure who was none other than Thor. Why hadn't they left? Greer pondered, easing off the throttle and allowing the motorcycle to coast forward. The beam from his headlights, glaringly bright in the night, caught the attention of Thor and his companions, who instinctively turned towards the light. In mere seconds, Greer reached the back of the four-wheel drive, applying the brakes to bring the motorcycle to a steady stop behind it. The armor he wore disengaged upon halting, leaving only a silver metallic belt firmly fastened around his waist. Switching his high beams to low, Greer called out to Thor and the others, "Why are you still here?" Upon hearing Greer's voice, a look of surprise and disbelief washed over the faces of Thor and his companions. Without hesitation, Thor approached him, his large hand patting Greer's shoulder as he boomed, "I never imagined there were humans in Midgard who could rival the warriors of Asgard. You have aided me and possess such immense power. Join my guard, and I shall appoint you the leader of a squad." In Thor's eyes, being invited to join his guard was a tremendous honor, esteemed across Asgard and beyond. It represented recognition of a warrior's prowess. It was akin to being asked by Emperor Li Shimin himself in the Tang dynasty whether one wished to become his confidant, or being approached by Alibaba before the launch of Alipay to manage the new software. Before Greer could respond, Jane quickly interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. He was hit by Daisy's car earlier, fell, and hit his head, and since then, he has been claiming he is Thor from Norse mythology. So in Jane's view, Thor's proposition sounded utterly absurd. Who would casually ask a stranger to become their captain of guards? This was neither an interview nor a corporate office, and besides, the individual possessed extraordinary strength and had just rescued them from an unknown group of beings. Could it be that the gods of Asgard were so oblivious to social norms? Jane felt a sense of disillusionment, realizing that the enchanting myths were not as they seemed. Indeed, nowhere in the tales did it mention Thor resembling a bumbling fool. Had Greer not traversed from another world and understood that Thor was not merely human, but a prince of Asgard, he too would have perceived Thor as deranged. Even so, as Thor's words sunk in, Greer couldn't help but twitch his cheek. Thor's mindset remained firmly entrenched in his identity as an Asgardian prince, utterly unaware of his fallen-to-earth status. With such a tone and line of thought, he would likely find himself beaten thrice a day in New York. Eric, sensing the tension, hastily redirected the conversation. Russo, what about the frost giants in the town? All 8 of them were killed. Eric and Jane exchanged looks of disbelief. Although they were scholars of astronomy and physics, they understood the rarity of extraterrestrial beings. How could one justify the slaughter of such living aliens? It was barbaric. They should have been captured for study, perhaps even autopsied. Before Greer could elaborate, Daisy, who had been standing at the back, suddenly brightened, anxiously inquiring, "So does that mean there are no frost giants left in the town?" "Probably. I saw that all of them were killed." Greer crossed his arms and leaned on the motorcycle's dashboard, asking, "Why are you stopped by the roadside?" Daisy pouted, mumbling, "That was my new car, and I've only paid off 3 months of the loan." "Aren't you all hungry? All our food and drinks are in the RV." Daisy's mention of food made everyone acutely aware of their own hunger. Since leaving the town where the hammer had fallen at noon, they hadn't eaten. Greer had also departed from Los Angeles around the same time, and now, as the clock inched towards 9, they had gone nearly 8 hours without nourishment. To make matters worse, the food they had just purchased had been incinerated at the gas station. Eric and Thor quickly exited the vehicle, with Eric directing the four-wheel drive to back up closer to the RV for a connection. Greer remained on his motorcycle, surveying the surroundings, wary of any lingering frost giants. Within mere seconds, the RV was hitched successfully. Eric waved to Greer before he and Thor hurriedly climbed aboard. As Greer prepared to depart, he felt an inexplicable sensation and glanced toward the north side of the town, where darkness obscured all sight. The four-wheel drive roared to life, heading towards Route 40. Shaking his head, Greer dismissed the unsettling feeling and twisted the throttle to follow. The 2 vehicles swiftly disappeared into the night, their lights swallowed by the mountains. In the direction Greer had just scrutinized, a figure clad in a tawny robe hovered effortlessly at an altitude of over 10 meters. From beneath the hood, 2 eyes pierced through the darkness, observing Greer on his motorcycle and Thor in the four-wheel drive, now retreating into the distance. With a flick of his right arm, a swirling ring of fire materialized before him, moving backward as the figure stepped through the fiery portal, vanishing from sight, leaving no trace behind as the ring dissipated into thin air. Chapter 47. The Legends of Asgard. After the motorcycles and off-road vehicles had completely vanished, dozens of agents emerged from their hiding places in the small town. A fierce blaze continued to roar near the gas station, Yet over a dozen agents fearlessly rushed forward to combat the flames. Many clad in protective suits hurriedly carried boxes and ice chests to the gas station, diligently searching for fragments of the frost giants, carefully placing them into containers for safekeeping. Once the firefighting and recovery operations were concluded, the agents commenced disinfection procedures. Despite their large numbers, they executed their diverse tasks with remarkable efficiency, swiftly transforming the scene to resemble a mere gas station fire incident before finally withdrawing. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, gazed intently at Thor on Earth, his eyes glowing faintly with orange light. Undeterred by the vast distances and dimensions between them, he had been observing for 10 minutes yet had failed to identify the hidden passage through which the frost giants entered Midgard from Jotunheim. This failure stirred unease within Heimdall, as it suggested that the frost giants might possess a means to elude his all-seeing eye, a troubling revelation for Asgard. Historically, Asgard had kept the frost giants of Jotunheim at bay largely due to the existence of the Rainbow Bridge and the all-seeing eye, which acted like an open map, revealing the movements of enemy forces at all times. The Rainbow Bridge allowed for the rapid deployment of troops, catching adversaries off guard, leading to the defeat of many powers that were either equal to or superior to Asgard. However, the inability of the all-seeing eye to detect the frost giants' whereabouts heightened Heimdall's vigilance, redirecting much of his attention towards Thor, fearful that he might fall victim to the machinations of the frost giants or other forces. Even more concerning was the presence of another individual accompanying Thor, whose identity remained concealed from Heimdall's sight. This led him to speculate whether this person was connected to the frost giants, and whether their evasion of the all-seeing eye was linked to this mysterious figure. Just then, Odin approached, leaning on Gungnir and slightly out of breath. He inquired of Heimdall, "Have you yet discovered the reason for the frost giants' evasion of your all-seeing eye?" Heimdall shook his head, refraining from addressing the question and instead mentioning Thor. "There is someone beside Thor whose presence I cannot perceive. I wonder if it relates to the frost giants. Should we send someone to investigate?" Odin, as he spoke, involuntarily glanced towards Midgard, where Thor and his companions had already departed from Highway 40 and arrived at an open area. To accommodate the speed of the off-road vehicle towing a trailer, Greer had reduced the motorcycle's speed to 110 kilometers per hour. Given the nighttime conditions and limited visibility, he hesitated to push the limits of speed without transforming. After leaving the small town, they traveled for over an hour before reaching a quaint village, but it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Most houses had extinguished their lights, and the few that remained lit were not shops, leaving them with no place to spend their money. With no other options, they parked the trailer in a vacant lot outside the village, while Daisy and Jane began preparing dinner inside. Eric, Greer, and Thor brought out a few lounge chairs, reclining in them as they gazed at the starry sky and engaged in idle conversation. Thor, in an enthusiastic tone, praised Greer, asking, "Your armor is magnificent. Who forged it?" "The dwarves do not create weapons and armor like this. Is it the work of artisans from beyond the 9 realms?" "I do not know," Greer shrugged, swiftly shifting the topic back to Thor with feigned curiosity. "Are you truly the Thor from Norse mythology?" Upon hearing Greer's inquiry, Eric perked up, attentively listening. Although much evidence suggested that this robust man was indeed Thor, the scientifically minded Eric found it hard to believe that a mythical figure could truly exist. Thor beamed with pride, declaring, "The armies of Asgard have fought across the 9 realms, leaving legends in many places. 2,000 years ago, my father led the Asgardian forces against the frost giants of Jotunheim, driving them from Midgard and placing it under Asgard's protection. However, my father later forbade the Asgardian army from entering Midgard, ceasing to interfere with humanity's development. The long absence has led to human forgetfulness, transforming real events and figures into mere myths," Eric interjected. Greer nodded thoughtfully and continued, "So how did the frost giants come to Earth? Wasn't Earth supposed to be under Asgard's protection?" As he posed this last question, Thor fell into contemplation, his ignorance weighing heavily on Greer. It seemed increasingly likely that, akin to the events in the films, Loki had begun to stir trouble, causing the orderly realm of Asgard to descend into chaos, neglecting the frost giants' invasion of Midgard. Greer silently resolved to strengthen his own abilities, his mind consumed with worries, rendering him disinterested in further inquiries. Instead, he reclined in the chair, staring at the myriad stars in the night sky, lost in thought. Chapter 48. The Path of Vengeance for the Old Man. A night devoid of disturbances passed, free from the frost giants or the destroyer that might have disrupted the tranquility. The following morning, Greer bid farewell to Thor and his companions, embarking on his motorcycle along Route 40 towards New York. Greer refrained from inquiring about Thor's destination or future plans on Earth. Without hesitation, he accelerated away, vanishing from their sight. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of the frost giant the previous night, he would have departed much earlier. The throne of Asgard was a matter for kin to contend over, and he, an outsider, had no business meddling in their affairs. Yes, I am well aware, Thor remarked nonchalantly, eliciting a resigned sigh from Jane, who abandoned her intent to continue the conversation and began to pack for the journey ahead. Their astronomical observations in New Mexico were abruptly curtailed, with agents seizing all equipment and research materials. Their only tangible gain was the rather peculiar Thor from Asgard, albeit in a state of diminished power. It was precisely because they suspected this individual might indeed be the Thunder God that Jane and Eric hastily vacated the site of chaos, eager to prevent Thor from being discovered and taken by those agents, which would result in the loss of their sole acquisition. However, they encountered a youth along the way whose vehicle had run out of fuel, seemingly conjuring an array of bizarre armors from thin air, and then valiantly combating the creatures Thor referred to as frost giants. In a matter of days, Jane and her companions had their eyes open to the vastness and peculiarities of the world, although their anticipated observations and experiments had not materialized, and they had incurred losses of equipment and data. Capturing a northern deity like Thor and witnessing the riders' battle against the frost giants rendered the journey worthwhile. Thus, Greer sped onward without pause until dusk, finally arriving in New Jersey. Crossing the Washington Bridge, he returned to Manhattan Island, a place he had been away from for 4 days, the bustling economic epicenter of America. His previous visit had been a hasty one to rescue the old man, devoid of any leisure to appreciate the foreign atmosphere. Now, Greer similarly found himself bereft of such indulgence as he traversed Route 9A from Washington Heights to Harlem, a renowned African-American community. The proportion of black residents here surpassed even that of Brooklyn. Although it belonged to Manhattan, the greenery, infrastructure, and safety standards were starkly contrasted with those of the central business district. This disparity became evident to Greer after he veered off Route 9A, where vehicles lined the sides of the roads, occupying half their width. Perhaps due to the late autumn, many withered leaves adorned the streets and sidewalks. While the hurried passers-by were predominantly from non-white ethnicities, Greer was no stranger to this area. In his past life, he had played the game Prototype 1. 2. Set against the backdrop of Manhattan, maneuvering the protagonist through its rooftops countless times. Many buildings appeared familiar, such as the 14 cross-shaped towers in the park before him, where he had orchestrated countless acts of violence as Alex, scaling walls and gliding past. However, Greer's purpose was not one of pilgrimage. Here lay a safe house established by the old man during his lifetime. There were a total of 4 such sanctuaries. The one in Brooklyn had been abandoned, and the one in Queens was likely compromised, leaving only these 2 in Manhattan. Before departing, Mindy had entrusted Greer with the address and keys. He parked his motorcycle beneath one of the buildings, took the elevator to the 14th floor, and unlocked the wooden door with the key. From the outside, the door appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed a second iron door within, virtually impenetrable without explosives. The apartment comprised 3 rooms and 2 halls, but the entrance to the 3rd bedroom was concealed within the wardrobe of the left side bedroom. Upon entering, Greer discovered a world of its own, with iron shelves lining the walls, filled with an assortment of firearms and boxes of ammunition stacked below. Handguns, shotguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, and C4 explosives were all present, transforming the space into a miniature armory. At last, Greer understood where the old man's finances had been invested, all in weaponry. Near the window stood a table with 2 computers atop it, while a wooden board hung from the window, covered in photographs and names connected by red strings, illustrating their relationships in a pyramid-like structure. Many names at the base were marked in red, indicating their ease of discovery and elimination, while as one ascended, the red markings dwindled, signifying the increasing difficulty in locating those at the apex. Greer settled down, poring over the documents and files on the computers detailing the old man's targets for vengeance and plans. After 3 hours of diligent study, he began to piece together a coherent narrative. These materials had been meticulously gathered by the old man since his release from prison, quietly amassing information on the drug lord Frank Amick, who had orchestrated his betrayal. Chapter 49. The night and the night. The relationship chart hanging on the wall measured 2 meters in length and width, with crimson lines connecting various photographs and names. The annotations beside the lines detailed the relationships, while the descriptions beneath the images sent a chill through Greer's heart. A significant portion of the individuals depicted were members of gangs and criminals, integral parts of a drug trafficking syndicate. However, the remaining figures served as the web's guardians, state legislators, city council members, New York Police Department officials, and dock managers, all providing protection for this intricate network from top to bottom, inside and out. Officials of various ranks. Anyone capable of ensuring the smooth operation of this web or deriving benefits from it could reap monetary rewards based on their position and the extent of their contribution to the network's protection. Anyone who dared to dismantle this web would face severe backlash. The force of their actions would be met with an equal and opposite reaction. Greer understood all too well the troubles that would arise once he began to disrupt this network. Severing someone's financial lifeline was akin to murdering their kin. Those seeking his demise would not only include drug lords, but also the formidable powers of the New York Police Department. Unlike the tragic scene in The Dark Knight, where all the officers relentlessly pursued the fugitive known as the Knight in the Night, Greer believed he would soon attain such honor, becoming the target of frenzied hunts from both sides of the law. Yet, unlike Batman, Greer was not motivated by a desire to protect a city he found entirely foreign. He lacked such noble character or the belief in global kinship. Had he possessed no extraordinary abilities, Greer would have heeded the Elder's advice to live a mundane life. But endowed with powers far beyond the ordinary, he felt compelled to avenge the Elder. For the past month, the Elder had diligently guided him, and he believed in repaying this kindness by executing the Elder's vengeance, allowing him to rest in peace beneath the earth, all the while accruing some merit for himself. Having made his decision, Greer stood up. Casting a sweeping glance over the firearms displayed on the wall, he opened a drawer, donned a pair of black leather gloves, and retrieved 2 handguns, an automatic rifle, a sniper rifle, and 6 grenades, beginning to load the corresponding ammunition into the magazines. He planned to utilize the weapons prepared by the Elder to eliminate those within the web, primarily for the sake of discretion. The firepower of the weapons typically wielded by masked knights was excessively potent, akin to using a ship's cutting tool to slay a chicken, creating too much commotion. He had no desire to attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Evading them was paramount. Wielding a sword was impractical. Not only was the range too limited, but he also did not share Ace's peculiar penchant for dismemberment, nor did he wish to earn the title of a frenzied butcher. Affixing a silencer to the muzzle, he filled the magazines, slung the sniper rifle over his shoulder, hung the automatic rifle across his chest, tucked the handguns into holsters at his sides, and stowed the grenades in a utility pouch he intended to carry. Next, he donned a loose black robe with a hood, enveloping himself completely, and picked up the half-mask helmet resembling Batman's, placing it upon his head. He then raised his left arm, retrieved the Decade card, and inserted it into the Decade driver, transforming into Kamen Rider Decade. Turning off the lights in the concealed chamber, he stepped into the pitch-black living room. Outside, the city lights had begun to twinkle. From this height of 14 stories, he could see far and wide, as countless homes illuminated with warm glows. Few cared to ponder the multitude of evils concealed beneath the cloak of night. "Dark New York, I have arrived," Greer murmured, flinging open the living room window and leaping into the abyss. The dim glow of streetlights along the winding paths of the park-like apartment complex, coupled with the towering trees, rendered the surroundings shrouded in darkness. His black and white armor provided a natural camouflage, allowing Greer to descend silently to the ground blanketed with dry leaves, bending his legs to absorb the impact. As he stood, the Decade armor vanished without a trace. An unmanned motorcycle approached along the deserted road, halting beside Greer as he stepped onto the street. He swung his leg over the bike, twisted the throttle, and took off at breakneck speed, the wind whipping his robe and creating a whispering symphony, swiftly disappearing into the flow of traffic. The Elder's death was undeniably linked to that so-called informant. The first person Greer sought, he infiltrated the communications company using his Cobra phone. Unless the informant's phone was turned off and unable to receive signals from the base station, he could triangulate the location using 3 signal towers. At 11 o'clock at night, the streets were nearly deserted. A motorcycle darted through the relatively open thoroughfare, and upon confirming the absence of others, Greer released his grip on the handlebars. A card flew into his hand, which he then inserted into the Decade driver at his waist. In the next heartbeat, his black robe was replaced by the Dragon Knight armor, and the moment he completed the transformation, the motorcycle veered sharply to the left, crashing into the storefront window, with both rider and machine vanishing within. On the 15th floor of a nearby building, 5 or 6 men and women lay haphazardly on the filthy floor, sprawled across sofas and tables, surrounded by empty bottles, clothing, and numerous used syringes, a clear indication of a drug-fueled revelry. One man, appearing to be in his 40s, staggered to his feet, naked and swaying as he made his way toward the restroom. As he neared the living room, still in darkness, he suddenly saw a figure leap through the window, causing him to freeze, blink in disbelief, and shake his head in an attempt to dispel the illusion. Greer grasped the man's neck with his right hand and delivered a swift blow to his head, rendering him unconscious. He hoisted the man out the window, leaping down and seizing the fire escape ladder of the 18th floor, using it to propel himself upward, ultimately reaching the rooftop of the towering Chapter 50. Interrogation. The autumn chill, combined with the frigid ground, roused the naked man from his slumber. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around himself, curling into a fetal position in a desperate attempt to seek warmth. Before he could comprehend the gravity of his situation, Greer, clad in Dragon Knight armor, seized the man's right leg and unceremoniously hurled him out of the building. The force of the throw caused his forehead to collide violently with the unforgiving wall, nearly rendering him unconscious. Blood streamed from the laceration on his brow, cascading toward the crown of his head. However, in his precarious position, suspended headfirst and unable to bend his body, he could only exert every ounce of strength to twist his neck upward, fighting the instinct to gaze below. Suspended at such a dizzying height of 100 meters, with someone grasping his leg and his head dangling downward, the sensation was far more terrifying than bungee jumping. At least bungee jumping offered the security of a safety rope. Here, if his captor were to release him, he would plummet into the abyss. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, the man cried out in a voice tinged with desperation, losing control of his bladder as urine streamed down, yet he paid no heed to the humiliation, determined to turn his head and discern the identity of his captor. Above him loomed a hazy silhouette, shimmering with ethereal silver light in multiple places, while the figure's head was adorned with 2 red lights, fragmented and unrecognizable. Though the identity of this masked individual remained a mystery, the primal instinct for survival compelled the man to plead. "What do you want? I can provide everything you seek. The money is secured within the safe in the room, and I can grant you access. Additionally, my card resides in the pocket of my garment. The code is..." Before he could finish his sentence, Greer loosened his grip slightly, allowing the individual to slip down a bit, only to tighten his hold once more. As he descended further, terror overwhelmed the person, causing tears and snot to flow freely, as he cried out, "What is it that you truly desire? I offer you everything. All of it." Yet, his demeanor only incites greater wrath within Greer. When he betrayed the old man, did he ever contemplate that the one who betrays may also face such a dire fate? He bent down and, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Where is Parker Robbins?" "What?" Greer repeated his question once more. The individual, trembling from the cold and fear, stammered, I don't know. I've never heard that name before. I can offer you money. Is that so? You claim ignorance, do you?" As Greer released his grip with his right hand, the individual plummeted downward, a visceral sense of descent eliciting a piercing scream of despair. After falling a meter, Greer bent down and grasped his ankle, hoisting him up once more. Amidst the terrified cries, Greer's voice, reminiscent of a demon's, echoed in his ears once again. "But you once told someone that you knew the whereabouts of Parker Robbins, and then you betrayed him. Does that ring a bell? If not, I'll help you sober up a bit more, perhaps then you'll remember." Greer's words jolted the man's memory, transporting him back to an encounter the previous week. A long-forgotten officer had sought him out, inquiring about Parker Robbins. Once, this man had profited by selling underworld secrets, but the officer in question was no longer part of the force. So, after pocketing the money, he promptly betrayed him, securing another windfall. With the matter swiftly dismissed from his mind, he indulged in reckless extravagance, even hosting a gathering to revel in illicit substances. Now, suspended upside down with blood rushing to his head, Greer's words resurrected the memory, and a chilling thought crept in. Had the truth unraveled? Had that ex-cop sent someone for vengeance? Silence lingered, so Greer loosened his grip once more, allowing the man to inch downward, millimeter by torturous millimeter. The slow, inevitable descent, the uncertainty of when he would be released to plummet to his gruesome demise, was a terror far more harrowing than instant death. A desperate wail tore from the man's throat as he clawed at the rough concrete, heedless of the bloodied fingertips. The specter of death loosened his tongue, and words spilled forth like scattered beans. I'll talk. Ask me anything. Just don't let go." Frantic, he babbled. "I don't know. I swear I don't. I'm just a small-time crook. He.S. the Red Hood, the crime boss of Brooklyn. How would I know his whereabouts?" Before he could finish his plea, Greer snarled in a low, dangerous growl, "Yet you claimed otherwise. You told him you knew where he was. The individual hurriedly exclaimed, "I merely wish to deceive for the sake of a petty information fee, which is why I recklessly claim to possess knowledge. What else is there?" And yet, Greer's voice grew heavier with each utterance, his fingers gradually loosening their grip, allowing the man's leg to slip once more from his palm. The frigid winds howling at such dizzying heights, coupled with the blood rushing to his head, created a torment worse than death itself. The poor wretch trembled uncontrollably, his skin turning an ominous shade of purple. "I. The man's teeth chattered like castanets as he shook like a leaf in a storm. "I sold information about retired cops tracking the Red Hood boss to Nishandy Jess. That's all I know. I swear. Every word is true. I'm telling you the truth." "Where can Nishandy Jess be found?" "The 9th building at the intersection of 1st Avenue and 116th Street in East Harlem, apartment 304. "Is it true?" "Indeed." The individual nodded fervently, as if fearing that his words were insufficient, and hurriedly proclaimed, "This is all I know, and I possess money that I can offer you." "I seek not your money, but your atonement," Greer retorted, forcefully pulling the man back from the precipice. Taking a step forward, he stood upon a patch of water approximately 1 square meter on the rooftop, and together they vanished into the watery depths. Minutes later, the building manager, drawn by the sounds of shouting from the rooftop, ascended with a flashlight, only to find the space utterly deserted before departing. A mere 10 seconds after stepping into the water, Greer emerged on a motorcycle from a shop window 2 streets away, speeding down the empty thoroughfare. As for the man who had betrayed the old patriarch, he vanished without a trace the moment he entered the mirrored realm. A world that rejected all matter. There could be no better means to obliterate evidence than this. Chapter 51. The Invisible Assailant according to the theory of 6 degrees of separation. The distance between you and any stranger will not exceed 6 individuals. Grell was fortunate, as he learned of Parker Robbins' whereabouts through merely 3 intermediaries. The informant, a petty member of the Brooklyn gang known as the Red Hood, divulged the names of those who could potentially meet Parker Robbins, revealing that Robbins would be at the docks tonight to collect his goods. Hanging precariously from the edge of a towering building, swayed by the biting wind like a pendulum, Grell momentarily cast aside any notions of loyalty, fearing that his words might not suffice to appease this enigmatic figure. After absorbing their revelations, Grell compassionately dealt with the disloyal subordinates before revving his motorcycle and speeding towards Highway 278. At the intersection of Highway 278 and Pineapple Street, he discovered a reclaimed indoor sports arena. Had it not been for the insider's information, Grell would never have guessed that this venue served as a trading point. Sellers would arrive via small boats from the East River, docking at this nondescript indoor sports arena, engaging in transactions within its secretive confines. The vicinity was replete with water, allowing for any sudden incident to swiftly dispose of evidence, while the nearby highway and river provided an expedient escape route. With a roof over the indoor basketball court, aerial surveillance was rendered ineffective, ensuring that significant transactions, particularly those involving large quantities of narcotics, were conducted here exclusively among trusted individuals, one of whom was the third party Grell had cast into the mirror world. Grell did not rush headlong into the fray. Instead, from a considerable distance, he transformed into Kamen Rider Dragon Knight, navigating the mirror world on his reflective motorcycle, swiftly arriving at the expansive indoor arena. Surrounded on 3 sides by water and adorned with numerous glass windows, the Dragon Knight armor was perfectly suited for this environment, allowing Grell to observe the outside world with clarity. The heavy gates were secured with 2 iron locks, and armed guards stood vigilant at the corners of the perimeter, their infrared binoculars scanning the surroundings, while lookout posts crowned several nearby buildings. This formidable setup suggested a substantial transaction was imminent, confirming the accuracy of the intel regarding Parker Robbins' arrival. Thus, Grell refrained from hasty actions, instead meticulously surveying the venue within the mirror world, familiarizing himself with the layout and memorizing each individual's position. In a modest changing room marked with a VIP sign, Grell emerged from the mirror, shedding his transformation and depositing his weapons on the ground. He opted against using Decade's gun due to its excessive power. Instead, he chose standard firearms to avoid drawing undue attention from law enforcement, as gunfire was a common occurrence in the city. The iron gates creaked open, allowing a procession of black vehicles to enter before the gates sealed shut once more. A dozen burly men in black suits emerged, each noticeably armed, while the final figure to alight was a middle-aged man clad in a blue, form-fitting tracksuit, over which he wore a red hooded garment. His waist was adorned with 2 holsters containing silver pistols, and his feet were shod in worn boots, a strikingly incongruous ensemble. Yet, the surrounding henchmen remained impeccably respectful, forming a protective circle around this seemingly ordinary man as they advanced towards a concealed door leading to a basement, where a secret passage connected to the East River awaited. Resembling a makeshift dock. Once the iron door closed, the tension among the henchmen escalated. They vigilantly scanned their surroundings, wary of any uninvited guests disrupting this pivotal exchange. Near the eastern wall beside the parked vehicles, one henchman peered through binoculars at the water's surface, utterly oblivious to an arm extending from behind the car's glass, muffling his mouth and dragging him backward. The unsuspecting henchman was swiftly yanked away, unable even to struggle before vanishing behind the vehicle's tinted glass. His binoculars clattered to the ground, prompting a nearby associate, 3 or 4 meters away, to turn in confusion, only to find the spot where his comrade had stood now empty. How dare he abandon his post with the boss present? Is he courting death? The man muttered angrily. But before he could fully turn, he noticed a shadowy figure reflected in the vehicle's glass. His brain barely registered the threat before the dark silhouette lunged through the window, one hand clamping over his mouth while the other seized his throat, pinning him against the wall. A sharp pain coursed through his throat as he gasped for air, struggling in vain against the encroaching darkness before succumbing to unconsciousness. Grell seized the incapacitated henchman and dashed towards the vehicle, re-entering the mirror world. The over 100 pounds of human weight he carried vanished into the mirror realm, akin to a feather lost in a blaze, leaving no trace behind. With the passage of time, any henchmen near the reflective surfaces began to disappear one by one. Grell's speed, combined with his immense strength and unexpected approach, allowed him to swiftly silence each target, covering their mouths and squeezing their throats, before casting them into the mirror world, the entire process taking no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Yet, as the number of missing individuals steadily climbed, the chances of discovery increased exponentially. After the 6th disappearance, someone finally noticed the absence of several posts and raised an alarm, igniting chaos in the previously tranquil courtyard. Flashlights flickered erratically, footsteps echoed, as the henchmen scoured the surroundings, seeking the assailant and the missing comrades amidst the maze of sports equipment and partition spaces. Chapter 52. The Massacre. With a sniper rifle slung over his back and a battle rifle hanging across his chest, Greer appeared as a formidable figure, wielding 2 handguns in his hands, adorned with grenades and magazines. He resembled a ruthless bandit, utterly undermining the heroic image of a masked knight. Yet, Greer was indifferent to appearances. His only concern was to eliminate his targets. Chambering rounds in both handguns, he discerned footsteps echoing from both sides of the corridor. He forcefully kicked open the door, striding out with a commanding presence. Before fully emerging, his arms extended wide, aiming his weapons at the corridor's flanks. In that fleeting moment upon exiting, his fingers curled, squeezing the triggers. The muffled gunfire, courtesy of the attached silencers, resonated with a heavy thud. 2 bullets spiraled forth from the chambers, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, striking precisely at the heads of 2 individuals, creating gaping holes in their skulls. The impact sent them tumbling backward, crashing onto the marble floor, where crimson and ivory fluid seeped slowly from the minuscule punctures, their lives extinguished. Greer did not spare a glance at the lifeless bodies. Instead, he stepped over them, advancing forward. In just over a month since arriving in this world, he had transformed from a timid recluse, one who had never even harmed a chicken, into a callous warrior unflinching in the face of death. One might killing has become second nature after taking so many lives. The fear of darkness and ghosts that once lingered has long since faded. Now, should a specter appear, he would dispatch it without hesitation. Greer harbors no hidden intentions, striding confidently through the pitch-black gymnasium. As the beam of a flashlight flickers into view, he raises his pistol without hesitation. A gunshot echoes, followed by the thud of a body collapsing and the flashlight clattering across the floor. The sound of rolling reverberated through the air. From the onset, this asymmetrical battle was fated to conclude in a particular manner. Despite the gang members numbering 20 or 30, the firearms in their possession proved utterly ineffective against Greer's Dragon Knight armor. In stark contrast, Greer, clad in his formidable armor, dispatched his foes with unerring precision. Once the ammunition from his twin handguns was expended, he casually discarded them into a shattered glass door, the fragments reflecting a distorted world. With a swift motion, he seized a rifle, firing with one hand while tossing 2 grenades towards the gang members seeking refuge behind vehicles. The thunderous explosions drowned out the cacophony of gunfire, sending plumes of fire into the air, visible even from a considerable distance. Vehicles parked in the courtyard were riddled with bullet holes, only to be reduced to scrap metal by Greer's grenades. The shockwaves from the detonations shattered every window and mirror in the vicinity. The 8 or 9 gang members who had taken cover behind the cars lay sprawled on the ground, some lifeless, while others writhed in agony, their bodies battered and broken. With a force of 500 kilograms, Greer wielded the grenades with ease, accurately targeting every hiding spot of the gang members. Each explosion was accompanied by screams of anguish and terror. After 5 resounding detonations, silence enveloped the courtyard. No further gunfire erupted. Apart from Greer, all others lay motionless on the ground. The terrain was strewn with shards of glass and spent bullet casings, while several vehicles burned fiercely, illuminating the somber scene akin to torches revealing the fallen. Warm blood flowed freely through the cracks in the pavement, saturating the air with a metallic scent, while remnants of flesh were splattered across the exercise equipment, transforming the space into a grotesque slaughterhouse rather than a venue for youthful exuberance and vitality. A lookout, peering through binoculars, relayed information via walkie-talkie, oblivious to Greer's sniper rifle aimed directly at him. In that moment, their eyes met, one wielding a sniper rifle, the other binoculars. A silent confirmation of intent. Through the 8-power scope, Greer discerned the look of surprise on the man's face, uncertain whether it was due to Greer's Dragon Knight armor or the weapon he bore. With a hint of amusement in his voice, Greer whispered, "I see you." Subsequently, with a deft flick of the finger, the trigger was pulled, and a resounding bang echoed forth. With a resounding bang, even clad in his Emperor Rider armor, Greer was jolted slightly backward. Yet he steadied himself, firmly bracing the sniper rifle as a long bullet streaked from the barrel like a meteor cleaving the sky. The next instant, the distant figure's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. Greer swiftly pivoted his aim toward another observation post atop a different building and pulled the trigger once more. After emptying the 7-round magazine, all lookout points had been neutralized within a mere 10 seconds. Casually tossing the 2 scavenged pistols into the blazing wreckage of a car, Greer strode toward the concealed dock below. From the moment he kicked down the door to now, only 5 minutes had passed, yet over 30 ruthless gangsters lay defeated beneath his relentless gunfire. The only dissatisfaction gnawing at Greer was the meager reward. These fallen thugs, combined with his previous tally of 175, barely amounted to 121 points. A pittance compared to the bounty reaped from frost giants. The illicit exchange below had scarcely begun before it was abruptly terminated. The cacophony of gunfire and grenades above sent shivers down the spines of these shadow-dwelling criminals, convincing them that law enforcement had arrived. Suspicion and accusation flickered in their eyes as they glared at one another, each convinced the other had led the authorities here. Crate after crate of priceless narcotics were hurled into the water, their contents dissolving into oblivion. Even the containers themselves were rinsed thoroughly. As his underlings carried out this purge, the Red Hood's leader, Parker Robbins, stood motionless, his crimson hood now drawn over his head. His dark, brooding gaze swept across every face in the room. Several henchmen frantically radioed their counterparts above, desperate for answers. But the transmissions yielded only gunfire, explosions, screams, and moans, until 7 thunderous shots drowned out all other noise. Then, silence. By then, every shred of evidence had been erased. Chapter 53. Beware the Grenade. The South American seller was seething with rage, spitting out a torrent of obscure, guttural curses. Judging by his tone, he was undoubtedly spewing profanities, understandable, given that dumping such a massive shipment into the river was akin to tossing bundles of cash into the abyss. Snarling, he barked orders to his men, preparing to board their speedboat and flee. But after only 2 steps, Parker Robbins turned back, his voice hoarse as he rasped, "Why the hurry? There's no sound of sirens. Seems we got uninvited guests." What did you say?" The seller froze, his face twisting in horror as he glanced at the empty crates and the river now devoid of any trace of cocaine. His fury erupted like a volcano. "You waited until after we dumped everything to say that? Are you an idiot?" To him, money was all that mattered. It didn't matter who paid. He had risked smuggling the shipment all the way from South America just to hear the splash of his profits sinking into oblivion. Now, without even unloading, the goods were lost, and payment was in jeopardy. His rage was justified. "Worry not, my friend," Parker Robbins replied, forcing a thin smile onto his lips, his tone unnervingly calm. "You didn't come all this way to leave empty-handed. You'll be paid in full. This was meant to be our first transaction. And it's a shame it's been interrupted. Allow me to deal with these intruders. Let us see who sent them. And while I'm at it, you can judge for yourself whether I'm worthy of being your exclusive partner in New York." As he spoke, only 5 of his men remained at his back. The other 10 fanned out, automatic rifles in hand, advancing toward the stairwell and the water's edge, some scaling the embankment, others moving through the docks, preparing to flank the unseen threat. Only 3 took the stairs, their role simple: draw enemy fire, allowing the remaining 7 to ascend the ladder unnoticed and strike from the shadows. The lead man's rifle was already primed, safety off, barrel aimed forward. Finger hovering over the trigger. The overhead lights cast a silhouette over the 2 behind him, obscuring their vision. Grenade! The man at the front screamed, his voice raw with terror. He spun on his heel, scrambling backward, but it was too late. 2 grenades arced through the air, tumbling toward them before detonating in a deafening blast right above his head. When the smoke cleared, the once pristine walls were painted in crimson. Shards of bone, twisted metal, and shattered stone littered the ground. The 3 men had been obliterated, a grotesque spectacle that would shatter the sanity of anyone with a weak stomach. Down in the docks, the 7 men had barely begun climbing when the explosion rocked the stairwell. A thick plume of smoke and dust billowed out, carrying the acrid stench of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The fate of their comrades was unmistakable. Rifles snapped up, barrels trained on the smoldering entrance as they scrambled for cover. Meanwhile, the South American seller, shielded by his entourage, hunched low and bolted for the speedboat. Money could be earned again, life could not. Above, Greer had already moved on. After tossing the grenades through the iron door, he strode toward the riverbank, casually picking up a loose brick and tossing it idly in his palm. By the time he reached the water's edge, the first head had emerged over the embankment. The man barely had time to register the shadowy figure before Greer's left hand clamped around his throat, yanking him upward. His right hand followed, the brick crashing down onto the man's skull with a sickening thud. The brick shattered, warm blood trickling down as the man crumpled, unconscious before he could utter a sound. Greer discarded him like trash, wrenching the rifle from his grip with a sharp tug that snapped the strap. Climbing up one by one, like some sacrificial offering? Brilliant. Greer smirked, extending the rifle over the embankment and squeezing the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. The men below scrambled back into the docks, too terrified to even peek out. They fired blindly upward, bullets streaking like shooting stars, wild, desperate, and utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, beneath the murky waters, a shadowy figure, Greer in his decade armor, propelled himself toward the speedboat, rifle slung across his back, 2 grenades clutched in his hands, pins already pulled. 3 meters away, he released the spoons, counting 2 seconds before breaking the surface and hurling the grenades into the boat. Boom, boom. Twin explosions lit up the docks, the fireball blinding in the confined space. The speedboat was obliterated, its occupants reduced to charred remains. Shrapnel sighed through the air, eliciting screams of agony. Parker Robbins' men were decimated. Even he was sent sprawling by the blast. Chapter 54, The Invisible Mutant? Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Greer's left hand grasped the concrete edge of the embankment. With a sudden forceful pull, he propelled himself upward in a fluid motion, emerging from the water like a leaping fish. Simultaneously, his right arm swept backward to retrieve the rifle strapped to his back, bringing it to bear as he scanned his surroundings. Yet this vigilance proved largely unnecessary. After the grenade explosions, no living soul remained standing in this compact dockyard spanning barely 100 square meters. A single grenade's blast would have sufficed to blanket the entire area, let alone 2 detonating simultaneously. Even if some zones escaped the shrapnel's reach, the concussive force alone was enough to shatter human bodies. Thus, when Greer landed dripping wet on the shore, his weapon remained silent. He stood alone amidst the fallen. The shattered remains of speedboats protruded from the water's surface, their burning hulls igniting oil slicks that spread across the water. These flames became the sole illumination after the explosion had shattered all light bulbs. The dancing firelight played across Greer's Emperor Rider armor without producing the slightest reflection. In the entire chamber, only the rhythmic thud, thud, of Greer's footsteps broke the silence. The faint sound of footsteps echoed like the anguished cries of the gravely wounded. As Greer reloaded his weapon, the shockwave from the explosion hurled Parker Robbins, who lay on the ground, into a furious roar akin to that of a wild beast. The seller may depart, but what can be done if one is dead? Shall one resort to a transaction in hell? Without the goods from the South American seller, he would remain perpetually constrained by his sources. How could he not feel frustrated? Upon hearing the roar, Greer immediately turned around, his gun also pivoting towards the source of the sound. He observed a figure rising from the ground. Despite the decade armor possessing formidable night vision capabilities, Greer found himself unable to discern the individual's features. The only unmistakable detail was the 2 points of red light in the eyes, resembling a ravenous wolf lurking in the darkness. There was no dramatic inquiry akin to "Who are you?" as seen in television dramas. Grell witnessed the individual draw a firearm without hesitation, prioritizing lethal force above all else. A barrage of bullets erupted from the muzzle, traveling at an astonishing velocity of 600 to 700 meters per second, aimed at Parker Robbins, who stood merely 3 to 4 meters away. In a fleeting moment, Parker Robbins astonishingly evaded the onslaught, causing a series of bullets to miss their target and strike the wall behind him, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Meanwhile, Parker Robbins, clad in antiquated boots, moved with remarkable speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he swiftly closed the distance to Grell. "Prepare to meet your demise," Parker Robbins growled with unparalleled fury. Wisps of ash and mist coiling around his tightly clenched fists as he unleashed a devastating double-fisted strike towards Grayer's chest. As his opponent darted forward with phantom-like speed, Grayer ceased pulling the trigger, instead wielding his firearm like a baton to deliver a crushing blow towards Parker Robbins. Their attacks found their marks almost simultaneously. Parker's fist collided with Grayer's torso with a thunderous thud. With a resounding thud, the immense force compelled Greer to instinctively retreat, taking 3 or 4 steps back before regaining his balance. The rifle Greer swung struck Parker Robbins on the shoulder, shattering instantly into countless fragments, a testament to the tremendous strength exerted by Greer. Such formidable force, even upon colliding with a brick wall, could have easily created a gaping hole in the solid structure. Yet, upon striking Parker Robbins, it merely sent him tumbling to the right, sliding across the ground for several meters before he nonchalantly rose to his feet. What extraordinary power! Is this fellow's body forged of iron? Stepping back several paces, Greer gazed in astonishment at Parker Robbins, who was rising from the ground. Not only had he been repelled, but his arm had also been shattered by the impact. Yet remarkably, his shoulder seemed relatively unscathed. After being struck by Greer's rifle butt, Parker Robbins sprang back to his feet like a coiled spring. However, this time he did not rush forward. Instead, his glowing red eyes fixated intently on Greer, as if he sought to discern the identity of the person concealed behind the mask. Parker Robbins spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, possessing such immense power. "Why remain subservient to others? Come to me, and together we shall dominate New York, reigning as underground emperors," which would be infinitely superior to being at the beck and call of others. However, Greer had little patience for idle banter. Without allowing Robbins to finish, he hurled the twisted remnants of his rifle as a projectile and charged forward, intent on swiftly eliminating this adversary before making his escape. Amidst the chaos of explosions, gunfire, and flames, it was inconceivable that passers-by would remain oblivious. The wail of police sirens could erupt at any moment. Discretion was the better part of valor. Upon the rifle's trajectory, Robbins ceased his prattling, evading the makeshift weapon with a reflexive step to the side. Barely regaining his footing, Greer was already upon him, his right fist, imbued with the force to shatter stone, hurtling towards Robbins' abdomen. At that moment, Parker Robbins inexplicably vanished from Greer's line of sight, leaving the fist to strike nothing but the air around him. Greer, bewildered, turned to scan his surroundings, searching for the trace of the figure clad in a red hood. He was acutely aware that this individual had seemingly vanished, as if cloaked in invisibility. Invisibility? A thought flickered in Greer's mind, leading him to contemplate mutants or inhumans, both renowned races possessing extraordinary abilities within the Marvel Universe. Over the past month, he had encountered only ordinary individuals, nearly forgetting that such gifted beings existed in this world. This realization served as a reminder for Greer. He would undoubtedly encounter others with unique powers in the future, necessitating utmost caution. Indeed, in this tense moment, Greer's thoughts slipped like a banana peel, diverging into musings about the existence of X-Men and similar entities within this realm. Chapter 55. Unknown creatures. Although Greer's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of mutants and anomalies, he remained vigilant in his search for Parker Robbins, attentively listening to the sounds within the room. Even when cloaked in invisibility, one could not traverse the ground without making a sound. In the desolate dock strewn with corpses, the only sounds that permeated the air were the whispers of the wind and the sporadic crackling of the speedboat, the crackling sound of the flames, the distant blast of a ship's horn, the roar of car engines. All these sounds were absorbed by Greer's ears, yet the sound of footsteps eluded him. This made Greer furrow his brow. Could it be that he was remaining stationary, not advancing at all? Upon this realization, Greer swiftly raised his left arm, a card soaring into his grasp. Before he could even insert it into the Imperial Rider driver at his waist, a sudden sound of piercing air erupted from behind, prompting Greer to urgently twist his torso. In a fluid motion, he turned and delivered a forceful kick towards the source of the noise. Although his movements were executed with remarkable grace, they proved insufficient. At the very moment a card ejected from the night card holder at his waist, the figure of Parker Robbins materialized behind him. With hands entwined in bolts of lightning-like energy, he ruthlessly struck Greer, who had only just rotated 60 degrees. The explosive force of the electrical energy far surpassed that of a grenade, launching Greer into the air. He tumbled 2 or 3 times before crashing onto a sinking ablaze speedboat, causing one end to rise dramatically while Greer sank towards the depths below. Surrounding debris from 2 grenades was propelled once more by the shockwave of the electrical explosion, colliding against the walls and splashing into the water. Amidst this tempestuous wave, Parker Robbins, his feet hovering 20 centimeters above the ground, descended slowly. The crimson hood of his attire had unfurled from the dark blue tracksuit, swaying rhythmically in the fierce wind. Despite the eerie spectacle, Parker Robbins maintained an expression of calm familiarity, his gaze fixated on the rippling surface of the water. With a resounding crash, a column of water soared into the heavens, colliding violently with the ceiling, shattering into countless droplets that cascaded down like a shimmering veil. Amidst this myriad of water beads, a figure clad in a form-fitting black leather suit, adorned with dark golden metallic plates, emerged from the depths. This individual, donning a helmet distinct from the previous one, caused Parker Robbins' eyes to widen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his attack had proven largely ineffective. He had channeled the majority of his energy into this assault, capable of dispatching even an elephant, yet this peculiar armored being remained unscathed, effortlessly leaping from the high-resistance water. Parker was left astonished. As Grell burst forth from the water, he immediately assumed a knightly kick stance, charging swiftly towards the descending Parker Robbins. In the blink of an eye, the 3-meter distance was traversed. However, much like before, Parker Robbins vanished once more, leaving Grell's uncharged, gravity-based kick to strike empty air, crashing onto the concrete floor with a resounding thud. With a resounding explosion, the once seamless expanse of concrete fractured, revealing a web of fissures, while at its epicenter, a deep pit emerged, engulfing half of Greer's lower leg. The force of the kick had barely dissipated upon the concrete surface when the elusive Parker Robbins reappeared behind Greer. This time, not only were his fists imbued with concentrated energy, but the gray mist swirling around his crimson hood also converged upon his fists, signaling an imminent, formidable assault. "The same technique cannot be employed against me twice," Greer declared, already prepared, as he swiftly pivoted with double the speed of before. Lowering his center of gravity, he coiled his legs, and with a clenched right fist, he thrust forward, meeting Parker Robbins' advancing strike in a powerful clash. Bang! The collision of 2 fists produced an earth-shattering impact, the recoil violently thrusting Greer backward by 30 to 40 centimeters. Parker Robbins fared far worse. The 7-ton force of the punch rendered his entire arm utterly numb, as muscles, bones, blood vessels, and nerves were pulverized into oblivion. Were it not for the protective energy shielding his surface, his arm would have exploded like an overinflated balloon. His body hurtled backward like a baseball struck with brutal force, crashing into the wall with such momentum that half his frame became embedded within it. Jagged fragments of brick and stone mercilessly pierced through fabric and flesh, embedding themselves deep into his body. His spine, his flesh, everything was crushed into ruin by the overwhelming force. The moment Greer unleashed his punch, he immediately widened his stance, arms outstretched, assuming an energy-gathering stance. Beneath his feet, the symbol of AgitÅ's head materialized, while the horns atop his head split open, transforming into 6. He did not accumulate energy to its maximum potential, merely charging it to 10% before leaping 2 meters into the air. As if weightless, he soared horizontally forward, driving his foot into Parker Robbins' chest. The energy concentrated in his soul erupted outward in a devastating surge. The next instant, Parker Robbins' body detonated. The concrete wall behind him exploded into a crater 3 meters deep, sending countless fragments of brick and soil scattering in a chaotic, deafening rain. The debris fell into the water, creating a tremendous impact that caused the dock's ceiling and walls to crack with countless fissures of varying sizes. A deep pit formed on the wall before Greer, as large clumps of earth collapsed, burying tattered clothing and worn-out boots beneath. Greer glanced at the rising score of 1965. This Parker Robbins alone contributed 520 points, surpassing even the Frost Giant. Indeed, the higher the strength, the greater the experience awarded. The entire dock trembled precariously, prompting Greer to dash out in haste. He leapt effortlessly, not sparing a glance at the corpses strewn across the ground, and raced towards the exit. With a slight lift of his left hand, a card flew forth, which Greer caught deftly and slotted into the decade driver. In the next moment, the exclusive motorcycle materialized before him, and with a gentle leap, he twisted the throttle and surged forward at a staggering speed of 100 meters per second, vanishing into the night. In the distance, the flashing lights of police vehicles became faintly visible. Amidst the crumbling dock, a tattered red hood and worn boots, buried in the earth, inexplicably emerged from the soil, soaring across the river to Manhattan Island, where they were caught by a humanoid figure adorned with black, scaly skin. Chapter 56. The demon Nasandi. As the night enveloped the world in darkness, the figure clad in black at the riverbank became exceedingly inconspicuous. One could easily miss him if not for the proximity. His form was predominantly adorned with scales reminiscent of fish, almost as if he were a merman. Despite being draped in a thick black robe that concealed even his head, the large, furry feet with merely 3 toes and a slowly swaying dark purple tail were still visible. His hands, clad in a red hood and black boots, bore 4 fingers, each tipped with long, hardened claws, lending him an appearance more akin to a demon than a human. From the palm of this being emanated a dense cloud of dark mist, which within moments inflated the flat red hood and worn boots, casting them aside like refuse. The mist coalesced, forming a vague human silhouette that settled upon the verdant ground. Shortly thereafter, this demonic figure uttered a series of incomprehensible incantations, causing the mist to dissipate, revealing a likeness to Parker Robbins. Upon the final note escaping his lips, the figure, clad only in the red hood and boots, abruptly opened his eyes, leaping to his feet with a start. Without a hint of embarrassment over his nudity, he hastily grasped the red hood that draped down to his waist, only to discover that every last gray thread had vanished, leaving Parker Robbins aghast, his expression a mixture of shock and dismay. After a considerable moment, he managed to suppress his ire and bowed deeply to the demon, who faced the river, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, Lord Nasandi." The demon, Nasandi, grinned widely. "How is it that you have perished again? You are quite the source of concern for me." He continued, "That rascal Mephisto summoned a contractor here mere days ago to seize souls. Should you prove inadequate, do not expect me to hesitate in seeking a new contractor." Nasandi's words caused Parker Robbins' complexion to shift dramatically as he hastily vowed, "Rest assured, Lord Nasandi, I shall deliver to you numerous high-quality souls and will not disappoint you." "Very well," Nasandi replied. "Remember, all that you possess is bestowed by me, without my influence. You are not but a wretched insignificant. The more souls you provide, the greater the power I shall grant you. Do not let me down." He raised his right hand, his elongated claws pointing towards the dutifully bowed Parker Robbins, who lowered his head further, fearing any discontent from Nasandi might result in the loss of his power. A chilling breeze wafted from the river, raising goosebumps upon Parker Robbins' skin. Despite trembling from the cold, he dared not move. After what felt like an eternity, he cautiously lifted his gaze, only to find that Nasandi had vanished without a trace. A sigh of relief escaped him. Facing that demon always bore immense pressure. Months prior, he had been a destitute lowlife, engaging in petty theft. One fateful day, while attempting to pilfer from a warehouse, he discovered it devoid of valuables, save for a series of lit white candles arranged in a peculiar pattern. At the center lay a red cloak and old boots. Determined not to leave empty-handed, he took these items, unwittingly provoking the demon Nasandi. As recompense for disrupting the summoning ritual, Nasandi demanded Parker Robbins procure souls for him, or face the extraction of his own. Initially, it was a compulsion. However, after successfully delivering a sacrifice, the cloak and boots endowed him with extraordinary strength, amplifying with each soul offered. Now, even the prospect of multiple adversaries failed to intimidate him. This transformation led Parker Robbins from reluctance to eager participation, fostering an attachment to these artifacts. He was unwilling to relinquish his power to revert to an ordinary existence. He aspired to rise above all. Tonight's endeavor was a critical component of his grand design, procuring goods from South America to liberate himself from dependency on suppliers, amassing wealth, recruiting followers, and acquiring superior weaponry. Yet, before he could commence trade, an uninvited guest stormed in, annihilating his subordinates and nearly claiming his life, severing the hard-won connection to South America. He knew that re-establishing it would prove exponentially more challenging. Nevertheless, as long as he remained alive, he believed he could start anew. With this resolve, Parker Robbins approached a vehicle parked by the roadside, shattering its glass with a punch. As the alarm blared, he leaped through the window, dismantling the lock and igniting the engine with a few deft maneuvers, driving off into the night. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Nasandi was not embodying the lofty demeanor he displayed before Parker Robbins. He sped across the water, glancing back as if pursued by some dreadful entity. In an instant, a golden ring of fire erupted on the dark sea, dazzlingly visible. The next moment, a figure clad in a brown robe leaped forth, brandishing a golden lasso that ensnared Nisandi's right arm. The sudden tug sent the fleeing demon crashing into the water. In quick succession, identical rings of fire appeared from all directions, and 7 figures, similarly robed and identical in form, emerged, wielding lassos that ensnared Nisandi's limbs and torso, binding him firmly, rendering him utterly immobile. Chapter 57. The worst week. Though bound tightly, the demon Nishandi showed no trace of unease. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with languid amusement, addressing the figure in a brown robe standing upon the ocean's surface. Truly worthy of the Sorcerer Supreme, Nishandi mused, his voice laced with mockery, to detect my presence so swiftly. And now, how shall you deal with me? Will you obliterate me with your formidable power? Ah. But that would require you to venture into the dark dimension once more. Under the pale moonlight, 8 figures lifted their heads in unison. The hoods concealed their faces, yet the faint glow revealed 8 identical visages, youthful, no older than 20, their shaven heads and austere robes marking them as ascetics. Simultaneously, the 8 tightened their energy whips. Nishandi's scales, renowned for their resilience, offered no resistance. They parted like fragile silk, allowing the whips to sink deep into his flesh. The scent of scorched skin filled the air, evoking the brutality of dismemberment. Yet Nishandi merely laughed, his tail swaying with indifference. Killing this projection means nothing. I can send another at will, if you dare. Seek me in the dark dimension. My true form awaits your arrival. The 8 remained silent, their whips coiled like serpents, immobilizing the demon. Above, another portal yawned open. A figure clad in the same brown robe, hoodless this time, descended, hands clasped together. A vast, intricate spell circle, woven from hundreds of luminous threads, materialized before him. Undeterred, Nishandi bellowed. From the moment you wielded the dark dimension's power, Earth's fate was sealed. More demons will come, drawn to its bounty. Each time you channel that energy, the rift between worlds widens. So before he could finish, the spell circle erupted into a searing bolt of crimson gold lightning, the bolts of Balthak. It struck Nishandi with annihilating force, reducing his projection to ashes. One by one, the 8 duplicates vanished, leaving only the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, hovering above. The dark sigil upon her brow had faded. Without sparing a glance at the churning sea below, she stepped through the portal and disappeared. But unrest was not confined to the ocean. Deep into the night, Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, was roused by an emergency alert. The wall-mounted screen flickered to life, displaying a man in his 30s, clad in a coarse Pingo Doce uniform. Sir, we have a situation, the man reported urgently. 10 minutes ago, military forces surrounded the factory. Gunfire erupted a minute ago. They're here for the target. Fury's already grim expression darkened further. The screen shifted to surveillance footage. Soldiers in full combat, gear advancing cautiously through the machinery-laden facility. Then, 2 soldiers were hurled violently into the air, crashing into equipment. Glass bottles shattered, streams of soda spilling like miniature rivers. A massive green figure blurred past the camera, toppling steel structures as if they were paper. The orderly factory descended into chaos. Fury didn't need to see more. The worst had happened. He exhaled sharply, suppressing his fury. Maintain cover. Monitor the situation and report any developments. The call ended, but sleep was now impossible. Fury drained his coffee in one gulp, slamming the cup onto the table. He wanted to curse. The military, especially General Ross and his men, were fools. While Fury worked tirelessly to conceal the truth, they paraded their pursuit of the Hulk as if announcing it to the world. 5 years ago, it had been the same. And now, history repeated itself. Yet Fury's hands were tied. SHIELD was an intelligence agency, forbidden from meddling in military affairs. A covert organization with such reach, coupled with control over armed forces, no one would sleep soundly. After a long silence, Fury finally steadied himself. Contact Phil Coulson. The wall displayed Coulson's number. Within seconds, the call connected. Wrapped in layers against the biting cold, Coulson stood inside a tent, his breath visible in the frigid air. Coulson, status? The response brought a rare flicker of relief to Fury's face. Good. Find him quickly. A team needs its core scattered pieces achieve nothing. The call ended. Fury exhaled. This week had been relentless. Stark's reckless revelation as Iron Man, Thor's otherworldly arrival, and now, after 5 years of quiet, the Hulk's resurgence. A truly wretched week. But not entirely. With these individuals, the foundation of a team was forming. Not so wretched after all. Fury retreated to his bedroom. Rest was essential. Tomorrow demanded clarity. Chapter 58. The carnage at the dock. In ancient times, it was said, on a moonless, windy night, it is a time for murder and arson. The darkness of this world obscures countless evils, and various unsavory transactions are conducted under its cover, akin to a procession of malevolent spirits, prompting virtuous souls to retreat. At a dock in Brooklyn, near the Atlantic, containers of myriad colors tower like mountains, shrouding starlight, moonlight, and even searchlights, creating numerous shadowy zones. In the southeastern corner of this dock, a multitude of vessels lie anchored, among which a modest ship, merely 20 to 30 meters in length, bustles with individuals unloading cargo. Nearby, armed personnel vigilantly survey their surroundings from atop containers of varying heights. Unless one approaches closely, these figures lurking in the shadows remain undetectable. Atop the highest point, a figure armed with a sniper rifle crouches on a container, when suddenly he hears the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Before he can react, a powerful hand grips his neck, and with a swift twist, a crack resounds, rendering him silent as he collapses lifelessly. Grell, clad in decade armor, casually tosses aside the lifeless body with a broken neck, kneeling to take aim at a man standing atop another container, pulling the trigger with precision. With a thunderous bang, Grell's body jolts slightly, and a gaping hole appears in the chest of the man opposite him, who is propelled backward, crashing into the darkness below. The gunshot reverberates like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of chaos. Both loaders and sentinels scramble toward the nearest cover, while several apparent leaders hastily make calls, seemingly inquiring about the unfolding situation. Were it not for the decade armor, even a stationary target would be difficult to hit with absolute certainty. Yet the formidable power and enhanced senses granted by the armor transform Grell into a sharpshooter, capable of eliminating an adversary with a single bullet. After rapidly expending a magazine, Grell leaps to an adjacent container, changing positions, discarding the empty magazine mid-air and reloading with a full one found on the fallen adversary. As he finishes reloading, he resumes firing downward, having shifted positions 4 times, depleting all available ammunition. Grell shakes his tingling, stunned arms and rises, hurling his sniper rifle at a gang member approximately 20 meters below who is attempting to climb, eliciting a brief, piercing scream followed by the sound of flesh meeting the ground. This constant repositioning renders the gang members unable to ascertain Grell's location, forcing them to fire wildly, bullets streaking like meteors, striking containers and sending sparks flying. Yet none are directed toward Grell's newly occupied position. With a flourish, he sweeps aside his voluminous black cloak, revealing a canvas backpack, which he opens atop a nearby container, revealing an assortment of grenades, spherical, melon-shaped, cylindrical, and even wooden-handled. Though such items are unavailable in conventional stores, they can be easily procured through informal channels for those with sufficient means. His extraordinary vision, augmented by night vision capabilities, allows him to discern the location of every individual below. He weighs a grenade in his hand, then with a powerful thrust, sends it soaring. With the strength of a ton, he can launch the grenade as far as an infantry cannon, its arcing trajectory enabling him to strike at the gang members without exposing himself. In this terrain, grenades prove far more effective than firearms. As the number of grenades in his backpack dwindles, the gunfire around him diminishes in tandem. After hurling 15 grenades, some individuals can no longer endure and flee. While a mutual exchange of fire may be tolerable, the inability to see the enemy while suffering heavy losses is untenable. Such an overwhelmingly one-sided conflict would wear down even a professional army, let alone these ragtag gang members. Grell pays no heed to those fleeing, continuing to unleash grenades upon the remaining gang members clinging to their positions. The thunderous explosions herald the approach of death. The answer to whether they would be shattered like others or flee is glaringly apparent, and soon those remaining begin to retreat. Think you can leave without consulting me? Grell murmurs, securing Chapter 59. The enemy, Frank Amick, a young man of Mexican descent, barely in his 20s, was sprinting through a narrow alley formed by towering containers, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Above him stretched a canopy of stars, while ahead lay an expanse of unfathomable darkness, pierced only by the sharp crack of gunfire every few seconds. Each shot reverberated like a death knell, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his shirt soaked through with cold sweat. Despite having participated in numerous gang confrontations, none had left him so utterly vulnerable, pressed down and ground into the earth. He had fired off several magazines, yet had no inkling of who was attacking, how many there were, or where they might be. His comrades were being obliterated, one, by grenades that turned them into mere pulp. As the defensive line crumbled and the few remaining survivors began to scatter in panic, he witnessed 4 or 5 individuals running, only to be struck down by bullets that seemed to come from nowhere, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The rows of containers constricted his view, rendering the assailants invisible. In the past, he had relished tormenting others, delighting in the sight of the weak trembling before him, begging for mercy, and slowly succumbing to fear and pain, a sensation that filled him with a sense of conquest. Yet now, he was engulfed in that very terror, akin to being blindfolded, feeling the searing heat of a branding iron without knowing when it would sear his chest. This paralyzing fear amplified infinitely within the narrow confines of the container alley under the cloak of night. In the distance, the piercing wail of police sirens cut through the air, a sound he usually found irritating and fearsome, yet in this moment, it felt achingly familiar, bringing him to the brink of tears as he hurried toward the source of the sound. He heard 3 more gunshots, and finally, he burst out of the container maze, spotting several police cars with sirens blaring, approaching him in formation. The gang member rushed toward the vehicles, shouting as if he had spotted long-lost kin. The police cars halted 20 meters away, doors flung open as 7 or 8 officers emerged, guns drawn, barking orders for him to lie on the ground and keep his hands visible. The officers crouched collectively, shielding themselves behind the armored doors, leaving only their weapons exposed. The darkened containers ahead concealed countless shadows, each one potentially harboring the very assailants who had fired upon them. They had merely heard the gunfire, not seen the flash of gun muzzles, unsure of where to direct their bullets, only able to aim and fire indiscriminately in a futile attempt at intimidation. Too fearful to step away from the safety of their vehicles, calling for reinforcements. Before long, helicopters and the NYPD's emergency service unit arrived, brandishing riot shields and clad in bulletproof vests, fully armed as they navigated the container area. The helicopters circled overhead, vigilant, while the ESU meticulously searched among the containers, scouring the area for several hours, but finding not a single living soul. They uncovered 33 intact corpses along with a number of dismembered remains, a plethora of firearms, shell casings, signs of explosive detonations, and over 700 kilograms of white powder. Upon completing their search, they could only seal off the site and await the arrival of a specialized team to investigate for further clues. In a world where no secret remains hidden, especially in a bustling dock now shut down, it was evident to all that a significant crime had transpired. Journalists, like bees drawn to honey, swarmed the area. Even though they were barred from entering the scene due to the lockdown, the bodies, weapons, and white powder being transported out painted a clear picture of a gang conflict fueled by greed, capturing the imaginations of reporters and filling their cameras with countless frames. In a lavishly appointed office, a middle-aged man, bald save for wisps of hair on the sides, stared at the television displaying the now familiar doc, his face darkened with rage, akin to the bottom of a cooking pot. He finally understood why the individuals sent to retrieve the shipment had failed to report back. His men had been slaughtered. With a furious exclamation, he hurled the remote control, shattering the LCD screen, causing the irksome images before him to vanish in an instant. However, breaking the television was not enough to quell his fury. He rose, sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of rage, transforming the once pristine office into a chaotic mess within mere seconds. Had Greer or Mindy been present, they would have recognized this balding, greasy man as Frank Amick, the most prominent drug lord in New York and the sworn enemy of Big Daddy. The news on the television only fueled Frank Amick's ire as he smashed objects and cursed loudly. Once again, who is betraying me? I will find you and feed you to the dogs, followed by a series of curses aimed at the offender's entire family lineage. Before he could finish his tirade, the elegantly appointed office door swung open. A burly man in a black suit, bald and deferential, stepped in, seemingly oblivious to the litter of broken porcelain and shattered glass surrounding him. He respectfully announced, "Boss, Parker Robbins has arrived. He wishes to see you." Frank Amick turned, his nostrils flaring with residual anger. He dares to approach me? I suspect he is involved in the losses I've incurred. Bring Chris here and let Robbins wait in the reception room. Yes, boss. The bald man hurriedly retreated, eager to avoid incurring the boss's wrath. With a darkened expression, Frank Amick reclined on the leather sofa, gazing out at the vast expanse of Manhattan from his lofty 40-plus floors, the view instilling an illusion of omnipotence. Lost in the sight of the distant low-rise buildings, he was suddenly jolted by the howling wind, which brought a reluctant smile to his otherwise grim face. As he turned to face the source of the commotion, a small red whirlwind, 2 meters high and over a meter wide, burst through the corridor and into the room, sending papers and debris swirling into the air, creating further disarray. Yet, Frank Amick showed no sign of annoyance. Instead, he chuckled at the chaos. The whirlwind came to a halt before his desk, revealing a boy clad in a tight, blood-red suit, wearing a red mask, his hair styled to resemble a broom. Chapter 60. The red whirlwind, the crimson vortex surrounding him swiftly dissipated, leaving the young boy struggling to maintain his balance. As the whirlwind faded, he spun a few more times due to inertia, nearly tumbling to the ground, and steadied himself by grasping the desk. Frank Amick looked at the peculiarly dressed youth with a warm smile and gently inquired, "Chris, how is your training progressing? Can you control that power?" The boy named Chris puffed out his chest, brimming with pride as he proclaimed, "Of course I can control it. I can already fly, as you just witnessed. I floated all the way up from the basement to over 30 floors in just 10 seconds. Frank applauded with an approving smile, saying, "No doubt you are my son. Your power is formidable, truly formidable. Can you defeat Iron Man?" "Absolutely. You're the best," Frank lavishly praised, eliciting a beaming smile from the 16-year-old Chris, who twirled to showcase his uniform, reminiscent of a child displaying a prized possession. "Dad, look. The red tornado from DC Comics can control the wind. And I can control the wind too, so I designed my own uniform based on his. And I've given myself a name, Red Whirlwind. What do you think?" "A splendid name," Frank replied, rising to embrace his son as they walked outside. "You've grown up, and it's time to get acquainted with our family business. I'm going to introduce you to someone. He's ambitious and has long desired to usurp my position. Then why not eliminate him?" Chris asked nonchalantly, as if discussing the slaughter of poultry. "This is what I wish to teach you today. Do not assume that your subordinates are unwaveringly loyal. Those with capability often harbor ambition. Do not fear ambitious subordinates. They tend to operate more efficiently, striving for your trust and utilizing your resources to bolster themselves. As long as you are stronger than they will have no choice but to feign loyalty and service to you." Frank imparted his wisdom on managing people, patting his son's shoulder. "So when I lose my temper, you should demonstrate your immense power. No need to kill him, just intimidate him. He is quite capable, and I need him to clean up Brooklyn. He holds significant value." "I understand, Dad. By the way, I want a new car. Tired of the Ferrari already? I'll have someone arrange for a Rolls-Royce for you." As father and son conversed, they reached the reception room, where Parker Robbins stood by the window, his expression cold as he gazed outside. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned to Frank and bowed, offering no further acknowledgement. Frank's demeanor shifted dramatically. His earlier joviality vanished, replaced by a frosty glare directed at Parker Robbins. He plopped onto the sofa, sneering, "I hear you found a news source. Where is it? Why haven't you introduced me?" "I've been searching for new suppliers for quite some time." Parker Robbins maintained his composure as he replied, "They are dead, and many of my men have been killed." "Huh?" Frank burst into laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You possess such great prowess that you can independently contact South American suppliers without my knowledge. Why not seek vengeance for the betrayal? You enjoy the spoils alone, but when trouble arises, you remember your old boss. If everyone were like you, I would relinquish my role as the boss and simply be a father." Chris stood beside Frank, striking a pose to assert his presence. Yet Parker Robbins remained unfazed by Chris's flamboyant attire, his face expressionless as he continued, "In the past half-month, 5 gang confrontations have made headlines. The first was mine. The other 4 were your doing, boss." Frank raised his right index finger, signaling Chris, who immediately lifted his arms. A swirling red tempest erupted in the reception room, sweeping towards Parker Robbins and uprooting the flowers in its wake. As the whirlwind roared, Frank slowly rose, his voice menacing as he demanded, "I want to know, did you set the trap? How could outsiders know the details of each transaction so precisely?" Struggling to maintain his footing amidst the storm, Parker remained calm, revealing no surprise at the sudden gust. "It wasn't me, but I know who did." "Who?" Frank pressed. "Damon McCready. A few years ago. He was the only one in the police department unwilling to accept money. He insisted on pursuing you until you imprisoned him." Frank pondered for a moment, yet could recall no such individual. Throughout his life, he had eliminated and betrayed countless foes, so many that a book could be written about them, and naturally, he had little recollection of a minor figure from years past. Parker Robbins, aware that Frank was too busy to remember such a name, continued speaking despite the fierce winds. "Since a few months ago, my street dealers have been systematically killed. I paid for intelligence that indicated this dismissed officer has been tracking you. I sent my enforcers and assassins after him. Although they killed him, the assassins were slain by his associates, and my enforcer had an arm broken. What a bunch of useless fools, Chris mocked in his father's tone. With a flick of his left hand, the whirlwind intensified, cleaving chairs and tables in twain, leaving deep gashes on the walls, sharper and faster than a chainsaw. How powerful you are. Perhaps it is you who are incompetent. Chris's words were abruptly halted by Frank's raised hand, signaling him to allow Parker Robbins to continue. Your 4 recent transactions were disrupted. It must have been him. No gang would create such a ruckus, killing so many without taking the goods. Only he would act this way, for it is an act of revenge. Chapter 61. A storm is rising in a fit of rage. Chris initially suspected that Parker Robbins was behind the turmoil. However, upon reflection, he recognized that such actions would yield no benefits for Robbins. Moreover, the 4 disrupted transactions involved killings without looting, indicating a deliberate vendetta rather than a case of gang rivalry. The crime scenes revealed numerous signs of grenade explosions, and after extensive police investigation, the sequence of the attacks was reconstructed. The assailants utilized sniper rifles for long-range killings, followed by the deployment of an unidentified device to launch grenades with remarkable precision, ultimately employing the firearms of the gang members to pursue any survivors or injured parties. Another attack exhibited minor scorch marks, suggesting the use of high-temperature weaponry. The forensic analysis of these 5 assaults indicated that the number of attackers was minimal, possibly even just a single individual. As the cries for an ambulance echoed, the cocoon shattered, with Chris emerging unscathed, suddenly endowed with an extraordinary ability to control the red hurricane, which filled Frank with elation. He promptly transformed the basement into a training ground for his son to acclimatize to his newfound powers. Frank had witnessed Chris's destructive potential, even as a whirlwind. The red hue of the hurricane prevented him from achieving the elusive silent and unseen effect. Yet, by the time one noticed, Chris would already be upon them, capable of sending foes flying or, as demonstrated earlier, slicing them to shreds with the sharp winds, more efficient than any meat grinder, allowing him to easily overpower a dozen armed individuals. After a few dismissive words, Frank urged Parker Robbins to leave. Once the door to the meeting room closed, Chris eagerly declared, "Dad, let me go eliminate the troublemaker." Frank's voice rose sharply, causing the animated Chris to stand at attention. Frank continued, "You mustn't think you need to handle everything personally. What is the purpose of your subordinates then? A leader must remain behind the scenes, allowing their underlings to engage in the fray. If trouble arises, they should bear the blame while you extricate yourself from the situation. Remember, if you find yourself in peril, your subordinates will be more focused on seizing your position rather than rescuing you to continue issuing orders." "Oh," Chris nodded, indicating his understanding. Frank, satisfied with his son's response, smiled and stood up, not sparing a glance at the chaotic meeting room. He remarked as he walked out, "I invest a substantial amount each year in those greedy individuals. Not merely for them to turn a blind eye to my actions, but so that they can be of service when I require assistance." Chris, trailing behind in a daze, struggled to grasp the meaning of his father's words. Frank paused in the hallway, turning to gaze out at the clustered skyscrapers and buildings, stating, "Learn to harness official power to combat adversaries. This instance isn't merely a turf war among criminals. We can certainly engage the NYPD to intervene, as we are taxpayers, and they have an obligation to ensure our safety. Our task is to provide them with leads on the culprits." "Oh." Chris nodded again, still somewhat perplexed. Frank waved him off, saying, "Return to training. Only by becoming stronger can you gain more influence in this city." Hearing this, Chris hastily exclaimed, "Dad, goodbye," and transformed into a red whirlwind, racing down the corridor. He preferred floating around in the basement and causing mischief over listening to his father's admonishments. As Chris departed, Frank's expression darkened. The transparent glass window before him morphed into a mirror, reflecting the image of a corpulent, bald man. In the solitude of the empty corridor, Frank muttered fiercely, "With Chris by my side, I will surely usurp you, Fisk." 3 days later, the NYPD held a press conference to address the 5 recent gang-related shootouts that had transpired over the past month. The deceased were predominantly gang members, likely victims of vendettas or retaliation. The assailants were few in number and demonstrated exceptional marksmanship, suggesting they were professionally trained individuals. At the conclusion of the briefing, the police spokesperson assured the public that every resource would be mobilized to solve the case and that the culprits would not evade justice. Grell lay on his plush bed, munching on an apple while listening to the spokesperson's nonsensical claims. Over the past month, he had been involved in 4 operations. Where was the 5th? Had a gang conflict fortuitously skewed the police's investigative direction? Yet, this was advantageous. Let them pursue the elusive, purportedly trained professionals. His connections had already removed a significant portion of the competition. Under the looming threat of death, betrayal was common, and from the 4 attacks, Grell had learned that Frank Amick's whereabouts were traced to a financial firm in Midtown, a front for laundering vast sums of unidentified wealth. While Grell awaited Uncle Jimmy's dinner, Jimmy Woo donned a chef's outfit in his kitchen. On the wall-mounted display screen, Officer Hill, clad in a fitted black uniform, was announcing a new mission. The chief's orders directed him to proceed to Harlem's M25 point. Chapter 62, Plan 1. After Lieutenant Hill completed the assignment, Jimmy Woo did not inquire about the reasons. He merely nodded in silence, indicating his understanding of the task. The image of Lieutenant Hill promptly vanished, evidently having ended the communication. Jimmy Woo closed the tablet and tossed it casually onto the bed, turning towards the door as the camouflaged panels on either side of the screen slid inward, obscuring the display. Unbeknownst to him, Greer, in the innermost room upstairs, was entirely oblivious to the situation. The apple in his hand had been reduced to a mere core, which he tossed forward without a glance, watching as it tumbled through the air in a graceful arc before landing precisely in the trash can behind the door. Just as he prepared to reach for a second apple, his hand paused mid-motion, as if sensing something, and he turned to face the door. 2 seconds later, he heard footsteps that were somewhat heavier than those of an average person. Since acquiring the AgitÅ card, Greer had discovered that his sixth sense had sharpened significantly, as though he possessed a form of extrasensory perception unrecognized by the scientific community. It resembled the telepathic abilities awakened in potential AgitÅ candidates in Kamen Rider AgitÅ. This newfound ability was a considerable boon for Greer. During the recent dock assault, amidst a labyrinth of stacked containers, the wind whistling through the gaps produced a haunting sound, impairing visibility and disrupting hearing. Yet, his extrasensory perception remained unaffected. Many times, while running, he sensed someone to his left and accurately fired without hesitation. When donned in AgitÅ armor, this heightened perception was magnified, while the Decade armor's effects were halved. Even without the armor, he remained several times more sensitive than the average person. This led Greer to speculate that the high value of night cards like Wizard and AgitÅ, which could manipulate energy, might stem not only from their energy control but also from the transformations they induced in the body. Just as the AgitÅ card endowed Greer with extraordinary sixth sense, one could wonder if the Wizard card would transform his physique, enabling him to wield magic even without the Wizard armor. As Greer pondered these thoughts, a knock resounded at the door, followed by Uncle Jimmy's head peeking in, donned in a chef's attire. "Greer, could you do me a favor?" he asked. "Of course, Uncle. What do you need?" Greer replied, sitting up from the bed. Uncle Jimmy entered, his round face beaming with warmth. "A dear friend's daughter is celebrating her birthday, and I've been asked to prepare a few authentic Chinese dishes. Originally, I was supposed to drive over and deliver them, but I just received a call that they can't make it due to an emergency. With the dinner rush around 6 or 7, I cannot leave. So I thought of asking you to deliver them." "Not a problem," Greer interjected, already getting out of bed and slipping on his shoes. "Where to?" "There's a community garden building on the intersection of Grand Street and Bowery Street in Chinatown, Manhattan. I'll give you their phone number, and you can call them upon arrival," Uncle Jimmy explained as he walked out. "I'm genuinely busy. Otherwise, I wouldn't trouble you." Greer quickly reassured him. "It's no hassle at all. I have some free time, and a ride would be nice. You've always looked after me. It's only right that I help you out." Upon reaching the kitchen, the roast duck had already been sliced, with a chef packing sauces and pancakes. Nearby, 5 takeout boxes filled with authentically spicy Sichuan cuisine, unaltered for New York tastes, awaited. Amidst their banner, everything was packed into a large box, securely tied to the back of Greer's motorcycle. He donned his helmet, mounted the bike, waved goodbye to Uncle Jimmy, and with a twist of the throttle, sped into the evening traffic. After bidding farewell to Greer, Uncle Jimmy turned back toward the restaurant, wiping his greasy hands on the towel around his neck. He retrieved a flip phone, pressed 1, sent the message, and tucked the phone into his pocket, humming a popular tune from the last century as he headed to the kitchen. At that moment, Greer was weaving swiftly through the bustling traffic on his motorcycle. The sun had dipped below the horizon, marking the onset of rush hour. Given New York's notoriously narrow streets, traffic jams were commonplace. However, such concerns were irrelevant to Greer, as the motorcycle adeptly maneuvered through the gaps in vehicles. When faced with impassable blocks, he simply veered into narrow alleys, unimpeded in his progress. The Decade belt endowed Greer with formidable strength and heightened senses, and combined with AgitO's extrasensory perception, he accelerated through the congested streets at speeds of 70 or 80 miles per hour, leaving a trail of frustrated drivers behind. At this pace, Greer swiftly arrived at the location Uncle Jimmy had mentioned. A middle-aged man answered the phone, but it was a mixed-race young girl who came down to retrieve the items. She embodied a blend of Western and Eastern beauty, likely around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a light white sweater and jeans, bringing a splash of youthful vibrance to the chilly autumn day. As she approached, Greer felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her before. Yet he could not place where. In his effort to recall, he stared intently at her, which might have appeared odd to others. However, the girl, well-mannered and accustomed to being looked at, politely approached and asked, "Hello, are you here to deliver for Uncle Jimmy's restaurant?" "Yes, that's right," Greer nodded, loosening the rope securing the box on the back of his motorcycle. "It's quite heavy. Would you like me to carry it upstairs?" "That would be wonderful, thank you," she replied. As they entered the building, a nearby electronics store displayed 9 televisions airing the news. 8 of them reported on the 5 gang-related shootings that had captivated New Yorkers over the past 20 days. While a solitary television in the corner broadcasted, a bombing incident has occurred at Caldwell Academy, with military bomb disposal units rushing to the scene. The bomb was detonated remotely, resulting in military casualties. Chapter 63. The S-Class Mission of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering Chinatown, the overwhelming sensation is one of warmth and familiarity. Even at the periphery, the shop signs and the conversations of passers-by predominantly feature traditional Chinese characters and Cantonese, rendering English a minority language. However, in stark contrast to Midtown, the environment here could be described as dilapidated and chaotic, rivaling even the disorder found in Harlem, with few places in Brooklyn surpassing its disarray. The building that Greer has entered resembles the popular tube-style architecture of the late 20th century, with narrow, dimly lit staircases and walls marred by numerous cracks, remnants of paint from years past. The light bulbs emit a faint, yellow glow, reminiscent of incandescent lighting. Despite the grimy streets, the entranceways of the residences are surprisingly well kept, with some adorned with tiled flooring. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and opening the door, Greer is greeted by a strikingly well-decorated interior, a stark contrast to the building's exterior. He places the box filled with food on the marble-tiled table in the living room, while the sound of a range hood hums from the kitchen, indicating that the uncle who had just answered the phone is busy preparing for his daughter's birthday celebration. After bidding farewell, Greer is left with a lasting impression of the girl's fluent Mandarin. If one were to overlook her flowing, light golden hair, she could easily be mistaken for any Chinese girl, clearly inheriting most of her genes from her mother. Her personality is exuberant and spirited, embodying the essence of a vivacious young woman. Encounters with beautiful women invariably uplift one's spirits, and as Greer hums a cheerful tune on his way down, he mounts his motorcycle and accelerates away, swiftly consigning the serendipitous meeting to the recesses of his mind. Focused solely on speed and the flow of traffic, he refrains from contemplating anything else. In his previous life, he had acquired numerous skills, yet none pertained to communication. The option of flirting had never been presented to him, leaving him with the choice of forgetting after the encounter. Meanwhile, after the girl closes the door, the kitchen's range had ceases its operation, and a middle-aged man in casual attire emerges, addressing her. "Daisy, what do you think?" He is interrupted as the girl elongates her tone. "Louise, I am currently on a mission, so Mr. Hyde, please refer to me as Louise. Can we maintain a semblance of professionalism?" As she settles onto the sofa, she begins unpacking the food containers, remarking, "With Uncle Jimmy's culinary skills, why would he even consider being a spy? He could earn a fortune running a restaurant. Then why must you undertake this mission?" The middle-aged man, clearly exasperated by her tone, responds earnestly, "I had warned you not to get involved. You insisted on entering the academy. Now that you are in, focus on your studies. Why take on this task? This is an S-Class mission. If I succeed, it could elevate me to a level 4 or even level 5 agent, potentially breaking the academy's record for early graduation by 3 years, making me a legend within the institution." Daisy's face radiates pride and aspiration. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he gestures. "Is that really the reason? I have no desire to languish in that oppressive academy filled with rules for 8 years. I could finish in 2 or 3 years. Why would I stay longer?" Daisy replies, turning on the television to watch a drama, her head not turning as she adds, "Dad, what are you still doing here? Today is my birthday. Go prepare for the party. If you must take on this mission, at least be dedicated to it. I am only looking out for your best interests. Her father, Hyde, implores, I have been part of the organization for 11 years and have only encountered one S-class mission. Before he can finish, Daisy rudely interrupts. You mean the green blood you were studying? Before she can elaborate, Hyde swiftly covers her mouth, leaning in to whisper, have you forgotten about the confidentiality agreement? You are not at a level where you should know this. You absolutely cannot disclose it. Oh, Daisy nods obediently, acutely aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hierarchical structure, which is precisely why she is eager to undertake this mission to elevate her status. Did you not see? He is merely a Na'vi young man, posing no real danger. Besides, it's not as if I am being asked to fight him. It's just a date, a movie, a bit of romance. Even without this mission, I would still be dating, watching movies, and experiencing romance at the academy, so why not choose something interesting? As she speaks, she grabs chopsticks and begins to savor the roast duck, mumbling through her bites. Once the mission is accepted, it must be completed. Abandoning it midway is not an option. If you choose to give up, that is your decision, but I will not falter. Completing this S-class mission will leave a significant mark on my resume. My goal is to become the second Peggy Carter. Before Hyde can respond, his phone vibrates in his pocket, emitting the familiar ringtone of Amazing Grace, causing both to pause. This ringtone signifies a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hyde hastily retrieves his phone and places it on the table. The transparent glass surface transforms into a screen, revealing the image of Nick Fury. Director. Hyde's face reflects profound astonishment. He never expected a personal call from Nick Fury. Having been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for 11 years, he had only met Fury once, a year ago. After conducting research on a formula combining the Hulk's and Super Soldier's blood serum that yielded a vastly effective enhancement serum. The fact that this task has warranted Fury's direct attention signals its extraordinary nature, intensifying Hyde's resolve to persuade his daughter to withdraw from it. Chapter 64, Banner's Journey East. Have you located the target? Nick Fury inquired directly, devoid of any pleasantries. His expression remained as stern as ever, devoid of even a hint of a smile, embodying the essence of authority without anger. Daisy, who was savoring a bowl of Sichuan cuisine, hastily wiped her mouth with a napkin, rose to her feet, and attempted to adopt a serious demeanor on her youthful face. I have made initial contact with the target as per Directive 1. But what? Nick Fury interrupted before Daisy could finish her thought. Remember, this is a long-term assignment. There is no need for a preordained plan. Disregard the various methods you've learned in the academy over the past 4 months. Simply be an ordinary girl. Daisy appeared momentarily taken aback, slowly grasping the implication that her selection for this S-level mission was not due to her exceptional potential as an agent, but rather the advantage of being an ordinary girl. It felt akin to equating military service with the laxity of civilian life, a rather disparaging remark. Oh, I understand, she replied. Nick Fury's countenance remained inscrutable, neither delighted nor dismayed, as he continued, this mission must not falter. Until its conclusion, your identities as agents will be classified. You will report directly to me. For any matters, contact me. That's all. With that, Nick Fury ended the communication, his tone consistently authoritative. However, both Hyde and Daisy appeared unfazed by this rigid hierarchy. Clearly accustomed to the structured environment of S.H.I.E.L.D. In Nick Fury's exclusive office, having just concluded the call, he turned to other pressing matters. An urgent email filled with garbled text, once decrypted using a specialized algorithm, revealed a brief message. The target departed Indiana around noon, driving eastward. In Pennsylvania, he transitioned from Route 70 to Route 76, with a projected destination of New York. Oh, hasn't his super soldier program already produced a subject? He pondered. Why then does he still require the infinite serum, which he so despises? Sir, his subject was severely injured by Hulk at Culver Academy, incapacitated with multiple fractures, clearly unable to contend with Hulk. It seems he intends to use the infinite serum to temporarily enhance his strength to confront Hulk, Agent Hill reported. After relaying the situation, she added, General Ross has received full support from the Department of Defense, with both the FBI and CIA providing intelligence assistance, Before Hill could elaborate, Nick Fury raised a hand to halt her, nodding as he said, I understand. We can provide him with 3 vials of the infinite serum and limited intelligence support. Beyond that, we shall refrain from military involvement. Otherwise, those in the World Security Council will lose their sleep. Yes, sir. Additionally, Nick Fury narrowed his solitary eye slightly. Directing Hill, ascertain why Bruce Banner is so determined to venture to New York. There must be something compelling him to undertake such significant risks. Having addressed all matters, it was already late into the night when Nick Fury finally sought rest. Meanwhile, on Route 76, a pickup truck with a nearly peeling metal exterior was tirelessly making its way. Even at a mere 90 miles per hour, the vehicle emitted a disconcerting creaking noise, raising concerns about its imminent disintegration. Behind the wheel sat a scruffy middle-aged man, the very Bruce Banner sought after by many. He wore a baseball cap pulled low, frequently glancing at his girlfriend, Betty Ross, seated beside him. "Bruce, is it really wise to go to New York, especially Manhattan? It's far too dangerous," Betty expressed her concerns. "The danger lies with me," Banner replied self-deprecatingly, before reassuring her. "I have been in contact with Mr. Blue over the years, sending multiple blood samples. He has developed an antidote, and the tests on the blood samples have proven successful. I need to try it." Betty opened her mouth to dissuade Banner from participating in such an uncertain experiment, but the words caught in her throat. Having witnessed Bruce's transformation into the Hulk at Culver Academy, she understood the reason for his 5-year disappearance. Their relationship was fraught with challenges. If intimacy was impossible, they could resort to a platonic love or find solitude in the northern realms, living as reclusive monks. Life could not harbor conflict, let alone arguments. Otherwise, it would be a case of domestic violence, and theirs would be a matter of homicide. Could any couple hope to exist without discord? Neither Bruce nor Betty possessed such confidence. Disregarding these concerns, the military would undoubtedly pursue the formidable Hulk. After all, her father was leading a substantial force in the hunt for him. A peaceful life was only conceivable for Bruce and Betty, with no Hulk present. Otherwise, their future would be bleak. Sensing Betty's apprehension, Banner released the steering wheel with his right hand and took hers, offering comfort. "Do not worry. I will surely rid myself of the Hulk." Betty nodded, gripping Banner's hand tightly, her gaze fixed ahead. The enveloping darkness rendered their path nearly invisible, with only the limited illumination of their headlights to guide them, relying on the unknown distance to reassure themselves that a bright future lay ahead. Chapter 65, Boss. To seize or not to seize at the break of dawn, Greer emerged from his room, stifling a yawn. After a quick wash, he descended the stairs, donned his headphones, and commenced his morning jog along the street. Despite his ability to transform into a masked warrior, Greer had never ceased his efforts to enhance his strength. After all, his armor did not possess the advanced capabilities of Stark's Iron Man suit, which relied on the artificial intelligence of Jarvis. Everything was under his sole command, and the extent of his prowess was contingent upon his own skills. Reflecting on his initial arrival in this world, when he could merely subdue a couple of petty thugs with a punch or kick, he realized that now he could easily dispatch them with a single blow. Running at a pace comparable to a 100-meter sprint for 10 continuous minutes, Greer completed a circuit around the neighborhood, totaling approximately 4 to 5 kilometers. Yet, he found himself only slightly winded. Had he been in his previous, less active physique, he would have been utterly exhausted. Furthermore, he had not donned the decade belt, relying solely on his physical conditioning to complete the run. Otherwise, he would have easily finished the circuit in 3 or 4 minutes. As he approached Uncle Jimmy's shop, preparing to stow away his phone, Greer caught a glimpse of a news alert at the bottom of his screen. A bombing incident occurred at Corvo Academy, resulting in casualties among dozens of soldiers dispatched to handle the situation. The academy remains under lockdown as authorities search for any remaining explosives. Accompanying the article was an image of the school's entrance cordoned off and guarded by police officers. Greer halted, lowering his gaze to his phone as he tapped the headline to delve into the article, swiftly scanning the text. The name Corvo Academy struck a familiar chord. Unearthing buried memories. Corvo Academy? A military-themed film. Was it the Incredible Hulk? Perhaps it was merely an isolated bombing incident. After all, in a place of wealth, not even a rocket launcher would pose a challenge. However, with the precedent of Thor's early arrival, he realized that the original narrative could only serve as a loose reference, not an absolute certainty. Even the Hulk and Abomination's early confrontation was hardly a matter of great surprise. Removing his headphones and tucking his phone into his pocket, Greer pondered the potential rewards of defeating Abomination as he stepped into Uncle Jimmy's shop. 20 days prior, he had effortlessly dispatched Ironmonger for a bounty of 2,300 points, equivalent to vanquishing 4 or 5 frost giants. Surely, Abomination, being considerably stronger than Ironmonger, would yield a reward 3 or 4 times greater. Over the past few days, His efforts against gang members had amassed nearly 6,000 points. If he could secure another 8 or 10,000, he would dare to exchange for a card from the powerful sorcerer. To seize this boss or not? Wait, could I defeat him? I shall assess the situation, embracing the spirit of guerrilla warfare. If I can win, I shall seize. If not, I shall retreat. Greer mentally calculated, unwittingly transitioning from a mindset of avoidance to one of eager participation, fueled by his growing strength. Even during breakfast, Greer, plagued by his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, remained unsure of his course of action. To seize, yet fear of attracting attention loomed over him, jeopardizing his ability to operate discreetly, to abstain. Yet the allure of such a formidable boss was tantalizing. Defeating such a powerful foe would be equivalent to vanquishing countless minions. The aroma of freshly steamed buns and savory tofu pudding wafted from the kitchen, heralding Uncle Jimmy's arrival before he even stepped into the dining area. As the delightful scents enveloped him, Greer cast aside his inner turmoil and indulged in the delectable 3-flavor buns and savory tofu pudding. As Greer savored his meal, Uncle Jimmy, rather than hurrying to eat, spoke earnestly. The SSAT exam is at the end of the month. How is your preparation coming along? A question mark appeared over Greer's head as he recalled that Uncle Jimmy had mentioned it long ago. Yet, for the past half-month, he had been preoccupied with dismantling Frank's criminal organization, completely forgetting about the exam. If Uncle Jimmy hadn't brought it up, he might not have remembered it all. Seeing Greer's bewildered expression, Uncle Jimmy sighed deeply and began his familiar lecture about how education can change one's destiny and the importance of not becoming like the aimless thugs on the streets. Greer felt overwhelmed, unable to refute his words. Without the decade driver, Uncle Jimmy's advice was undeniably sound. In this nation rife with prejudice, survival required superior education and skills compared to the white populace to secure decent employment. Uncle Jimmy, though not related by blood, genuinely cared for him, guiding him on how to thrive in this place. He charged only a modest living expense while providing him with excellent food. His nagging stemmed from a desire for Greer to secure a brighter future, one free from the frustrations he faced, such as the impatience of government officials who dismissed him due to his ethnicity. Only after breakfast concluded did Uncle Jimmy finally wrap up his admonitions. As Greer prepared to ascend the stairs, Uncle Jimmy's voice resonated from the kitchen once more. Come with me later to the place where you delivered food yesterday. A friend's daughter took the SSAT exam in April and knows which books to buy and where to focus her studies. Even if the November SSAT doesn't go well, there's still the December exam, and spring admissions start in January. You still have time. Greer hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. After all, he couldn't recklessly storm into the financial district during the day. He would follow Uncle Jimmy's lead. That evening, he intended to take revenge on Frank. Much like an engaging video game, it began as mere entertainment, but over time, it morphed into an obligation. Every week, he felt compelled to log in and participate in raids, sacrificing various aspects of his life for the game, with one character after another, until it became apparent that he was no longer playing the game. The game was playing him. Chapter 66. Banner's journey to New York time seemed to slip away, and Greer, lost in a haze of slumber, was abruptly roused, springing up from his bed as familiar footsteps echoed in the hallway, clearly belonging to Uncle Jimmy, who had just finished his tasks. A sigh of relief escaped Greer's lips, his taut muscles relaxing. Ever since acquiring the heightened sensory perception of AgitÅ, he had become acutely aware of any disturbances around him, even in the depths of sleep. He often mused that had he possessed such an ability in his previous life, he would never have had his phone confiscated by teachers, enduring months without it. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Indeed, the term soon was a variable, ranging from mere minutes to several hours, particularly when spoken by women. I'll be there soon could mean one might as well enjoy a meal or partake in a gathering before arriving. However, Uncle Jimmy's late hour was due to the fact that he was the sole chef at the restaurant, assisted by only 3 kitchen staff who also doubled as waiters and general help, rendering the establishment nearly unmanageable without him. Regardless of his fatigue, Uncle Jimmy was hands-on. For professional chefs are a costly expense, and the enterprising nature of many Chinese meant they preferred to do things themselves rather than spend money on help. After finishing lunch, which stretched to 2 o'clock, the two finally set off for the home of Jimmy's friend, Hyde. Initially, Uncle Jimmy intended to use public transportation, but Greer vehemently refused, finding the subway system to be a far cry from sophistication, a veritable epitome of dirt and disorder. After decades of operation, the system was a patchwork of repairs. Far from pristine, delays were commonplace, punctuality was a rarity. Riding a motorcycle was far more sensible, navigating the elevated highway that cut through Brooklyn. They turned onto the Manhattan Bridge, only to find themselves ensnared in yet another traffic jam. Despite New York's global fame, its roads were surprisingly narrow. Even the few 8-lane roads on Manhattan Island were scarce, with most streets in the city being merely 2 lanes. Greer could hardly believe that the rumored wealth of New York was accompanied by such limited roadways. Back home, wide roads were abundant, yet traffic remained a bane, and here, with the narrow streets, even a slight uptick in vehicle flow or an accident could result in a jam. Amid envious glances from the drivers and passengers in their vehicles, Greer skillfully maneuvered his motorcycle, weaving between cars, and soon reached the other end of the bridge, only to encounter a temporary checkpoint. Over 20 officers, fully armed, conducted thorough inspections of each vehicle, checking identities, their pace lagging far behind the influx of cars, yet they remained diligent and unhurried, seemingly indifferent to the near gridlock. This, however, was of little concern to Greer, for he had reached the checkpoint with all his documentation in order, passing through without incident. With the evening rush hour not yet upon them, they encountered no further delays and arrived promptly at the famous New York Chinatown just before 3 o'clock. Parking below, Uncle Jimmy ascended the familiar stairs to the 3rd floor, rapping on the door. Moments later, it swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in casual home attire. His face impeccably groomed, beaming with enthusiasm. "Ah, it's old Jimmy. Come in, come in," he greeted, speaking Mandarin tinged with a Sichuan accent, leaving Greer puzzled as to how his daughter had mastered flawless standard Mandarin. As Hyde and Uncle Jimmy exchanged pleasantries, a speedboat raced across the Hudson River from west to east, heading swiftly toward Manhattan Island. On board were just 2 passengers, both clad in sunglasses and trench coats. Thoroughly concealed, Bruce Banner and his girlfriend, Betty Ross. They had traversed considerable terrain to reach New Jersey, only to discover police conducting thorough checks before entering the Manhattan Tunnel. To avoid exposure, they hastily abandoned their nearly decrepit pickup truck, purchased for $400, opting instead to approach Manhattan by boat. After navigating the crowded subway, they arrived at the Gabon College in Harlem, New York, to meet Professor Samuel Stern, a cellular biology expert with whom Bruce had communicated via email. Stern was a slight, unassuming man, yet upon seeing Bruce, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly shared his research findings. His fervor compelled Banner to interrupt, stating his purpose for being there. As he was now a prime target for military capture, every moment spent lingering increased his peril. He was desperate to ascertain whether the solution hinted at in their correspondence regarding the Hulk within him was indeed viable. Professor Stern confirmed Banner's inquiries with a nod, expressing pride in having synthesized a substance capable of isolating a previously unknown trace hormone from Banner's blood with the aid of a dialysis machine. Not only in humans, he elaborated, but thus far, no known organisms possess this hormone, suggesting that the human body still harbors secrets yet to be uncovered. If we were to unlock this mystery— "Wait," Banner interjected, astonished. "Are you saying my transformations are due to this hormone? But each time I transform, I lack any memory of the transition. As if another entity commandeers my body." Stern shrugged. "I cannot say for certain. With the blood samples, I could only deduce so much. Initially, I dismissed the hormone as an impurity, which I subsequently eliminated. However, upon injecting your blood into mice, rabbits, and monkeys, I observed the same substance, leading me to realize it was not an impurity, but rather—" Before Stern could complete his thought, Banner sprang up from his seat, incredulity etched across his face. "Hold on a moment. You conducted biological experiments? Did I not make it clear? This is a perilous matter. Such experiments must not be undertaken." Chapter 67. The train flying in the sky. "Ah, my friend, as an expert in biology, you must understand that a mere blood sample cannot yield substantial analysis. Only in vivo experimentation can provide a wealth of data." Samuel Stern spread his hands, a look of resignation on his face. "I warned you. This is an exceedingly perilous matter." Before the irate Banner could finish his retort, Samuel Stern shrugged and continued. "I witnessed a frail little infant monkey effortlessly shatter tempered glass and wire mesh. I emptied my gun, yet could not bring it down. It lunged at me and perished midair, just 2 meters away. Had I been a moment later, you would not have seen me again. Fortunately, I managed to extract a substance from it that may treat you." Betty, grasping Banner's hand tightly, interjected amidst his fury. "Do you truly believe you can cure Banner?" "Madam, you must realize that every vaccine undergoes countless simulations and clinical trials, with modifications based on data until success is achieved. That monkey was the only test subject that did not succumb immediately post-injection. I possess no second opportunity to experiment with this substance. I can only say it may completely cure you, perhaps temporarily suppress your transformation, or it might fail altogether. Samuel Stern's words tightened Betty's grip on Banner's hand, igniting a desire to strike him. She turned to Banner, saying, "Bruce, let us leave. Surely there are other methods." Rising to her feet, she prepared to pull Bruce away. This man was utterly unreliable, no experiments, no guarantees of success, and he had no idea how the injection would affect them. It was nothing short of reckless endangerment. Yet, Banner stood motionless, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "When can I receive the injection?" "Bruce?" Betty gasped in shock, bewildered that he would consider injecting himself with something so uncertain. This was madness. Banner, resolute, replied, "Betty, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Samuel Stern is the finest biology professor I know. As long as the Hulk exists, I must live in hiding, unable to be with you. I wish to try. I wish to test it." With that, Banner turned to Samuel Stern and asked, "When can we commence the experiment?" "Whenever you wish, we can begin immediately. Follow me," said Samuel Stern, as he opened a drawer and retrieved a set of keys, leading them outside. Hand in hand, Betty and Bruce followed him to the parking lot. Samuel Stern unlocked the car door and, as he climbed inside, remarked, "This month, 3 major homicides occurred in Harlem and 2 in Brooklyn, causing quite a stir at the New York Police Department, which is currently conducting thorough investigations. If they discover I shot that monkey, it will lead to a host of troubles, including searches of my laboratory." "What?" Banner tensed at once. If blood-containing gamma energy were found, those in the know would immediately associate it with the Hulk, making his visit to Samuel Stern tantamount to walking into a trap. Having started the vehicle, Samuel Stern reassured him, "No need to fret. They have not uncovered anything. However, to prevent any future mishaps with experimental subjects, I have relocated all subsequent experiments off campus to the lower district. You arrived just in time. Yesterday, I moved the last batch of equipment there, and we can conduct the injection as soon as we arrive." In the back seat beside Betty, Banner lowered his hat brim, striving to remain inconspicuous, and whispered, "I hope it can proceed swiftly. I wish for that too, but the morose state of the road seldom allows for smooth passage." "Let us hope for better fortune," replied Samuel Stern in a teasing tone, pressing the accelerator as the car merged onto the highway, heading toward the southern part of Manhattan. Meanwhile, at Hyde's residence, as Uncle Jimmy mentioned that Greer wished to know which books were necessary for the SSAT exam, Daisy offered to provide the books she had previously used, as they were essentially useless to her now and could save them the expense of purchasing new ones. Uncle Jimmy expressed his gratitude and asked Greer to assist in moving the books. Under Daisy's guidance, he retrieved a stack of books from the top shelf of her bookcase, piling them over a foot high before Daisy declared, "That will be all. Just these books." Greer gazed at the hefty stack, feeling a profound calm wash over him. The SSAT in November and December could go to hell, with so many books. It would likely take him until next year to finish. As he descended from the chair, Greer caught sight of a framed painting on the bedside table. Having only glimpsed it from afar before, he now observed it up close and with greater clarity. Beneath the crooked wheels was a set of tracks, with 3 rectangles painted in red, blue, and gold. It might be called a little train, yet it lacked a front, and its aesthetic was decidedly unappealing. It was likely the work of a young girl just beginning to learn to draw. This reminded Greer of his own childhood, when he too delighted in doodling with a ballpoint pen, adding mustaches and glasses to everything, rendering books unrecognizable. Daisy followed Greer's gaze and, with nostalgia, remarked, "I painted this when I was 5. I cannot recall why. But one day I simply created this picture and told my father I was riding a train flying in the sky, traveling at great speed. The next day, he bought me a DVD of Doraemon, Nobita's Great Adventure in the Galaxy, assuring me that I could have whatever I desired without needing to beat around the bush." Greer couldn't help but laugh. He too had been like that as a child. Whenever he saw something he wanted, he would say, "Mom, I saw this at so-and-so's house." His parents would understand, and he would often find the desired item waiting for him on the table the following day. I have watched Doraemon, Nobita's Great Adventure in the Galaxy as well. I envied Nobita for embarking on so many adventures. Countless times during class, he fantasized about taking a galaxy train to play at an amusement park in space. With a wistful tone, Greer added, "Yet as one grows older, such dreams diminish," replaced by an array of books and exams. "Why do you sound like an old man?" Is a mere stack of books worth such lamentation? Just a couple of weeks of focused study should suffice. The SSAT exam is quite manageable. Daisy smiled, struggling to maintain a serious expression, as Greer's demeanor resembled that of someone who had just realized their books were new right before an exam, embodying a despair that was utterly palpable. Chapter 68. The gathering storm. The roads of New York City are perpetually congested, particularly in the densely populated enclave of Manhattan. At 3 o'clock, Samuel Stern and Banner set off from the Upper West Side, embarking on a journey southward. The 30-mile trek was fraught with traffic delays, consuming nearly an hour before they finally reached the Lower East Side. They parked beside a modest 3-story building. As Banner stepped out of the car, he pressed the brim of his hat down with his right hand. A passerby brushed past him, and in a subtle gesture, Banner's hand quivered slightly, causing a small device, matching the color of his attire, to adhere to his clothing. He continued on, seemingly unperturbed. Betty surveyed her surroundings, noting that most shop signs were adorned with unfamiliar traditional characters. It was her first visit here, and she felt as though she had stepped into a foreign land. Samuel Stern secured the vehicle and strolled toward the building, chattering incessantly. The police presence in Chinatown is scant, and the locals are generally disinclined to intervene. They won't call the authorities at the slightest hint of trouble. Moreover, the cuisine here is exquisite. The experiment was a success. I'll treat you to anything you desire. Banner, adjusting his hat, scanned the area with vigilant eyes. The sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows as shop signs flickered to life. The streets teemed with an increasing throng of people, instilling a sense of unease within him. Upon entering the room, the loquacious Samuel Stern commenced revealing his clandestine haven. I've transformed the basement into a biological research center. Even if shots are fired, the sound won't escape. The first floor is my residence, and we're currently headed to the second floor where the instruments are set up, fully calibrated for experimentation. And the third floor? Banner inquired, his apprehension mounting. He regretted sending his blood samples to this individual, despite having emphasized their perilous nature in his correspondence. Stern's engagement in biological experimentation, particularly the concentration and synthesis of more blood samples, raised alarming questions about the unknown. What else have you been doing? Banner demanded, his voice rising. The heartbeat monitor on his wrist emitted urgent beeps, prompting Stern to raise his hands in a placating manner. Hey, relax. This is all for research. The few blood samples you sent me can barely facilitate a handful of experiments. I need to conduct multiple trials to minimize error. I swear, aside from myself, no one is aware of these samples' existence. All the synthesized blood is stored on the third floor. I've invested heavily in equipment, nearly bankrupting myself to safeguard these items. Without a word, Banner ascended the stairs to the third floor, pushing open the door to reveal rows of freezers. Through the glass, he could see bags of blood samples suspended within, each labeled with time and concentration in watercolor. The sight was jarring. Should these samples escape, it would spell disaster. Samuel Stern, trailing behind, proclaimed his discovery. Your blood, or rather, the gamma energy it contains, possesses boundless potential and innumerable applications. Before relocating, I conducted dozens of viral experiments, with the viruses perishing in remarkably brief intervals. I have yet to encounter stronger viruses for further testing. However, if I unravel the secret behind your blood's ability to eliminate viruses, it could lead to vaccines combating myriad diseases. This could earn a Nobel Prize, securing patents that would last lifetimes. As he spoke, Stern's tone grew fervent, his eyes gleaming with visions of glory and wealth, explaining his relentless pursuit of experimentation despite the risks involved. A vaccine capable of combating diseases that have long stymied humanity would stand on par with penicillin. No, it would surpass it. A monumental discovery that would not only yield untold riches, but also etch his name into the annals of history. In the face of such temptation, the dangers seemed trivial. No, these must be destroyed. Not a single sample can remain. We must eradicate them immediately, Banner declared, his words dousing Stern's fervent dreams with cold reality. What? Stern was taken aback, staring at Banner with disbelief. Did you not hear me? Should I repeat myself? Stern. I understood you perfectly, Banner replied patiently. But the military does not seek it for healing. They desire to create monsters like me. I am both the orchestrator and the victim of this experiment. I am acutely aware of the serum's dangers. But we must also recognize its benefits. If successful, it could save countless lives, Stern countered passionately, envisioning himself as a celebrated figure rather than a mere professor in a classroom. What are the odds of success? How many monsters will be created in the interim? Banner remained unmoved by Stern's grand visions. Betty interjected, "Hey, you two. I believe these abstract discussions can wait. Shouldn't we focus on how to address what's inside Banner? The military is actively pursuing Bruce. Lingering here is perilous." As Betty spoke, several military vehicles were stationed outside the building of the biology department at Gabon Academy. A contingent of fully armed soldiers emerged in an orderly fashion from the building, boarding the vehicles. At the forefront was a command vehicle, where General Ross was receiving reports from his subordinates. Emails between Samuel Stern and Bruce Banner had been discovered on Stern's personal computer, detailing how to resolve the Hulk within Banner. "What did you say?" General Ross erupted, fury etched across his face. "Locate them immediately. We cannot allow the Hulk to vanish." A woman seated at the computer raised her head, stating, "SHIELD has provided the latest intel. Traffic cameras near Grand Street in Chinatown captured Samuel Stern's vehicle. All teams were ordered to proceed at full speed, and 2 armed helicopters were dispatched to escort the transport helicopter carrying Blonsky and the capture team. Notifications were sent to the NYPD to prepare for the evacuation of residents in the vicinity. General Ross issued a flurry of commands, and military transport vehicles and armored cars roared to life, racing toward the Lower East Side under the waning light of the sunset. 2 armed helicopters and a large CH-47 transport helicopter ascended from a military base, soaring at an altitude of merely 20 meters above the water, hurtling toward Manhattan. Chapter 69. Blonsky. Though Greer was accompanied by a young lady, he found himself at a loss for words, pondering how to initiate a conversation. Surely, a common topic must be sought. Thus, the question arose, what should the opening line be? Was it to inquire if she had eaten? In his boredom, Greer resorted to perusing a history book, and its considerable thickness suggested that the editor possessed a remarkable capacity for imagination. After all, from the founding of a nation to the present, it had scarcely been 5,000 years. How many historical events could transpire in such a brief span to warrant a book? Uncle Jimmy hastily took his leave, and Hyde, evidently aware of Jimmy's situation, did not insist on inviting him for a meal, merely stating that he should come again when convenient. Daisy, who had been in her room, also emerged, and the father-daughter duo accompanied Uncle Jimmy and Greer downstairs. No sooner had they stepped out of the corridor than a thunderous roar filled the air. Looking up, they beheld 3 helicopters slicing through the darkened sky, ascending higher and higher. Before they could lower their gazes, 3-wheeled armored personnel carriers approached from the west, forming a line as they passed before Greer and the others. Each vehicle bore a machine gun, linked with a belt of ammunition. Hyde gazed at the retreating armored vehicles with confusion and murmured, "What is the army doing here? Are they conducting drills?" 5 minutes prior, the 3 helicopters had arrived at the location of Samuel Stern and Banner. The rear doors of the dual-rotor helicopters swung open, and Blonsky, whose bones had been shattered by the Hulk, leaped from a height of 7 or 8 meters onto the rooftop, bending his legs slightly to absorb the impact. He sprinted to the rooftop door, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the locked iron door, leaving an indelible footprint, before racing downstairs. By the time other soldiers descended via ropes, Blonsky had reached the 2nd floor, where he kicked open a door to witness the astounding sight of the Hulk. Now a significantly smaller Banner, lying on a contorted metal bed. Samuel Stern, seated before several instruments, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming, "It worked, it truly worked. My antidote is effective, it can neutralize the gamma radiation toxin. Wait, I need you to contact my father." Betty interjected, stepping forward to stop a soldier, eager to inform him that Banner would no longer transform into the Hulk. However, before she could finish her sentence, Blonsky brushed her aside with a dismissive wave, advancing to seize the tattered remnants of Banner's clothing, dragging him from the bed and growling, "Bring him out to fight me. Did you hear me? Bring him out." Blonsky was consumed by thoughts of revenge against the Culver Academy. As the sole success of General Ross's super soldier program, he had always embodied the pinnacle of military prowess, a paragon for all soldiers. Yet, at Culver Academy, the Hulk had cast him aside like refuse, nearly ending his life. Had it not been for General Ross administering the experimental super soldier serum, his existence would have been confined to a bed for the remainder of his days. Thus, after experiencing a fleeting surge of power from the experimental serum, Blonsky was eager to confront the Hulk once more, seeking to validate his worth beyond that of Captain America, lest he be discarded like trash. Alas, his aspirations crumbled. After striking Banner several times, he received no response. Samuel Stern interjected, "I have neutralized the toxic hormones in his blood. He cannot transform into the Hulk. What? Blonsky's countenance darkened with fury. Before he could utter another word, several windows shattered, and 5 or 6 soldiers burst through, weapons trained on the ragged figure of Banner sprawled on the floor. Noticing Banner's motionless form, one soldier rushed forward to assess the situation, reporting into his earpiece, "General, we have captured the target. Move him out of the residential area immediately." "Understood," several soldiers swarmed, firmly binding Banner to a stretcher, while a female soldier assisted Betty, hastening toward the rooftop helicopter. This was a residential area, and should Banner unexpectedly transform, the potential for catastrophic destruction was immense. Someone would undoubtedly bear the blame. Given that they had successfully apprehended him, it was imperative to relocate him from the crowded vicinity. The soldiers departed as swiftly as they had arrived, leaving only Blonsky, who lingered, fixated on Samuel Stern, and posed a question: "If you can make the Hulk vanish, can you not also bring him back?" "What do you mean?" Stern inquired, bewildered. "I want you to extract whatever it is from Banner and inject it into me," Blonsky declared, leveling his weapon at Samuel Stern's expressionless face. "You have a choice, death or the injection. Choose." Stern raised his hands, glancing nervously at the gun aimed at his forehead, hastily responding, "We must first conduct a comprehensive medical examination, then formulate an appropriate dosage. There are no facilities here to..." Before he could finish, Blonsky's gun jerked upward, and he pulled the trigger. A bullet whizzed past Stern's ear, embedding itself in the wall behind. The deafening gunshot left Stern reeling, paralyzed by fear as he sank to the ground. "So you choose death?" Blonsky's tone remained eerily calm, sending chills down Stern's spine. He stammered, "I can, of course, but I cannot guarantee the consequences." "Then be swift, my patience is limited." Chapter 70. The dreadful disturbance in Chinatown. A serum, extracted from Banner during his transformation into the Hulk, was gradually injected into Blonsky's body. Above, the instruments emitted gamma rays, searing Blonsky's flesh. Under the eager gaze of Samuel Stern, Blonsky's skin began to shift to a verdant hue. His once formidable physique swelled like an inflated balloon, veins and massive muscles bursting forth, tearing his camouflage uniform into tattered strips that clung to him. Soon, he would ascend to the heights of wealth, becoming a celebrated figure and a potential Nobel laureate, among numerous other accolades. This was precisely why Samuel Stern so readily consented to administer the injection. He required more living subjects for further experimentation to gather additional data. With such an opportunity presenting itself, why hold back? Gazing in astonishment at the grotesque creature lying before him, Samuel Stern, its very creator, found himself momentarily speechless. His smile froze, his throat bobbed, and he murmured softly, "What on earth have I created?" Blonsky, uttering these words, descended from his bed. The protruding bone spurs along his cervical spine caused his back to arch like a bow, while his smooth, gray-green head jutted forward, resembling a weary old man. Yet, the muscles throughout his body bore testament to his formidable strength. "Can you understand my words?" Samuel Stern gazed up at the towering figure of abomination, treading carefully as he spoke. "I now require a sample of your blood for analysis, to ascertain the effects of the Hulk serum injected into your system." His words reached Abomination's ears, yet they resonated like the incessant buzzing of a fly, mingling with a cacophony of other sounds, aggravating Abomination's already frayed nerves. With a dismissive wave of his enormous hand, resembling a basin in size, he struck Samuel Stern's waist, sending him sprawling like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily against a nearby apparatus. The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air as the instrument dented significantly, and the test tube containing the Hulk's serum shattered into countless fragments. The unadministered serum spilled forth, cascading onto Samuel Stern's contorted body, seeping into his wounds and coursing through his veins. With the casual swat of a fly, Abomination's irritation was momentarily alleviated, yet the inexplicable clamor within his mind persisted, akin to being encircled by 500 quacking ducks and geese, their calls rising and falling in a maddening symphony that incited a desire to crush the sources of such noise. Consumed by his tumultuous emotions, Abomination roared in fury and leapt towards the origin of the sound, his colossal frame colliding with the wall, resulting in a resounding crash. The sound reverberated as the red brick wall crumbled like paper, yielding to a tremendous impact that created a gaping hole, sending a cascade of bricks raining down upon the road below. It was the height of rush hour, with vehicles bustling about, when the debris, accompanied by the monstrous figure of the Abomination, descended upon a car, shattering its windshield in an instant. The slender frame could not withstand the weight of the beast, which crushed it effortlessly, releasing a torrent of blood mingled with fragments of flesh, staining both the abomination's feet and the uneven asphalt. The vehicle ahead was struck by the falling debris, prompting those in the cars behind to slam on their brakes in alarm. The drivers and passers-by gaped in disbelief at the colossal creature standing amidst the wreckage, and for a moment, the street was enveloped in a chilling silence. With a sudden leap, the abomination sprang towards a car that had collided with a building, its driver startled by the creature's roar. It seized the 1 to 2 ton vehicle with ease, lifting it gently before hurling it forward with great force. The car soared through the air, tumbling as the occupants screamed in terror, their cries powerless against the impending doom. Meanwhile, Greer and Uncle Jimmy were preparing to take their leave after the helicopter's departure. As Uncle Jimmy engaged in a farewell conversation with Hyde, a piercing and frantic roar echoed from afar, its intensity akin to a truck blaring its horn right beside them, causing nearby individuals to shudder in fright, resulting in 2 vehicles colliding in the chaos. What could that sound be? Uncle Jimmy exclaimed in astonishment. And scarcely had his words left his lips when he beheld a car tumbling through the sky, soaring over 10 meters above the ground, hurtling towards him. Bang! With a resounding crash. The vehicle landed on the street just 11 or 12 meters away on the west side, crushing 2 unsuspecting passers-by beneath it. It continued to glide forward, undeterred, for an additional 2 meters, leaving a trail of crimson behind, before colliding with a wall and creating a substantial breach in the structure, with a significant portion of the car lodged within. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers nearby. Uncle Jimmy and Mr. Hyde could not help but exclaim in shock upon witnessing the car strike the 2 pedestrians, while Daisy, overwhelmed with fear, let out a piercing scream and quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight. Greer, astonished, stood with his mouth agape. The sound of the collision, coupled with the hurled automobile, suggested that the assailant was either a formidable giant or a creature like the Hulk, neither of whom ought to be present in Chinatown. Soon after, a pillar of flames erupted on the west side of the street, particularly brilliant against the encroaching darkness, followed by the sound of an explosion. After hearing the blast, another column of fire shot up, and the ground trembled slightly, as if some colossal entity were barreling toward them. Hurry! Standing beside the motorcycle, Greer hastily pushed it over to Uncle Jimmy amidst the tremors, shouting at the 3 of them. Quickly, ride the motorcycle away from here. What about you? Who among you can run swiftly? Hurry, let us ride the motorcycle. Without waiting for their response, Greer abandoned the motorcycle and sprinted towards the east, veering into a narrow alleyway. Chapter 71. The one who stands up. Uncle Jimmy turned his head toward Hyde and spoke. I told you, he's a good kid. Well, our stalling mission is complete. Let's get out of here. With that, he swung his leg over the motorcycle, and Hyde and Daisy quickly climbed onto the back seat. In an instant, they sped eastward, leaving the chaos behind. By now, the surroundings had erupted into pandemonium. Successive explosions and towering flames led people to believe they were under gunfire or car bomb attacks, sending them fleeing in panic toward the east. Traffic snarled to a standstill, forcing many to abandon their vehicles and sprint on foot. Yet countless others remained indoors, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Only those within a few hundred meters of the blast zone heard the commotion, peering through their windows, though the dense urban sprawl obscured their view, rendering even their own streets' extremities invisible. Amid the frantic crowd desperate to escape, one figure moved with eerie composure, the same man who had brushed past Banner earlier, discreetly attaching a miniature listening device to him. He slipped into the stairwell of a nearby building, ascending swiftly while pressing a finger to the tiny earpiece in his ear. Director, this is Agent Level 6, Grant Ward. A superhuman entity of immense strength is wreaking havoc in Chinatown. Casualties are severe. In a room lined with dozens of monitors and computers, Agent Hill received the transmission. Her gaze flickered over the live feeds displaying the devastation in Chinatown as she replied calmly, I see it. Proceed immediately to Dr. Samuel Stern's lab. Retrieve the blood samples from the 3rd floor. Extraction awaits at the eastern intersection. Pushing open the 3rd floor door, Ward was met with rows of refrigerated units, each storing vials of blood. He produced a compact device, inserting it into the mechanical lock with a deft twist. The cabinet clicked open. Methodically, he withdrew 2 bags of blood samples at varying concentrations, resealed the unit, and moved to the next. Navigating through alleyways, scaling a chain-link fence, he reached the rendezvous point and leapt into a black van with tinted windows. The moment the door shut, the driver accelerated. Ward wasted no time, transferring the blood samples from his case into 2 medical-grade refrigeration units. Each cooler received 1 bag of different concentration, one placed on the passenger seat, the other containing 15 samples. Clutched in his grip as he settled into the back. Not a word passed between him and the driver. Meanwhile, the abomination rampaged unchecked. To him, cars were as fragile as clay, shattered with a single blow, flattened beneath his feet. Steel crumpled like paper. Human lives fared far worse. Wherever he trod, the asphalt ran red, littered with flaming wreckage and mangled remains. Terrified citizens scrambled to flee, but their speed was no match for the monster, especially not with the streets choked by gridlock. Only destruction soothed his fury. Cars, lampposts, pedestrians, trees, anything within reach became a projectile, hurled with devastating force. Buildings shuddered under the impact, their walls cratered by the onslaught. A grim warning to those still sheltered inside. 100 meters from Hyde's residence, atop a 5-story building, Greer, clad in decade armor, stood at the edge. His gaze fixed on the abomination wreaking havoc in the street below. He didn't question why the creature had appeared here instead of Harlem. Right now, only one thought consumed him: kill it. In the mere seconds since his arrival, he had witnessed over a dozen lives extinguished, their bodies obliterated beyond recognition. How many more had perished before his arrival? There was no counting. Flattened vehicles could hide any number of victims. Since his arrival in this world, Greer had taken lives, but never the innocent. His hands were stained only with the blood of ruthless gangsters and violent criminals. Yet here stood the abomination, slaughtering indiscriminately, reveling in the terror of the helpless like a tyrant intoxicated by power. This ends now. Quietly, he raised his left arm. The rider card box at his waist slid open, ejecting an AgitÅ Cayman rider card into his grasp. Slotted into the belt driver, he leapt from the rooftop, transforming midair. Below, the abomination planted a massive foot onto a car hood, crushing it inward. Leaning forward, he seized the roof and tore it open like paper. Inside, a middle-aged black woman and a teenage boy screamed, a sound that only enraged the monster further. His palm, broad as a platter, lifted high, ready to silence them forever. The descending hand whipped through the air with a whoosh, but before it could strike, a boot adorned with a golden anklet intercepted it, kicking the monstrous limb off course. Chapter 72. The Avengers' vision. An external force, born of loathing, swept over the heads of the mother and child, bringing with it a fierce wind that struck the asphalt beside their vehicle, stirring up clouds of dust. With a resounding bang, the solid pavement shattered, forming a dense web of cracks, as a hand, larger than a basin, sank into the asphalt. The resulting shockwave rippled towards the nearby car, causing it to slide several feet, while debris of stones and shards of glass were sent flying. The African-American mother and son stood in stunned silence, witnessing an event that shattered their understanding of reality. First, a colossal monster had torn their vehicle apart. Then, a mysterious figure clad in a tight black suit adorned with dark golden metal plates descended from the heavens, kicking the monstrous hand away with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, this enigmatic being seized the creature's arm, flinging it with such force that it soared through the air, tumbling several times before crashing into a wall, leaving behind a human-shaped hole in the brickwork. The entire sequence, from the kick to the throw, transpired in less than a second, so swift that the monster had no time to register the identity of its assailant before being hurled away. Grell turned to see the mother and child still sitting bewildered in their damaged vehicle, evidently traumatized, perhaps forever marked by this encounter. However, there was no time for them to collect themselves. Grell was not a psychologist. He shouted directly at them, urging, "Run," though the pair did not recognize the helmeted figure. It was clear that he had just saved them from the formidable beast. They hurriedly unbuckled their seatbelts and fled towards the east, away from the monster. As they ran, the young boy glanced back at the fleeing crowd and the creature struggling free from the wall, noting the comparatively diminutive human figure amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit room encased by thick walls, Nick Fury stood at its center, facing 4 screens displaying individuals of various ethnicities and appearances. Fury's expression remained calm, yet his tone was unyielding as he remarked, "I have previously warned that the super soldier program is fraught with uncertainties. Until results manifest, no one can definitively predict what will emerge, which is precisely why S.H.I.E.L.D. has suspended the program. Yet, flesh and blood alone cannot combat extraterrestrial threats. We require soldiers of greater might." A white-haired elder at the center spoke with authority. "Surely, you have not forgotten the asymmetric war over 2 decades ago. For years, we have invested countless resources into researching super soldiers to avoid the ruthless slaughter of the past." From the right screen, a man of Asian descent in his 30s interjected, "But Director Fury, do you truly believe you can control them? One of the names on your list is not of this earth. He could fight for the protection of our planet." Before he could finish, Fury interrupted brusquely, gesturing towards the chaos outside, "While you ponder your question. He is already fighting to protect those who cannot defend themselves. I believe that speaks volumes." Pausing to temper his tone, he continued, "As for control and command, they're the Avengers. They rise only when the need arises to avenge those who have suffered. They require no orders, nor do they need to be controlled. You intend to assemble such a powerful group and allow them to act freely?" A woman in her 50s responded incredulously, as if she had heard the most absurd of propositions. "It is impossible. These individuals cannot be left unchecked. I do not believe it is wise for them to operate outside supervision. The Avengers must be under the Council's oversight and must obtain approval to act." In an instant, the room was filled with a cacophony of dissenting voices, yet Fury remained silent, allowing the four elders to voice their objections. With a sudden click, the heavy iron door swung open, and Fury stepped out into a vast chamber that rose 6 or 7 meters high and spanned 20 meters in width and length. Below, 5 rows of computers were manned by SHIELD technicians, all intently focused on their screens. The wall in front formed a 120-degree angle, entirely made of transparent glass, revealing an endless expanse of ocean and the clouds drifting below, as if the room itself floated in the sky. Fury remained silent, leaning on the railing as he gazed down at the staff and the distant cloud-covered mountains. Recollecting, "I endured that asymmetric war, nearly losing my life in the process. Humanity was on the brink of defeat, yet they emerged, aiding us to victory." Agent Hill, standing silently behind Fury, listened attentively. "An alliance of powerful individuals can achieve remarkable feats, yet such a coalition, once entangled in politics, risks losing its purity and may be exploited by certain factions for their own ends. Ever since that war concluded, I have envisioned forming such a special task force. However, they vanished after the conflict, prompting me to restart the Super Soldier program. Yet, I soon realized that super soldiers serve only to escalate the horrors of war." Fury straightened, his singular eye filled with resolve as he addressed the horizon. "The Avengers exist for those in need. They are not instruments for human conflict. Hence, I desire them to possess the freedom to act. Oversight is ill-suited for the Avengers." Agent Hill pondered momentarily before shaking her head. "But Director, you must understand. The Council will never agree to your envisioned Avengers operating freely. The thought of so many powerful individuals united without oversight would leave many restless. No one wishes to see such forces running rampant across their homeland. Only when confined to a cage do tigers appear endearing." Chapter 73, Abhorrence versus AgitÅ. After enduring confinement for an extended period, one may transform into a docile cat, no longer the fearsome beast that once instilled terror. Nick Fury, devoid of any discernible expression, uttered in a tone devoid of sorrow or joy. SHIELD is sufficiently equipped to manage internal affairs on Earth. The existence of the Avengers serves as a deterrent, signaling to other civilizations in the cosmos that Earth houses formidable predators. Agent Hill, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Much like nuclear weapons, which are rarely employed yet demand exorbitant resources for maintenance and production, their value lies in their menacing presence. The throne of the 5 major rogues is constructed with the very essence of nuclear armaments. Before the Avengers had even formed, thoughts of control had already surfaced. Witnessing the might of the Avengers united would likely render them even more reluctant to relinquish their grip. Standing upright and gazing towards the distant sun, Nick Fury continued, "It matters not that the Security Council disapproves of autonomous operational authority. Presently, the Avengers initiative remains but an idea on paper. The candidates we consider are merely our own aspirations, and whether the others' consent remains uncertain. Stark's candidacy has yet to undergo evaluation and is temporarily excluded from the roster. Thus far, only one individual has been approved." "You refer to Grayson Russo," he mused, acknowledging that addressing the second Hulk to protect civilians is indeed commendable. As Agent Wu suggested, yet Agent Hill hesitated, her thoughts trailing off. Stark's involvement is inconceivable. As a billionaire with vested interests in the military and government, even SHIELD cannot compel his participation. As for the enigmatic Grayson Russo, his current demeanor suggests a deliberate distance from SHIELD, rendering the notion of the Avengers Alliance a mere specter, its establishment still in question. Consequently, the prerequisites for founding the Avengers are presently absent. Neither external nor internal circumstances permit it. Nevertheless, I have waited over 2 decades and am indifferent to continuing this wait. With that, Nick Fury straightened himself and proceeded towards the command post to direct the return journey. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Manhattan, Abhorrence, having been hurled against the second-floor wall, braced himself against the bricks, which crumbled effortlessly as if they were mere parchment. The red bricks shattered like tofu, pulverized under his immense weight. Upon breaking free from his confinement, Abhorrence leapt down, his heavy form leaving 2 shallow impressions upon the ground. His gaze, filled with malice, fixed upon a bizarrely clad figure standing in the deserted street, a diminutive creature whose waist was no thicker than his own arm, rendering the term weakling an insult. "Watch as I crush you," Abhorrence roared, striding forward with colossal strides, each footfall leaving a profound imprint on the asphalt. Vehicles that obstructed his path were effortlessly shoved aside as if they were mere cardboard boxes, incapable of hindering his advance. Facing the oncoming Abhorrence, Grayson made no attempt to evade. He stood resolute, legs apart. Beneath his feet, the earth shimmered with the dark golden symbol of AgitÅ, gathering energy that intensified the brilliance of the design. The 2 dark golden metallic rings around his ankles glowed, and the twin horns atop his head opened with a soft whoosh, transforming into 6. Abhorrence, now reaching his maximum velocity, surged forward like a heavy truck barreling down a highway. Unstoppable in his momentum, Grayson, however, remained undaunted, swiftly grasping a car larger than himself and, amidst the sound of twisting metal, hurled it towards Grayson, who stood 7 or 8 meters away. Grayson pressed down forcefully upon the ground, the luminous patterns beneath him merging into his legs, propelling him skyward in an instant, surpassing the tumbling car. As the vehicle rolled beneath him, he deftly landed atop it, crushing it downward with a forceful stomp that sent it crashing onto another car's hood, denting it severely. Utilizing the momentum, Grayson leapt upward again, ascending over 40 meters into the air. At this height, the entirety of Manhattan unfolded beneath him, with buildings stretching for hundreds of meters in every direction and streets aligned with meticulous precision. The sun, now dipping below the horizon, cast a crimson silhouette upon the Hudson River, embodying the poetic essence of a setting sun over a vast river. With a triumphant exhalation, Grayson extended his right leg, channeling all accumulated earth energy into his foot, propelling him downward at an extraordinary velocity, stirring the air and generating a powerful whirlwind. As Grayson descended, Abhorrence lifted his gaze, and in the next moment, Grayson plummeted rapidly. "Do you dare to challenge the divine? You are woefully underestimating yourself," Abhorrence bellowed, clenching his massive fist and raising his arm to meet Grayson's descending kick. The resultant shockwave extinguished the surrounding flames, sending shards of glass and debris spiraling through the air, causing chaos akin to a forceful gale. The tremendous impact left Abhorrence's arm numb, his feet sliding backward as if pushed by a bulldozer, gouging 2 trenches into the asphalt. Chapter 74. The returning helicopter with a resounding thud. Greer's fists penetrated the grotesque musculature of his foe, shattering its protruding ribs and embedding shards into its very flesh. The abhorrent creature let out a deafening roar that echoed through the streets. The force of Greer's blow, equivalent to several tons, sent the beast hurtling backward, crashing into a car and crumpling it into a mere husk of metal. Yet, the residual momentum propelled Greer only a few steps back as he quickly regained his footing, his limbs poised in readiness, the AgitÅ symbol beneath his feet glowing once more with vigor. In the brief span of 5 seconds, Greer had repelled the abomination 3 times, relying on his extraordinary speed to outpace its reactions and defenses. The true measure of strength lay not within his physical prowess, but in the accumulated energy of the earth, harnessed through sheer will. Contrarily, the creature exhibited an astonishing, cinematic rapid healing ability. In the blink of an eye, the severed flesh of its arm restored itself, invoking the envy of even the most formidable of champions. Such a narrative stretch seemed almost ludicrous. After shaking off the numbness from the recoil, Greer clenched his fist anew, channeling the Earth's energy into his hands and feet. He had yet to deploy the Night Kick card. Both the Night Kick and the Night Fist he had executed relied solely on his inherent strength, tapping only 70% of the potential power promised by the card. The results were telling. He could not match the creature in raw physical might, a fact that spoke volumes of the Abomination's reputation as the first to overpower the Hulk. Had it not been for Greer's agility and the creature's overconfidence, his earlier attack would have yielded far less success. Now, having exchanged blows, both combatants had gleaned insights into one another's capabilities. Even though the creature's intelligence was limited, it would undoubtedly adopt a more cautious approach, especially considering its cinematic portrayal as a being far more astute than the Hulk. What strategy should Greer employ next? This question swirled in his mind as he continued to gather energy, dispersing it into the 4 metallic rings adorning his wrists and ankles, which now shimmered with a brilliant dark golden glow, illuminating the encroaching night like festive lights. From the mangled remains of the car, the creature pushed itself up, tearing through layers of twisted metal. Rising with a heavy body, its eyes blazed with fury as it locked onto Greer. Its gaze fierce enough to slay if looks could kill. The creature's mouth twisted into a savage grin, revealing a set of jagged teeth, and it let out a primal growl that resonated like thunder, reminiscent of its past humiliations at Corvo Academy. Rage surged within it, igniting its eyes with a crimson hue as it unleashed a roar that eclipsed all sound, startling those in their homes and drawing them to their windows in bewilderment. Upon awakening, the world had transformed. The streets were choked with vehicles, panic-stricken crowds spilling into the gaps between them, as if heralding an apocalypse. In the vicinity of Greer and the creature's conflict, glass shattered from the shockwave, and terrified onlookers bore witness to the colossal monster and the luminescent figure engaged in battle, many seizing their phones and cameras, some even brandishing firearms. Meanwhile, 3 helicopters that had previously departed were now returning, having barely left Manhattan before receiving urgent communications about the emergence of the Hulk in Chinatown. General Ross was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Bruce Banner, seated beside him. Betty, noticing her father's gaze, looked up and inquired, "What is happening?" "Nothing," General Ross replied, though his expression betrayed his unease as he gripped the armrest and addressed Banner. "What have you and Stern done?" "Are you sure?" Ross retorted, then resumed speaking into the communication device, instructing nearby armored vehicles to investigate the reported sighting of the Hulk. As his orders were dispatched, images from 3 armored transport vehicles that had been heading west flickered onto the cabin's small screen. A soldier's voice crackled through, strained with urgency. "Sir, the entire street is blocked. We're rerouting to the destination, and the fleeing citizens claim there's a monstrous creature of immense strength." Ross clenched the microphone tightly, commanding, "Return the helicopters." Betty and Banner exchanged glances, both acutely aware that something significant had transpired, though the specifics remained elusive. All they could do was brace themselves and await the return to uncover the truth. At this altitude, a mere minute of flight revealed the chaotic scene below. While other streets glimmered with lights and bustling vehicles, this particular area was a tableau of disorder, cars strewn haphazardly, and Mini Street Chapter 75, the small stature. Great strength 2 beams of searchlights descended from the sky, illuminating the shattered streetlights and storefront signs of the devastated neighborhood. Amidst this brilliance, the abomination, rising from the ground, vented its fury by seizing a broken car chassis and hurling it towards Greer. Such a commotion quickly attracted the attention of 2 armed helicopters, their searchlights converging upon the scene. One beam angled down upon the abomination's vicinity, rendering its massive form conspicuous. Witnessing this creature, strikingly akin to the Hulk, Banner's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He immediately turned to General Ross, his eyes brimming with disbelief, and asked, "Did you create this?" Ross, equally astonished at the sight of the abomination, shook his head in denial. "No, I did not." He hesitated, recalling Blonsky, who had been injected with the modified Hulk serum while pursuing Bruce Banner, and realized that this creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the Green Giant. A thought surged in Ross's mind. Could this be Blonsky? He swiftly directed his inquiry towards Banner. "Is there Hulk serum with Samuel Stearns?" Though framed as a question, his tone conveyed an unmistakable skepticism. The emergence of the abomination had led him to conclude that Stearns indeed possessed the Hulk serum. Otherwise, how could Blonsky have transformed into such a monstrosity? Banner, peering out from the window, nodded in response. Then a sudden realization struck him, and he turned to fix an intense gaze upon General Ross, rising from his seat and exclaiming, "Is that your super soldier program's experiment down there? You allowed him to inject the Hulk serum?" "I did not give that order. He acted on his own accord," Ross replied, settling back down, his gaze shifting to the window. The helicopters had now descended to a mere 60 meters above ground. The searchlights from the armed helicopters revealed the devastation of the streets. While the economic toll was significant, the casualties alone could ignite a scandal of monumental proportions, necessitating accountability, commonly referred to as finding a scapegoat. If the creature below truly was Blonsky, then as his direct superior and a proponent of the super soldier program, Ross would undoubtedly share in the blame. This realization filled him with a surge of anger. Yet, regardless of his fury, it was futile. The abomination, after sending a car flying with a powerful punch, prepared to charge once more. However, the piercing searchlights from above halted its advance as it gazed upward at the circling helicopters. Opposite the abomination, Greer too was caught in the beam of a searchlight, though diminutive in stature compared to the abomination. The glimmering metal rings on his limbs and the luminous patterns beneath his feet made him conspicuously visible against the night backdrop. The two beams of light enveloped these two figures of vastly different sizes, akin to stage lights illuminating performers poised for an extravagant performance. General Ross, observing through binoculars, scrutinized the peculiar figure standing opposite the abomination, perplexed by the identity of the one donned in an odd-shaped helmet, daring to confront the second Hulk. Betty was the first to notice the bizarre pattern on the darkened street and the even stranger figure standing upon it. "Is this Batman cosplayer also one of your experiments?" she inquired. "No." Ross immediately refuted, observing through the binoculars the enigmatic individual striking incomprehensible poses, standing upon what appeared to be a projection-like pattern. If not for the presence of the abomination opposite, one might mistake this figure for either a lunatic or a performance artist. The whirring of the helicopter's rotors reached Greer's ears from afar. Despite being illuminated by the searchlights, he remained motionless, concentrating on harnessing the Earth's energy. Greer maintained his composure, while the abomination's patience waned. The sound of the helicopter's rotors was deafening even to a normal individual, for the abomination, whose hearing was far more acute. It was an unbearable cacophony, inciting a furious roar. In a fit of rage, it seized a nearby car with both hands, crushing its exterior with ease. And with a powerful pivot of its body, hurled the vehicle towards the hovering armed helicopter, mimicking the act of discarding a discus. As the abomination released the car, the helicopter pilot frantically pulled the controls to evade the incoming projectile. Sensing the abomination's movements, Greer sprang into action, propelling himself forward with a powerful push against the ground. His body arcing forward at an acute angle, racing ahead like a released arrow. As the car flew from the abomination's grasp, Greer collided into its embrace. Employing the same tactic as before, he unleashed the accumulated earth energy from his fists, delivering a staggering blow that bent the abomination backward, lifting it off the ground and sending it careening away, its protruding spikes becoming even more pronounced. General Ross, observing the scene through his binoculars, was nearly speechless, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. The abomination had been struck down by someone so diminutive, smaller than even his own soldiers and daughter. Was the world truly spiraling into madness, or was he simply too conservative in his views? Overwhelmed by shock, Ross muttered, "Who on earth is this?" As the onlookers gasped in disbelief, the abomination, now airborne from the impact, let out a furious bellow. This marked the third time it had been sent flying, stoking the flames of its rage. Swinging its right arm, it struck Greer, who was preparing to throw a second punch, sending him tumbling away with a tremendous force that ignited sparks upon contact with Greer's armor. The lateral impact propelled Greer through the air, crashing into a wall just 3 meters away, leaving a gaping hole as he collided, scattering furniture and debris within the room beyond. Chapter 76. The weakness of AgitÅ. Grell winced in pain, clutching his waist as he rose from the shattered remnants of furniture. It was the first time he truly felt such agony. Indeed, one could hardly argue against the might of the first individual to have dealt a heavy blow to the Hulk. Even the armor of a Kamen Rider could not fully withstand such overwhelming force. As he straightened his back, still not fully risen, Grell's keen ears caught a faint sound emanating from behind, soft whimpers, ugh, ugh. Ignoring his pain, he sprang up with agility, pivoting midair to face the source of the noise. There, huddled in a corner, he beheld a Chinese couple, likely in their 30s or 40s, alongside a girl of 18 or 19, their eyes filled with terror. The mother tightly covered her daughter's mouth, evidently the source of the frightened sounds. The chaos outside, with monstrous destruction unfolding, must have terrified them. A sudden breach in their wall, followed by an intruder, would understandably evoke such fear. Grell opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, he was met with the heavy, loathsome sound of approaching footsteps. Turning hastily, he saw the gaping hole in the wall he had created, followed by a thunderous crash as the wall collapsed, yielding a massive breach nearly 3 meters high and wide. The abomination, accompanied by a shower of debris, barreled toward Grell with astonishing speed. He barely registered the wall's fracture before being struck head-on. Amidst the terrified screams of the family, Grell felt as if he had been hit by a freight truck. His shoulder went numb, his body instinctively propelled outward, crashing through the western wall and landing heavily on the north-south street below, surrounded by rubble. Rolling on the ground, he collided with a parked car, denting its door and shoving the vehicle nearly a meter, causing it to collide with another nearby. Grell lay half-crumpled on the damaged passenger seat, his head protruding through the door, his feet dangling outside. Just as he managed to extricate himself from the car, the abomination smashed through the wall, flattening the vehicle as if it were made of paper, with a cacophony of metal distortion echoing in the air. The abomination propelled the two cars against the wall across the street, creating yet another gaping hole. As Grell turned in alarm, he saw the creature staggering through the breach, illuminated by the searchlights of two armed helicopters. Over 100 meters to the south, three-wheeled armored vehicles were crashing through parked cars, racing toward him. Upon regaining his footing, Grell spread his legs, suppressing the pain in his shoulder as he lifted his arms to draw upon the Earth's energy. However, just as the AgitÅ symbol began to materialize beneath him, the abomination charged forward, raising a car as if it were a mere folding chair, intending to smash it down upon him. Grell had no choice but to abandon his energy accumulation and leap aside. With a resounding crash, the abomination hurled the car onto the asphalt, scattering parts in all directions. As the clatter of debris rang in his ears, Grell landed and immediately crouched, springing upwards once more. He twisted mid-air, delivering a sweeping kick to the abomination's head, producing a dull thud. Though the force of his kick, empowered by the AgitÅ armor, reached around 11 or 12 tons, it only caused the creature's head to tilt slightly, its body swaying a mere 10 degrees. Grell's heart sank. Without the Earth's energy to bolster him, his attack proved feeble against such a formidable foe. It was no wonder the abomination had once bested the Hulk. Its strength and resilience were truly extraordinary. Realizing he was not the protagonist of this tale, Grell reflected on the fact that while others might team up with heroes like Spider-Man or Daredevil in their early struggles, he was left to confront the abomination, a creature with strength exceeding 100 tons. He had yet to acclimate to this sudden surge in power, akin to a cyclist suddenly thrust onto a race car, fearful to accelerate. Even against a less than fully powered abomination, he found himself outmatched. Should the creature adapt to its overwhelming strength and formidable defenses, Grell feared he might simply be flattened. Faced with taunting from the abomination, Grell felt no anger. Instead, he prepared to draw on the Earth's energy once more. However, just as he assumed the stance, the creature charged at him, forcing him to evade. His recently injured shoulder throbbed. Another hit might incapacitate him. Grell grasped the truth. The abomination had discerned his patterns. His previous displays of immense power and destruction were all too conspicuous, especially the energy accumulation pose with horns raised and the AgitÅ symbol appearing on the ground. Thus, the creature pounced the moment he began to gather energy, offering him no respite. In this world, there were no mindless villains or even those with intellect who would stand idly by while a Kamen Rider prepared their ultimate move. Even the abomination, influenced by its rage, quickly recognized Grell's weakness, and one could only imagine how those of superior intellect in the Marvel Universe would exploit it. Chapter 77. I want to capture too. As Greer pondered in his mind, his body moved swiftly, fully utilizing his speed, small stature, and agility. He darted back and forth amidst the wide-ranging attacks of the abomination, akin to a swift swallow soaring through a tempest. The abomination wielded a car, swinging it with ferocious intent. The resounding bang of collisions was deafening, and within moments, a vehicle would be reduced to a mangled heap. Yet, the streets were rife with cars, and as soon as one was demolished, another was seized to continue the relentless pursuit of Greer. He dared not linger for a moment, leaping away immediately upon landing, his movements appearing perilous to any onlooker. In a mere 10 seconds, Greer narrowly evaded 8 or 9 strikes from the abomination's car. Previously, he had been struck on his left side and later collided with his right shoulder, the pain still lingering. Now, as he leaped and dodged, it felt as if he were dancing on the edge of a blade. Any misstep would bring excruciating agony. Yet it was a far better fate than being crushed by the abomination's vehicle. Thus, he endured the pain, persistently evading the relentless attacks. Ahead, a wheeled armored vehicle approached, and the soldiers aboard, equipped with helmet cameras, transmitted vivid images to the helicopter, allowing General Ross and Banner to observe the combatants. The abomination's grotesque form, with bones protruding and skin torn, left Banner in a state of shock. What exactly did you inject him with? General Ross's lips trembled as he muttered. Infinity Serum and a modified serum based on Hulk's blood. How could it result in this? The abomination's appearance is even more terrifying than Hulk's, and while that is alarming, this sheer rage rivals Hulk's. I doubt any soldier would willingly team up with such a dangerously unpredictable entity. How could Blonsky, who once obeyed orders, have transformed into this? Could it be a hybrid of the Infinity Serum, Hulk's essence, and the Super Soldier Serum? Ross furrowed his brow, desperately yearning to uncover the truth behind Blonsky's transformation. The emergence of the abomination indicated that Hulk could be replicated, potentially mass-produced. Just 20 rational Hulks could overpower any ground force. If they could determine what caused Blonsky's volatility, they could conduct targeted research to find a way to restore his sanity. If he could comprehend commands, they would possess the strongest ground team imaginable. Armored vehicles and tanks would be mere trifles in comparison. With this thought igniting a fervor in his heart, General Ross seized the microphone and commanded, "Relay my orders. Contact all available forces, dispatch every helicopter, and ship to this location to execute the capture plan." "Do you want to capture him?" Banner suddenly recalled the days when he was relentlessly pursued. Ross shot a glance at Banner and replied, "It's them." Turning back to the screen, he shouted into the communication device, "This is General Ross. I command that if either target shows any inclination to flee, all weapons may be employed for an attack." Betty stared at her father in disbelief and quickly interjected, "But the other person is trying to stop this monster. Why capture him?" "Because he possesses power-rivaling Hulks. And that is his greatest sin," Banner replied coldly. It was precisely due to such formidable power that the military relentlessly pursued him. He had fallen from a renowned scholar, a university professor, a member of the high-income elite, to a nameless fugitive wandering through underdeveloped countries, even forced to work in factories to make ends meet, all because of the man before him. General Ross disregarded Banner and Betty, fixated on the small screen before him. The footage captured from a distance of 20 meters was far clearer than from above, allowing him to discern the scene. He watched as the mysterious figure leaped once more, narrowly escaping the wrecked car that the abomination hurled, which shattered upon impact, sending shards of metal flying. The figure then leapt onto the edge of an emergency escape ladder, bending the iron rail before vaulting toward the rooftop. In those fleeting seconds, Greer concluded that, given his physical prowess, the Earth-based AgitÅ was no match for the abomination. Continuing in this manner was futile. He needed to distance himself from the abomination to gather more energy from the Earth and deliver a decisive blow to the creature's head. He was determined that this foe was not invincible. Just as Greer prepared to leap, General Ross grew anxious. This enigmatic individual was his primary target. Their actions displayed far more rationality than the abomination, if they could not resolve the abomination's rage. This individual, though not as powerful as the abomination, was still significantly stronger than an average soldier and an excellent subject for research. Without hesitation, Ross shouted into the communicator, "Open fire. We cannot allow either of them to escape. Reinforcements are on their way." The armed helicopter, which had been pursuing Greer with searchlights, immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Bullets streaked through the night sky like meteors, enveloping Greer, who was airborne. The sudden assault caught him off guard, and a flurry of bullets struck the AgitÅ armor, igniting sparks, while more bullets pummeled the wall behind him, creating fist-sized holes. If those be Chapter 78, the unmatched Crimson Dragon with just 3 aerial rockets raining down. Half the street's vehicles were ignited, and the walls on either side, previously rent asunder by Hulk's rampage, were obliterated entirely, raising concerns about the imminent collapse of the building. The devastation wrought by enmity and Greer paled in comparison to the impact of a single aerial rocket. It is vital to note that there were still people trapped within those 2 buildings. As enmity and AgitÅ clashed on the street, many were rendered unable to escape, trembling in fear as they hoped the 2 monsters would divert their attention elsewhere, providing them a chance to flee. Alas, rather than the anticipated opportunity, they were met with a barrage of rockets that shook the entire structure, creating an atmosphere of impending doom that instilled profound terror in the hearts of those within. The street had transformed into a sea of flames, with successive aerial rockets exploding around enmity, producing such intense heat that the wreckage of vehicles melted into pools of molten metal, and the buildings on either side were left unrecognizable. General Ross shouted into his communicator, "Do not cease fire until the rocket nest is neutralized. Deploy a squad of infantry to scale the building from the other side and search for that helmeted individual. Armored vehicles and helicopters will maintain perimeter security." Betty was about to rise when she was halted by Banner, who was gazing down at the street. He remarked, "Your father certainly possesses great resolve." When confronting Hulk, he deployed an entire squadron of helicopters and a tank regiment, ultimately resorting to even tactical nuclear weapons. Now, he has merely 2 helicopters. This is hardly sufficient. What? Betty felt as if she were hearing a fantastical tale. Nuclear weapons were a topic she had often encountered, with many nations stockpiling them, yet few were ever actually usable. She had always assumed only the island nation had ever experienced nuclear detonation, Now, Banner claimed that America had been subjected to nuclear strikes. Only in the rustic Gotham City would such audacity be tolerated. Banner cast a sidelong glance at Ross, who was still issuing commands, and scoffed. When the warships arrive, do you think he would hesitate to level this place with naval artillery? This isn't the affluent Midtown. Trading a few blocks for these two formidable specimens would be a bargain for the military. Upon hearing Banner's words, General Ross turned, letting out a disdainful huff, and with a forced grin, replied, "Hulk is military property. You would do well to pray he remains intact. Otherwise, you can expect to languish in prison for life." Before Banner could respond, a fiery enmity sprang forth from the inferno-laden street below, leaping high and grasping the edge of the precariously balanced top floor of the building. With a powerful tug, as debris cascaded into the flames below, Enmity propelled himself upward, lunging at the armed helicopter that had been targeting him. The rush of air extinguished the remaining flames on his body, revealing his unscathed form, even as multiple rockets capable of destroying an armored vehicle detonated nearby, wreaking havoc across half the street without inflicting a scratch upon him. Enmity, though endowed with remarkable leaping ability, could not alter his trajectory mid-air, while the helicopter adeptly maneuvered to adjust its position and altitude. Just as Enmity launched himself, the helicopter, hovering 100 meters above, swiftly ascended and tilted to the left, evading his attack. General Ross, observing this, wore a triumphant smile as he addressed Banner. "After our previous failed pursuit of Hulk, I analyzed our strategy and devised a new plan. While Hulk's strength is indeed formidable and unparalleled on land, no matter how fierce a tiger may be, it is but a sparrow in the sky. Therefore, we have modified a helicopter from the Army Aviation Corps to enhance its aerial agility and maneuverability." As General Ross reveled in his explanation, Enmity missed his target and began to descend. However, before he could reach the ground, two rockets soared in from either side, one striking Enmity and erupting into a massive fireball in midair, while the other obliterated a three-story building. Meanwhile, another armed helicopter patrolled the skies, coordinating with 12 soldiers who had disembarked from a wheeled armored vehicle, searching through the remnants of the partially collapsed structure for the elusive individual buried beneath the rubble. In the diagonal rear above them, Enmity was struck by the rocket, the explosion creating a brilliant fireball that illuminated the surrounding streets for hundreds of meters. Resembling a small sun, the thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, drowning out the sound of crumbling bricks from the collapsed building. Amidst the chaos, Greer gradually rose from the debris, bracing himself against the rubble, while the damage from the aerial machine guns was negligible. The car hurled by Enmity had nearly rendered him unconscious, underscoring the immense power behind such attacks. Greer stood amidst the ruins of the 6th floor, gazing out at the inferno that engulfed the street, where flames danced amid the shattered remnants of what once was a bustling marketplace, now transformed into a battlefield. Filled with unbridled fury, he thought to himself, "Let it be known that if you lack a good set of teeth, do not attempt to gnaw my stone. Otherwise, prepare for your roots to be shattered." With a surge of anger, Greer lifted his left arm, the Knight card holder opening to reveal the KR card of the Dragon Knight, which flew into his grasp. In the next instant, the contract card in Greer's left hand was inserted into the driver at his waist, causing the central ruby to project the image of a dragon's head. Kamen Ride Ryuki. The mechanical synthesized voice resonated through the room as Greer's AgitÅ armor was instantly replaced by the Dragon Knight armor. Once more, Greer's left arm was raised, and his points rapidly diminished by 2,100, falling to 3836. The Knight card holder opened again, releasing a card depicting a fearsome red dragon. The mechanical synthesized voice echoed once more, "Attack Rydra Greeter." As the command was issued, the shattered glass around him glimmered with crimson light, transforming Greer's previously blue-green Dragon Knight armor into a striking red. With a resounding roar, a colossal dragon's head surged forth from the crimson glow, encircling Greer with a 6-meter-long body that filled the room to capacity. The commotion alerted the searching soldiers, who immediately ascended the staircase, weapons drawn, while the searchlight from the armed helicopter illuminated the room where Greer stood, rendering the red dragon coiling around him visible to all. Chapter 79. Amphibious Warfare. As the soldiers hurriedly ascended the staircase, they were yet to raise their weapons when they were met with a spectacle that could astonish the most stoic of souls. Coiled within the disordered room was a colossal red dragon. Its sleek body shimmered with a metallic sheen, reflecting the beams of the armed helicopter's searchlight, reminiscent of a steel sea dragon. But how could a dragon exist? Wasn't he a creature of legend? If such a being were to manifest, it ought to dwell within a treasure-laden cavern filled with gold and jewels. rather than in this dilapidated, cramped room. The three soldiers, without exception, stood agape, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The dragon's tail, sharp as a blade, swept across the floor, affirming to the soldiers that this was no mere virtual projection or prop. It was indeed a genuine dragon. The scene, captured by the miniature camera on their helmets, transmitted through the military's data link, left many jaws dropping in astonishment, leading to suspicions of a cyber intrusion within the military network. For how could a creature from Eastern mythology come to life? What is this thing? One soldier exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief, as if he were caught in a dream. His utterance seemed to rouse the dragon, which turned its massive head towards the doorway, its eyes glowing red, fixating on them and instilling such fear that their legs trembled. In a reflexive action, they pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the formidable red dragon, igniting a flurry of sparks. Attack the armed helicopter, Greer commanded telepathically to the dragon, remaining motionless. In contrast to the AI-equipped Pegasus, the dragon was a living being, endowed with autonomous consciousness and the ability to act. The recent bond forged between Greer and the dragon was a contract. Should Greer sever it, the dragon would become a creature without a master, unlike the Pegasus, which would simply vanish. Similar to the disc beast, Shining Hawk, entities bound by a contract that possess awareness or are inanimate can exist independently of their Kamen Rider, meaning that even if Greer were to leave this Marvel universe, these beings would persist. The establishment of the contract rendered the dragon completely obedient to Greer's commands. Without hesitation, it abandoned the three soldiers, crashing into the ceiling and creating a gaping hole as it soared towards the armed helicopter above. With a flight speed nearing 140 meters per second, the dragon reached the helicopter in less than a second, leaving the pilot with no time to react before colliding with the aircraft. The reinforced cabin and glass, capable of withstanding heavy-caliber gunfire, proved as fragile as paper against the dragon's might, which pierced through effortlessly. As the dragon's tail exited the cabin, the helicopter erupted into a fireball, its burning metal fragments raining down upon the streets below. The dragon, unfazed, lunged towards another armed helicopter, moving with such swiftness that its form became a blur. The pilot of this helicopter, upon witnessing the explosion and the streak of red light, lost consciousness as his craft was similarly torn apart in a fiery explosion. General Ross, observing the live feed transmitted by the soldiers, felt as though he had entered a state of disbelief. How could he possibly be witnessing a dragon? Yet, the creature's subsequent actions, destroying one of his armed helicopters, made it abundantly clear that it was real and alive. Banner, wearing a bemused expression, addressed General Ross. Now it can fly. How do you plan to reassess your strategies now? Ground forces have failed. It seems air power is equally futile. Perhaps you should seek additional funding to develop a spacecraft. I've heard that dragons in Eastern mythology dwell in water. Shut up, Ross bellowed, his frustration mounting. In mere moments, another helicopter was reduced to a fireball by the dragon's rampage, leaving only their transport aircraft hovering hundreds of meters in the air. Banner continued to regard Ross with a sardonic smile, subtly drawing closer to Betty while controlling his breathing to prevent the wristband from triggering an alarm. Though the identity of their foes remained unclear, the presence of a dragon and the search for the mysterious individual capable of combating abomination prompted the soldiers to act decisively. The third soldier, grasping a grenade at his waist, hurled it into the room. With a shout familiar to players of shooting games, "Fire in the hole!" The two soldiers immediately dove to the sides, seeking cover as the grenade rolled into the room. Before it could land, Greer swiftly caught it, crushing it effortlessly in his hand, extinguishing the fuse before it could ignite. The soldier, crouched behind the wall, awaited an explosion that never came, only to hear the approaching footsteps drawing ever nearer. Sutta Chapter 80, Major news in the sky. Suddenly, the companion on the ground began to roll, catching the third soldier off guard. However, upon hearing footsteps approaching, he abandoned the thought of evading the grenade and hastily raised his gun. Yet, before he could fully elevate the muzzle, a large hand adorned with a red glove seized it. Greer forcefully yanked the barrel, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the soldier's chest, accompanied by a resounding crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the soldier was hurled backwards, his back colliding with the wall, causing it to cave inwards. When the soldier finally fell from the wall and lay on the ground, his chest and back were already a shattered mess, devoid of life. Greer snatched the rifle from the soldier's grasp, pivoted the barrel, and aimed it at the two soldiers struggling to rise from the ground. With his right index finger, he pulled the trigger in a sweeping motion, rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, two soldiers lay motionless, their bodies riddled with bullets before they could even rise. After expending over 20 rounds from his magazine, Greer casually discarded his rifle, hurling it against the nearby wall, reducing it to mere fragments. As the components tumbled to the ground, he stepped over the shards of glass and approached the window, gazing outside. At that moment, Wu Shuanglong had just collided with the second helicopter, while debris from the first continued to rain down. The machine guns mounted on 3 armored vehicles angled upward, unleashing a torrent of fire at Wu Shuanglong, glancing at his score, which had surged from 38-36 to 45-56. He noted that the points for destroying a single helicopter were almost equivalent to that of a frost giant. This prompted Greer to speculate. The initial takedown of the Iron Overlord had granted him a bounty of 2,300 points, yet its operator, Obadiah, was merely an ordinary individual. Thus, it seemed that points were awarded based on overall prowess. Had Obadiah leapt from the Iron Overlord, he would undoubtedly not have accrued such a high score. A fleeting thought of targeting the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet's base flickered in Greer's mind, but was quickly extinguished. He had no desire to engage in hostilities with a nation. His only wish was to exact revenge on General Ross, maintaining that it was Ross who had fired first. Without hesitation, he conveyed his command to Wu Shuanglong to assault the armored vehicles. As the second armed helicopter plummeted and exploded in a fiery spectacle, Wu Shuanglong, a creature without expansive wings or propulsion, descended swiftly, akin to an eagle swooping down upon its prey, targeting the 3 armored vehicles below. The mere distance of 200 to 300 meters was negligible for Wu Shuanglong, who darted at nearly 140 meters per second, closing the gap in a mere 2 seconds. In the horrified gaze of the soldiers, Wu Shuanglong soared over the first armored vehicle, its 2 immense, razor-sharp claws piercing deeply into the vehicle's armor, effortlessly lifting the 16 to 17-ton beast from the ground, ascending to a height of over 10 meters. The creature released its grip, sending the armored vehicle arcing through the air, crashing into the second vehicle with a force that rendered them as crushed as a soda can. The internal munitions detonated, causing the 2 vehicles to erupt into a cacophony of destruction, akin to exploding grenades. Seeing the first vehicle being seized, the third armored vehicle hastily attempted to retreat in turn, seeking to distance itself from Wu Shuanglong. However, its speed was laughably slow compared to the dragon's. In the blink of an eye, Wu Shuanglong was upon it, its tail, sharp as a blade, effortlessly cleaving the armored vehicle in 2. As the munitions ignited, Wu Shuanglong gracefully ascended into the sky, its tail swaying with nonchalance. Meanwhile, General Ross, aboard a helicopter departing Manhattan, gazed grimly at the screen displaying lost signals. In a span of mere seconds, 2 armed helicopters and 3 armored vehicles had been obliterated by the mechanical dragon, painted a striking red like forged steel. The efficiency of this destruction exceeded even that of the Hulk. Though Ross was bewildered by how the dragon could fly, without wings or jet engines, it was undeniable that it soared with incredible speed, effortlessly lifting vehicles weighing multiple tons. This indicated that armed helicopters were mere targets before the might of this steel-red dragon, and the mobilization of fighter jets and heavy tanks lay beyond his jurisdiction. Even if he possessed the authority to deploy helicopters, he would never dare to allow fighter jets to drop bombs in a city, a death wish that would surely lead to his scapegoating by the military. In a densely populated urban environment, especially Manhattan, the deployment of armed helicopters and armored vehicles was fraught with peril. Fortunately, they were not in the affluent Midtown area, where even the use of armed helicopters and armored vehicles would be heavily restricted. Casting a glance at the quietly seated banner, General Ross inhaled deeply and picked up the microphone, instructing Helicopter Squadron, maintain a safe distance from this area until the escort ships arrive for coordinated action. As Ross issued his orders, the abomination, having broken through a wall, surged into the street, now 3 blocks away from its original location, with panic yet to spread. After all, only 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed since its emergence. Many had heard the explosions and witnessed the helicopters launching rockets, prompting them to emerge from their vehicles and homes. They looked up in disbelief as Wu Shuanglong pierced through 2 armed helicopters in a scene that shattered their perceptions. Many wondered if they had mistakenly wandered onto a film set, questioning whether a dragon could indeed thrive within the confines of a city. In the next moment, will it be the turn of the dragon-slaying warrior, the Dragon Knight, or the divine being to make their appearance? Many people hastily grabbed their phones to capture what was undoubtedly a world-shocking event. However, in the next moment, the adjacent wall was smashed into a gaping hole, and flying bricks struck several passers-by, leaving them bloodied and writhing in agony. Yet, compared to the chaos caused by the abomination rampaging onto the street. These injuries were utterly insignificant. The monstrous giant, effortlessly lifting cars and hurling them at others, provoked screams of sheer terror from the surrounding crowd, who immediately fled in panic. Only a few brave souls dared to draw their pistols and fire at the abomination, but the bullets failed to even pierce its hide, merely enraging the beast and causing it to lunge toward the nearest person. At that very moment, the peerless dragon descended with lightning speed, crashing into the abomination's shoulder and sending it staggering. The creature collapsed onto a car to its left, crushing the vehicle flat. Then, the dragon soared back into the sky, its head tilting slightly downward to level out, just as a figure leaped from the rooftop and landed gracefully upon the dragon's head. Chapter 81. Dragon Knight Imperceptibly. The last vestiges of light vanished beyond the distant horizon as the heavens became entirely shrouded in night's embrace. A luminous moon hung suspended in the celestial expanse, casting its silvery radiance upon the crimson dragon soaring through the skies and the solitary figure standing atop its head, both clearly visible to those below. Greel stood steadfast upon the crown of the peerless dragon, unshaken by the frigid winds at this 200-meter altitude. From such heights, the entirety of Manhattan sprawled beneath him, while the dense constellations of lights from New Jersey and Brooklyn across the river painted the landscape. Had it been daylight, the vast Atlantic stretching eastward would have been unmistakable. Beneath the moon's glow, astride the peerless dragon, suspended so loftily above the world, Greel felt an exhilarating serenity. Humanity has ever yearned for flight, for the boundless skies, birthing inventions like airplanes, rockets, and spacecraft to ascend ever higher. Yet Greel did not forget his purpose here. Swiftly regaining focus, he directed his attention downward to the abomination below. The monstrous creature, slumped against a ruined car, slammed its fist into the ground with a thunderous boom, crushing the already flattened vehicle deeper into the asphalt. Shards of glass and metal erupted like bullets, denting nearby cars. The abomination, lying askew, glared upward at the minuscule silhouette of the dragon and rider. With a single hand, it pushed itself upright, seized another car, and hurled it skyward with terrifying force. The 2-ton projectile rocketed upward at staggering speed, reaching Greel's altitude in mere seconds. Yet before impact, the peerless dragon dove downward, effortlessly evading the makeshift missile as it plummeted toward the abomination. With an innate velocity exceeding 100 meters per second, augmented by gravity, the dragon's descent was breathtakingly swift. Though the dragon angled its dive at 60 degrees, Greel remained motionless upon its head, as though fused to the creature. At 30 meters above ground, Greel abruptly bent his knees and launched himself from the dragon's back, extending his right leg into the stance of Faiz's rider kick. Propelled by momentum and gravitational force, he hurtled toward the abomination, while the dragon maintained its trajectory, descending in parallel. The abomination, having thrown its first car, was already seizing another, its only means of retaliation at this impossible height. But before it could fling the second vehicle, the whistle of rushing wind assaulted its hypersensitive ears. Turning, it glimpsed Greel and the dragon descending like twin comets. The monster hurled the car and scrambled for a third, but too late. The dragon tore through the airborne car, claws and tail reducing it to shrapnel, leaving Greel's descent unchecked. As the abomination's fingers barely grazed a third car's frame, the dragon's head and Greel's boot struck simultaneously, one above, one below. The combined force of speed, mass, and power was catastrophic. Upon impact, the abomination's ribcage and abdomen crumpled inward, bones snapping beneath the pressure. Even its monstrous hide split open, geysers of viridian blood erupting from the wounds. The creature was hurled backward, crashing through cars and asphalt like a ragdoll, bouncing 7 or 8 times across 200 meters before finally skidding to a halt against a highway pillar, half buried in shattered concrete. Greel, rebounding from the kick-ass recoil, flipped backward as the dragon curved beneath him, catching him midair. With seamless coordination, the dragon wheeled about, its serpentine body navigating the narrow street with impossible grace, before ascending once more in pursuit of the still tumbling abomination. Greel steadied himself, bending his knees again, preparing another imitation Faiz's rider kick. Though lacking the photon bloodlines, the dragon's velocity would amplify the strike's force tremendously. This tactic was inspired by AgitÅ, whose evolved motorcycle could enter glide mode, enabling a rider kick with 50 tons of force, 20 more than grounded strikes. While Greel lacked such a machine, the peerless dragon's speed sufficed to enhance his attack, especially with the dragon striking in tandem. The abomination, now a mangled wreck of broken bones and gushing wounds, roared in agony as it struggled to rise. But before it could fully stand, dragon and rider struck again, sending it careening through more cars and fleeing crowds before embedding it into a bridge pillar, the concrete fracturing around its body. After the second strike, Greer landed, his right foot numb from recoil. He needed respite. Another kick might shatter it. The dragon coiled protectively around him, its head resting near his shoulder as they stood defiantly amid the ruined street. To the onlookers, those peering from windows or frozen in flight, this sight was nothing short of mythic. For the boys in their youthful fervor, one thought burned bright. To ride a dragon like this, even once, would be worth dying for. Chapter 82. The military in action. The imposing figure of the masked knight stood resolutely on the street, though his stature did not seem particularly towering. The coiled dragon behind him exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Both their bodies were sheathed in metallic surfaces, evoking a striking sense of futuristic technology, leaving onlookers with the impression that they were witnessing a robot of high-tech design. In contrast to the monstrous entity, the artificial creation was more readily accepted by the crowd, prompting many pedestrians not to flee but to boldly approach and capture the moment on camera. The more timid among them retreated slightly, engaging in hushed discussions with their companions. Videos of the scene were rapidly shared on social media platforms such as Facebook and YouTube, with some individuals even opting for live broadcasts, presenting a comprehensive view of the Dragon Knight currently dominating the street. Yet, the comments flooded in with inquiries about the name of the game or movie, as hardly anyone believed this was a genuine occurrence in the real world. Even among those present, there lingered a sense of disbelief, as if they were watching a film. The long-standing comfort of their lives had led to an instinctive rejection of the world's upheaval, much like stumbling upon a wild Ultraman battling a small monster and questioning whether they were still dreaming. Greer, however, paid no heed to the surrounding crowd. His entire focus was fixed on the abhorrence before him. The results of his two full-speed kicks were unmistakable. The creature's massive skeletal structure was nearly shattered, with blood gushing forth like a torrent, pooling beneath the concrete bridge. Vehicles continued to traverse the elevated highway above, oblivious to the formidable beast lurking below, despite the bridge's support pillar being dented and cracked. It was a mere scratch on the surface of a structure measuring 5 meters in height, 8 meters in length, and 2 meters in thickness, far from being seriously compromised. The wounds adorning the creature's surface began to mend, its internal bones gradually healing. Yet, Greer noticed that the speed of recovery was considerably slower than after enduring AgitO's nightly kick, indicating that the abhorrence's healing was not without limits. After all, the cellular division required for wound healing consumes vast amounts of energy. No matter how powerful, the creature could not escape the law of energy conservation. Even the gamma rays providing energy were finite unless the abhorrence could autonomously absorb external gamma rays. Eventually, it would exhaust its reserves. With these thoughts in mind, Greer once again set his legs in motion, lowering his body slightly before leaping upward with all his might. The twin dragons surged into action, their heads rising swiftly toward the heavens, allowing Greer to once more stand atop the head of the twin dragon. The creature, now nearly restored, struggled free from the bridge pillar, raising its gaze to the sky, where the dragon soared majestically, illuminated by the radiant moonlight. Without hesitation, the abhorrence dashed forward, leaping atop the roof of a nearby 7-story building amidst the gasps of startled pedestrians. Standing atop the building, it looked up at the twin dragon, roaring defiantly, beckoning, "Come down and fight me." Lacking the ability to fly and unable to leap that high, it resorted to such provocation. Upon noticing the twin dragon begin its descent once more, the abhorrence grinned, bending its knees like a coiled spring, eyes fixated on the approaching dragon. As it descended to a height of 200 meters, the abhorrence leapt high into the air, its fists tightly clasped, crashing down toward the position where the twin dragon would land. On that day, at that very moment, many bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Beneath the celestial tapestry of stars and a silvery moon, the colossal creature let out a deafening roar as it collided with the descending red dragon. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated, as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. The air surrounding the point of impact was compressed, creating visible ripples to the naked eye. Many individuals were startled, their ears ringing and expressions contorted with pain, hastily covering their ears. The unmatched dragon's head drooped under the force of the abomination's impact. Yet the abomination itself was left with a concave chest. Positioned high in the air, the abomination was unable to leverage its strength, while the unmatched dragon maintained a relentless forward momentum. Moreover, Greer had leapt high just a second before the collision, thereby avoiding the counteracting force that would have otherwise diminished the unmatched dragon's advance. Following the clash between the unmatched dragon and the abomination, Greer delivered a powerful kick to the abomination's chest, propelling it downward from the sky, crashing onto the overpass like a shooting star, resulting in a resounding boom. A resounding crash shattered the bridge, creating a vast chasm upon its surface. Amidst the swirling dust, the two leading automobiles hastily applied their brakes to avoid plummeting into the abyss. In the sky, Greer had once again descended upon the head of Wu Shuanglong, who ascended toward the heavens anew. Braving the fierce hurricane, Greer raised his left hand, witnessing a reduction of 500 points, bringing his total down to 4,056. The night card box at his waist automatically opened, releasing a card with a crimson background and a golden dragon head emblazoned at its center, which gracefully landed in Greer's left hand. Meanwhile, General Ross teetered on the brink of madness, incessantly inquiring through the microphone about the arrival of the warships. The military's information technology personnel had pinpointed the citizens' mobile phones at the scene, regardless of their consent. Anyone capturing Greer in the loathsome camera with their devices had become a surveillance tool for the military. Although the recorded footage was shaky, blurry, and intermittent, when compiled and edited, the images revealed the loathsome figure utterly powerless against this enigmatic masked assailant, astonishingly captivating the audience. Was this truly the second Hulk, being subdued by a mere diminutive figure? The immense effort and resources expended to engage both willing and unwilling participants in the experiment would seem utterly wasted. However, Banner felt a sense of relief. It was certainly beneficial to have someone tackling this rampaging beast. After all, this creature bore a connection to him. Were it not for his serum, the existence of a second Hulk would not have come to pass. As he pondered this, a startled exclamation from General Ross drew his attention. Turning to the small screen, he witnessed footage captured on a mobile device, revealing a clash between Abomination and the formidable Whiplash. To his astonishment, Abomination was hurled through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. This spectacle sparked a glimmer of surprise in Banner's eyes, and he murmured with a smile, "With the ability to fly and such formidable strength, the Hulk, now equipped with wings, will prove to be a formidable adversary. Your subject is in peril." He scoffed. "In just 2 minutes, 2 missile destroyers will enter firing range. I am eager to see how many missiles he can withstand." General Ross's words were imbued with profound indignation. Chapter 83. The threat from the military. Are you certain you haven't lost your mind? Banner pondered whether the man before him was indeed the genuine Ross, as his decision seemed utterly insane. Utilizing armored vehicles and armed helicopters was already a significant nuisance, yet he now aspired to employ missiles, specifically those launched from destroyers, which wield far greater power than those carried by fighter jets. Was he intent on reducing Manhattan to rubble? Even Betty regarded her father with eyes that betrayed her uncertainty, as if questioning whether he had truly lost his senses, contemplating a missile strike on Manhattan. Should even a single missile land in Manhattan? The individual who ordered the strike would undoubtedly be cast out, facing the wrath of the populace. General Ross cast a sidelong glance at the two, stating, "I do not possess the authority to mobilize naval vessels. I merely follow orders." Banner, his expression rife with skepticism, scrutinized General Ross, his mind racing to connect the general's words with the imminent arrival of the missile destroyers. Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and he inquired, "You have known about the existence of this Dragon Knight for some time, haven't you?" Meanwhile, within the command chamber of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarriers soaring toward North America, Agent Hill rushed in with a tablet in hand, presenting it to Nick Fury with a grave demeanor. "Sir, satellite imagery indicates that 2 naval destroyers have reached the waters off New York, placing Manhattan within their precise strike range. At this distance, the margin for error in targeting will not exceed 30 centimeters. "What?" Nick Fury exclaimed, accepting the tablet and immediately furrowing his brow. The satellite images revealed that these destroyers had departed long ago and had approached alarmingly close. Once their onboard radar was activated, it would encompass the entirety of Manhattan, enabling pinpoint accuracy against any detected target. What are they planning? A look of shock crossed Fury's face as he pondered the implications. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Is it a show of deterrence and intimidation? Have Coulson contact Russell and inform him of the destroyers offshore." With that, he tossed the tablet back to Hill, his expression darkening as he stood on the command deck. He had just rejected the Security Council's control over the yet-to-be-formed Avengers, and now 2 destroyers had arrived off the coast of New York, the significance of which was glaringly evident. It was a blatant display of military might. silently conveying their possession of numerous carrier fleets, thousands of fighter jets, nuclear submarines, and fixed missile launch silos. In comparison, the Avengers were scarcely worth 2 destroyers. With concern, Hill asked, "Sir, if we have Coulson contact Rusev, do you think they might launch missiles?" Nick Fury replied with a grim expression, "No. It is not yet time for that. They are merely conveying a threat, showcasing their strength, reminding visitors that while humanity may be physically frail, the weapons we can create are extraordinarily powerful. Their minuscule strength pales in comparison to this. I will relay this to Coulson," Hill responded, descending to transmit the order to Coulson, who was monitoring the Asgardian visitors. High above, Greer hovered at an altitude of over 400 meters. Peering down through the gaping hole in the overpass, he could clearly see the abomination lying in a crater on the asphalt. His left hand poised to insert a card into the driver when the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted him. After a brief hesitation, he chose to answer. Before he could utter a word, Coulson's voice cut straight to the chase. The military's 2 missile destroyers have arrived off the coast of New York. If their radar is activated, it will cover all of Manhattan, allowing for surgical precision strikes. Whatever you are doing, you should leave quickly. Huh? Greer was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning to look toward the eastern sea, which was shrouded in darkness. Even with the Dragon Knight's remarkable vision, it was insignificant against the boundless ocean. Aside from the lighthouse beams cutting through the night, nothing else was visible. The destroyers Coulson mentioned were entirely elusive. But this was no longer the era of World War II. Warfare now emphasized beyond visual range combat. Anything associated with missiles could strike hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away. Just because he couldn't see them didn't mean they weren't there. But why deploy 2 destroyers against him? It was akin to mobilizing heavy artillery for a mere fishing hole. After a brief moment of contemplation, Greer decisively inserted the attack AR card into the driver, activating the Dragon Knight kick. Intending to eliminate the abomination and secure his points first. Attack ride, Dragon Rider kick. The dual dragon erupted in flames, transforming into a brilliant fire dragon against the night sky. Greer leaped into the air, twisting his body as the flaming dual dragon enveloped him like a fireball. The flames propelled Greer downward at an astonishing speed, far surpassing the dragon's own velocity, nearly reaching the speed of sound as he tore through the air with a piercing roar. Amidst the onlookers, Greer descended like a meteor, trailing a long tail of flames as he precisely navigated through the gaping hole created by the abomination's impact. The moment he passed, the intense heat melted the steel within the concrete, demonstrating just how high the temperature was. With an impact force of 60 tons, the Dragon Rider kick struck the abomination, causing the earth beneath it to sink deeper by 2 or 3 meters. The scorching flames generated an extreme temperature that evaporated the surrounding moisture, and the violent energy of the Dragon Rider kick ignited the abomination from within, engulfing it in flames. Chapter 84. The conclusion of hatred. The searing heat caused the surrounding concrete to fracture, resulting in a cacophony of cracking sounds. The bridge trembled as though 1,000 firecrackers had detonated simultaneously, its once seamless surface now fractured with gaping fissures. The very pillars split apart, molten steel bleeding from their wounds like liquid fire. The combined impact of the Hulk and Rider's descent had dealt catastrophic damage to the reinforced concrete structure, leaving it a shattered skeleton veined with cracks. Beneath the bridge, flames roared skyward from a crater larger than any truck, casting an eerie brilliance across the night. Within the inferno, the Hulk's chest had caved inward, Rider's foot buried deep within the cavity. Blood evaporated before it could spill, flesh charred black as coal, yet this was merely the fire's work. The true devastation came from the Rider kick's energy, ravaging every vein, every muscle, every cell within the Hulk's monstrous form. With a swift backflip, Rider escaped the blaze, then, without hesitation, detonated the now engulfed Ryuki dragon. A thunderous boom, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the earth convulsed violently. The shockwave shattered car windows, glass panes, storefront displays, and even mobile phone screens in its wake, sending pedestrians tumbling to the ground. Above, the already fractured gap in the elevated highway disintegrated further under the blast. Massive chunks of concrete were hurled upward like volcanic debris, expanding the breach from a single lane to 6. Cars with shattered windows plummeted downward like dumplings into a boiling pot. Concrete fragments soared skyward on the scorching updraft, while vehicles spiraled into the inferno below. Flames roared and dust swirled, transforming the scene into a hellish abyss. Terrified screams erupted from the falling cars as onlookers, no longer mistaking this for a film set, scattered in panic beneath the rain of shattered glass. The wail of approaching sirens grew louder, Yet Greer remained unmoved. Ignoring the vehicles plunging around him, he glanced to either side. Flashing police lights were now visible, along with officers forced to abandon their gridlocked cruisers and proceed on foot. Turning back, his gaze fixed on the sea of flames ahead. His Ryuki armor flickered before vanishing. The attack had drained both the drag rudder and his advent card's energy. But the devastation was undeniable. The monstrous abomination within the fire now resembled a shattered porcelain doll, its mutilated form missing chunks of flesh. Grotesque enough for any horror or biopunk film without need for prosthetics. As the creature struggled to rise, Greer raised his left arm. The card case at his waist slid open, and a card bearing Faiz's emblem flew into his grasp. With a swift motion, he slotted it into the deck-arriver at his hip. Kamen Ride Faiz. Within the realm of mechanical synthesis, a central ruby projects the logo of. While radiant photon vessels illuminate Greer's form, transforming him instantaneously into Decade Faiz. Barely having completed his transformation, Greer resolutely draws another card, inserting it into the driver at his waist, and activates the Crimson Drill. Attack Ride Crimson Smash. Amidst the resounding clamor of machinery, a luminous stream of photon blood surged forth from the drive, radiating an unparalleled brilliance as it coursed through the photon veins towards Greer's right leg, rendering it as resplendent as a miniature sun. The loathsome fragmented doll had only just risen when Greer sprang into action, striding boldly ahead. With a powerful thrust of his left foot against the ground, he launched himself into the air, executing a somersault that culminated in a fierce kick to the blackened and wound-riddled chest of the loathsome adversary. Thud. With a dull thud, the flaming abomination was sent flying backward, crashing into a bridge pier several meters away. Before it could even begin to fall, Greer's right foot emitted a crimson beam of light. Upon contact with the abomination's body, the beam expanded instantly into a rapidly spinning red cone. In the next moment, Greer himself surged into the cone, unleashing a concentrated burst of photon energy, 90 of his reserves, directly at the already shattered abomination. The monstrous body detonated like a powder keg. The terrifying shockwave pierced through the 2 to 3 meter thick structure, and the residual energy blast reduced the already fractured bridge pier to fragments. Without its supporting column, the remaining reinforced concrete cage collapsed, slamming into the ground with a heavy impact that sent tremors through the earth. It shattered into pieces, dragging down over a dozen cars in its chaotic descent. A crisp autumn wind swept along the street, gradually dispersing the billowing dust. The once towering and solid bridge pier now stood only as jagged remnants on either side. The rest had been pulverized by the photon energy. When the police, who had abandoned their vehicles to rush to the scene, arrived at the intersection, they were met with a street littered with shattered glass, a collapsed overpass spanning 30 to 40 meters, and numerous injured and trapped victims awaiting rescue beneath the wreckage. Without time to ponder what had transpired, they immediately called for reinforcements, demanding a massive influx of firefighters and ambulances. 2 minutes later, 10 military attack helicopters arrived on the scene. Yet, whether scanning the still-burning streets or the ruins of the overpass, all they found were busy firefighters, medical personnel, and police maintaining order. No trace of the 2 primary targets remained. The helicopters dispersed, expanding their search radius, but even after combing through all of Lower Manhattan, they found nothing. This infuriated General Ross. The loss of 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and over a dozen soldiers, coupled with the massive destruction and casualties, would have landed him before a military court had it not been for Banner's capture, which might just placate public outrage. But Fury could not aid the helicopter squadron in locating their targets. Swallowing his rage, Ross ordered the unit to return to base and arrange for a transport plane at a nearby New Jersey military airfield. He intended to have Banner shipped out overnight. He issued these orders openly, without regard for his daughter Betty or Banner himself. Betty seethed with anger, but Banner remained unbothered, perhaps resigned to his fate. Instead, he comforted her. What's the point in anger? It will only serve to infuriate oneself. As long as Banner exists, there will be no future for us. We must forget our past and gaze toward the horizon. Bruce, you. Betty gazed at Banner in astonishment, wondering why his tone seemed to resemble a farewell. Banner simply smiled at Betty, releasing her right hand and casually discarding the wristband from his arm onto the ground. Chapter 85. The hidden connector. Banner's actions caught General Ross's attention, prompting several soldiers in the cabin to immediately raise their weapons loaded with tranquilizer darts. However, Banner remained oblivious, standing up and turning to Betty, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to Dr. Stern. His serum has proven quite effective. At least I can seize the controls now." Betty, Bewildered and momentarily speechless, was interrupted by Ross, who suddenly shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, as Ross's command echoed, Banner transformed into the towering Hulk, standing an imposing 7 feet tall. The cramped confines of the cabin struggled to contain him, causing the hull to bulge alarmingly. Before the first soldier could even place his finger on the trigger, Hulk's right hand lunged forward, seizing one soldier as if he were a mere chick, and with a casual toss, flung him like a projectile, knocking down the remaining 3 soldiers. Grasping Betty with his left hand, Hulk bent slightly and charged forward, his right shoulder crashing into the rear of the cabin. The sound of metal tearing filled the air as the closed tailgate was smashed open, leaving a gaping hole. Hulk leapt through the breach, still holding Betty securely. Despite being a twin-rotor helicopter, known for its stability compared to single-rotor designs, the abrupt impact from within, coupled with the sudden breach that disrupted airflow, sent the helicopter spiraling out of control, convulsing violently as if in a seizure. As they plummeted from a height of 200 to 300 meters, the rush of wind howled past them, and the intense sensation of weightlessness provoked a terrified scream from Betty, who clung desperately to Hulk's massive arm as if it were her lifeline, or rather, a towering tree. However, this fall lasted merely 6 or 7 seconds before Hulk struck the ground like a hammer, creating a large crater in the parched earth, his feet sinking deep into the ground, reaching up to his knees. The force of the impact sent waves of air that stirred up a flurry of dry grass and fallen leaves, shaking the branches of nearby trees and causing the brittle yellow leaves to flutter down. Situated in a quiet suburban town, where the villas were spaced far apart and no buildings rose above 4 stories, the abundance of trees ensured that Hulk's landing went unnoticed. For Betty, cradled in Hulk's arms, it felt as if they had merely dropped from a height of 1 or 2 meters. With no significant impact, Hulk absorbed all the force of their descent. Gently, Hulk set Betty down, gazing down at her as she remained frozen in shock, still processing the harrowing experience. Hulk stood as an unyielding barrier between her and Bruce, severing their path to the future, and their daring venture to New York had yielded such disappointing results. A profound sense of loss welled up within Betty, reddening her eyes. She bit her lip, struggling to find words, with a multitude of sentiments trapped just beyond her lips. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades approached, and suddenly a blinding beam of light descended from above, enveloping both Betty and Hulk. Instinctively, Betty raised her arm to shield her eyes from the harsh glare. Hulk, who had been intently watching Betty, abruptly lifted his gaze to the helicopter above, then glanced back at her. With his legs slightly bent, he sprang upward, soaring through the air in an arc and landing several dozen feet away before leaping again, bounding further into the distance. As time passed, the height and distance of his leaps increased, clearly indicating that the serum's effects were wearing off. Once Hulk leapt into the air, the helicopter's searchlight followed suit, the blinding light vanishing and allowing Betty to lower her arm. The scene before her was now clear, with the dislodged leaves and grass still suspended in the air. Yet the massive figure that had obscured her view had vanished, leaving her heart feeling hollow. She turned her gaze skyward, watching as the helicopter pursued the retreating Hulk, seemingly leaving her alone in the vast expanse. Despite the helicopter's earnest efforts to catch up, Hulk's earlier impact and the damage to the tail section severely hampered its speed, rendering it unable to keep pace with Hulk's leaps. The soldiers could only watch helplessly as Hulk continued to bound further away, eventually fading into a distant speck swallowed by the darkness. General Ross glared down at the shadowy landscape and the forest below, his face contorted with fury. He slammed his fist against the cabin wall, disregarding the pain in his hand, and surveyed the 4 soldiers who had been incapacitated by Hulk. Pulling out his phone from his pocket, he hesitated briefly before selecting the contact labeled S. Stern. After several rings, the call connected, and before Ross could speak, a disgruntled voice on the other end responded, "Aren't you supposed to avoid contacting me?" Taking a seat and fastening his seatbelt, Ross's tone was surprisingly relaxed as he replied, "I know, but if I don't reach out now, there may not be another chance." What happened? Hulk escaped. The tests yielded no results. Only a multitude of complications. The helicopter is down, the armored vehicle is destroyed, soldiers are lost, and civilians are injured. This could land me in military court, Ross vented, his frustration palpable. On the other end, there was a silence that lasted half a minute before a voice emerged. "Indeed, this is quite troublesome. However, I will handle it with the Senate. You must continue to oversee the Super Soldier Project. That initiative has been halted, and you need to push forward. Tomorrow, a shipment of Hulk serum will be sent your way. I hope you can replicate another Hulk." Ross raised an eyebrow, responding, I will exert every effort, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. This endeavor relies heavily on chance. The likelihood is slim. The Stark family has significant connections and influence within the military. Unless we can persuade the Security Council. Before Ross could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. The Security Council must not be involved. Remember, you must sign. Chapter 86. The Echoing Infinite Gems. This time, it was General Ross who hesitated. Since the Second World War, the Stark family had been the military's principal supplier of weaponry. Even though Stark had disbanded the research division of Stark Industries, his connections within the military remained robust and deeply entrenched. He had caught wind of the proposal mentioned by Senator Stern. Ever since Stark revealed himself as Iron Man, he had frequently appeared in regions ravaged by armed conflict, destroying a significant number of weapons produced by Stark Industries that had been illicitly sold by Obadiah. Such frequent deployments had unveiled extensive data on the Iron Man suit, which could achieve supersonic flight, exhibited greater agility than fighter jets, and carried more ammunition than drones, while requiring minimal space for takeoff and landing. The Iron Man suit was deemed capable of executing a multitude of military tasks, including, but not limited to, low-altitude fleet assaults, armored group maneuvers, assassinations, and sabotage behind enemy lines. Military experts considered it a revolutionary weapon that could redefine the nature of warfare, akin to how the introduction of the Maxim machine gun and tanks relegated cavalry to obsolescence, and how the rise of aircraft carriers rendered battleships obsolete. The emergence of each new weapon system invariably supplanted old tactics and transformed the conduct of war. The military expressed interest in acquiring the Iron Man suit, whether in finished form or through licensing its patents, and sent representatives to approach Stark, only to be met with an unequivocal refusal. Stark dismissed their overtures without even allowing them the opportunity to make an offer, stating that it was merely a prototype and would not be sold until completion. However, it was evident to any astute observer that this was merely an excuse. Tanks and planes were continuously upgraded and could also be classified as unfinished products. After facing this setback, the Pentagon refrained from further direct contact and instead organized a comprehensive analysis and evaluation by military experts regarding the implications and effects of the Iron Man suit on warfare, determining subsequent actions based on their findings. Although the Iron Man suit was formidable, the technology in this world far surpassed that of Greer's previous existence. A single suit was insufficient to sway the tide of war. For instance, the Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was still theoretical in Greer's world, had become a fully realized product in this one. Thus, while the military was eager to obtain the Iron Man suit, they were not inclined to resort to coercion. After all, seizing Stark's Iron Man suit today could set a precedent for plundering other wealthy individuals' possessions tomorrow. Disrupting the established rules of engagement would provoke retaliation from other stakeholders, prompting the military to seek a legitimate purchase instead. Had Stark been a civilian, he would have been subjected to outright extortion. In stark contrast, Greer, lacking any protective backing, was targeted with intent. Upon appearing, he was swiftly assaulted by military helicopters. Had he not managed to escape quickly or found himself in a sparsely populated area, they would not have hesitated to employ missiles rather than merely hovering offshore as a threat. With these numerous considerations in mind, General Ross did not immediately acquiesce, weighing the pros and cons before finally stating, "If you can truly facilitate the passage of the proposal through the Department of Defense, I will sign it in support of your establishment of a special investigative committee." "Then it is settled," replied the other party before abruptly ending the call. Ross withdrew the phone from his ear and returned it to his pocket, staring at the gaping hole in the rear cabin with a grim expression, as if the entire world owed him a debt. Meanwhile, Greer delivered a powerful kick to the abomination, detonating the battered creature into fragments with a surge of photon energy. Taking advantage of the ensuing dust cloud, he quickly vacated the scene, stopping only when he reached a subway entrance a full 10 blocks away. Clearly traumatized by the car that had plummeted from the sky, followed by the series of explosions and columns of fire, he felt unervingly reminiscent of a bombing incident, particularly for those who had endured the building collision attack years prior, instilling a deep fear of a repeat occurrence. Resting his right hand on the driver, the silver metallic belt and left side night card case vanished in an instant, leaving only the decade driver, which Greer placed beside a hamburger. He removed his shirt to reveal bruised shoulders and waist, evidence of a recent battle. Had AgitÅ's defenses been even slightly weaker, he might have suffered serious injury. This body felt too frail compared to his former self, which had possessed layers of fat with energizing and insulating properties. If he lost any more weight, his ribs would soon be visible, though he doubted he would have the opportunity to gain weight, given his constant running and fighting. After a grueling night of combat, he was famished, ready to devour 2 super burgers in quick succession. Having hastily finished his dinner and wiped his hands, he tucked the decade driver beneath his pillow and gently lay down on the bed, closing his eyes. Within 10 seconds, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber, utterly drained both physically and mentally. In his dreams, Greer felt as though he were a willow fluff caught in a whirlwind. Weightless as he spun in all directions, dark red liquid swirled chaotically around him. Despite the bizarre scene, he felt no sensation. As if his consciousness were sealed or he were a mindless puppet, merely a spectator to the unfolding events. In this state, devoid of any sense of time, he could not discern how long he had lingered in the darkness when 5 distinct colored points of light abruptly emerged, pulsating in synchrony. Simultaneously, in an underground facility, a physicist and astronomer he had once met, Eric Shavig, gazed in astonishment at the computer screen before him, as though he had discovered the gateway to a new world. Awash in shock and elation, he found himself in an expansive subterranean chamber, lined with dozens of computers on one side, while the vast open space in the center housed a cabinet-sized instrument. The centerpiece was a square core radiating a ghostly blue light, its surface flickering unpredictably, its frequency perfectly aligned with the 5 points of light Greer had observed in his dreams. Chapter 87. The activated cosmic cube. Eric Selvig's face bore a hint of fervor as the right half of the computer screen before him displayed a myriad of numbers and formulas, rapidly shifting before his eyes. The left half showcased a cube emanating an ethereal blue glow, dispersing a mist-like luminescence in all directions. Behind him, and on either side, researchers were immersed in their tasks, the incessant clattering of keyboards filling the air. Though it was the dead of night, the alarm had summoned them from their slumber, compelling a hasty arrival. Eric, clad only in a lab coat and shorts, his feet adorned with slippers, was a vivid testament to the urgency of their summons. Within moments, Coulson, impeccably dressed in a suit with polished shoes and meticulously styled hair, strode through the heavy iron door, navigating the thick cables strewn across the floor. He approached the research area. After a cursory glance at the Azure Cube, positioned a dozen meters away at the instrument center, he moved to Eric's side and inquired, "Dr. Selvig, what has transpired?" Coulson's gaze shifted upward to the cosmic cube, its surface flickering erratically as if the voltage were unstable. Previously, the cube had emitted a steady brightness for decades without deviation, yet its current state indicated a significant alteration. Nodding in agreement, he turned to Eric and remarked, "I have noticed this as well, but I wish to understand the cause. I do not recall receiving any reports regarding relevant experiments on the cosmic cube this evening. It is not our activation. Rather, the cosmic cube itself has undergone a transformation." Eric finally lifted his gaze to the cube, gesturing towards the computer screen on his left. This is the emission spectrum of the cosmic cube as received by the spectrometer, revealing absorption lines that were once orderly, transitioning to lower energy states. Now, they have become chaotic. Listening to Eric's incessant chatter, Coulson maintained a faint smile, responding in a calm tone. "Could you articulate this in more comprehensible terms?" Eric cast a sidelong glance at Coulson. Though reluctant to waste words and time, he recognized that Coulson was the lead on this project. Thus, he succinctly explained, "In simpler terms, the cosmic cube functions as a safe, allowing us only to observe its energy without access. However, the dials of its combination lock appear to be moving autonomously. While the probability remains low, there exists a chance it might align with the correct combination. If fortune favors us, we could discern a pattern and unlock the safe in advance." Eric's words ignited a spark of interest in Coulson, who fixed his gaze intently upon the flickering blue light of the cosmic cube. After several seconds, he queried, "Are you certain? Yet, the dials should not move on their own. There must be a reason behind this." Eric shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to scrutinize the screen. "I merely offered a metaphor you could grasp. This is not a combination lock. Rather, it signifies that the atomic spectrum of the cosmic cube is beginning to alter, indicating that its energy has been activated. As for the cause," he paused momentarily, retrieving the observational records of the cosmic cube's fluctuations. "Observe the changes in the cube's luminosity. Do you not find its flickering reminiscent of a radio transmission?" Initially, Coulson had not contemplated this angle, but upon Eric's suggestion, he began to entertain the possibility. Remaining silent, he continued to listen as Eric elaborated. "Light harbors vast amounts of energy and information. By observing the night sky, We can receive messages from distant galaxies. Everything in existence emits and reflects visible and invisible light, enabling us to perceive them with our eyes or instruments. The changes in the cosmic cube's luminosity follow a certain pattern. As for the specifics of that pattern or the information it contains, we can only unravel it through continued observation. As Eric spoke, Coulson's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression as he fixated on the ever-changing cosmic cube. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Are you suggesting that the cosmic cube is receiving messages from elsewhere, thus altering its state? Is it possible to isolate it? Will this change affect our research progress? Eric raised his hands in exasperation. I have yet to ascertain what the cosmic cube is composed of or its operational principles. How could I possibly know how to isolate it? Even the notion that it is receiving messages is merely conjecture on my part. Coulson nodded, refraining from further comment. He surveyed the industrious technicians around him, then glanced up at the surveillance cameras mounted on the high ceiling. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to leave. As he closed the laboratory door behind him, he promptly dialed a number on his mobile phone. This is Coulson. I request Agent Barton be reassigned to the Western Base's Joint Dark Energy Project. Yes, I need him to monitor the experimental area. The changes were not confined solely to the expansive base constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Western Desert. Within an ancient edifice nestled deep in the mountains, a golden eye, enshrined upon a pillar adorned with innumerable magical sigils, flickered with a vibrant green light. Its frequency mirroring that of the cosmic cube. Standing nearby in a brown robe was the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, gazing intently at the shifting eye of AgitÅ. Remaining silent for an extended period. Opposite her stood the robed Hammer, a long-bearded figure missing his left hand, both mages observing the ever-changing eye of AgitÅ. After a lengthy silence, Hammer could no longer contain himself. Esteemed One, why does the eye of AgitÅ exhibit such changes? Does it portend something? Ancient One shook her head in silence, pausing for several seconds before responding. There exists a profound connection among all things in the universe when one undergoes transformation. It can impart influence through these latent links to others. Chapter 88. The consciousness that cannot be born. The esteemed mage Hammer remained silent, absorbing the teachings of the revered one, while Ancient One gazed intently at the eye of AgitÅ. The gentle radiance permeated the palace, imparting a tranquil stillness to the heart. As if one could perceive something profound, yet simultaneously, nothing at all. The 6 gemstones originated from a singular source, birthed at the same moment, collectively sustaining this universe. Their interconnection was unbreakable. Should one undergo a transformation, the others would inevitably respond. The implication from the revered one suggested that someone's manipulation of the Infinity Stones had precipitated such an occurrence. Ancient One slowly shook her head, raising her gaze to the boundless starry sky. Starlight cascaded unobstructed through the ceiling, rendering the sanctuary to feel as if it possessed only 4 walls, devoid of a ceiling. What do you mean? Mage Hammer asked. Uncertainty etched across his features as he regarded the emerald glowing eye of AgitÅ. In that instant, the light of the eye dimmed, causing it to close once more, sealing away its brilliance. Ancient One refrained from further comment, taking a step forward. She placed her right hand upon the stone pillar, and magic surged from her palm, igniting the intricate patterns of the magical array etched upon it with a soft golden glow. The light flowed like water, illuminating the somewhat weathered floor with golden lines that cascaded from the pillar to the walls, climbing upward like ivy, bathing the 4 walls in a golden radiance. The magical lines spread to the ceiling, coalescing into the shape of the earth, yet this sphere was ensnared by a vast golden web emanating from 3 points. Anything entering the earth that surpassed the web's mesh would inevitably trigger its detection. This analysis persisted for over 10 minutes before concluding that the eye of AgitÅ remained unperturbed, and the Earth's defense network exhibited no anomalies. This revelation soothed Ancient One's mind. During such tumultuous times, the Earth's spatial defense could not afford any discrepancies. Mage Hammer found himself bewildered. Only the Supreme Mage could comprehend the esoteric cosmic secrets whispered within Kamar-Taj, secrets that were never inscribed in texts. The remarks made by Ancient One were entirely new to him, and even she seemed uncertain of their implications. As she spoke, a portal materialized before Ancient One, through which she stepped and vanished from sight. Mage Hammer followed suit, leaving behind the eye of AgitÅ, which remained in serene vigil. Its surface smooth and pristine despite the passage of time, as though it had just been forged. At dawn, a helicopter traversed the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, landing at the western base of S.H.I.E.L.D. This facility boasted a vast array of structures above ground, alongside subterranean chambers exponentially larger, constituting one of SHIELD's most vital strongholds. As the cabin door opened, Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, descended the helicopter, followed closely by Clint Francis Barton, known as Hawkeye, who carried a case. Agent Coulson greeted the director with a smile at the entrance. The trio entered a vehicle, where Coulson succinctly reported the recent developments concerning the Tesseract, emphasizing Eric's hypothesis it was likely that an unknown entity somewhere in the universe had transmitted a signal, awakening the long-dormant artifact. Throughout Coulson's briefing, Nick Fury remained contemplative, his thoughts veiled. Upon reaching the empty subterranean laboratory, his first focus was the Tesseract, which had regained its original luminosity, exhibiting no further changes. After observing for a considerable duration, Nick Fury turned his head, scanning the surroundings, and pointed to a platform approximately 7 or 8 meters high, measuring 3 or 4 square meters. Agent Barton, that vantage point should allow you to oversee the entire laboratory. You must be present for all experiments involving the Tesseract. Understood, sir, Barton replied, his expression impassive, as he began to assess his new workspace. After delivering this directive, Fury seemed to recall something and added, for the time being, refrain from informing NASA and the military about this development. Though they have invested in this joint venture, I have no intention of sharing with our partners. Understood, sir, Coulson replied promptly. Chapter 89. The Phantom Rider. This night was destined to be tumultuous, as 2 streets of Manhattan Island were ignited by rockets launched from armed helicopters, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the sky. Even from a considerable distance in New Jersey, the crimson sky was distinctly visible. 5 black luxury vehicles sped along a secluded and tranquil road, their progress accentuated by the ominous light. Within the second armored vehicle sat Frank Amick, who tilted his head to gaze at the blood-red horizon through the reflective-coated window, speaking into his phone. Old, dilapidated streetlights and worn-down buildings raced past, and as they turned a corner, Frank Amick ended the call. A subordinate in the passenger seat leaned forward and said, "Boss, our brothers in the back report that a motorcycle is following us." His business had suffered significantly. His subordinates were beginning to lose faith, their efficiency waning, and none dared to undertake the perilous task of handling the merchandise. This infuriated Frank, yet he felt powerless to change the situation, compelled to first address the unseen threat lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing that a motorcycle was tailing them, Frank Amick's thoughts immediately turned to that troublesome individual who had jeopardized their dealings. His expression darkened, and through clenched teeth, he commanded, "Eliminate him." With Frank Amick's order, the 2 vehicles behind began to decelerate. Maneuver in the muffled gunshot resounded, unleashing a rapid succession of projectiles streaking like meteors toward the headlights behind. As the echoes of the gunfire faded, the motorcycle erupted into a raging inferno, instantly engulfing the rider in a blazing embrace. One of the gunmen exclaimed joyfully. Amidst the cacophony of cries, "I struck his fuel tank. It was undoubtedly me." Another gunman immediately countered, and the other 4 ceased fire, only to be astonished to discover that the flaming motorcycle remained upright, hurtling forward at an even greater speed than before it caught fire, leaving a long trail of flames on the highway. Before he could finish his sentence, a burning iron chain emerged from the motorcycle, soaring towards the left. In the blink of an eye, it passed the vehicle on the left. The rider on the motorcycle swung his right hand, and the chain sliced through the air like a staff, effortlessly cleaving 2 speeding cars and their occupants in half. The driver of the 3rd vehicle gazed in disbelief at the rearview mirror, witnessing the flaming motorcycle and the 2 ignited cars that had been cast behind. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, the cars were racing at 90 miles per hour, yet the motorcycle closed the distance in mere moments. With a swift tug of the chain in his grasp, the lengthy iron chain astonishingly levitated, its flames vividly illuminating the night sky. In the next instant, this chain, nearly 2 or 3 meters in length, plummeted downwards, instantly elongating to over 20 meters, with a resounding whoosh. With a resounding crack, the automobile was cleaved in 2, flames swiftly engulfing it, transforming the severed vehicle into a colossal fireball within moments, reducing its occupants to mere ashes. Frank lay on the back seat, observing the relentless pursuit of a motorcycle ablaze with fervent flames. In such a brief span, a significant portion of his men had been annihilated. It was likely that this individual had thwarted several of their dealings. "Hurry, hurry," Frank shouted at the driver, urging him to maneuver the lead car to shield them from behind. However, as the vehicle barely shifted, it was struck by a fiery chain from the rear. erupting into two blazing fireballs. Frank's face turned pale in shock. He had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. He could only hastily implore the driver to flee. The driver, trembling with fear, nervously pressed the accelerator to the floor, attempting to outpace the flaming motorcycle. Yet, his gaze involuntarily flicked to the left rearview mirror, where the fiery chain hurtled towards them once more. Letting out a panicked shout, he desperately swerved the steering wheel to evade the impending doom. Alas, his speed was far too slow in comparison to the chain. Before the wheel could fully turn, the chain struck the rear tire, severing a quarter of it, causing the speeding car to overturn. It rolled several times before crashing into a sturdy tree by the roadside, bringing the tree down with it, but ultimately wedging the car in place. The flaming motorcycle came to rest beside the overturned vehicle, its flames quickly extinguishing, revealing an unremarkable heavy motorcycle where once a skeletal apparition had been. The entwined chains reverted to their original state, and the blazing skull regained flesh and blood. Just then, Frank, struggling to extricate himself from the wreckage, managed to poke half his body through the shattered glass when a hand, clad in black leather gloves, seized as before Frank could ponder further. Damon, filled with animosity, spoke up. "Do you know? For over a decade, I have pondered the manner in which we would finally meet. And now my wish has come to fruition." Frank struggled to muster a faint smile and asked, "Hey, what do you desire? U.S. dollars. Or perhaps gold and silver, items that are readily convertible, I can provide you with." Before Frank could finish his sentence, Damon, with a subtle smile gracing his face, interjected, "I desire your soul." "What?" Frank thought he had misheard. Who would desire a soul? However, before he could inquire about the sale, he was met with an utterly terrifying sight. Flames erupted abruptly from Damon's face, and in the blink of an eye, his head was reduced to a stark white skull. Chapter 90, Truth or Illusion. At such close proximity, the skeletal visage devoid of flesh was unmistakable, its chains writhing like wind-tossed ribbons, reed in searing flames that miraculously spared the leather garments clinging to its frame. The scorching heat radiating from it served as a visceral reminder to Frank this was no mere illusion, but genuine, consuming fire. Frank prided himself on having weathered countless harrowing encounters, emerging from literal mountains of corpses, yet never had he imagined confronting a living skeleton that now throttled the breath from his lungs. In the dead of night, this blazing specter eclipsed the terror of any horror film 100-fold, leaving Frank trembling uncontrollably. His wide, unblinking eyes remained fixed upon the hollow sockets of the skull, every hair on his body standing rigid as his mind blanked and limbs froze, paralyzed. Were it not for Damon's steadying grip, he would have collapsed bonelessly to the ground. The flaming skull's jaw worked soundlessly before emitting a rasping command, "Gaze into my eyes. Let the fires of hell cleanse your sins." The words carried an unnatural compulsion, drawing Frank's unwilling gaze toward those twin, flame-filled voids. An inexplicable force emanated from them, stretching his soul taut, inch by excruciating inch, as though wrenching it from his very bones. Suddenly, unbidden, the memory of his first kill surfaced, the intoxicating blend of dread and perverse exhilaration. A carousel of wicked deeds spun mercilessly before his mind's eye, each recollection fueling the inferno that now consumed both body and soul. Within moments, he was reduced to nothingness, leaving not even ashes behind. Frank was not alone in this fate. Every occupant of the 5 vehicles met identical ends, their immolated forms vanishing without trace, leaving only pristine garments fluttering to the ground. Stranger still, the cars themselves bore no marks of the conflagration, interiors untouched, flammable upholstery unscorched. Meanwhile, in Midtown Manhattan, a black sedan glided past Times Square, halting beside an unremarkable office building. Grant Ward emerged, clutching a silver case, and disappeared inside. The vehicle departed immediately, carrying an identical case beneath the passenger seat as it sped toward New Jersey. 10 minutes later, an encrypted email transmitted from that very building landed in Deputy Director Hill's inbox. Agent Ward's detailed report on the Chinatown incident, complete with 15 vials of varying serum concentrations retrieved from the scene. Exhausted from the previous night's battle, Greer slept well past noon, his body aching from the confrontation with the abomination. His shoulders and legs throbbed with residual soreness, limbs heavy as lead. Yet some unknown enhancement, perhaps from one of the rider cards, had accelerated his recovery. The once livid bruises spanning his torso had faded overnight to near invisibility. Languidly reclined in bed that afternoon, Greer absently chewed a burger while fixated on the news. Every major network decried the bombing in Chinatown as another terrorist attack 9 years in the making, the official narrative, conspicuously omitting military helicopter strikes. As for the green behemoth or the airborne dragon, those tales thrived only in tabloids and online forums. Now joined by a menagerie of absurdities, crocodilian river monsters, skyscraper-scaling apes, train-sized serpents, eyewitness accounts, authentic footage, and alleged physical evidence lent these tales equal credibility to the abomination's rampage. Soon, so-called experts emerged, denouncing the videos as CGI fabrications and urging public skepticism. Hollywood effects teams released tutorials demonstrating how green screens could conjure such illusions. News crews descended on monster sites, debunking alleged destruction as staged or non-existent. A third of original video posters confessed to orchestrating hoaxes for clicks. Though thousands had witnessed the abomination and Greer that night, with thousands more hearing or glimpsing shadowy figures, their numbers paled against global populations. The axiom that truth lies with the majority proved hollow. Eyewitnesses to reality remained few, and collective skepticism dismissed all accounts as attention-seeking fabrications. For a week, sensational claims dominated headlines until, through sheer saturation, reality itself became suspect. Yet Chinatown's tragedy remained prime spectacle, with networks parading survivors like the black mother-son pair Greer had saved. "I'm Alpha Ward," the woman told cameras, a government employee. "This is my son, Charlie Spencer. A week ago, we drove through Chinatown and saw someone in gleaming armor standing between us and that monstrous green creature." Chapter 91. The Dwarves Forge. Suddenly interjecting from the guest seats was a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Charlie Spencer, who remarked, "He resembles Iron Man, but not in red." Greer gazed at the slightly overweight African-American woman speaking eloquently to the camera, pondering for a moment before realizing that this mother and son must have been the passengers of the vehicle that had been kicked away by the abomination during the initial incident. Yet amidst the plethora of news articles detailing the extent of the damages and casualties, it was nearly impossible to find a clear photograph of the abomination or the masked rider online. Greer distinctly remembered numerous individuals capturing photos and videos that night. It seemed implausible that not a single high-definition image had emerged. Clearly, some powerful entity was obstructing the dissemination of such images and news to a widespread audience, likely SHIELD, as they were tasked with managing supernatural events and entities. However, while the average onlooker remained oblivious, the higher-ups, particularly the military, must have been acutely aware of their existence. After all, 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and over a dozen soldiers had been effortlessly dispatched. This would undoubtedly breed enmity, especially with General Ross leading the charge. This individual had ascended to the position of Secretary of State following the events of Captain America, Civil War, and it was clear that such a rise to power required substantial backing. This was also the reason Greer refrained from pursuing that helicopter the previous night. Losing a few low-ranking soldiers might be manageable, but eliminating a general would provoke significant retaliation, potentially alienating other generals. SHIELD might offer assistance, but there was no reason for them to provide help without some form of compensation. They were not obligated to clean up after him. Greer possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood the limits of his capabilities and the potential repercussions of his actions. When he first arrived, lacking experience and power, he had hesitated to intervene even in the abomination incident from a week prior. Now, however, he wielded the unparalleled dragon, capable of multi-domain combat, and his operational time within the mirrored world had nearly tripled. He was no longer intimidated by mere helicopters. Even a full aviation regiment would pose no threat. Once he collected the 9 ultimate cards and unlocked the Decade God mode, he would not even regard Ross, backed by formidable forces, let alone the American military. He could topple an aircraft carrier with sufficient cards to amplify his attack power. Having accrued over 6,000 points from defeating the abomination, along with his remaining points, he had surpassed 10,000. Yet Greer chose not to hastily exchange them. His current strength sufficed for his present circumstances, and he would wait to exchange points when faced with insurmountable challenges. Regrettably, Frank's criminal organization had abruptly disbanded, and even Frank himself was nowhere to be found. For an entire week, Greer had searched for Frank's whereabouts, yet to no avail. The only lead he had was a report from the New York Police Department concerning an incident involving 5 vehicles discovered on a secluded road in northern New Jersey. Frank's men's vehicles had been severed in half, and Frank's car was overturned by the roadside, with only clothing found inside, no bodies. It was evident that he had been taken, and not amicably. Greer surmised it was a case of black-on-black violence. After all, in this world, debts must be repaid, whether through violence or victimhood. Hadn't he someone similar to Greer previously attacked Frank's trading dock? This was likely the retaliation. The news of Frank's disappearance, and the implication that he might be dead, brought Greer a sense of relief, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered. Having been in this world for 2 months, he had first followed the Elder in acts of heroism, and this past month had been consumed with dismantling Frank's operations, significantly weakening his influence, leading to his current predicament of being a victim of betrayal. The sudden absence of his long-standing target left Greer at a loss for what to do next. He had spent an entire day brooding in his room, unable to devise a plan. He had always been one to take life one step at a time. Long-term strategies and short-term goals were foreign concepts to him. Creating a future development plan would be akin to scaling a mountain. Ultimately, he surrendered to his thoughts. Lying in bed and sighing helplessly, he truly missed his former languid life, free from the burdens of a malevolent purple potato demanding the snap of fingers, devoid of the numerous villains eager to bring about world destruction. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, within a once vibrant stellar system that had now perished, not quite a stellar system, as all its planets had been consumed by the expanding red giant before the star underwent a supernova explosion, subsequently collapsing into a neutron star. However, this neutron star, with a diameter of 10 kilometers and ranking among the universe's most extreme celestial bodies, was entirely encased in layers of metal. Unlike other neutron stars that spun at astonishing rates, this one was shielded from gravitational forces and cosmic rays by a Dyson sphere-like metal etched with intricate magical sigils, preventing any emissions into the cosmos. This human-controlled neutron star was anchored by colossal bearings, unfathomable in size to any Earthling, connecting it to over 500 massive rings that formed an immensely intricate and sophisticated apparatus. A small spacecraft approached swiftly, arriving at the single port. Loki, wearing an appropriate smile, disembarked from the vessel, his gaze immediately drawn to the central neutron star radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Indeed, this neutron star emitted a dazzling light. And under the control of this vast machinery, cosmic rays and radiation were directed along specific paths, generating temperatures sufficient to melt any metal in the universe. This was the dwarves' proudest creation, a testament to their exceptional technological prowess. Chapter 92. The Seekers of the Infinity Stones. Behind Loki lies the pitch-black void of the cosmos, while ahead glimmers a neutron star so radiant that it cannot be gazed upon directly. Here, darkness and light coexist, warmth and cold intertwine. And the marvel of this place rivals that of Asgard, which floats amidst the stars. The weapons and armor crafted here are destined for delivery to Alfheim, where elves will inscribe magical sigils upon them. Subsequently, they will be imbued with divine power by the ancient and wise Vanir before being dispatched to Asgard to equip its armies. This is Nidavellir, renowned throughout the universe yet shrouded in mystery. Many are aware of the dwarves' unparalleled ability to forge the most formidable weapons, yet few know the name of their dwellings, and even fewer can pinpoint its exact location. The atmosphere here is chaotic, with scattered components strewn about, a plethora of machines and pipes cluttering the space, leaving only narrow pathways that lend an air of congestion. As Loki approaches the area illuminated by the largest beam of cosmic rays, he encounters the towering dwarf king Eitri, whose stature surpasses even that of 2 Lokis stacked atop one another. Eitri gazes down at Loki, his voice booming in the Asgardian tongue. "We have only completed half of this batch of equipment, and I have received no notice from Asgard regarding an expedited delivery." "I am not here to collect equipment," Loki replies, his demeanor amiable and courteous, "but rather to request your assistance in crafting a few suitable weapons. The materials are aboard my ship. We have forged countless weapons for Asgard. Are none of them suitable for you?" Eitri inquires. "Those are meant for the army and are not particularly suitable for my needs," Loki responds. Eitri nods, acknowledging Loki's royal status. Requesting specially crafted weapons is not unreasonable, especially since Loki provides his own materials. He turns to a few nearby dwarves, issuing commands in their tongue. The tall dwarves set aside their work and stride toward the port to load Loki's materials for transport to the melting furnace. After giving instructions, Eitri leads the way to the furnace, asking, "What style of weapon do you desire?" "We only have standard molds. For something unique, we would need to create a new mold." "There's no need for that. Standard molds will suffice. Please forge 2 short swords and a dagger from the materials I brought." Ensuring to reserve triple the slots for enchantments, Loki instructs. Eitri's expression shifts to one of surprise. "You seek short swords, not a staff? I recall you studying magic. Why the desire for warriors' weapons?" "For self-defense," Loki replies. "In close combat, short swords are more effective than magic." Eitri refrains from further comment. Since Loki has requested short swords, they will be made accordingly. As they approach the immense melting furnace, 3 carts laden with cold iron are pushed over by 6 dwarfs. AgitÅ immediately identifies the ore. This is cold iron, high-quality cold iron, a unique product of Jotunheim. Before AgitÅ can finish, Loki interjects, "Indeed. Asgard's storeroom contains enough cold iron to fill 100 carts. In close-quarters combat, ice-based weapons hold the advantage. Why would a mage insist on close combat?" AgitÅ mutters, lifting a cart single-handedly and pouring its contents into the vast melting furnace, which is only 1/4 filled with the 3 carts of metal. Next, AgitÅ begins to adjust the mechanisms, aligning the layers of metal plates surrounding the neutron star to direct a beam of radiation onto the furnace. With extreme heat, the cold iron melts, purging impurities from the ore. The pure molten cold iron flows into the standard weapon molds, commencing a series of processes including cooling, forging, and sharpening, while also reserving triple the slots for enchantments as per Loki's request. While waiting, Loki leisurely explores Nidavellir, where hundreds of dwarves, longtime residents, primarily produce standard equipment with little technical flair. The finest furnace in Nidavellir has not been used for ages. The last time it operated was for the forging of Thor's hammer, and ordinary weapons are seldom crafted there, reserved solely for royal-grade weaponry. Gratefully, Loki thanks AgitÅ and steps into his ship. As he prepares to close the hatch, he suddenly inquires, "I have heard that the Infinity Gauntlet in Asgard's treasury was forged in Nidavellir." Oh, Loki appears as an eager student, enlightened by the revelation. Nodding appreciatively at AgitÅ before politely bidding farewell and departing in his ship from Nidavellir. Once Loki's vessel vanishes from sight, AgitÅ murmurs in a barely audible voice, "Where did he learn this? Bor has long since destroyed and sealed that information. Could Bor have revealed it to Odin? Did Odin then disclose it to him?" Meanwhile, Loki, aboard his ship, does not head to Asgard but rather steers his craft beyond the 9 realms, towards the renowned chaotic star domain of the universe. Within a colossal ship shaped like 2 V's connected at their points, a figure clad in a black robe kneels before a massive screen measuring 10 meters in width and length, his head bowed in reverence. "Master, I exchanged 100 biomechanical soldiers for information about the cosmic cube from an Asgardian. It is located in Midgard. Shall we dispatch someone to ascertain the stone's precise location?" "No. The time is not yet right. Continue searching for the other stones. We shall act only when all are found." Chapter 93, The Collaborative Scheme of Loki and Laufey. Once again, the perpetually icy and cloud-shrouded realm of Jotunheim welcomed the arrival of the information merchant. This time, however, he made a grand entrance, descending upon the largest glacier in a ship. As the vessel's door swung open, Loki stepped out with a smile. Unconcerned by the towering frost giants surrounding him, he was soon escorted to the presence of Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Although this was deemed a palace, it bore more resemblance to a primitive cave, merely transformed from stone to ice. The walls, ceiling, and floor were exceedingly rough, strewn with ice shards. Devoid of any aesthetic appeal, and the rugged style could easily offend the sensibilities of perfectionist elves. As Laufey spoke, a colossal lizard-like head, measuring 4 to 5 meters, protruded from a large ice cavity to the left of the elevated throne. It bared its teeth at Loki, exhaling cold air that crystallized into delicate ice flowers as they drifted down. Loki, unperturbed, maintained his smile and addressed Laufey, inquiring why he had dispatched such a feeble contingent. After all, Asgard was ever vigilant over the 9 realms, and Midgard had its own guardians. Utilizing the same passage twice would squander the precious secret route. Laufey scoffed, reclining lazily on his throne, and queried Loki on what intelligence he intended to sell this time. Shaking his head, Loki replied with a smile, "I have come to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" Laufey echoed. "Indeed, collaboration. Since you are unwilling to send your most elite warriors to Midgard, let us trade quantity for quality. Send 1 or 2 small squads to accompany my 100 soldiers to capture Thor." Laufey's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "What do you stand to gain from this partnership?" "You seek to exchange Thor for the Frost Box, while I desire the Infinity Gauntlet from Odin's treasury. Thor is the Prince of Asgard. Odin will surely agree to our terms." Loki's heart skipped a beat at Laufey's words, yet he maintained his composure, retaining his neutral smile. "But that prince remains in Asgard, which is far more fortified than the feeble Midgard. Neither of us possesses the means to infiltrate the heavily guarded Asgard. I have spent 3 months locating another secret passage to Midgard, capable of transporting our forces." Laufey regarded Loki with a predatory grin, rising slowly to tower over him, his eyes cold and indifferent. Loki instinctively tilted his head back, his right fist tightening as anxiety crept in, questioning whether Lao Fei had discerned his true identity. An admirable suggestion. Let us proceed as you propose. I shall grant you 3 squads, led by you to Midgard, if you can capture Thor and bring him here. Unless Asgard's army launches a full-scale assault, you need not worry about departing with Thor from Jotunheim. Relieved, Loki smiled and nodded. It is settled then. Soon, 30 imposing frost giants assembled on the glacier. Compared to the previous militia, these were seasoned combatants, prompting Loki to nod in approval. While they might not suffice against the god of thunder, they would surely be more than adequate to subdue the powerless Thor. Previously, when Loki had accompanied Thor, the frost giants had seized his arm, exposing his unique ice-blue skin. Lao Fei had sensed the anomaly to confirm his suspicions. He had discreetly tested Loki with the frost power that coursed through his blood during Loki's 3 visits over the past few months. Any Asgardian would have succumbed to frostbite. Yet Loki remained unaffected, solidifying Laufey's belief that he was indeed the son lost in that great battle. Unaware of Laufey's intentions, Loki pondered his next move. The last frost giant squad, though not particularly formidable, was certainly beyond the capabilities of a powerless Thor. To his dismay, they had vanished without a trace in Midgard, leading him to suspect that they had been eliminated by Midgard's guardians, as he had overheard Odin mention. Thus, he had meticulously gathered 100 biomechanical soldiers alongside the 30 frost giants, preparing to confront Midgard's guardians. After all, Odin had yet to fall into his deep slumber, and Loki dared not reveal himself against Thor, for he knew Odin would not hesitate to deploy Asgard's most formidable destroyers to eliminate him. Loki piloted the ship silently through the secret passageway to Midgard, arriving in New Mexico. Snowflakes danced from the sky, cloaking the earth in a silver shroud. The townsfolk had long since fled the area surrounding Thor's hammer due to a toxic gas leak, leaving only the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base constructed around the hammer. This base had evolved beyond a simple plastic tent, now a sprawling structure of brick and stone, comprised of over 20 buildings, complete with high-voltage power lines to meet the ever-growing energy demands. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s myriad efforts, they had not been able to move the hammer, which remained firmly embedded in the ground, forcing them to invest heavily in constructing the base for research purposes. With layers of walls, watchtowers, and squads of soldiers, the security was as stringent as a vault. Yet, Loki navigated with ease to the core of the facility, the resting place of Thor's hammer. With an expression devoid of emotion, Loki gazed at the hammer, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding guards. He reached out to grasp the hammer's short handle, pulling with all his might, yet it remained immovable. Even with both hands employed, the hammer lay there, silently mocking Loki's audacity. Chapter 94. The Unmovable Hammer Loki. With an indomitable spirit, tugged at Thor's hammer several times, yet it remained obstinately immovable, not even dislodging a grain of earth beneath it. A flicker of irritation crossed Loki's otherwise brooding countenance. Ever since he discovered his identity as a frost giant rather than an Asgardian, his perspective on Odin's perceived favoritism had shifted. Being a non-biological son, it was evident that he could not expect the same dedication in his upbringing. Take Thor, for instance. Wielding a hammer forged from the core of a planet, clad in the finest armor crafted from Asgard's most exquisite metal. A formidable symbol of his prowess in battle across the 9 realms, capable of dispatching enemies with ease and basking in the adoration of the masses. In stark contrast, Loki had been taught an array of spells by his adoptive mother, Frigga: illusions, duplication, invisibility, spatial containment, and shielding, among others, while he possessed offensive magic. It paled in comparison to the combat skills of the elite warriors of the celestial realm, let alone the valorous Thor. This disparity resulted in Thor amassing a legion of followers, while Loki remained largely overlooked. Previously, Loki believed that his perceived inadequacies were the reason for his inferiority to Thor. Now, he grasped the painful truth. His status as a non-biological son precluded any genuine investment in his development. When one harbors prejudice, even the most mundane matters appear distorted. This was Loki's reality as he stared at the immovable hammer and whispered, "Just wait, I am the rightful king of Asgard, and I shall prove it to you, father." As Loki's spacecraft traversed the night sky and approached New York, the southern tip of Manhattan erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, reminiscent of a meteor shower, blossoming into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors against the night backdrop. The streets below teemed with throngs of people, predominantly of Asian descent, with only a small fraction belonging to other ethnicities. Each face radiated joy as they reveled in dragon and lion dances, celebrating the new year. Loki's ship glided overhead. And as he observed the bustling crowd and the streets adorned with red lanterns, he smirked disdainfully and muttered, "It is precisely because the Midgardians squander their time on such trivial amusements that Midgard has become the weakest realm of the nine. Freedom is their greatest folly." As Loki's ship soared past downtown towards uptown, a character named Greer sensed something and gazed up at the pitch-black sky. Yet, apart from the fireworks and stars, there was naught but emptiness, leaving Greer puzzled as he tilted his head, returning his focus to the festivities. Time had dulled many memories. Merely 3 months had passed since the Chinatown explosion, and the remnants of devastated buildings and charred vehicles had yet to be cleared by the inefficient American engineering teams. Most had already forgotten the tragedy, preoccupied with the demands of work and life, leaving little energy to ponder matters seemingly unrelated to them. The online discourse had also settled into silence. The sensational news of the Eastern Dragon battling the Green Monster had long since been overshadowed by an incessant stream of entertainment news. People were more concerned about their jobs and tax obligations than other issues, viewing them as mere spectacles. Due to the destruction of the building where Daisy and Hyde resided, caused by the conflict involving Greer and the Despised, they temporarily took shelter with Uncle Jimmy until the sluggish government completed repairs. Over the ensuing month, an idle Greer resorted to poring over a pile of books, revealing that his intellect was merely average, far from the realm of photographic memory. Even with Daisy, who also stayed with Uncle Jimmy, diligently tutoring him during her spare time, Greer's performance in the SSAT in December remained dismal. Ultimately, after deliberation with Uncle Jimmy and Hyde, Greer decided to allocate a sum of money for Hyde's assistance in securing a fake academic enrollment at a remote school in Alaska, one that allowed him to possess a student status and graduation certificate without attending classes. He then transferred as a student to the public school where Daisy was enrolled. Having often seen mockery of foreigners' numerical skills, Greer, after beginning school in mid-January 2011 and attending for nearly a month, finally understood the underlying reasons. The material he had covered in middle school in his past life was, astonishingly, the curriculum of high school in American public schools. Teachers would casually lecture while students merely listened, with no assignments to complete. The remaining time was devoted to parties, drug use, and revelry. Reports of the ease of foreign high schools were not unfounded, but such leniency was confined to public schools that did not require tuition. Private schools in America were the epitome of quality, especially in high school education. Across the nation, there were tens of thousands of high schools. Yet fewer than 1,000 were private, and admission was not easily accessible. The offspring of societal elites, business magnates, and political figures primarily attended these institutions. Students there were not afforded an easy education. Rather, they encountered a curriculum that was often more rigorous than that of domestic high schools. With exceptional student bodies, top-tier faculty, and outstanding educational standards, the majority of graduates gained admission to prestigious universities, thereby widening the chasm between social strata. This system adhered to an elite education model, or what could be deemed as a form of indoctrination, ensuring that only a select few ascended to prominence while the majority merely existed. To illustrate, the annual tuition at private high schools, excluding additional fees, could amount to tens of thousands of dollars, an expense beyond the means of an average family. Chapter 95. Helplessness. One cannot help but acknowledge that admission into private high schools is not solely determined by wealth. Indeed, those fortunate enough to possess substantial financial resources to donate buildings may bypass entrance examinations altogether, gaining entry into prestigious high schools and universities, ultimately returning to their own enterprises, while interviewing graduates from top-tier institutions globally. As for public schools, their funding is contingent upon state or federal allocations, with educational systems varying across states, some adhering to the 6-3-3 model, others to the 6-6, 8-4, or 4-4 frameworks. Schools that receive significant funding can naturally attract renowned scholars and professors, as the capitalist landscape of America dictates that without financial backing, few would consider imparting knowledge. Such schools can also provide students with opportunities to engage in various social activities and conduct costly experiments requiring extensive resources. Moreover, the United States delineates school districts, permitting students residing nearby to attend local public schools. However, truly well-funded institutions that can afford to squander resources are exceedingly rare, constituting less than 1%, and are predominantly situated in affluent neighborhoods. The public high school attended by Greer and Daisy is located near Chinatown, where the quality of education is rather lackluster. The sole advantage lies in its proximity to Chinatown, resulting in a relatively high proportion of Asian students, albeit only making up about 20 to 30% of the student body, thereby mitigating the degree of discrimination to some extent. This is about the only benefit, for during his month at school, Greer felt he had not acquired any substantial knowledge. Prior to arriving in this world, he had already mastered celestial phenomena in English, delved into biology and classical literature, and had even grappled with the intricacies of philosophical discourse, only to regress to a state of being a mere phone-obsessed recluse. The scant remnants of his former knowledge were more than adequate to navigate the 10th grade curriculum, illuminating the deficiencies of the vast majority of public schools in America. At times, Greer pondered the necessity of attending school. After a month of languishing in classes, he had yet to hear anyone utter the name Peter Parker. Having consumed a plethora of Marvel narratives in his previous life, he noted how protagonists often teamed up with Spider-Man upon traversing into new realms. Yet here he was, subjected to a series of soporific lectures. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency was not his father, prepared to unconditionally assist him. As of now, the New York Police Department still displayed a bounty concerning him. A reward of $500,000 awaited anyone who could provide leads on 5 major gang-related homicides, while capturing a suspect could yield $3 million. Such an amount could procure a luxurious apartment in Manhattan, prompting Greer to consider turning himself in for the reward. Although he possessed considerable funds, they remained largely untraceable. Minor expenses at convenience stores and restaurants sufficed, yet any significant transactions necessitated the use of credit cards and checks. Greer dared not open a bank account, as he could not plausibly explain the origins of his wealth. The last time he solicited Daisy's father's assistance in facilitating tuition fees, he had traveled to Canada, where he had expensively acquired anonymous bonds from private sellers, only to sell them at a loss in another location, transferring the proceeds directly into Daisy's father's account through cross-border transactions. The loss rate had reached an astonishing 70%, $100 transformed into $30, but it was a learning experience, albeit one marred by inexperience. Even so, once overseas remittances exceeded a certain threshold, scrutiny was inevitable. How could he justify it? Greer sat on several bags of cash, yet could only expend it gradually. Fortunately, he had little in the way of substantial expenses, eschewing property and vehicle purchases, often dining at Uncle Jimmy's restaurant. As for seeking assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D., that was a futile endeavor. S.H.I.E.L.D. was hardly a charitable organization composed of altruistic individuals ready to cater to his every need. If they could transform a masked hero into a compliant enforcer, there would be no need for costly persuasion. Just as Ross relentlessly pursued the Hulk, he did not employ vast sums of money or alluring companions to win over Banner. Much like the world of online literature in his previous life, the majority of individuals clung to the notion that if there existed free alternatives, there was no justification for spending money, comfortably indulging in pirated content. Thus far, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not apprehended him for experimentation, partly due to his considerable abilities making capture exceedingly difficult, and partly because they had yet to ascertain his background. Likely still mesmerized by the tale he had spun last time. Otherwise, it would be miraculous for a 3-year-old child wielding gold to traverse 3 steps without being robbed. Such heavy considerations had led Greer to accumulate merely a few hundred points over the past 3 months. Occasionally, he ventured out at night, dragging evildoers into the mirror world, leaving not a single trace behind, and ensuring that no significant gang member disappearances would catch the attention of the New York Police Department. With 7 or 8 years remaining until Thanos' arrival, if he were to systematically eradicate gangs, regardless of whether there were enough to eliminate, the population of New York, just over 8 million, would inevitably panic at the disappearance of thousands each year. Moreover, even if he eliminated criminals and gangsters, the public would undoubtedly recoil. No one wished to have a murderer as a neighbor, and the government would certainly not tolerate a killer residing peacefully within its borders. Without any external prodding, nations would strive to eliminate or expel him to maintain order. After all, if one could kill so many without facing consequences, would it not inspire others to imitate such behavior under the guise of vigilante justice? The legal proceedings surrounding homicide cases would undoubtedly draw comparisons, questioning why he could kill without punishment. After all, penalties in the billions were routinely levied against others. He had worked tirelessly to grow stronger solely to survive Thanos. Yet should he continue down this path of killing, He might very well confront the United States government before Thanos ever arrived. The only viable solution lay in targeting those truly deserving of death, yet such individuals were indeed rare. Otherwise, how could he have only accumulated a few hundred points in 3 months? It was a thought fraught with frustration, while others traversed realms to exploit SHIELD's vulnerabilities. He found himself burdened with trepidation over merely dismantling a gang. His protagonist aura barely eclipsed that of a mere foot soldier, leaving him bewildered as to how predecessors managed to eradicate so many gang members while avoiding the issuance of bounties from the New York Police Department. Chapter 96. Loki's ambition. Greer accelerated his motorcycle from a steady 80 miles per hour to 90, the winter wind biting fiercely at every crevice in his clothing. Daisy, seated behind him, clutched tightly at his waist, shrinking against his back, while the cold air whistled past her ears. Cars, their headlights aglow, fell behind as they sped away from Chinatown, where the festive atmosphere of the new year dissipated, leaving behind the absence of red lanterns and couplets. As if entering a new world altogether, Daisy lifted her head, leaning closer to Greer's neck, exclaiming, "There's a New Year parade in Flushing tomorrow, with many floats and performances. It's going to be so much fun. Are you coming?" Greer chuckled inwardly, thinking she merely sought a free ride. His motorcycle's speed far surpassed that of the subway, especially in this congested traffic where cars could barely keep pace with the trains. Ever since Daisy had taken up residence with Uncle Jimmy, she seldom rode the subway. Greer had been her constant chauffeur, making the journey far less tedious. "Sounds great," he replied. Daisy beamed with excitement. "This time I'll bring my camera. Let us go early to secure a good spot. Last year, we arrived late and ended up squeezed at the back, unable to see anything clearly, provided you don't oversleep." As they chatted and laughed, the motorcycle surged faster, swiftly entering the underwater tunnel, engulfed by the bustling traffic. Meanwhile, Loki's spacecraft hovered above Columbia University. He glanced over at the 30 frost giants and 100 Chitauri biomechanical soldiers within the cabin, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then dissipated into the air, leaving the giants and soldiers awaiting his command. "What are you doing?" Loki halted, turning to Heimdall with a smirk. "I am, of course, stabilizing the 9 realms. The valiant god of thunder has been exiled, and the All-Father remains in seclusion. If a rebellion were to arise, who would quell it? It is imperative to maintain stability. If I do not act, who will?" Heimdall's dark golden eyes bore into Loki, skepticism etched on his face. He found little credence in Loki's claims, yet could not perceive any actions detrimental to Asgard, nor did Odin prohibit Loki's presence there. After a moment of silence, with Heimdall offering no further retort, Loki turned and sauntered towards the highest edifice in Asgard, the Hall of the Gods, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists. He pondered whether Heimdall would dare question Thor in such a manner. The answer was a resounding no. Though they were both sons of Odin, their treatment varied drastically, igniting Loki's indignation without a clear outlet for his frustration. Upon returning to his chambers, he stepped onto the balcony, gazing down at the dense cluster of stone houses and buildings that sprawled across the vast continent. Raising his hand, he waved it before him, conjuring a water mirror that displayed the image captured by a ship hovering over Manhattan, now relocated to Flushing. With a single command, the Chitauri soldiers and frost giants would execute his meticulously crafted plan. No matter the commotion in Midgard, it bore no consequence for him, the second prince of Asgard. In truth, Loki had long located Thor but refrained from striking, biding his time until Thor was amidst a larger crowd. The greater the chaos instigated by the frost giants and Chitauri in Midgard, the higher the likelihood of Asgard intervening. He was convinced that Odin would not remain passive while the frost giants violated the truce. When Asgard's forces marched to Jotunheim, with Odin remaining in Asgard and Thor absent, Loki would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to lead the charge against the frost giants. This monumental achievement would surely elevate him beyond Thor, securing his position as the primary heir to the throne. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a smile crept across Loki's face, his gaze growing fervent as he looked into the water mirror. The earth was bathed in daylight, the streets devoid of congested traffic, replaced by floats adorned with diverse floral arrangements gliding slowly along, accompanied by orchestras and traditional Chinese drumming teams, all performing a myriad of dances. The sidewalks teemed with enthusiastic crowds, radiating a vibrant atmosphere. In the water mirror, Thor was seen clad in a brown coat, his usual arrogance absent, appearing much like any ordinary earthling as he held Jane's hand, guiding her through the throng, eager to move forward. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Thor was a striking figure even in North America, effortlessly spotting the slowly advancing floats and performance groups. Yet Jane could not see, prompting Thor to seek a better vantage point so she too could enjoy this grand celebration, akin to Asgard's Valpurgis night. Turning to his left, Thor's eyes brightened as he felt Jane's hand shift in his grip. "Jane, I see Russell. Let us go to him." Chapter 97. The Chitauri soldiers who? Jane momentarily failed to comprehend. She was not as tall as Thor, and with the crowd surrounding her, she could not see whom Thor was referring to. Thor wrapped his arm around Jane and began to squeeze through the throng, his towering and robust stature intimidating enough that no one dared confront him. A privilege that would not have been afforded to someone of lesser height. As he forcefully navigated the crowd, he cheerfully explained, "Do you not recall? The young man who defeated numerous frost giants in the town 3 months ago." Upon hearing this, Jane instantly recalled those days, experiences that had profoundly reshaped her worldview. After years of studying mathematics and science, from Copernicus's revolutionary ideas challenging theism to the sudden appearance of a thunder god, the emergence of frost giants and a boy capable of magically donning different armors had shattered her previous understanding of reality. It dawned on her that the world was far more intricate than she had ever imagined, especially with Thor, the thunder god, affirming the authenticity of Norse mythology. It seemed plausible that a deity might indeed exist. The thought of an adorable angel appearing one day was hardly unthinkable anymore. Now, as Thor spoke of having spotted that enigmatic boy with whom she had spent merely 15 or 16 hours, Jane felt a surge of excitement. Both she and Eric were deeply intrigued by the boy, particularly by his armor, which bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man's yet appeared even more advanced, sparking Eric's curiosity to study it further. Meanwhile, Greer was entirely absorbed by the parade floats. He was astonished to witness such a grand New Year celebration in a foreign land, with participants from various ethnicities, including a police band from Flushing. The schools had even declared a holiday, resulting in a collective revelry. Just as he was lost in thought, he discerned a hearty voice calling his name, Russell, prompting him to turn to his right. There stood Thor, towering above the rest, his distinctive golden hair flowing, with Jane nestled beside him. As a myriad of thoughts swirled in Greer's mind, Thor approached, grinning broadly. "It's good to see you again. Have you given any thought to my previous proposal?" Greer was taken aback, nearly forgetting Thor. How could he recall any proposal amidst the chaos? Jane, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly interjected to prevent Thor from mentioning anything about enlisting Greer into his Asgardian guard, asking, "Are you here for the parade as well?" Daisy, standing nearby, watched Thor and Jane with curiosity. They were at least a decade older than Greer, and she couldn't fathom how this reclusive homebody had come to know them. Before they could continue their conversation, far away in Asgard, Loki, with a smile, issued a command to attack. Following Thor's journey from Manhattan to Flushing, the doors of the concealed spaceship swung open as if 2 portals had materialized in the blue sky. One by one, frost giants and Chitauri biomechanical soldiers leaped from the open doors, becoming dark specks plummeting toward the ground. However, the crowd below was completely engrossed in the slowly approaching parade floats, oblivious to the impending danger above. Thor and Greer were the first to notice, both instinctively looking up to see the descending figures. As soon as they recognized the frost giants, it was too late to react. The first giant had already crashed down onto the float in the middle of the street. The weight of the frost giant, combined with the force of gravity, obliterated the float, sending debris flying in all directions. More frost giants and Chitauri soldiers followed suit, some landing on the road, others among the crowd, and some even clinging to the sides of buildings like geckos. Within mere seconds, the street was littered with grotesque monsters. Several floats were reduced to splinters, with debris injuring bystanders, while the frost giants that fell into the crowd crushed numerous individuals into a pulp. The Chitauri soldiers that clung to the buildings drew laser guns and indiscriminately fired into the throngs below, unleashing a storm of bloodshed and chaos. "Ah, help! There are monsters! Run!" The harmonious music and cheers were abruptly replaced by the cacophony of panic and chaos, as both the parade participants and the crowd on the street scrambled to escape the rampaging frost giants. Chapter 98. Faiz's display of power. The previous invasion of the frost giants into Midgard could be dismissed as a mere coincidence. However, the emergence of a second, more extensive incursion merely 3 months later cannot be attributed to chance. It is clearly a meticulously organized and purpose-driven endeavor. Given that the frost giants were aware of his presence in Midgard during the last encounter, it is reasonable to surmise that this attack is also aimed at him. Grell was momentarily taken aback as he witnessed the descent of the frost giants and the Chitauri. However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Both the Frost Giants and the Chitauri were insurmountable threats to fragile humanity. The Frost Giants, with their ice armor capable of withstanding a blow from decade armor, and the Chitauri, adorned with shimmering metallic exoskeletons, left Grell bewildered. He could not fathom how Black Widow and Hawkeye from the Avengers could possibly defeat the Chitauri with mere firearms and bows. In Grell's estimation, perhaps a heavy machine gun might breach their defenses, but to annihilate them, one would need heavy artillery such as infantry cannons or tanks. Yet, the throngs of panicked civilians on the streets rendered any armored division's assistance impractical. Observing the crowded streets, Grell's instinct was not to flee with the masses, but to scan the rooftops behind him. With such a dense crowd, maneuvering on foot was arduous, let alone running. The only viable option was to traverse the rooftops. With this thought in mind, Grell swiftly wrapped his arm around Daisy's waist and exclaimed, "Louise, hold on tight." Before Daisy could comprehend his intent, Grell had already bent his legs and leaped upward, propelling himself onto the fire escape of the second floor. Calling down to Thor and Jane, "Hurry up." Thor and Jane quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, Thor scooped Jane into his arms and tossed her upward, where Grell caught her by the arm and urged them to ascend. As he pulled them up, he swiftly unzipped his jacket, revealing the night card box. In that instant, a card depicting a silver robot sprang forth, which Grell inserted into his waist-mounted driver. Attack Ride Auto Vagin. The motorcycle parked beside the flower bed transformed instantaneously into a towering 2-meter robot, a mechanized steed equipped with a Faiz lightsaber, having been exchanged for 900 points. The tires embedded in its back glowed blue as the mechanized steed soared into the air. Under Grell's mental command, the mechanized steed ascended while executing a half-turn, its Gatling gun whirring to life as it targeted the Chitauri clinging to the building's exterior. Micro-energy projectiles erupted from the gun, striking the Chitauri and creating fist-sized craters upon impact. Under the relentless barrage of projectiles, the Chitauri fell like chaff, crashing into the panicked crowd below and eliciting cries of terror. The thunderous explosions drowned out the citizens' frightened screams, prompting many to look up in astonishment at the sight of an unfamiliar robot hovering midair, attacking the alien entities they had never encountered before. Although the nature of the robot remained a mystery, it appeared to be a harbinger of aid. Many, unable to escape in the throng, drew their handguns and fired at the Chitauri or Frost Giants, while Officer Flushing began organizing a counteroffensive and directing civilians to safety. As Thor ascended the fire escape, the mechanized steed had already dispatched 3 Chitauri from the building's facade. Jane and Daisy had reached the 3rd floor, and Grell instructed Thor, "You take them to safety. I will handle these fiends." Kamen Ride Faiz. With a deep mechanical resonance, Grell, who had just leaped from the fire escape, was enveloped in photon veins, instantly transforming into Kamen Rider Faiz, landing gracefully on the ground in the blink of an eye. The streets were swarming with Frost Giants and Chitauri, leaving many unsure of where to flee. Upon landing, Grell was immediately spotted by 5 or 6 individuals rushing toward him. Their terrified screams echoed as they recognized the inhuman figure of Kamen Rider, prompting them to turn and flee. However, they stumbled upon a Frost Giant and found themselves trapped between 2 horrors. Grell, unfazed by the chaos around him, focused solely on the Frost Giant before him. He charged forward, weaving through the terrified crowd, and swung his right arm with purpose. The mechanized steed lowered its altitude and accelerated past Grell, hurtling toward the Frost Giant. In that fleeting moment, Grell grasped the handlebars of the mechanized steed and drew forth the lightsaber. The mechanized steed's Gatling gun unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the Frost Giant, creating a series of explosive impacts that sent the creature into a fit of convulsions. Amidst the swirling ice shards, Grell crouched and leaped into the air, swinging his lightsaber with force across the Frost Giant's neck. As he landed, the creature's grotesque head rolled from its body, thudding heavily against the littered street, where it came to a halt after rolling a few meters. The massive form of the Frost Giant collapsed onto the pavement. This swift dispatch of a creature that typically required a flying kick to defeat was attributed to the mechanized steed's support and the sheer sharpness of the Faiz lightsaber, which rendered the Frost Giant's icy Chapter 99 a general success built on the bones of thousands. This is the explosive form of Kamen Rider Faiz, aptly named as it represents Faiz's most formidable transformation. Its multifunctional device, abbreviated as PFEF, not only grants the ability to fly but also transforms into a formidable cannon. Furthermore, it harbors a significantly greater energy reserve than Faiz's standard form, allowing PFEF-equipped Faiz to sustain combat for an extended duration, one that surpasses the strength of 6 previous iterations. After expending 3,400 points to exchange for the FR card, Greil, upon transforming into the explosive form, found himself unsatisfied. He raised his left arm once more, spending an additional 1,600 points to acquire the multifunctional weapon, Faiz Blaster. As the card was inserted into the driver once again, those hiding 3 to 4 meters behind Greil heard that distinctly inhuman, electronically synthesized voice announce, "Attack Ride, Freeze Blaster." As the sound resonated, a hexagram magic circle materialized beside Greer's right hand, and in the next instant, a metallic briefcase adorned with a cipher materialized before him, grasped firmly in his hand. Without the need for a password, a mere thought prompted the lower half of the case to rotate 180 degrees, sealing shut and instantaneously transforming into a quantum disruption cannon over a meter in length. Moreover, the two metallic devices of the PFF unit positioned behind Greer, initially directed downwards, pivoted 180 degrees along the spherical grooves, settling onto his shoulders and morphing into 4 small cannons. Barely had the transformation completed when the 4 cannons unleashed a barrage of fire, launching miniature energy projectiles that whistled through the air, striking the cheery tower individuals affixed to the external walls of the building with pinpoint accuracy. The firepower and lethality far surpassed that of the Griffin machine gun mounted on the mobile Pegasus. Under Greer's cerebral calculations and coordination, the cannons continued their relentless assault, each miniature energy projectile obliterating a cheery tower individual into fragments. Remarkably, every one of the 50 micro-projectiles found its mark, and within merely 3 to 4 seconds. The cheery tower presence within his line of sight had been entirely eradicated. Conversely, Greer felt the strain on his hyper-functioning brain nearing its limits and promptly ceased the high-efficiency offensive, having already cleared a substantial safe zone. Daisy and Thor were now secure, allowing him to take his time with the remaining foes. The demise of nearby cheery tower individuals drew a number of onlookers closer, their gazes fixated on Greer, reflecting a spectrum of emotions: terror, dread, exhilaration, and joy. Among them, one individual, his face alight with astonishment, turned to his companion exclaiming, "I remember now. There's a video on Facebook. Months ago, at the Stark Enterprises entrance, he fought alongside Iron Man. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. Wonderful indeed. I wish to record it." This overexcited individual momentarily forgot the terror of his recent escape, pulling out his phone to start filming. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Even while fleeing, some couldn't resist capturing their surroundings, displaying a dedication surpassing even that of journalists. 20 meters above the ground, towering over 80% of the nearby buildings, Greer surveyed the Chitauri and frost giants below. His quantum burst cannon aimed downward as he pulled the trigger repeatedly, sending streaks of quantum energy hurtling through the air. The explosive projectiles reduced the Chitauri to scattered fragments, their blasts even scarring the surrounding walls. From the moment Greer transformed, barely 3 minutes had passed, yet the street had already become a gruesome battlefield, strewn with corpses, rivers of blood, and the anguished cries of the wounded. Several towering frost giants continued their relentless pursuit of fleeing humans, igniting fury in Greer's eyes. The thrusters of his jetpack pivoted, propelling him into a rapid descent. The barrel of his quantum burst cannon dissolved and reshaped, extending into a radiant quantum shatterblade, its luminous glow dazzling against the chaos. Diving downward, Greer locked onto a frost giant below, its icy blade slashing wildly as it chased terrified civilians. Gripping the shatterblade with both hands, he adjusted his trajectory at the last moment, shifting from descent to horizontal motion. The blade, propelled by his immense speed, cleaved the frost giant cleanly in half. Without pause, Greer surged toward the next target. Just as he beheaded the second frost giant, his keen ears caught the thunderous roar of an approaching aircraft from above. A split second later, a beam of energy streaked down, shattering the raised ice blade of another frost giant 15 meters ahead. Then, a crimson and gold figure plummeted into Greer's line of sight, slamming into the frost giant with devastating force. The impact sent the monstrous figure crashing into the side of a building, its body crumpling against the brickwork. The golden figure, now kneeling, straightened and unleashed a searing blast from its chest, obliterating the frost giant's torso in a single, annihilating strike. "Stark," Greer murmured. The arrival was none other than Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, though its design differed slightly from the one he'd seen outside Stark Industries. Mark IV, perhaps? Rising to his feet, Stark turned his helmeted gaze toward Greer, his eyes, hidden behind the visor, narrowing with intrigue. "Jarvis," swiftly scanned every detail of Friez's armor, lingering particularly on the glowing blade and Greer's grip. Any idea where these monsters came from? Stark raised his hands, unleashing 2 arcs of electric pulse blasts that knocked the 2 Kurita individuals off the wall. There would be ample time for conversation once they had vanquished them all. Upon concluding his statement, Greer activated his jetpack and soared rapidly towards the direction of the mobile Pegasus. Quite reasonable. Stark raised an eyebrow, gesturing downward with his hands, and in an instant, soared into the air, charging towards the next frost giant. With the combined efforts of the mechanical Pegasus, Faiz, and Iron Man, the final frost giant was cleaved in twain by Greer's sword, just as the 9th minute after the first giant's fall elapsed. The mechanical Pegasus landed beside Greer and vanished before the eyes of all present, taking with it the quantum-shattering sword that Greer held. A resounding clang echoed in the air. As the sound of metal clashing resonated, Stark descended not far from Greer, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, your magic has become increasingly magnificent. You can make such a colossal robot disappear." "This is not magic," Greer muttered softly, standing on the blood-soaked street, utterly devoid of the inclination to converse with Stark. While watching films, he had only perceived the spectacular effects of the battles between heroes and villains, oblivious to the devastating destruction wrought by such conflicts. In just a matter of minutes, at least 200 to 300 lives were lost, not to mention the countless injured. Greer could scarcely fathom the toll of lives claimed in that battle in New York depicted in The Avengers. Chapter 100. A reality non-existent in films sitting in the cinema. One cannot help but marvel at the dazzling special effects of the battles portrayed on screen, which completely obscure the brutal devastation wrought by such conflicts. Aside from the heroes, all else is glossed over with a poetic brevity. Casualty figures remain unseen, and the agony of the fallen goes unrepresented. Yet, reality is starkly unforgiving, revealing both beauty and horror in their most authentic forms. The anguish cries of the wounded resonate. The bodies of the deceased lie visible, and the acrid scent of blood wafts through the air, far more harrowing than the previous tragedies witnessed in Chinatown. Initially, Greer had successfully thwarted the onslaught, and during the subsequent helicopter bombardment, a majority of the residents managed to escape, resulting in relatively few casualties. However, this time, the sheer number of frost giants and Chitauri was overwhelming. The throngs of people were so dense that a single swipe of a blade could claim 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4 lives. The frailty of humanity was laid bare in those fleeting moments. The triumph of one often comes at the expense of many, indeed. Every clash between good and evil invariably ensnares the innocent. To abstain from combat would surely yield even greater losses. Yet, the toll exacted in the battle against malevolence inevitably tarnishes the heroes as well. With a soft sigh, Greer suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Choosing to dismiss these futile contemplations, he too was merely striving to survive in this world, his options exceedingly limited. He would save when he could, yet remain powerless when he could not. After all, he was not one to be easily disheartened, let others say what they will. Accumulating points and augmenting his strength to confront Thanos remained his foremost priority. Some 50 to 60 meters ahead, a group of police officers sprinted toward him. While on the 4th floor of a nearby building, Thor and his companions peered out the window. Daisy was intently focused on her phone, one hand dialing a number, seemingly preparing to make a call. A thought sparked in Greer's mind, prompting him to activate the jetpack strapped to his back, propelling him skyward at a staggering speed of 1.5 Mach toward the Vlang Bay, 3 to 4 kilometers distant. 7 seconds later, he reached the expanse above the water. And just as he was about to plunge into the sea, he transformed into Kamen Rider Decade, vanishing without a trace, leaving not a single splash behind. Upon witnessing Greer's departure, Stark made no attempt to pursue him. Instead, he remained rooted in place, activating the loudspeaker system of his armored suit, and commanded loudly, "Everyone, please vacate the roadway and stand on the sidewalk. Clear the path for the ambulances. Medical personnel assist the injured, and officers direct traffic to prevent congestion." Stark's authoritative guidance instilled a sense of order among those who found their anchor in his words, and the chaotic street began to regain a semblance of organization. A sufficient path for ambulances was created, and those with medical expertise emerged from the buildings to tend to the wounded. Daisy, having escaped to the 4th floor via the fire escape, gazed outside with uncertainty, hesitant to confront the grim scene below. Her right hand trembled slightly as she fumbled with her phone, searching for Greer's number, anxious to ascertain his whereabouts. How could a routine patrol lead to an alien invasion? She pondered, grappling with the reality that so many lives had been lost, and more critically, that their mission objective had vanished. Though they had ascended the fire escape together, he had inexplicably gone missing. She could only hope he was safe. Beside her, Jane was entirely absorbed in the external chaos, her attention unwavering even as Iron Man and Greer engaged in fierce combat with the Frost Giants and Chitauri. Thor, yearning to join the fray, fumed at his lack of weaponry. Daisy's call was quickly answered, and she spoke with urgent fervor. Greer, is that you? Where are you? Why didn't you come up with us? We were moving too swiftly. I'm on the 3rd floor, Greer replied from an unoccupied room on that very floor. Having just emerged from the mirror realm, his phone in one hand while the other secured a decade motorcycle card into his belt. Such simple tasks pose no challenge for me. I mastered it long ago, Thor declared with a hint of pride, producing a basic mobile phone, one incapable of internet access. A relic of a Nokia brand. Indeed, it is simple, Greer remarked, casting a bemused glance at Jane, who, with a shrug, explained, his grip is rather strong. He broke his smartphone while trying to answer a call in excitement. With that, Jane took Daisy by the arm, guiding her toward a small alley beside the building, urging her to mount the motorcycle and depart swiftly. Jane's heart raced at the thought that Thor was still an undocumented individual. Should he be questioned, there would be no rational explanation. Greer had initially disregarded the motorcycle, having directly led her to the 2nd floor fire escape. Yet, the question of how the motorcycle had arrived there lingered unasked in Daisy's mind as she used her phone to reassure her father of her safety. In the palace of Asgard, Loki's expression darkened to a near charcoal hue. The fruits of his labor, painstakingly cultivated over several months, had been obliterated in mere minutes. The scant number of Midgardians he had slain paled in comparison to the revelation that the Guardian of Midgard was an armored figure of formidable strength who could soar through the skies. This starkly contrasted with Loki's ambitions, which had envisioned a grand upheaval, followed by Asgardian forces annihilating the Frost Giants. He had hoped to casually discover the schematics of the Chitauri's plan to invade Midgard, thereby prompting Asgard's vigilance. Yet, just as the plan commenced, it had met a swift conclusion, fueling Loki's ire. At that moment, a sound at the entrance caught Loki's attention, prompting him to dissolve the water mirror. Turning, he found Odin entering, his countenance dark and his singular eye brimming with fury as he gazed at Loki. Chapter 101, The Slumbering Odin Father. Loki turned around, poised to utter something, but was abruptly interrupted by Odin's furious shout. Why did you do this? What? Loki appeared utterly bewildered, as if he were oblivious to the circumstances. Odin advanced step by step, the eternal spear striking the ground with a resounding thud as he panted heavily, demanding, Why did you allow the Frost Giants to enter Midgard? Loki, what are you truly up to? The terror that once graced Loki's visage dissipated, replaced by a sardonic smile as he fixed his gaze upon Odin, retorting, Why should I? Perhaps you can enlighten me as to why you have favored Thor since childhood? Before Odin could respond, Loki jabbed a finger at his own chest, bellowing, Let me tell you why, because Thor is your true son. Odin's anger froze in place, his hand clenching the eternal spear tightly, using it as a crutch to support his weary frame. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Loki, you are also my son. Me? Your son? Loki lifted his left hand, revealing 2 short swords sheathed in enchanted scabbards at his waist. Drawing one. The cold forge blade emanated an intense chill as he swiftly slashed it across his right arm. The blade effortlessly cut through Loki's skin, blood gushing forth, only to freeze almost instantaneously. In mere moments, the wound closed, yet Loki's skin took on an icy blue hue. Ha ha. Loki laughed, tilting his head back and addressing Odin with a grin. Father, am I cursed? Why does the touch of Jotunheim's cold iron transform me so? Tell me, Father, why have I become this way? Gasping for breath, Odin placed another hand on the eternal spear, taking a moment to respond to Loki's inquiries in a hushed tone. Loki, you are my son. I wish to protect you. Indeed, the All-Father raises the mortal enemy of Asgard, the Frost Giants. Such a revelation would surely tarnish your reputation, Loki said, letting his arm fall, the frozen blood splattering upon the ground, shattering like the bond between them. With sorrow glimmering in his eyes, he continued, I always believed your favoritism towards Thor stemmed from my own inadequacies. Thus, I exerted every effort to strengthen myself, striving to become a son of whom you could be proud. Loki. Disappointment clouded Loki's eyes as he seethed. Thor wields the hammer of the thunder god and dons the armor of the war god, accompanied by the warriors Three and Sif, safeguarding the realms. In contrast, I feel like a mere waste, with no hope of ascending to the throne of Asgard, for you would never allow a frost giant to claim it. That is not true, Loki. I have always regarded you as my son. I wish for you to become the king of Jotunheim. To bring an end to the wars and hatred between Asgard and Jotunheim, Odin asserted, his voice strained as if he were an elderly man struggling to speak. So, I am merely a pawn in your game to dominate the 9 realms? Tears streamed down Loki's face, his utter despair and sadness manifesting as he lamented. You profess your love for me, yet all you desire is for me to obediently follow your commands, to gaze upon the frost giants of Jotunheim like a dog. Is that it? No, Loki, that is not the case. Odin shook his head vehemently, his voice sinking lower. His hands slipping down the eternal spear as his body began to tilt earthward. Before he could collapse, Loki caught him, gently lowering Odin to the ground. Standing upright, Loki's expression morphed from disappointment and tears to one of cold determination, murmuring, at last, the sleep of Odin has come. Rest well, father. I shall rid Asgard of its enemies. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the ice blade onto the floor and used illusion magic to create a wound upon his arm before rushing to the door, flinging it open and shouting, Guards! Guards! A frost giant has breached the castle. In no time, several soldiers rushed in to find Odin sprawled on the ground, the second prince injured. In frozen blood upon the floor, accompanied by the chilling blade that only a frost giant could wield, compelling the soldiers to believe Loki's tale. Bending down, Loki seized the fallen eternal spear, proclaiming, Quickly, take the king to the infirmary. Command the palace guard to seal off the entire castle. We must not allow the frost giant to escape. Inform Heimdall to close the rainbow bridge. With Odin unconscious and Thor absent, Loki, now holding the eternal spear, stood as the highest authority in Asgard, and the soldiers immediately began to follow his orders. As the soldiers hurriedly carried Odin away, Loki's arm wound vanished as if it were mere foam. He retrieved the ice blade from the ground and resheathed it. With a smile, Loki regarded the eternal spear with admiration, stating, How splendid you are! No wonder Odin clutches you so dearly. Now, you belong to me. With that, Loki made his way toward Odin's treasury, effortlessly passing the guards with the eternal spear in hand. He descended to the lowest level, where the most precious artifacts and treasures were kept. Knocking on the floor with the eternal spear, a wall directly opposite him vanished, revealing a towering robot, for meters tall. Trudging forth, following Loki's command, it retrieved the frost box from its pedestal and approached, kneeling before Loki, bowing its head and offering the frost box with both hands. The most powerful weapon of Asgard, the destroyer, now I am your master, Loki declared with immense pride, taking the frost box and storing it with spatial magic. He then led the destroyer out of the Asgardian palace, arriving at the Rainbow Bridge's threshold. Heimdall, guarding the entrance to Bifrost with his sword, fixed his dark golden eyes upon Loki and the destroyer as they traversed the icy bridge, adopting a stance of readiness. Before Loki could draw nearer, Heimdall called out loudly, Loki, why have you summoned the destroyer? It is the guardian of Odin's treasury. Chapter 102. The destroyer of the celestial palace. Loki, indifferent to Heimdall's vigilance, continued to advance with an expressionless demeanor, leisurely articulating, The All-Father has succumbed to slumber, Thor is exiled in Midgard, and Asgard stands at its most vulnerable moment. Just recently, a frost giant infiltrated Asgard with the intent to harm the All-Father. It is imperative that the destroyer is summoned to safeguard Asgard. I have not observed any frost giants entering Asgard, Heimdall retorted, his sword still firmly gripped in hand. His gaze remained fixed on Loki, though a considerable portion of his focus was directed towards the towering figure of the destroyer behind him. Loki's abilities were rather mediocre, yet the destroyer was an extraordinary weapon, meticulously crafted by the dwarves from the rarest materials amassed by Asgard over the years. Imbued with intricate enchantments by the Light Elves and blessed with divine power from the Aesir, serving as a potent guardian of Odin's treasury, Loki, wielding the eternal spear, commanded the destroyer to halt and approached Heimdall with a gentle smile, his voice soft as he said, That is merely because your all-seeing eye remains oblivious to many things, such as certain secret passages leading to Asgard. No sooner had Loki's words faded than an icebox materialized in his empty left hand. Channeling his magic into it, he activated the icebox, which unleashed an onslaught of frigid air that swiftly engulfed Heimdall, rendering him immobile. Heimdall, preoccupied with the destroyer, found himself unable to react swiftly enough to Loki's sudden attack. The icy tendrils spread rapidly across his form, and without hesitation, he thrust his sword towards Loki's arm in an attempt to thwart the release of the ice energy. However, The blade advanced a mere 20 centimeters before halting, encased in a thick layer of frost, while Heimdall himself became ensnared within a solid mass of ice, immobilized like a statue. Subsequently, Loki departed Asgard aboard a flying vessel through a secret passageway, heading towards Jotunheim, leaving behind the frozen Heimdall standing at the threshold and the destroyer guarding the bridge, forbidding any passage. While merely half a day had passed in Asgard, an extensive duration of over half a month had elapsed in the distant realm of Midgard, which had now entered March. The fervor surrounding the alien invasion incident in Flushing began to wane, with officials providing no clear responses, opting instead for a cold treatment of the situation. Shortly after Greer rode away on his motorcycle, the area was evacuated and cordoned off. The government cited reasons such as a viral outbreak and property damage to relocate the residents elsewhere. The streets, littered with alien corpses and weaponry, were swiftly cleared, and the damaged roadways were repaired with remarkable efficiency, far exceeding the pace seen in Chinatown. However, these developments were of little concern to Greer. He was indifferent to how SHIELD or any other agency managed the incident. What troubled him was the fact that the Masked Rider had now gained notoriety. The previous incident in Chinatown occurred at night, with poor lighting due to the chaos caused by the clash with the Abomination, resulting in poorly captured footage. Throughout the 17 or 18 days that followed, the predominant topic of discussion revolved around Flushing, with a mere fraction dedicated to inquiries about the events of that day. Those in the know would recount embellished tales, relishing their knowledge. Even within the school, the buzz was palpable, as the relaxed curriculum afforded students ample time to speculate. Rumors spread like wildfire, distorting the truth, with the most outlandish version involving a battle between Iron Man and the Masked Rider. At the front of the classroom, a bearded teacher fervently lectured on trigonometric functions. Yet few students paid attention. Seated in the back row by the window, the prime seat of the protagonist, Greer stacked several books on the right side of his desk, his phone prominently displayed as he rapidly perused the news online. Even after the passage of over half a month, a significant portion of the news still pertained to Flushing, with nearly a third of the images depicting Faiz engaged in combat against frost giants, his shoulder cannon unleashing energy blasts as he soared through the skies, resulting in an abundance of high-resolution photographs that solidified his fame. Countless individuals clamored to discover the identity of the figure clad in tight-fitting armor. The common folk inquired online, while reporters without titles confronted government spokespersons, yet no useful answers were forthcoming. Consequently, they resorted to referring to Greer as Masked Man, a moniker derived from the Masked Rider. The allure of the unknown captivated the media, leading to a relentless pursuit of the story, inundating the public with an array of hypotheses that could easily inspire a dozen films, overshadowing even Stark's popularity. Initially, Greer had hoped that SHIELD would handle the situation discreetly as they had in the past. However, it became evident that their capabilities were limited. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he did not operate during the day. Chapter 103. Stark's invitation, however, the motorcycle of the decade cannot be ridden carelessly. One must expend points to purchase a skin before transforming into a Kamen Rider, thus changing into a different style of motorcycle. Otherwise, it would be quite easy for those with ill intentions to trace him through the motorcycle. With so many points at hand, Greer began to contemplate what to exchange next. Currently, the activity time in the mirrored world satisfied Greer's needs, so there was no immediate requirement to redeem the survival form of Dragon Knight. As for Faiz, most of the necessary items had already been exchanged, leaving only a few skills and a watch-like accessory named Faiz Excel, which is used to activate acceleration mode. However, he was uncertain if it could be activated in the burst form. For now, he deemed it unnecessary to exchange, for such rapid speed raised concerns about whether his body could withstand it. He needed to grow stronger before attempting to utilize it. Regarding AgitÅ, he had only acquired the most basic ground form. Next, he intended to redeem the storm form, which manipulates wind, and the flame form, which controls fire. However, AgitÅ lacked the water that is insoluble, rendering him incapable of harnessing the power of water. Contemplating this, Greer felt somewhat hesitant. He was inclined towards redeeming Faiz due to its high growth potential and mastery over 4 elemental magics. However, to ensure that Faiz could be combat-ready and effective, a significant number of magical skills must be exchanged. A wizard devoid of skills is less useful than a mere stick for kindling. Yet, the mere thought of the extensive list of Faiz's magical skills made Greer's heart tremble. Writing all the skill names on A4 paper would fill 4 pages, and with his few thousand points, he would barely cover the cost. Not to mention the Electric King's electric bike. He couldn't even afford the windshield. In truth, he was still quite impoverished. The sound of the school bell signifying the end of classes interrupted Greer's thoughts. As the symphony of chairs scraping against the floor jolted the previously drowsy students awake, they stood up, brimming with energy, discussing where to spend their time after school. Forget it, there's no need to overthink. One must manage their resources wisely. For now, he decided to focus on redeeming AgitO's wind and fire forms. Greer tucked his phone into his pocket, stacked the books from his desk, and cradled them in his arms as he walked towards the exit of the classroom. Just as he answered the call, before he could utter a word, a deep male voice resonated from the receiver. "Hi, boy, do you have time?" "You are." Greer was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he ruminated for several seconds before recognizing the voice belonged to Stark. "Mr. Stark? Good. I'll be in New York in half an hour. Can we meet?" Stark, seated in a private jet with one leg crossed, held a bottle of herbal juice in one hand while clutching the phone in the other, exuding an air of leisure. "Is there something you need?" Greer did not immediately acquiesce. Stark was currently the highly scrutinized Iron Man, with governments and adversaries alike watching his every move. After all, had SHIELD dispatched the renowned spy Black Widow to infiltrate Stark Industries? Greer doubted other departments had not also sent agents to penetrate the organization. "It's a minor matter. I'll send someone to pick you up. We can discuss it further when we meet." With that, Stark hung up, finishing the herbal juice with a grimace. Muttering to himself, "Truly dreadful. I need to find a way to improve the flavor." Greer stared blankly at his phone, bewildered by Stark's decision on his behalf. Had he agreed? His current demeanor was rather unpleasant, which explained why even the ever-genteel Captain America disliked such self-centered individuals as Stark. Daisy, emerging from the classroom with her books, noticed Greer's expression and inquired with curiosity. "What's wrong?" "Who called?" "Wrong number. Let us go." Greer replied, mounting his motorcycle and taking Daisy towards Brooklyn, his thoughts lingering on what Stark could want. Meanwhile, atop the Trident headquarters of HSD, Nick Fury stood with a gray-haired elder, engaging in a heated discussion with 5 representatives from the World Security Council. Although the 5 were merely holographic projections, their vigorous debate, or rather quarrel, remained undeterred. Nick Fury, visibly agitated, exclaimed, in such a short span, "We have already experienced 2 alien invasion incidents, each more significant than the last." Before he could finish, one elderly woman interrupted, stating, "This only underscores the necessity for super soldiers to combat alien invasions. The Super Serum Project has yet to make progress. We must explore alternative routes." Another American representative chimed in, "Both the Iron Armor and Kamen Rider possess extraordinary power. If we were to outfit a military unit with them, Earth would have nothing to fear from extraterrestrial invaders." "Humph." Nick Fury retorted coldly, "You ought to first calculate the budget. The cost of Stark's iron armor is at least $130 million, and it has undergone 4 upgrades in the last 6 months. With such rapid enhancements and exorbitant costs, who among you can bear it? Are you not concerned that it may become obsolete just as it is deployed?" Fury's words rendered the 5 council representatives speechless. Stark's iron armor was indeed evolving too quickly. Having changed 4 times in just 6 months, such an expensive asset could not be feasibly deployed on a large scale, as it would require a lifespan of 10 to 20 years. Even now, the 7th-generation aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing had been in service for 5 years. Yet the air forces of 5 nations still operated a significant number of 5th-generation jets, given the exorbitant costs associated with the 7th generation. It was inconceivable to replace everything at once. The dilemma lay in the fact that Stark was still refining his iron armor, seemingly on the verge of yet another upgrade. If they were to deploy on a large scale, would Stark's innovations render their investment outdated? To refrain from upgrading would result in obsolescence, while upgrading would incur costs in the thousands of billions of dollars, an unfathomable burden for anyone. Moreover, they were incapable of producing such technology. All the expertise was firmly within Stark's grasp. Chapter 104. The World Council. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense due to Nick Fury's interventions, Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, stepped forward to ease the tension. SHIELD specializes in managing extraordinary events. However, an alien invasion surpasses our capabilities. After all, SHIELD remains a clandestine organization not widely known to the public. Regarding the Iron Suit, Stark is indeed under SHIELD's supervision, and as he stated, it is merely a prototype. Its weapon capacity is minimal. The duration of combat is brief, and its cruising speed falls short of 2 Mach. Its specifications do not compare favorably to the Quinjet, yet its production costs exceed that of the Quinjet, and the complexity of operation is immense. Without intelligent programming, training a pilot for the Iron Suit would be equivalent to the expense of training dozens of fighter pilots. Thus, its operational value is limited. Alexander Pierce wore a gentle smile, reminiscent of a kindly elder, ostensibly providing a balanced perspective on the Iron Suit, while subtly shifting the discussion to compare individual combat weapons with aircraft, an illogical comparison akin to juxtaposing tanks with helicopters, as they serve entirely different functions. The representatives from 5 nations exchanged glances, remaining silent as they listened to Pierce's words. He continued, as for Kamen Rider, his destructive capacity is indeed formidable, excelling in both single-target strikes and area damage. Nevertheless, I doubt humanity can swiftly produce a train capable of flight, equipped with hundreds of particle cannons, laser weapons, and numerous other armaments. The energy expended in a single barrage could rival global energy consumption from years past. Even if such a weapon were offered to us, it would be unaffordable. Before Pierce could finish, Nick Fury interjected, "My team of experts has conducted extensive calculations. Even if that train, measuring 500 to 600 meters, were fully stocked with Stark's arc reactors, it could sustain a full-force attack for merely 15 minutes, at most half an hour. Yet that train sustained its assault for 7 to 8 hours. Before you contemplate confronting Kamen Rider, consider this. The firepower involved could obliterate a city like New York within minutes. How many cities of that magnitude exist on Earth? Are there unexhibited more powerful weapons aboard the train, such as planet-destroying armaments? Let us not forget how swiftly technology has evolved over the past 30 years. Surely our adversaries have also made advancements." Fury's remarks plunged the expansive room into silence. The 5 representatives exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Yet, undeterred by their silence, Fury pressed on. Humanity possesses vast fleets, aircraft, and armored units. But how effective are these weapons in densely populated urban environments? Take the incident in Flushing from 20 days ago. A single missile claimed far more lives than the alien aggressors. However, if we could unite Earth's formidable individuals to respond to such crises, they could accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. This is the rationale behind my proposal to establish the Avengers. The conference room of the council transformed into Fury's podium as he passionately advocated for the long-debated Avengers initiative, striving to breathe life into the plan. Yet, by the conclusion of the routine meeting, the 5 representatives had yet to utter the word agree, with jurisdiction still the focal point of contention. The World Council remained resolute in denying the Avengers the autonomy to act without prior authorization. As the virtual projections of the 5 representatives faded, Nick Fury let out a sigh, the earlier bravado evaporating, leaving him somewhat dejected. Alexander Pierce approached with 2 drinks, handing one to Fury, and advised, "Politics is a matter of compromise. The Avengers initiative hinges solely on jurisdiction, does it not? SHIELD is also under the Council's oversight. Perhaps in the next meeting, both sides can yield a little. The Council could gain jurisdiction, while the Avengers could act without authorization in emergencies. I believe the Council would agree to that." Fury's countenance was clouded with concern as he shook his head gently while holding the cup. The Avengers differ from SHIELD. They hail from diverse backgrounds, each wielding immense power, with varying personalities and ideologies. They will not adhere to commands as trained agents do. Even the most unconventional individuals must abide by certain rules. For instance, the Council seeks to utilize us to counter Kamen Rider and the Iron Suit, but SHIELD would not consent to that, leaving them at an impasse. My worry lies in the potential discord among the Avengers. If some choose to follow the rules while others do not, internal chaos could ensue. No matter how powerful a team may be, once internal strife arises, they become vulnerable. Fury spoke with grave seriousness. "I would prefer to postpone the formation of the Avengers until we can ensure unity. Delaying now may lead to greater discord in the future." "Very well, if you insist, let us continue the discussion. I will support you," Pierce replied, nodding as he raised his glass in a toast before consuming its contents in one swift motion. "Thank you." With your ability to handle the council, I feel reassured. Fury managed a rare smile. While the council's opposition remained, preparations could still be made, but it was imperative to avoid any missteps. Pierce's tone was casual, as if engaged in casual banter. Have we uncovered the identity of Kamen Rider? His destructive potential is alarming, and we must ascertain the truth behind him. Otherwise, if issues arise within the Avengers Initiative, the Council will surely hold you accountable. Pierce's seemingly concerned words caused Fury's expression to sharpen, shaking his head as he replied. We have dispatched several teams to investigate, but to no avail. We must expedite our efforts. Our knowledge of him is alarmingly scant. Apart from the name Kamen Rider, we possess no other information. During my tenure, I received a report in '99 about a train spotted in the Four Corners region. But aside from witnesses and that little girl, we found no trace of Kamen Rider or the train. Now, with his frequent appearances and the revelation of alternate armor and combat styles, we should be able to gather more clues as we proceed. I will keep a close eye on this matter, Fury confirmed. Bidding farewell to Alexander Pierce as he exited the room and descended the elevator to his designated office on the lower floor. Once Fury departed, the smile on Alexander Pierce's face vanished, replaced by a shadowy expression as he murmured almost inaudibly, "The number of secrets you conceal is growing. It appears I must hasten my pace." Chapter 105, Stark's quest for renewable energy. The narrow roads of Brooklyn were teeming with passing vehicles. While the rusted elevated railway loomed above, accompanied by the thunderous sound of commuting trains and the cacophony of human voices, creating a distinctive urban symphony, Greer skillfully maneuvered his motorcycle through the narrow gaps between cars, exceeding the speed limit of 40 miles per hour and reaching a brisk 70, keeping pace with the clattering commuter trains on the weathered iron tracks. At such dizzying speeds, cars, pedestrians, streetlights, and greenery swiftly receded into the background, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers towards the reckless motorcycle. Daisy, clinging tightly to Greer's waist, feared being thrown off, her body nearly pressed against his back. Initially, she had timidly tugged at his clothing during the ride, but once the motorcycle roared to life, she quickly wrapped her arms around him. The motorcycle darted through the traffic like a ravenous serpent, evoking a sense of fear. Life, after all, held greater significance than anything else. As Daisy held onto Greer's waist, her right elbow inadvertently brushed against the sturdy belt at his waist, the sensation palpable even through the layers of her down jacket. However, she quickly withdrew her arm, as if she had accidentally touched something forbidden. With a screeching sound, the tires met the asphalt, and the motorcycle came to a steady halt. Daisy let out a breath of relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped disaster. Releasing her grip, she dismounted the motorcycle and spotted a sleek black luxury vehicle parked outside Uncle Jimmy's diner, unmistakably not a cheap model. Upon entering the diner, they encountered a rotund figure with his back turned to the entrance, engrossed in a battle with the food on his plate, reminiscent of someone who hadn't eaten in days. Daisy merely glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and continued deeper into the establishment, while Greer, trailing behind, frowned slightly, sensing a familiar aura about the figure. As they passed by, Greer turned his head slightly, and to his surprise, he recognized Happy Hogan, Stark's driver and bodyguard, whom he had met briefly at Stark's villa in Los Angeles. Hearing the footsteps beside him, Happy coincidentally lifted his head, their gazes locking. He hastily discarded his spoon, wiped his mouth with a napkin, rose to his feet, and greeted, "Mr. Russoff, it's good to see you again. Do you remember me?" Greer nodded, recalling the hefty man from the 3 Iron Man films. How could he forget? Before Happy could continue, Greer quickly interjected, "Please, go on with your meal. I need to drop off my things upstairs before we head out." With that, he took Daisy by the hand and guided her towards the staircase, eager to avoid any mention of Mr. Stark's invitation, a phrase that was decidedly out of reach for common folk. As they ascended the staircase, Daisy, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is he? I don't think I've seen him before." Greer hesitated for a moment before casually replying, "He is the landlord of the apartment I previously rented. Discussing some compensation for damages." "Oh, I see," Daisy responded, while Happy, having slipped a bill beneath his plate, exited the diner and entered the luxurious vehicle, steering towards the affluent neighborhoods on the outskirts of New York. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a sprawling mansion, similar in grandeur to Stark's villa in Los Angeles, perched on a cliff overlooking the sea. A narrow road, barely 3 meters wide, had been carved along the ridge, flanked by an abyss that seemed insurmountable, suggesting that the cost of this road could have built dozens of other villas. Upon entering the mansion and stepping into a living room that resembled a small plaza, they found Stark seated on the sofa, engrossed in a virtual projection of his Iron Man suit, meticulously examining each component as if in deep thought. Seeing this, Happy instinctively stepped in front of Greer, whispering, "Mr. Stark is concentrating. Please remain quiet to avoid disturbing him." Greer raised his eyes to Happy, contemplating how this man had remained Stark's trusted aide for over 2 decades. Loyalty was one thing, but familiarity with Stark's habits was another. Happy then approached Stark, speaking softly, "Mr. Stark, Mr. Russoff has arrived." At this, Stark turned to face Greer, clapping his hands together. "J-A-R-V-I-S. We have a guest. Please tidy up." "Certainly, sir," replied J-A-R-V-I-S. And the virtual projection of the Iron Man suit vanished, the room's lighting brightening simultaneously. Stark lifted a glass from the side table and casually gestured towards the sofa. "Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" "Good boy," Stark remarked, placing the glass aside and calling out, "J-A-R-V-I-S. Play file 5436. As Stark spoke, the wall opposite them transformed into a screen, displaying footage of the flight test records for the Falcon, including material hardness levels and other data, albeit lacking critical information such as internal structures and material analyses. What energy source powers it? Stark's question hung in the air, and Greer immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Stark was likely grappling with palladium poisoning and in search of an alternative catalyst for the arc reactor. Chapter 106. Black Widow. Stark, disregarding Greer, spoke to himself. The self-weight is merely 18 grams, yet it can operate continuously for 51 hours, fly, and undergo automatic transformation. Such capabilities are certainly beyond the realm of terrestrial technology. You mentioned previously that you are merely a user, not the creator. Do you have any knowledge of where its power system and energy storage module are located? I find myself particularly intrigued by these two components. Greer glanced at Stark's serious expression and hesitated before asking, "Has there been any progress after such a long time?" "I cannot unlock it," Stark exclaimed, exasperated as he raised his hands. "I have tried every conceivable method to open it, and had it not been for your magical display that day, I would have assumed it was crafted from vibranium. By the way, vibranium is the hardest metal on Earth. What material is the Falcon made of?" Stark elaborated, fearing that Greer might be unaware of the rare metal known only within a select circle. "Material? Who knows what it's made from?" Greer pondered silently. "Akin to vibranium. Why is it called vibranium?" The answer is simply that it is vibranium. He was aware that it was referred to as a light disk beast. But concerning the materials of construction, the driving mechanism, and internal structure, he remained utterly oblivious. Shaking his head, Greer replied with increasing resignation, "I do not know either. I can only use it. The driver who just dropped me off can operate a car, but does that mean he understands the intricacies of engine manufacturing and structure?" Stark's countenance darkened considerably upon hearing this, his clenched fist revealing the tension within him. The treasure lay just ahead, yet he found himself unable to forge a path toward it. This was far more despairing than being unable to find the treasure itself. Racing in Formula cars, attending extravagant parties clad in his iron suit, delegating the management of his company to Pepper, and even gifting Colonel Rhodes the Mark II suit, all arrangements for after his demise had been meticulously made, merely awaiting the arrival of death. However, the emergence of Greer as an unpredictable variable led Stark to realize that such a compact entity as the Falcon could operate at such remarkable speed for an extended duration while possessing numerous functionalities. If he could replicate and amplify the Falcon's energy storage device, perhaps it could serve as a substitute for the toxic arc reactor, enabling him to prolong his life. Even emperors like Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, Tang Zong, and Song Zhu, when confronted with the prospect of prolonged life, often made exceedingly foolish and unwise decisions. Thus, the instinct to survive might compel an individual to undertake actions they would typically find terrifying, like a drowning person when submerged and gasping for breath. They would grasp anything within reach with unwavering desperation. Moreover, Stark had witnessed the battle prowess of the Masked Rider, an incomprehensibly powerful force that undoubtedly consumed vast amounts of energy, necessitating a power supply akin to the arc reactor, which could easily serve as a replacement. With all other avenues blocked, this was the only potential salvation he recognized, the solitary hope for his survival, which he naturally clung to tenaciously. While the discussion revolved around the Falcon's energy storage system, Stark was, in truth, yearning for the energy apparatus of the masked rider, seeking a permanent solution to the life-threatening palladium element. Should he be denied this, what would Stark do? Would he simply watch himself fade away? Greer doubted that Stark possessed such elevated awareness at this moment. Yet the key issue was that Greer himself remained ignorant of the energy systems of either the Falcon or the masked rider. The sole recourse lay in adhering to the original narrative, guiding Stark to discover and synthesize a new element through Howard Stark's research on the cosmic cube, thereby replacing the palladium. Otherwise, Stark would undoubtedly persist in his relentless pursuit of anything that might grant him the gift of life. Amidst this silence, gentle footsteps echoed from the left, and Happy entered, addressing Stark. "Miss Potts has arrived." Greer turned to glance toward the doorway, where a voluptuous blonde beauty, comparable in height to Potts, entered, the very same Pepper Potts, Stark's secretary, assistant, and girlfriend. However, trailing closely behind her was a woman whose presence made Greer yearn to flee immediately. Any man, regardless of their face blindness, would recognize this striking figure as the renowned Black Widow from the Marvel Universe. Am I not delivering myself directly to them? Greer felt his face twitch uncontrollably. Having meticulously avoided entanglements with S.H.I.E.L.D., only to now encounter the Black Widow on a covert mission, this was simply wait a moment. I should not recognize the Black Widow. An idea sparked within Greer. He recalled that only Coulson had interacted with him, thus he should feign ignorance. Yet Natasha, perceiving the information conveyed through Greer's gaze and his subsequent averted eyes, discerned much. Inwardly, she mused, he is pretending not to know me. His attire does not suggest that he belongs to a prominent family. Given Stark's social circle, he should not be acquainted with such an ordinary boy. Romanoff had acquired Mindy's dossier in Los Angeles, which briefly outlined the series of murders they had committed, yet Greer's photograph and details were conspicuously absent, his name obscured, marked in black to signify insufficient clearance. Unbeknownst to Stark and Pepper, who remained unaware of the thoughts occupying the other two individuals present, Stark rose, his face alight with a welcoming smile as he greeted Potts, gently inquiring, "Have you prepared the items I requested?" "Yes," Potts nodded, retrieving a hefty stack of documents from her bag, placing them on the table. The numerous anonymous bonds and assorted stocks from various publicly traded companies have all been arranged. These are the transfer contracts. She is Natalie Rushman from the legal department, qualified as a third-party witness. What do you require these for? Casting a glance at Stark, who was solemnly signing the transfer documents, and then at the unfamiliar boy seated nearby, Potts's initial reaction was to wonder, could this possibly be Stark's child? Otherwise, why would he transfer such substantial assets? Chapter 107. The $10 billion acquisition. Stark signed his full legal name, Anthony Edward Stark, on every designated spot of the towering stack of documents. After a couple of minutes of hurried scrawling, he finally completed the task. With a slight adjustment of the multitude of papers, he pushed them towards Greer, placed the pen atop the documents, reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossed his legs, and casually remarked, "These are the transfer contracts, involving a substantial number of bearer bonds and scattered stocks from major corporations such as Osborne, Hammer, Microsoft, and Walmart, totaling approximately $3 billion. For specifics, you may wish to consult a professional accounting team. Once signed, they shall all be yours." What? Greer was utterly bewildered, staring at Stark in disbelief, questioning whether his ears had deceived him. Could this thick stack of paper truly be worth $3 billion? A brief calculation led him to the realization that, at the average income level of the past, one would need to work since the time of primitive man to amass such wealth. Wait, Stark must be referring to dollars. Ah, perhaps one would need to start working from the era of the UNMO people. "Tony, we need to talk," Pepper interjected, her brow furrowed. Stark's astonishing generosity of offering $30 billion solidified her suspicion that he must have a secret child. $100 billion. The mere mention of this figure caused Greer's throat to constrict, his eyes widening in disbelief. The enormity of Stark's generosity left him reeling, as he pondered whether he could ever earn such a sum, even starting from the days of living in trees. The sensation of wealth raining down must be exhilarating, Greer mused, already envisioning how to spend such a fortune. Even if he deposited it in a bank, the interest alone would be unmanageable. He could drink yogurt without care for the cap, tossing it aside halfway through. While Greer drifted into daydreams of unimaginable wealth, Pepper, still in shock, turned to Stark, her surprise evident. She glanced at the young boy seated on the sofa, who seemed equally stunned, eager to discover what could possibly be worth $100 billion. A tenth of Stark's entire fortune. Ignoring the bewilderment of those around him, Stark tilted his head towards the dazed Greer and asked, "Have you decided which item you wish to sell? If the terms are unsatisfactory, we may negotiate further." Taking a deep breath, Greer suppressed the swirling thoughts in his mind. The amount was indeed unfathomable, yet it felt like an illusion, something he could see but never possess. Regardless of whether it was the power system of the Scarlet Eagle or the Kamen Rider, he could not produce the design blueprints. Nor did he comprehend the principles of operation or manufacturing processes. He had nothing to sell. Standing up, he cast a longing glance at the stack of contracts representing 30 billion, inhaled deeply, and turned to Stark, saying, "Could we discuss this privately?" Without heeding Pepper and Happy's protests, Stark led Greer toward the outdoor swimming pool on the upper floor. Watching the two disappear up the staircase, Pepper turned to Happy, her anxiety palpable. "Happy, who is that child?" Happy opened his mouth, then closed it tightly, revealing nothing of the secret, shaking his head at Pepper. "Perhaps you should ask the boss yourself." As Stark pushed open the glass door, a vast, shimmering pool came into view. He settled into a lounge chair beside the pool, gazing at the sun dipping below the horizon, and spoke softly, "This isn't a business negotiation. I don't wish to haggle slowly. How much do you want?" Leaning on the railing, Greer looked out at the endless sea, which was gradually succumbing to darkness, the azure waters turning to a shade of gray. The cool, salty breeze brushed against him, restoring his clarity of thought. 100 billion, a sum he doubted he could ever earn in a lifetime. "Mr. Stark, you truly have me at a loss. I desperately want to sell the Scarlet Eagle's power system to you, to acquire a sum I could never hope to earn in my lifetime." Stark's expression darkened. Greer's words were a clear refusal. However, Stark remained silent, his face taut, eager to hear Greer's reasoning for rejecting such a monumental amount. "But I genuinely do not know what the Scarlet Eagle's power system is," Greer continued, leaning against the railing as the wind tousled his slightly long hair. "I mentioned before, I am merely a user. Apart from knowing how to operate it, I know nothing else." Stark pursed his lips, the arc reactor in his chest emitting a faint glow, particularly vibrant against the backdrop of twilight. His right hand unconsciously tapped the armrest of the lounge chair, producing a rhythmic sound that betrayed his inner unrest. "You must have realized during your research that it is not a product of scientific principles. Are you suggesting magic?" "I cannot say, but I indeed possess a Kamen Rider that can utilize magic." Greer shook his head, unzipping his jacket to reveal the decade belt strapped around his waist. He lifted his left arm, causing the Rider card box to spring open, and a card ejected, landing in his left hand. With 2 fingers, he flipped the card, displaying it to Stark. "The armor of the Kamen Rider is contained within this small card. Mr. Stark, how long do you think it would take you to decipher such technology?" Of course, Greer placed the card into Stark's palm. The card, light and thin, remained unaffected by the fierce ocean breeze. Chapter 108, The So-Called Justice. Stark gazed intently at the remarkably thin card in his hand, which measured a mere millimeter in thickness and weighed only 20 grams. The frigid sea breeze caused the hem of his trench coat to flutter incessantly. Yet the card remained perfectly still. Adorning its surface was a vividly depicted dragon, red and fierce, seemingly poised to leap from the card at any moment. Stark meticulously scrutinized the card and, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "Is this the dragon that appeared in Chinatown 4 months ago? Impressive. And who was that gray-green monstrosity you fought?" "Perhaps a product of military experimentation. When I confronted it, armed helicopters from the military attacked me. They were clearly in cahoots." "So you destroyed 2 helicopters, 3 armored vehicles, and a small squad of soldiers. Rod mentioned that the military has blacklisted you. If they could find you, they would have sent tanks to your doorstep by now." Stark's face betrayed a hint of awkward amusement. "Not that it matters. I have no fear of them." Greer shrugged, his indifference towards the military evident. In the vast Marvel Cinematic Universe, the military's presence is almost negligible. Even the school bus drivers have appeared more frequently. What is there to fear from such a military? "I believe that as long as you remain within the city, many large-scale weapons cannot be deployed. Firearms and rockets certainly cannot harm you." Stark nodded, extending the card toward Greer. However, Greer did not reach for it. With a mere thought, the card vanished from Stark's grasp, prompting Stark's eyes to widen in surprise. "Well, that trick would surely make you popular at school. Girls adore boys with superpowers." "Quite the opposite, actually. I am unequivocally a weirdo. I don't attend parties, seek followers, or participate in sports like basketball or football. As of now, no more than 10 people can recall my name." "Boy, that's quite unfortunate. You must make yourself known to the public, otherwise." A few individuals can manipulate public opinion to portray you as a villain, a demon, or a murderer, instilling fear among the masses. This would allow them to undertake actions under the guise of protecting the public, while shifting all blame onto you. Greer paused, momentarily bewildered by Stark's words. Stark placed a reassuring hand on Greer's shoulder before turning toward the wall and calling out, "Jarvis, retrieve the news from the week following October 25, 2010. "Of course, sir." With Jarvis's response, the glass wall transformed into a large screen, displaying news footage of the recent chaos outside Stark Enterprises, primarily focusing on Iron Man while depicting the Ironmonger as an out-of-control robot. There was little mention of Faiz, the true hero who defeated the Ironmonger. "Do you see? Obadiah's robot was vanquished by you, yet Stark Enterprises maintains long-standing connections with hundreds of media outlets. With the intervention of a so-called government agency, you have been erased from the narrative. If we so desired, we could easily depict you as the mastermind behind the incident." While Stark Enterprises deployed a large mech and Iron Man to rescue the citizens at great expense, ultimately driving away the destroyer. What could you possibly do? Stark's words struck Greer as if struck by lightning, leaving him in stunned silence. He had never considered this perspective. Many witnesses had indeed seen the events unfold, but Stark Enterprises could easily fabricate tenfold or 100-fold witnesses to testify that it was the masked rider causing the destruction while Ironmonger attempted to intervene. Much like the entertainment industry, how many rumors are true? The vast majority are spread by those with ulterior motives to tarnish their opponents for personal gain. Even with the most diligent efforts to clarify misconceptions, even appearing on national television, there will always be those who refuse to believe, citing adages like "where there's smoke, there's fire," and "flies don't buzz around a seamless egg." No matter how many people believe these rumors, what can one do? Moreover, Greer didn't know a single journalist. If someone genuinely wished to malign him, he would have no means to clarify his name. Should he don his armor and visit each newspaper and television station, demanding to know who the slanderer was, and then dispose of them? But what if the slanderer was merely a hired hand? Seeing Greer's dismay, Stark placed an arm around his shoulder as they walked further into the room. "Child, this world is not one where mere power can resolve all. If hundreds of media outlets and a couple of thousand prominent figures declare you a wicked villain, then regardless of your inherent goodness, you will be regarded as a villain." Indeed, Greer nodded in agreement. When many voices join in, the truth can become distorted, particularly when the original narrative is false. Have there been those eyeing your iron suit? Greer couldn't help but recall the senator from Iron Man 2, who sought to nationalize Stark's technology under the pretense of better protecting America. Upon hearing Greer's comment, Stark turned to him and nodded. "What do you think drives me to the desert repeatedly to eliminate terrorists and prevent the outbreak of war? I also have Stark Enterprises' public relations department tirelessly promoting Iron Man's heroic image to ensure everyone knows that Iron Man is a force for good.